Synopsis. Xiao Yi, a young man from Earth, finds himself in the Douluo Continent after losing his parents at a young age. With no connections, he rises through challenges, gaining power and ultimately achieving the status of the Shura God. Along the way, he faces fierce opponents like Tang San, Tang Hao, and Yu Xiaogang while forming alliances with multiple strong heroines, creating his own forces and forging a path to greatness. Chapter 1. In the evening, in an inconspicuous house in Nottingham, there was a woman in her 30s and a child about 5 years old. The woman was lying in bed sick, and the child was holding her hand and crying. "Xiao Yi, I'm sorry that mom can't accompany you anymore. You must take good care of yourself in the future, eat more vegetables and fruits, and take regular showers. Mom is sorry that I can't pass on a good martial soul to you. If you meet a girl you like, you must chase her boldly. You don't need too many friends, 3 or 5 will be enough. Mom really wants to watch you awaken your martial soul, watch you grow up, get married and have children. There are many dangers in the world of soul masters, and you must keep yourself safe in any environment. Also, the more opportunities are not necessarily better. You must know that a man is innocent until he is guilty of possessing a treasure. You must keep some cards in your pocket." The woman said to the boy. "Mom, you will definitely get better, I'll go find a doctor right now," the boy said anxiously. "No need, Xiao Yi, I know my body, and you must remember what I said to you." After the woman said this, she passed away. Mom! Mom! Damn God! Why are you doing this to me?" The boy's name is Xiao Yi. He is a time traveler. He grew up in an orphanage in his previous life. Because he was an orphan, he had low self-esteem since childhood. He also envied those who had parents. Of course, because he was an orphan, he could not avoid being bullied. But even so, he never gave up hope in life. After graduating from college, he entered society and suffered a lot. So he could only relieve his mood with anime and novels after get off work. Just when he thought his life was getting better, he was diagnosed with a terminal illness not long after. So he used his last time to travel and closed his eyes at the last moment. When he opened his eyes again, he found that he had come to another world. At first he could not understand what they were saying. Then he grew up slowly. And then he saw the circles on those people's bodies, and then he realized that he had come to Douluo Continent. He had also read Douluo Continent when he was diagnosed with a terminal illness. At that time, he thought to himself, if I could go to Douluo Continent, I would definitely torture Tang San severely. Unexpectedly, his words came true. Xiao Yi's father is a soul master, whose martial soul is a black iron stick. He is in his 30s and less than level 50. He also traveled around the mainland when he was young, but he was not talented. Later, he met Xiao Yi's mother, settled in Notting City, and started a soul-hunting business. Xiao Yi had a good life when he was a child. His father was a spirit master, so he could live a decent life. His mother was also a spirit master, but the spirit was just a measure. Xiao Yi had no parents in his previous life. But he was held in the palm of his parents' hands in this life. He thought that if he could continue to live like this, it would be fine even if he could not awaken a good spirit. However, everything changed when Xiao Yi was 2 years old. When he was 2 years old, his father went to the Star Do Great Forest to help someone get a soul ring, and soul bones dropped out. No one paid attention to it at first, but later the soul hunters found the soul bones and wanted to kill people for the treasure, so they started to act. No one knew what happened. In the end, his father's body was brought back by his friend, and the soul bones were sold by his friend for soul coins, which were then divided equally between the two families. When his father's body was sent back, his mother fainted as if struck by a bolt from the blue. After that, his mother was depressed and her health deteriorated day by day. Because of Xiao Yi's existence, the two depended on each other. But today his mother finally died and he was left alone. The next morning, after Xiao Yi woke up, he asked someone to cremate his mother's body and bury it. "Mom, don't worry, I will live a good life, I remember everything you told me, please watch over me in heaven. If I have the ability, I will revive you." Xiao Yi murmured to his mother's tombstone. After the burial, Xiao Yi began to feel confused and didn't know what to do. There are gods in Douluo Continent, and gods can resurrect the dead. However, to become a god, one must have talent. If the talent is not good, there are some opportunities to change the talent. In the original novel, all 7 of the Shrek's 7 devils became gods because of the herbs in the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire. If I got those herbs, could I also become a god? Now the Pope of the Spirit Hall is Qian Xuanji, which means that Tang Hao has not yet broken through to the title Douluo, and Tang San has not been born. Tang San, don't blame me, the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire don't have your name written on them. Xiao Yi muttered to himself. 1 year later. Early that morning, Xiao Yi was exercising in the yard when a voice came from outside the house. Xiao Yi, are you exercising at home? Xiao Yi heard the voice, looked outside the house, and found that it was a middle-aged man. Yes, Uncle Zhang, I just finished exercising and am ready to eat. Uncle Zhang, have you eaten? Do you want to come in and have something to eat? The middle-aged man was called Zhang Ping, and he was a friend of my father, with whom he had a very good relationship. He was the one who brought back my father's body. And since my father passed away, Zhang Ping had been helping them, doing the heavy work, and taking good care of Xiao Yi in the year after my mother passed away. Speaking of which, since his mother passed away a year ago, his personality has changed drastically. He has white hair, a cold face, and doesn't talk much. He gives people a feeling of keeping strangers away. Only Zhang Ping slowly warmed him up and made his personality a little better, but he is still the same and doesn't like to communicate with others. No, I've eaten before I came here. By the way, you will be 6 years old next week, and it's time to awaken your martial soul. I'm here to tell you to go to the spirit hall to awaken your martial soul next week. Zhang Ping rejected Xiao Yi's invitation and instead talked to Xiao Yi about awakening the martial soul. I got it, Uncle Zhang, I'll go next week, Xiao Yi said to Zhang Ping after hearing about the awakening of his martial soul. It's already been a year, it goes by so fast. Xiao Yi thought to himself. During this year, Xiao Yi would go to his mother's grave every once in a while to talk about his life. And think about his past in front of the grave now that he was going to awaken his martial soul. It meant that he might not come back often in the future. Only by going out would he have a chance to resurrect his parents. A lot of things happened this year. First, Tang Hao broke through to the title DOLOU level and fought 3 people alone, with 1 dead and 2 seriously injured. Then the Haotian sect closed the mountain. Then Qiang Sunji returned to the spirit hall and died. Bibi Dong took over. The iron-blooded Pope Bibi Dong caused a lot of ups and downs in the spirit master world. Chapter 2. That day, Xiao Yi had finished breakfast at home and was clearing the dishes when he heard Uncle Zhang's voice outside the house. Xiao Yi, have you eaten yet? It's time to awaken your martial spirit. I'm here, Uncle Zhang. After saying that, he put the washed dishes on the table, opened the door and went out. Success or failure depends on today. I want both the good and bad yin-yang eyes of ice and fire, Xiao Yi thought to himself. A quarter of an hour later, they arrived at the spirit hall. At this time, the spirit hall was crowded with people, more than 100 people. Not long after, a man walked out of the hall. He was probably in his 20s and looked quite handsome. At this time, the man spoke, I am Su Yuntao, a level 25 great spirit master, your guide, don't be afraid of what you see later. He then set up a formation and began to awaken his martial soul. Lone wolf, possessed. Then Su Yuntao shouted loudly, and a wolf shadow appeared behind him, and even his hands turned into wolf claws. Then 2 halos appeared on his body, 1 white and 1 yellow, with the white inside and the yellow outside, clearly distinguished. This strange phenomenon caused all the children except Xiao Yi to cry and scream. Children, don't be afraid. Su Yuntao was speechless when he saw this scene. Then he looked at Xiao Yi and saw that he was not frightened, and thought, maybe, never mind, maybe it's just a coincidence, I should awaken my martial soul first. Su Yuntao said to a boy, child, walk to the middle of the stones and stretch out your right hand. The boy hurriedly did as he was told, and then a hammer slowly appeared in his right hand. Weapon spirit, a hammer. It has a certain attack power. Su Yuntao said to the boy, your martial spirit is a hammer, let's test whether you have spirit power, put your hand on the crystal ball. The boy did as he was told. After a moment, the crystal ball lost all light and showed no reaction at all. Su Yuntao said, without soul power, you can't become a soul master. Next. You do the same as this boy. Lanyan Kao has no soul power. Iron sword, level 2 soul power. It was noon and Su Yuntao was tired. Soon it was Xiao Yi's turn. Su Yuntao was overjoyed when he saw Xiao Yi's cool appearance. Maybe this child can bring me a surprise. Su Yuntao thought to himself, and then said to Xiao Yi. You are the last one, come here quickly. After hearing this, Xiao Yi stepped forward immediately and then felt his body warm. Is this what it means to awaken a martial soul? No wonder they look like they're enjoying it. Soon, Xiao Yi felt as if something emerged in his right hand. I saw that it was a ruler, completely black with ancient patterns on it. When it appeared, the air around it condensed. The more Xiao Yi looked at it, the more familiar it seemed to him. Suddenly, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes, and then he remembered where he had seen this ruler. What is this? Xuanzhong ruler? It is a new martial soul that I have never seen before. It seems that the martial soul has mutated. Child. Your martial soul is a mutated martial soul. A top-level weapon martial soul. Have you thought of a name for it? After hearing what Su Yuntao said, Xiao Yi came back to his senses and said to Su Yuntao, let's call him Xuanzhong. Xuanzhong. It's very appropriate. Come, it's time to test the soul power. Xiao Yi put his hand on the crystal ball. First, a little bit of light gathered on the crystal ball, and then the entire crystal ball shone brightly. What is this? Innate full soul power. Child, are you willing to join the Spirit Hall? We in the Spirit Hall can find a title DOLOU teacher for you and train you to become a title DOLOU. Unwilling. Great. You what? You don't want to. Why don't you consider it? If you want to enter the Spirit Hall, we will definitely give you the best resources. No need, Master, I want to wait until I graduate from junior college, Xiao Yi explained the reason. Well, okay, if you want to join the Spirit Hall, the door of our Spirit Hall is always open to you. Seeing that Xiao Yi was unmoved, Su Yuntao took out a pen and paper, wrote a few words, and handed them to Xiao Yi. Then Su Yuntao and Xiao Yi walked out of the Awakening Hall. After walking out of the door, he saw Zhang Ping waiting for him outside. Xiao Yi felt warm in his heart when he saw that Zhang Ping had not left yet. Xiao Yi, what martial soul have you awakened? Zhang Ping asked Xiao Yi when he saw him coming out. His martial soul is a mutated top-level weapon martial soul, the Xuanzhong Qi, with innate full soul power. Are you his relative? Without waiting for Xiao Yi to speak, Su Yuntao hurriedly said to Zhang Ping. I guess so, his father is my friend, his mother died last year, so I took care of him, what's wrong? Zhang Ping responded to Su Yuntao. It's like this, I want him to enter the Spirit Hall and get the best education and training, but I've advised him several times and it doesn't work. Alas, this kid has always had his own ideas. If he doesn't want to join, then don't join. Also, I don't want you guys to know that he has innate full soul power. Do you know what to do? After Zhang Ping finished speaking, he showed his soul rings, yellow, purple and black. As the 5 soul rings lit up, the surrounding environment became solemn. Yes, I know what to do. When Su Yuntao saw that it was the Soul King, he didn't dare to say anything more and could only suffer in silence. Okay, Xiao Yi, it's time for us to go. Xiao Yi followed Zhang Ping, and both of them were silent along the way. When they were almost home, Zhang Ping asked, Xiao Yi, why don't you join the Spirit Hall? My mother told me not to join a faction first after awakening my martial spirit, besides, I have my own path to follow, Xiao Yi replied. Zhang Ping stopped and looked at Xiao Yi, not knowing what to say. Then he took out a book and a ring from somewhere and handed them to Xiao Yi. Uncle Zhang, I don't have much ability. But it's enough to get you the first few spirit rings. This book is a complete guide to spirit beasts, and this ring was entrusted to me by your father before he died. He asked me to give it to you after I awaken my martial spirit. Since you have your own path, you must complete it even if the road ahead is full of thorns. Go home and read the book carefully, and I will go to get you a spirit ring in a few days. Xiao Yi was silent, not knowing what to say. He opened his mouth and could only say, thank you, Uncle Zhang. After returning home, Xiao Yi sorted out his situation. My father's martial soul is an iron rod and my mother's is a ruler. So my martial soul has mutated into the Xuanzhong ruler. I remember that the Xuanzhong ruler seemed to have the effect of training the body and fighting spirit. But this one seems to be soul power. In essence, it is still energy. Then I should carry the Xuanzhong ruler all the time. Xiao Yi thought to himself. Chapter 3. After Xiao Yi sorted out his own situation, he picked up the book and the ring. He first looked at the ring and thought to himself, if I'm not mistaken, this should be a soul guide. I remember that a soul guide can be used by injecting soul power. Then he injected his soul power into the ring. The space inside was not small, about 20 cubic meters. 20 cubic meters is enough, it's time to read. I'll be hunting for spirit rings in a few days, Xiao Yi thought to himself and picked up the book to read. 3 days later. In the morning, Xiao Yi had just finished tidying up the room when he heard Uncle Zhang's voice. Xiao Yi, have you packed your things? It's time to go out and get the spirit rings. Packed up, coming right away. Xiao Yi replied. Xiao Yi, why are you still releasing your martial spirit? Zhang Ping asked puzzledly as he looked at Xiao Yi carrying the Xuanzhong Qi on his back. I discovered that my martial spirit can train my body and soul power, and can also conceal my aura of cultivation, so I have been releasing it these past few days, and I will have to carry it with me from now on. Uncle Zhang looked at Xiao Yi for a long time without saying anything, then he opened his mouth and said to Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi, don't tell outsiders that your martial spirit has this effect in the future, otherwise a lot of people will want to strangle you in the cradle. There are examples of assassinations of geniuses on the mainland. In fact, there are such examples in various fantasy planes. The big forces are not afraid of anything else, but they are afraid that a genius will grow up to block their way. It is okay to subdue him, but if not, do not offend him. The fear is that if he is not subdued, he will be pushed to the opposite side and bring danger to the sect and the family. It is okay to kill him, but if they let a person escape by chance and grow up, the family will be gone in the future. I know, you don't have to worry about me. Xiao Yi, your father and I made an agreement back then. After you awaken your martial soul, I will help you obtain the first few spirit rings and then I will leave you alone. However, you are born with full spirit power, but you still lack experience and knowledge. I can only help you obtain the first 2 spirit rings. So after I help you obtain the first spirit ring, you will go to Notting College to study. Do you understand? Uncle Zhang said to Xiao Yi. Uncle Zhang, I understand. After they got their things, they walked towards the carriage. The soul-hunting forest is not far away, about 400 miles from Nottingham City, and renting a carriage is just a matter of the next day. At noon the next day, Xiao Yi and his friends arrived at the entrance of the soul-hunting forest, only to see rows of vendors hawking their wares at the entrance. Hemostatics. Painkillers. Tent. Sleeping bag. Dagger. Armor. Xiao Yi, do you know why they are selling things here? Zhang Ping asked Xiao Yi. Because people come here every day to hunt for spirit rings, so we live by the mountain and by the water. There's nothing we can do about it, they have to live, too. Everyone has their own way of life. If your martial spirit isn't that good, or even if you don't have any spirit power, you may never have anything to do with this place in your life. One day, someone might just make you disappear because they're greedy for money. Okay, without further ado, let's go in quickly and try to get out within 3 days. Then Zhang Ping took out the token and gave it to the guard at the door. The guard checked it and opened the door to let him in. At night, the 2 people who had gained nothing set up a tent on a flat place. When they got closer, they found that it was Zhang Ping who was giving Xiao Yi some common sense. The forest is very dangerous at night. If no one is around, try not to make a fire. Of course, you don't have to worry if someone is with you. Also, the most dangerous thing in the forest is not the soul beasts, but the human heart. Don't worry if you can't find the soul beast, it's normal to spend half a month or a month looking for a soul ring. Okay, I've said everything I need to say, you go and rest, and I'll keep watch. The next morning. Xiao Yi, get up, let's go to a place with water today, maybe there will be a surprise. In this way, the 2 people walked towards the river in the forest. God helps those who work hard. In the evening, the 2 found a ground dragon and a golden crocodile. Xiao Yi, look at the 2 soul beasts you want, they are both over 500 years old, your body has been well fed since childhood, plus, you have been exercising since last year, you should be able to exceed the limit by more than 100 years. Just the golden crocodile, that earth dragon is not suitable for me. Okay, wait a moment, I'll go get it for you. After saying that, Zhang Ping activated his martial spirit and stabbed at the crocodile. Zhang Ping's martial spirit is a gun. Xiao Yi curiously asked him if he was a member of the Puyi clan, but the answer he got was no. Not long after, Zhang Ping came back with the golden crocodile and threw it in front of Xiao Yi. Without waiting for Zhang Ping to speak, Xiao Yi took the Xuanzhong ruler off his back and smashed it down with one stroke, clean and decisive. Good job, kid, you're decisive, I was afraid that you wouldn't dare to do it, but you killed him without me saying anything, Zhang Ping joked as he looked at Xiao Yi's decisiveness. This is how spiritual practice works, if you hadn't come with me today, I might have been the one to die. Xiao Yi looked at Zhang Ping helplessly and said. Okay Uncle Zhang, I'm going to absorb the spirit ring, please help me protect the law. After saying that, he sat cross-legged on the ground to absorb the soul ring. As soon as the soul ring entered his body, a huge amount of energy crowded in, burning his meridians and almost bursting them. I can't fall here yet, I still have a lot of things to do, and I haven't stood at the pinnacle of this world yet. Every drop of sweat and every bit of life in the past became the nourishment for him to get through. On the morning of the 3rd day, Xiao Yi, who had absorbed the soul ring all night, woke up. After absorbing the soul ring, Xiao Yi's appearance changed drastically. His originally childish face became angular, his blue eyes became deeper, and he grew 5 or 6 centimeters taller, but his temperament became colder. I didn't expect that absorbing spirit rings of higher levels would be so difficult, I almost didn't make it, I made it this time, but what about next time? What about the next time? Xiao Yi thought to himself. Why should I be afraid? If I get scared just once, how can I stand at the top? Those who can't beat me will make me stronger. How do you feel? Are you feeling unwell? What is your soul skill? Uncle Zhang, I'm fine. As for my soul skill, it is Golden Bodyguard. When used, it generates a shield and increases all resistances by 50, including poisoning, pain, defense, and every time I level up, my martial soul will gain kilograms. Xiao Yi, this is a top-grade soul skill, you will be able to use it in the future. Now tell me about your feelings of superlimit absorption. It is indeed difficult to absorb beyond the limit, but the result is still very good. If you don't have a good body, you will not be able to bear the soul power and will explode and die. However, this time, the limit transcending has made my foundation more solid, and the road ahead will be easier. Then let's get out as soon as possible, school will start in 3 months. Chapter 4. They soon returned to Nodding City. They first went to the Spirit Hall to test their soul power and found that they had reached level 14. During the test, Matthew Noah and Su Yuntao, who were testing their soul power, invited Xiao Yi to join the Spirit Hall again, but Xiao Yi dismissed them with the excuse that he would join the Spirit Hall after graduating from Nodding College. After leaving the Spirit Hall, Xiao Yi was thinking on his way home. In the early stage, I need some self-defense skills. I remember that Baji Bang and explosive step can be practiced by myself. To put it simply, Baji Bang is to compress the energy through the fist and hit the target to explode. When it is fully mastered, it can cause 8 levels of damage. While explosive step uses the reaction force of energy and the physical body. Xiao Yi thought to himself. Baji collapse. 2 months passed quickly, and Xiao Yi took action during these 2 months. After more than 50 failures, he developed the preliminary versions of Baji Bang and explosive step. Although there were some shortcomings, they could be improved in the future. School is starting tomorrow, so I should go to bed early tonight, Xiao Yi thought to himself. The next day. Nodding College is not far from Xiao Yi's home. It takes about a quarter of an hour. In the morning, Xiao Yi got up, had breakfast, and walked towards Nodding College. A quarter of an hour later, he arrived at the gate of Nottingham College, and he did not look down on others. After showing the certificate to the guard opened the gate. He soon found the Academic Affairs office, pushed open the door, and saw several men in their 40s talking inside. You are here to register, right? My last name is Su, and I am the dean of this school, you can call me Director Su, let me see the certificate. Xuanzhong Qi, mutated martial soul. Innate full soul power. Full innate soul power. You're not a part-time student, are you? Director Su asked Xiao Yiwen. No, I want to be a self-funded student. Our self-funded student room costs 2 gold soul coins per year, including tuition and miscellaneous fees, for a 6-person room, 3 gold soul coins, and a single room, 5 gold soul coins, which one do you want to live in? Director Su explained the fees to Xiao Yi and asked him. Let's have a single room, here are the soul coins, Xiao Yi said as he took out the soul coins. This is the key to room 203. When you exit this door and turn right, you can see the dormitory. After listening to this, Xiao Yi took the key and left. Not long after, he arrived at the dormitory, tidied his bed and room, and prepared to go out for dinner. Just then, voices were heard from outside the door. Boss, the new guy lives here, should we teach him a lesson? Of course, who in Nodding College doesn't give me, Xiao Qinyu, face? A freshman came to the college and didn't even say hello to me. Xiao Yi pushed open the door and found that it was Xiao Qinyu, the first villain in the original novel, followed by 5 or 6 followers. He is only 7 years old now, and his father is the mayor of Nodding City, so he looks a bit dandy. I didn't expect this world to be so distorted, with people forming gangs at the age of 5 or 6. Xiao Yi thought to himself. Hey, new kid, do you understand the rules? Don't you know that all new students have to report to Boss Xiao when they come to school? My name isn't hello, it's Xiao Yi, also, what's the report about? Xiao Yi heard it. Of course it's the registration fee for Boss Xiao, the lackey replied. What will happen if I don't give it? Then let the seniors take good care of you. Seeing this, Xiao Yi felt that there was nothing more to say, so he took out his martial spirit, and his 100-year spirit ring flashed as he said. Sure, if you beat me, I'll give you everything, if you can't beat me, then I'm sorry, don't bother me in the future. Xiao Qinyu and his followers were so frightened when they saw Xiao Yi's spirit ring that they dared not speak, but they still said, from today on, you are the boss. I'm not that interested in being the boss, I'm here to learn, whatever happens, remember one thing, you are not allowed to bully civilian students by relying on your family background, do you remember? Xiao Yi said with a cold face. After dealing with Xiao Qinyu's affairs, he walked towards the cafeteria, and a man came towards him and blocked his way. Wait a minute, kid, I heard you have innate full soul power. This sentence seems to be a question, but the tone is full of questioning. Xiao Yi looked up and saw a man in his 40s or 50s, with his hair parted in the middle, slightly plump, and with some stubble on his face. This should be Yu Xiaogang. He must have heard from the principal or director that I have innate full soul power. Is he stopping me to make me his apprentice? Xiao Yi thought to himself. In fact, it's not Xiao Yi's fault. After all, there is no good thing in the world without reason. What's wrong? Are you a teacher at school? I'm not a teacher, but everyone in the school calls me master. As for my own name, I have forgotten it. You can just call me master like they do. Unless you really want me to be your teacher. Master, do you have any famous disciples? Xiao Yi asked. No, but if you want to be my disciple, I will use my martial arts 10 core competencies to train you to become a titled DOLOU. What about your strength? Xiao Yi asked. My martial soul is a mutated martial soul, and I will never be able to break through level 30, I can only use my theory to train a disciple to prove that I am not a waste. The master was a little panicked at this time, wondering how a child of this age could be so smart. If he had known earlier, he would have made more preparations. That means you have neither the ability nor the disciples, you only have an unproven theory to recruit disciples. Moreover, you will not accept disciples with poor talents, but will use the talented ones as guinea pigs for your theory. The master's face turned red with anger, and he said excitedly. Why would I recruit ordinary civilians with ordinary talents? Not only is it a waste of resources, but their upper limit has already been determined. Recruiting a genius and training him to become a titled DOLOU is the best solution. Anyone can train a genius into a titled DOLOU, but training an ordinary person into a titled DOLOU is real skill. A teacher's job is to impart knowledge and resolve doubts. Xiao Yi didn't want to waste time talking to the master. After saying this, he turned around and left. Damn it! You damn brat, you actually look down on me, you will definitely regret it. One day I will let those of you who look down on me know how powerful I am. The master was very angry. He also knew that Xiao Yi was telling the truth, but he didn't dare to admit it. Moreover, he didn't have the ability to train ordinary people into titled DOLOU. After all, he himself was only level 29. Chapter 5. 1 year later. In Xiao Yi's dormitory. Boom. A soft sound broke the silence of the early morning. Level 18, Xiao Yi muttered. After parting ways with the master a year ago, Xiao Yi attended classes during the day and practiced at night. His fulfilling life every day allowed him to advance 4 levels in 1 year. I don't know how Tang San cultivated, but he only reached level 30 with full innate soul power and 6 years of training. At this rate, I would have reached level at the age of 11. Now it was winter and the school was on vacation, so he packed his things and went home. When he got home, he first paid respect to his mother, told her what had happened in the past year, and then went home. In the evening at Xiao Yi's home. Xiao Yi, is your school on holiday? Xiao Yi pushed open the door and saw that it was Uncle Zhang. He invited him in and said, Yes, Uncle Zhang, I'm going to pay my respects to my mother first and then come back. Xiao Yi then told Uncle Zhang about what had happened in the past year and his current cultivation level, including the fact that the master wanted to take him in as a disciple. I've heard of that master, he's just a man who seeks fame and reputation. It's a good thing you didn't become his disciple, otherwise your life would be ruined. Xiao Yi, you said you are level 18 now. It seems that it won't be long before you can get the second soul ring. Well, about half a year, Xiao Yi said softly. Okay then, tell me when you reach level 20 and Uncle Zhang will take you to get the spirit ring. Thank you, Uncle Zhang. After the two finished chatting, Uncle Zhang went home, and Xiao Yi planned to go to the blacksmith shop to build an Iron Man to practice lifting heavy things as if they were light and lifting light things as if they were heavy to unleash the maximum power of the Xuanzhong ruler. The blacksmith shop was not far from his home, about the same distance as Nottingham College. A quarter of an hour later he arrived at the blacksmith's shop. There is only one blacksmith shop in Nottingham, so business is quite brisk. A furnace was burning inside the smithy, keeping it warm in the winter. Xiao Yi waited in line for a while, and when it was his turn, the owner of the blacksmith shop saw that it was a child and said, Little boy, this is a blacksmith shop, if you want to buy something, ask your parents to come. Xiao Yi was stunned for a moment, then he took out the Soul Master badge and showed it to him and said, Uncle, I am a Soul Master, I want to buy something for myself. The boss suddenly realized and said to Xiao Yi, My name is Shura San, I'm the boss here, you can just call me Uncle Shura, what do you want to buy? I want to buy that kind of Iron Man, the kind made of iron essence, the one with a large front and a small back, for types of which are 500 Jin, and Jin. Xiao Yi said to Shura San. The Xuanzhong ruler starts at Jin, and increases by Jin for each level, and Jin for each soul ring. Well kid, these you want will cost 1,000 gold soul coins. Shura San did some calculations and gave him a more reasonable price. If you want it, pay the money and come back half a month later to get it. Xiao Yi took out 1,000 gold soul coins from the soul guide and gave them to the blacksmith shop owner before going home. Half a month later. Uncle Shura, are my things ready? I'm here to get them. Hey, I was just talking about you, and you came right after I finished talking. These are your things. Xiao Yi took a look and saw 4 iron men neatly placed against the wall, each of them was very substantial. Xiao Yi picked up the 200 kilograms Iron Man and tried to swing it. He felt that the weight was just right. He nodded with satisfaction and put the Iron Man into the soul guide. Then Uncle Shura, I'll take it and leave first. After Xiao Yi finished speaking, he went home to practice. Let's start with not wielding 500 kilograms with a martial spirit on your back. Xiao Yi took out a 500-pound Iron Man from the soul guide, then put away his martial soul and started swinging the Iron Man. Just like this a month passed, 2 hours of training every day allowed him to easily swing the 500 Jin Iron Man when he was not carrying the martial spirit. The next stage was to carry the martial spirit and swing the 800 Jin Iron Man flexibly. In the blink of an eye, it was the start of the school year. He first went to school to apply for a day student certificate and practiced his soul power at home, because he didn't want his practice rhythm to be disrupted. Half year later. I'm level 20 now, time to go find Uncle Zhang, Xiao Yi thought to himself. Ever since he went to school to study as a day student, he found that he had more time to practice without the trivial matters of school. Now he can swing a 1,000 Jin Iron Man when he carries his martial spirit, and he can easily swing a 1,500 Jin Iron Man when he doesn't carry his martial spirit. Soon Xiao Yi arrived at Uncle Zhang's house. Xiao Yi, you're here, you've broken through to level 20, right? Normally, you wouldn't come to see me, but your martial soul is really powerful. If you hadn't told me your cultivation level, I wouldn't have known you were at level. Zhang Ping joked as he watched Xiao Yi coming to see him. By the way, I don't know what kind of opportunity Zhang Ping got this year, maybe it was a medicinal herb. Or he got a suitable soul bone and reached the Soul Emperor level. When he helped Xiao Yi get his first soul ring, he was level 58 and now he is level 62. In this era, he can protect himself. Well, I plan to go to the academy to ask for a leave and then obtain the second spirit ring. Okay, go ahead, I'll be waiting for you at home. Xiao Yi went to school and said that he wanted to take a few days off to obtain the spirit ring, and the principal approved it without hesitation. What a terrifying talent. He has reached level 20 at the age of 7.5. Xiao Yi was about to go out after getting the leave application when the master happened to go talk to the principal. He also heard the news that Xiao Yi had broken through to level 20 and pushed the door open. 7.5 years old Great Spirit Master. Are you sure you don't want to be my disciple? I can use my theory to train you into a title DOLOU. Master, can you let me go first? Xiao Yi was speechless. How could there be such a person who would want to take someone as his disciple when he sees someone with good talent? Sorry, I'm too excited. Have you decided which soul beast you want to hunt? I've studied your martial soul this year, and I recommend the Earth Bear, Earth Dragon Porcupine, and King Kong Tiger. The master introduced them to Xiao Yi with enthusiasm. I have my own ideas, master, you don't have to worry about them, Xiao Yi said to the master with a cold expression. The master's expression changed and he was no longer as enthusiastic as before. Damn it! Why are both of them mutated martial spirits? His mutated spirit is so good, but mine is just a pig, this is not fair. Wait. I will definitely use my wisdom and theory to prove that I am not a waste. The master thought unbalancedly that he always felt that he was dragged down by his martial soul, not knowing that it was his own waste that caused his martial soul to mutate. After arguing with the master, Xiao Yi left the school and went straight to Uncle Zhang's house. Uncle Zhang, I've asked for leave, we can leave tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. Okay, got it, prepare the things you need for soul hunting, we'll set off the day after tomorrow. Chapter 6. On the way, Xiao Yi sighed in his heart. It's been almost 2 years since I last came here, time flies. Xiao Yi, have you decided what kind of soul ring you want this time? Uncle Zhang asked Xiao Yi, who was silent. Because of the characteristics of my martial soul, I should be able to withstand spirit rings under 2,000 years old. I plan to get a powerful King Kong Bear, King Kong Tiger. Unicorn fire Tyrannosaurus rex and the like that are under 2,000 years old. Xiao Yi answered. Then we have to go to the depths of the forest and take a look. This time you must remember not to leave the 10 meters around me. Uncle Zhang warned him seriously when he saw that he wanted a spirit ring of about 2,000 years. In fact, with Uncle Zhang's strength, there is no danger at all in the soul-hunting forest, but Xiao Yi's level is too low, and even if he has some tricks, it will not be of much use when facing the 1,000-year soul beast. Don't worry, Uncle Zhang, I have a plan in mind, you don't have to worry about me. When Uncle Zhang heard Xiao Yi say this, he felt relieved and took Xiao Yi into the forest. Although it was not the first time that Xiao Yi entered the soul-hunting forest, he was still shocked by the trees that blocked out the sun when he entered the forest again. There was no way. The trees in his previous life were not so tall. He started out happy in this life, but later his parents died. Ever since he awakened his martial soul, he has been immersed in cultivation. A day passed quickly, and they gained nothing, so they set up tent in an open area to rest, hoping that they would be luckier in the next few days and obtain the spirit ring as soon as possible. But they returned empty-handed for the next few days until the 7th night. On the 7th night, they were chatting by the river when suddenly a roar came from not far away. Roar! Xiao Yi, go take a look, it looks like some soul beasts are fighting. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yi hurriedly followed Uncle Zhang. After walking for about quarter of an hour, they found a King Kong tiger and a Tyrannosaurus rex. Xiao Yi, these two soul beasts are 1,800 years old, they seem to be fighting for something, take a look and see which one you want, when they have no strength left to fight, we can go up and take them. Uncle Zhang, I want that Tyrannosaurus, as for why they fought, it was probably because the Tyrannosaurus took advantage of the King Kong tiger's absence and ate his cubs. The Earth Tyrannosaurus? Wouldn't it be a bit dangerous? After all, his bloodline is too high, I still prefer the King Kong tiger. Uncle Zhang listened to Xiao Yi's words and looked at him with a worried look. On the path of cultivation, I have to fight against the heavens, the earth and people, if I don't even believe in myself, there is no need for me to cultivate, Xiao Yi answered firmly. Xiao Yi really likes this Earth Tyrannosaurus. It is almost the most suitable soul beast for him in this forest in Douluo Continent, any soul beast related to dragons has a high bloodline. No matter which world. Dragons are the top animals. Although this Earth Tyrannosaurus is a little dangerous to him, he is confident that he can survive it. Uncle Zhang looked at Xiao Yi's determined look and said helplessly, okay, since you are confident, I won't persuade you, if you can't absorb it, I will interrupt you. An hour later, King Kong tiger was beaten to a pulp by the Earth Tyrannosaurus. Uncle Zhang stepped forward and stabbed the Earth Tyrannosaurus in the neck. Then he shouted to Xiao Yi, come and kill it, it can't hold on any longer. Xiao Yi stepped forward, released his martial spirit and smashed it towards the wound of the Earth Tyrannosaurus. The Xuanzhong ruler now weighed 5,000 kilograms. Plus the strength he had gained from previous training had reached kilograms naturally, the Earth Tyrannosaurus could not support it. After the Earth Tyrannosaurus died, a purple soul ring slowly rose. Uncle Zhang looked at the soul ring and said to Xiao Yi, are you really sure you want to absorb this soul ring? Uncle Zhang, you don't need to persuade me, I have made up my mind, Xiao Yi said to Zhang Ping with a firm expression. Okay, then you absorb it, and I'll help you protect you, if you succeed, you will create a record in the world of soul masters. Zhang Ping saw that Xiao Yi had decided to absorb this soul ring no matter how he persuaded him, so he didn't say much, but his face was still worried. Then Xiao Yi sat down cross-legged and slowly absorbed the soul ring. As soon as the soul ring entered his body, he felt a huge pressure. This force burned his meridians and internal organs. He knew that this soul power was ruthless, so he gritted his teeth and held on. Starting to fight against the huge soul power. After an unknown amount of time, he felt the huge pressure slowly recede, and he knew he was going to succeed. In the outside world, Xiao Yi just absorbed the soul ring and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Zhang Ping looked at the blood at the corner of Xiao Yi's mouth and couldn't stop worrying. If I had known, I wouldn't have let Xiao Yi show off his strength, he almost collapsed right after absorbing the spirit ring, well, let's wait and see for a while, if it doesn't work, then interrupt him from absorbing the spirit ring. After an hour, Zhang Ping saw that Xiao Yi's condition had gradually stabilized and he put his worries aside. It looks like everything is fine, the condition has stabilized, the rest will be left to time. The next morning. Xiao Yi slowly opened his eyes and found that it was already dawn. Looking at Uncle Zhang beside him, he asked, Uncle Zhang, how long did it take me to absorb the spirit ring? You made me worried for a while, did you know that you almost couldn't hold on while absorbing the spirit ring this time? I almost interrupted you, fortunately, you withstood the pressure, otherwise I wouldn't be able to explain to others. Uncle Zhang, I really didn't know that absorbing the spirit ring this time was so dangerous, it gives me the feeling of a 5,000-year-old spirit beast. You know it too, kid, after all, he is a dragon, the bloodline level is much higher than that of the King Kong tiger, of course it is difficult to absorb. Well, tell me what you have gained this time. Zhang Ping looked at Xiao Yi's careless look and said unhappily. This time after absorbing the soul ring. My Xuanzhong ruler increased by 500 kilograms. My soul power is about level 24, and the total including the increased soul power is 700 kilograms. Now it is estimated to be 2,000 kilograms. As for the soul skill, it increases the speed and attack power by 120, and increases the recovery speed of soul power. I call it the body of the earth, Xiao Yi returned. You are really a freak, you can carry such heavy things every day and still move freely, and your soul skill is also top-notch, Uncle Zhang teased. In fact, I can adjust the weight on my body by myself, I will add weight every once in a while. So that's how it is, I thought you had to carry more than 1,000 pounds every day. By the way, you have now obtained your second soul ring, and it is a 1,000-year-old one. Don't go to the Spirit Hall to update your Soul Master information and receive subsidies in the future, otherwise the Spirit Hall will definitely find ways to get the secret of your leapfrog absorption. Zhang Ping instructed Xiao Yi. In fact, even if Zhang Ping didn't say it, Xiao Yi wouldn't have updated it. It's just too amazing. They can get away with it if it's full innate soul power. But if it's absorbed beyond the level, they have to think about how to deal with it. The first reaction is to kill it. After all, it's not good for the people below to offend a genius outside. Then they came out of the forest and went home. Chapter 7. In the principal's room at Nottingham College. What? You're graduating? The person who spoke was the dean of Nottingham College, who was in his 40s and whose martial spirit was a whip. I had some friendship with the master back then, so I took him in when he was desperate. Yes, principal, I am already level 26 now, there is nothing more to learn if I stay in school. Xiao Yi is already 10 years old this year, and his height has reached 29 meters. His white hair and angular face make him look unapproachable. 2 years ago, Uncle Zhang took him to obtain the spirit ring and left. Before leaving, he asked if he was a member of the Pei clan, but Uncle Zhang did not tell him. Before leaving, he only said that he would know when he had the chance. Because the Xuanzhong ruler can also conceal his aura cultivation, Xiao Yi is actually level 25 now, and the Xuanzhong ruler has reached kilograms, but no one knows about it if he doesn't say it. He usually appears to be around level. Since he obtained the second spirit ring, he listened to Uncle Zhang and never went to the Wuhuan Hall to collect the spirit master subsidy. He hadn't been idle for the past 2 years. After obtaining his second spirit ring, he also changed the Iron Man he had been training with. Now he could easily swing the 1800 gene Iron Man with the Xuanzhong ruler on his back. And the explosive step and 8 extreme collapse that he had perfected over the past 4 years no longer had such serious side effects. In the past 2 years, the master always came to him from time to time, wanting to take him as a disciple in a very subtle way, but was always rejected by Xiao Yi, which was very embarrassing. Well, a true dragon can't be raised in shallow water, young man, you better go out and see more. After saying that, the dean took out a pen and paper, quickly wrote a few words, stamped it and wrote a graduation certificate. Xiao Yi took the graduation certificate and left the school. Hey, they finally came out. According to the time calculation, Tang San will soon awaken his martial spirit, if we can avoid contact, we should avoid contact. After all, their family is a nest of trouble. Of course, if they provoke me, don't blame me for showing no mercy. The master also came in at this time. Xiao Yi, if you have nowhere to go after graduation, you can go to Soto City in the Barak Kingdom, my friend has opened an academy called Shrek there. There are 3 soul saints and 4 soul emperors, and the faculty is very strong. I might go there to teach in the future. The master said to Xiao Yi. Well, master, I'll consider it. Xiao Yi of course knew about Shrek Academy, which was located in a small village in Soto City. Before the age of 13, one had to reach level 20 spirit power, and before the age of 20, one had to break through to level 14. That is to say, the innate spirit power had to be at least level 7, and the spirit rings had to be optimally configured. It had been running for 20 years and had enrolled 62 students, of which only 48 graduated. The school motto was, if you don't dare to cause trouble, you are a mediocre person. What? If you ask him where the students who didn't graduate went, of course they died while hunting for spirit rings, or they caused trouble and were killed by someone who hated them. I don't know how Shrek Academy guides its students. Those with innate soul power above level 7 are very popular no matter where they are. Soul saints and soul emperors help students hunt for soul rings of the third, fourth, and thousands of years, and still let the students die. They are really useless. Even after 10,000 years, there are still frequent accidents when there are super douluos leading the team. Besides, the current Shrek Academy is very poor. It has no resources or simulated environment, and the training is just thrown into the fighting arena. Anyway, Xiao Yi has no plan to go to Shrek Academy. There is no other reason. There is nothing. The only thing is that there is no trouble at the moment. However, in a few years, both the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect and Tang San will gather there. Xiao Yi does not want to get into trouble. It does not matter who is unified or not. He just wants to practice quickly and protect himself. Xiao Yi thought to himself as he walked on the road. Xiao Yi returned home quickly. He went to pay his respects to his mother and then began to think about the plan. Xiao Yi planned to cultivate to level 30 at home and then go to the Xingdou Great Forest to train for a while before traveling around the continent. Because he was too young now, any force that saw such a young soul master would try every means to recruit him. However, the major forces were not easy to deal with. Maybe he would be assassinated by another force after joining this force today, or abandoned after squeezing out his value. 3 months later. Pop. A soft sound represented that Xiao Yi had broken through to level 30. I'm already level 30, it's time to go to the Star Do Great Forest to get spirit rings. He packed his bags, locked the door and walked towards the carriage. Before leaving, he looked back a few times because he knew that this time he might not come back for a long time. When he arrived at the carriage shop, he took out his soul coins, rented a carriage, and headed towards the Star Do Great Forest. The Star Do Great Forest is located in the Douluo Continent, spanning the Tiandou Empire and the Xinglua Empire, with 2/5 of its area in the Tiandou Empire and 3/5 in the Xinglua Empire. The Soul Master World calls the Xingdou Great Forest the cradle of soul beasts. It has almost the most complete soul beasts in the world. There are even 100,000-year-old soul beasts in the depths of the forest. The 100,000-year-old soul beasts recorded in the Spirit Hall are the Azure Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape, but Xiao Yi knows that the two of them are just gatekeepers. In the deepest part, there are creatures sleeping that are over 300,000 years old, such as Emperor Tian and the Bear King, and there is even the Silver Dragon King, the common lord of soul beasts. Half a month later, outside the Star Forest town. Sir, this is the Star Forest. After half a month's long journey, Xiao Yi arrived at a small town outside the Xingdou Great Forest. Perhaps he was lucky along the way as he did not encounter any robbers. Well, you go back. Xiao Yi took out a handful of gold soul coins from the soul guide, handed them to the coachman and got off the car. The town outside the Xingdou Great Forest is much larger than that outside the Soul Hunting Forest, and is also much more lively than the Soul Hunting Forest. But one is captive and the other is wild, so there is no comparison at all. The voices of soul hunting groups and vendors calling for people can be heard everywhere. This is where I will be training for the next 2 years, Xiao Yi thought to himself as he looked at the Star Do Great Forest. Xiao Yi was wearing a black robe at this time. There was no other way. There were many people in the Xingdou Great Forest. Seeing that he had such a young face and came to the Xingdou Great Forest alone, there must be no one behind him. Moreover, he was a genius, so they would definitely try to recruit him. Xiao Yi didn't want to cause trouble, so he simply wore a black robe so that people could not see his appearance clearly. Since it was already evening when he arrived at the Star Do Forest, Xiao Yi planned to find a hotel to stay the night before going in. Walking into a hotel, he found a place to sit down and greeted the waiter. "Waiter, give me a serving of greens, 2 chicken legs and a serving of rice, oh, and arrange a guest room for me." "Okay, sir, the total is 3 gold soul coins." The waiter wrote down what Xiao Yi wanted on a piece of paper and told Xiao Yi the price. Not long after, the food was served. After he finished his meal, he went to the front desk to get his room key and went upstairs to rest. Chapter 8. Before setting out, he bought poison and survival supplies. Since he was hunting soul beasts alone, he could only find a way to obtain soul rings. The Star Forest is divided into the Outer Circle, Mixed Circle, Inner Circle and Core Circle. The Outer Circle is composed of soul beasts that are 10 or 100 years old, the Mixed Circle is composed of soul beasts that are thousands or tens of thousands of years old. The Inner Circle is composed of soul beasts that are more than 50,000 years old, and the core area is guarded by the Azure Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape. Xiao Yi's target this time was soul beasts that were over 5,000 years old and under 10,000 years old, so he went straight towards the Mixed Circle. After entering the Star Do Great Forest, the soul power inside is unknown how many times higher than that outside. The 36. 000 pores all over the body are greedily absorbing the free soul power in the air. If the Star Do Great Forest was not too dangerous, practicing here would definitely be twice the result with half the effort. When he arrived at the mixed circle, Xiao Yi got nothing on the first day. Either he was too old or the fish was not suitable for his attributes, so he could only find a tree and climb up. 7 days later. Wow! Fuck, why are you still targeting me? Xiao Yi cursed loudly. Xiao Yi hadn't seen his favorite soul beast for 7 days. He had just set up the tent an hour ago when he suddenly heard a bird cry from the sky. He looked up and saw it was a golden-winged sword eagle. The moment he saw it, Xiao Yi ran away without looking back. This golden-feathered sword eagle is a soul beast of more than 7,000 years old, but its strength can beat soul beasts of 10,000 years old. It has the attribute of gold. Usually feeds on snakes and likes to catch prey, bring it to high altitudes, and then drop it to the ground for fun. At present, Xiao Yi has also been targeted by it, and it has been chasing Xiao Yi in the air. No, if I keep being chased by it like this, my physical strength will be exhausted. Not only will I not be able to hunt the soul beast, but I will be eaten by it instead. I have to think of a way to exploit its flaw and kill it. Xiao Yi thought to himself. After a while, the golden-winged sword eagle seemed to be tired of playing, so it swooped down towards Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi saw the golden-winged sword eagle swooping down and exposed his weakness. When the golden-winged sword eagle swooped down to him, he moved sideways to the right. At this critical moment, Xiao Yi hugged his neck and turned over to straddle the golden-winged sword eagle's back. The golden-winged sword eagle saw Xiao Yi dodge and flip over to jump onto his back, then quickly took off and kept flipping in the air in an attempt to throw Xiao Yi off. Xiao Yi rode motionlessly on the back of the golden-winged sword eagle, drew out the Xuanzhong ruler and slapped it on his wings again and again. Soon a scar appeared on the golden-winged sword eagle's wing, and Xiao Yi took the opportunity to spread poison on the wound. After a while, the golden-winged sword eagle ran out of strength and fell to the ground. Just before landing, the golden-winged sword eagle suddenly turned over and wanted to die together with Xiao Yi. However, Xiao Yi understood golden-winged sword eagle's idea, and jumped off his back the moment golden-winged sword eagle turned over. This fall was a heavy blow to Xiao Yi, and even though he had been carrying the Xuanzhong ruler for many years, he still felt the pain in his bones. He first steadied his body, then walked towards the golden-winged sword eagle with the Xuanzhong ruler, and smashed it on the head while the golden-winged sword eagle looked at him with resentment. After the golden-winged sword eagle died, he sat cross-legged and took a breath for a while, because an hour's pursuit and the descent from the air just now had exhausted his physical strength. After Xiao Yi adjusted his breathing, he thought it was too dangerous to absorb the spirit ring in the wild. He looked around and found a cave nearby, so he dragged the body of the golden feather sword eagle towards the cave. After entering the cave, he threw the corpse on the ground and sat cross-legged to absorb the soul ring. When the soul ring entered his body, more turbulent soul power rushed into his body than last time. His meridians and internal organs were hurt by the impact of this soul power, but he endured the pain with his strong willpower. Early the next morning, after absorbing the soul ring, Xiao Yi reached level 33. And the weight of the Xuanzhong ruler reached 3,200 kilograms. His soul skill was to split the Xuanzhong ruler into 8 parts and attack the enemy from 8 directions, and this soul skill was called Jinyu Ba Fong by Xiao Yi. At this moment, Xiao Yi felt an itch on his back, followed by a sharp pain in his body. Shoo! There was a sound of cloth tearing, and at the same time, a pair of 2-meter wings grew out from his back. When the wings first appeared, they were covered with white bones, and then golden feathers emitting cold light grew out from the bone wings. What is this? An external soul bone. Xiao Yi thought to himself. The soul bones in the Soul Master world are divided into 6 parts, namely the skull, left arm bone, right arm bone, left leg bone, right leg bone, and torso bone. The external soul bone is the most special soul bone, because it does not occupy any soul bone position, and its lifespan can increase with the growth of the Soul Master. If the probability of a low-level soul beast exploding soul bones is 1 in 1,000, the probability of an external soul bone exploding is 1 in 10,000. Looking at this era, there are only 2 people who have external soul bones, one of whom is the current Pope Bibi Dong, and the other is Tang San a few years later. Someone once released a list of Soul Master's dreams. The first place was a 100,000-year soul ring and soul bone, and the second place was an external soul bone. External soul bones require time to blend in. If they are not fully integrated with the soul, you can kill the enemy and make the external soul bone explode. However, if they are fully integrated, they will not explode no matter what. Xiao Yi's external soul bone has 2 skills. One is the sword energy Hongyu, which means Xiao Yi can use feathers as swords as a means of attack. The second skill is to increase his overall attributes by 150. The wings can fly anyway, so they don't need to occupy a grid. Xiao Yi tried to fly with his wings. And his wings shook slightly. Since it was his first time flying, he was a little unexperienced, and came down after flying for a while. Not bad, 2000 meters per minute is quite fast, Xiao Yi commented after experiencing the speed. As everyone knows, in Douluo Continent, only titled Douluo or flying soul masters who have reached soul sage level and activated their martial soul to fly. Now that Xiao Yi has an external soul bone, he can run away when he encounters someone he cannot defeat. However, Xiao Yi still needs to rely on time to integrate, otherwise it would be bad if others knew that he had an external soul bone. Then Xiao Yi tried 2 more skills. How should I put it? The first skill created a big pit in front of him that was 5 or 6 meters deep and 3 or 4 meters wide. TSK, this power is quite great, however, it consumes a bit of soul power, about 1/10 of the soul power at a time. Xiao Yi marveled at the damage caused on the ground. As for the second skill, if you count his first 2 soul skills, he should be able to defeat soul sect members of a higher level. Soul kings may not be that powerful. But he has wings, so he can pull and attack, and even if he consumes energy, he can still drain the soul king. I've been here for a week, it's time to go out and rest and buy some supplies. I'm going to train here for the next few years. Chapter 9. It was already afternoon when he came out of the forest. He planned to rest in the town, buy some things and then go into the forest again. After entering the hotel, he went to the front desk, ordered some food and a room, and then found a seat to sit down. It turns out that where there are people, there is gossip. The restaurant was very noisy at this time. After Xiao Yi sat down, he could hear the conversation at the next table. At the next table were a few middle-aged people who seemed to be members of the soul hunting group, but I didn't know which group they were from. They were chatting about some interesting things that happened in the forest. Have you heard? A while ago, a strong soul power fluctuation was heard from the interior of the forest. It seemed that there was a battle between a strong man and a 100,000-year soul beast. Yes, it seems that the Pope of the Spirit Hall came to hunt soul beasts. At that time, the soul beasts in the forest fled everywhere, and many people lost their lives because of this. This time seems to be when Xiao Wu's mother was sacrificed to Bibi Dong. Xiao Yi was thinking in his mind while listening to their conversation. Not long after, Xiao Yi's meal was served. He quickly finished the meal on the table and went upstairs. Should I join a soul hunting group or train on my own? Xiao Yi thought to himself while lying on the bed. The most dangerous thing in the star forest is not the soul beasts, but the human heart. The soul hunting groups that are put together temporarily always kill people for treasures because of the soul bones or because they see that the employer is rich. They are very unreliable. However, if you join a soul hunting group that often works together, your safety will be guaranteed. If a person is in the Star Do Great Forest, he will be targeted by some teams that specialize in killing and robbing, and he may die accidentally. Let's find a reliable soul hunting group. Xiao Yi came here to gain experience, not to die. It is true that it would be much more convenient to act alone. But no one can tell when another soul beast will pop up while he is fighting with a soul beast. It would be better for him to join a reliable soul hunting group. Besides, his wallet is not enough. Joining a soul hunting group can not only achieve the effect of training, but also enrich his wallet. Why not do it? As he was thinking, Xiao Yi fell asleep. During the past few days in the Star Do Great Forest, he had to concentrate highly every day, which made him exhausted. The next morning, he walked towards where the soul hunting group was concentrated. The Tiger Soul Hunting Group is in need of a strong attacking soul master above level 40. The Giant Bear Soul Hunting Group is in need of an auxiliary soul master. When he arrived at the soul hunting group's base, Xiao Yi heard that many soul hunting groups were short of people, but they were all temporary. However, he had no plans to join these soul hunting groups. The makeshift soul hunting group is the most unreliable. They might backstab you at any time when you are least prepared. It was afternoon, and the previous soul hunting groups had already formed teams and went to the forest when Xiao Yi was at a loss. Several familiar figures came. When he looked closer, he found that it was the soul hunting group that sat next to him yesterday. There were 4 men and 1 woman who came, all of whom had soul powers above level 50. When they saw Xiao Yi here alone, the woman among them spoke. "Hello, are you looking for a spirit ring?" The woman had a pair of willow-shaped eyebrows, big eyes and charming red lips, exuding a charming aura. The woman asked Xiao Yi kindly with a smile on her face. "I'm not here to find a soul hunting group to hunt soul beasts. I want to join a soul hunting group, but I've been looking for almost a day, and either the group is unsuitable or it's just a temporary one, Xiao Yi replied. So that's how it is, we just happen to be short of a strong attacking soul master, would you consider joining our soul hunting group? The woman heard that Xiao Yi wanted to join a soul hunting group and asked Xiao Yi. So what do you want? We need a soul master above level 40, by the way, what's your name? Soul hunting is very dangerous, you don't look very old, wouldn't your family be worried if they knew that you're out hunting souls? The woman looked at Xiao Yi, who seemed to be quite young, and asked him. My name is Yi Xiao, I'm 15 years old, I just obtained a spirit ring a few days ago, now I'm a level 32 spirit master, in terms of combat power, I can be used as a spirit master, as for my family, they don't have to worry because I'm an orphan. Xiao Yi made up a fake name and lied about his age, then told them about his situation. When the woman heard about Xiao Yi's situation, she was stunned for a moment, and then she thought to herself, this child is also a miserable person. Then he said, I need to ask them something, wait for me. The woman then walked towards the men and began whispering. After a while, they seemed to have finished talking. One of the men came out and said to Xiao Yi. My name is Mu Yun, and my soul power is level 58, you said you have the strength of a soul sect, so I will suppress my soul power to the soul sect level, and you just need to hold out for 100 moves in my hands. After introducing himself, the man put forward his request to Xiao Yi. In DOLOU, soul masters have serious inherent ideas, the most obvious of which is soul rings. Every time a soul ring is absorbed, the physical fitness and soul power strength will be greatly improved. Even if one does not use all his strength to suppress the realm, the combat experience and physical strength will be stronger than those at a lower realm. Of course, there are also geniuses who can defeat the strong with those who are 1 to 2 major levels lower. Mu Yun first suppressed his realm and then showed his martial spirit. Mu Yun's martial soul is a halberd, which is a high-level martial soul. Seeing this, Xiao Yi also drew out his martial spirit and prepared for battle. Mu Yun was also surprised to see Xiao Yi pull out the martial spirit from his back, but he didn't ask, after all, everyone has secrets. After the fight, Xiao Yi felt a huge force coming from his hands. It seems that what I thought was right, I can now defeat the Soul Sect, but the Soul King still has to struggle, Xiao Yi thought to himself. Soon after 100 moves, Mu Yun became more and more frightened. At the beginning, he used level 40 soul power, but now he has used level 48 soul power. He is indeed a monster, this kid wants it. Thinking of this, Mu Yun used his level 50 soul power and swung his halberd, splitting Xiao Yi in half. Xiao Yi was split unexpectedly, and he immediately used the force to steady his body and landed steadily. Okay, now you've passed, let me introduce them to you, Mu Yun said to Xiao Yi. Then Mu Yun took Xiao Yi and introduced his future teammates to him one by one. The first middle-aged man with a scar on his face is called Wang Liang. His martial soul is the Earth Violent Bear. He is a defensive soul master with a soul power of level 56. His soul rings are white, yellow, purple and black. Because he was a civilian in the early days, he could only use 10-year soul rings. The second man with a sullen face was called Li Kai, with a soul power of level 57, a martial soul of the Silver Wolf, and an agile attack-type soul master. The third thin man is named Wu Xian, an auxiliary soul master with soul power level 49. The last one is the woman, Mu Yun's lover, named Ying Luo. Her martial soul is Peach. She is a food-type soul master and her soul power is level 52. After Xiao Yi understood the situation, he became familiar with them. Chapter 10. Time flies, and a year has passed in the blink of an eye. Xiao Yi is now 12 years old and has been training in the soul hunting group for a year. During this year, Mu Yun and the others took good care of him, because in the beginning, Mu Yun taught him little by little about the things that Xiao Yi didn't understand. There were several crises during this period, but thanks to the coordination among them, they were not serious. Facts have proved that experience is useful and can truly develop one's talents. Later, thanks to these crises, Xiao Yi's soul power reached level 36, and he developed his own fighting style, and his strength officially reached the Soul King level. The fighting style developed by Xiao Yi was of a bold and aggressive type. He combined his soul skills with the explosive steps he developed to create a move that could be used for both offense and defense. His external soul bone was also exposed, and it was that life and death crisis that caused the golden feather sword wings to be completely integrated. It was a time when a soul hunter exploded with soul bones. When the boss absorbed the soul ring, they felt a strange fluctuation. They searched through the soul beast's corpse and found a 10,000-year-old left arm bone. They happened to be encountered by another soul hunting group. The opposing soul hunting group saw that they were stronger than Xiao Yi, so they decided to kill him and steal the treasure. However, they did not expect that Xiao Yi was so powerful that he was hiding his true strength. He fought back and forth with one of the Soul Kings. Seeing that he could not defeat him for the time being, the Soul King became more and more anxious, and was finally seized by Xiao Yi and killed. As for the result afterwards, it was touching the corpse. I have to say, the ancients were right about winning the gold belt for murder and arson. Afterwards, he expressed his feelings to them. After dividing the spoils equally, the employer had absorbed the soul ring. Xiao Yi and the others did not give the soul bones to the employer, but kept them for themselves and planned to sell them. After the employer absorbed the soul ring, he looked around and found corpses all over the ground. He knew in his heart that he was able to absorb the soul ring safely thanks to Xiao Yi and the others, and then he took out 600,000 gold soul coins to give them as a reward. As for the soul bones, they were taken to the auction house and sold for 8 million, which was divided equally among the 6 people. And it was at that time that his external soul bone was completely integrated, and he no longer had to worry about being taken away by others. In short, Xiao Yi gained a lot in this year. He also recognized the people in the soul hunting group and no longer had any guard against them. Xiao, what are you thinking about? A voice came while Xiao Yi was sorting out his harvest of the year. It turned out to be Mu Yun. Seeing Xiao Yi standing there in a daze, wondering what he was thinking about, he asked Xiao Yi. "Ah, brother Mu Yun, I'm sorting out this year's harvest," Xiao Yi replied. As time passed, Xiao Yi also learned about their situation. They are all poor people. Captain Mu Yun was originally a genius in an orphanage in Soto City. When he awakened his martial soul, his innate soul power was at level 8. Xian Xuanzhi was in power at that time, and he probably felt that the innate soul power of level 8 was not good enough for him, so he ignored him. Later, when he entered the school, he was noticed by a noble son, who wanted to take him as his subordinate, but Mu Yun was a genius after all, so he naturally refused. Later, it seemed that the noble family was messed up by someone, and his family was destroyed. Mu Yun's lover is an orphan, but she has a strong character since childhood. The reason they fell in love was because when they were hunting soul rings, the soul master who accompanied her in hunting soul rings was attracted to her and wanted to force her to do something dirty. But he happened to see it, and then Mu Yun took action, and slowly they fell in love. Li Kai's family offended Blue Lightning and was destroyed, leaving only a few cats and dogs. Since the other family was very large, he knew he did not have the strength to take revenge. Because of this incident, he did not say much and could only hold back the hatred in his heart. As for Wang Liang, he was a civilian in his early years. Because his spirit was a bear, he had a carefree personality. He was also friends with Zhao Wuji in his early years. He had told Zhao Wuji several times not to cause trouble, but Zhao Wuji didn't take it seriously. However, Zhao Wuji later offended the spirit hall and was hunted down. Zhao Wuji didn't look for him after that time. Until a few years ago. He met Zhao Wuji in the Star Do Great Forest when he learned that Zhao Wuji was teaching at Shrek. The two talked for a while. I don't know what they talked about, but they parted unhappily anyway. Wu Xian's situation was nothing special. It was just that his family's auxiliary effect was faintly better than the 7 Treasures Glazed Tower, and there was no limit. He was wiped out by the 7 Treasures Glazed Tower. After all, the smiling tiger Ning Fengji was a tacit fact. By the way, Xiao, didn't we find a cave last time? It just so happens that we have nothing to do recently, how about we go and take a look? When Xiao Yi heard Mu Yun mention the cave, he remembered something he had forgotten. A month ago, after Xiao Yi and his friends helped their employer hunt for spirit rings, they discovered a cave that seemed to have been inhabited before. It looked like no one had lived there for a long time. At that time, because it was a 25,000-year-old spirit beast, the people were exhausted. They thought about coming back to see it later, so they simply memorized the location of the cave and came back later. It happened that there was no business during this period, so they might as well go and take a look. Okay, let's go ahead, it won't take much effort anyway. Then Mu Yun called his teammates and walked towards the previous cave. An hour later, Xiao Yi arrived at the entrance of the cave. Everyone, don't go in yet, there might be some danger. I have to say that Mu Yun is quite responsible as a captain. He is never stingy with benefits and is always the first to go to danger. After Mu Yun finished speaking, he walked into the cave. After a while, Mu Yun's voice was heard from the cave. Okay, come in, there's no danger in there. After hearing this, everyone entered the cave one by one. The space inside the cave is very large, and you can see daily necessities such as stone beds. Perhaps because no one has lived here for a long time, there is no breath of life. There are also 2 skeletons in the corner of the cave. When everyone saw the bones, they discovered that one was lying down and the other was sitting. It seems that the owner of this cave was being hunted by his enemies, and he managed to kill them at the last moment. However, he was powerless after the counterattack and died here. Mu Yun analyzed while looking at the corpse. Captain, look, there is a soul guide on this skeleton, there must be something inside. The person who spoke was Wang Liang. He picked up the ring on by Gu's hand and handed it to Mu Yun and said. Mu Yun picked up the soul guide and used his soul power to probe into the interior of the soul guide. The space inside the soul guide is very large, about 200 cubic meters, and it contains 5 soul bones, several medicinal herbs, a mask, a letter and countless gold soul coins, roughly estimated to be several million. After Mu Yun finished reading the soul guide, he explained what was inside to several people, and then told them not to be anxious and to wait until they read the contents of the letter before deciding how to divide it. Then Mu Yun took out the envelope, opened it and saw the letter inside. Chapter 11. Mu Yun opened the envelope and read to everyone. My dear, when you see this letter, I may have become a pile of bones. My name is Li, I was originally a casual cultivator. In my early years, I had conflicts with my family members due to some opportunities. Later, my family was wiped out by the other family and I hid in the mainland. Finally, I came to live in the Xingdou Great Forest after I achieved success in the Xingdou Great Forest. I went out to seek revenge. After taking revenge, I returned to the Xingdou Great Forest. Unfortunately, man proposes, God disposes. After taking revenge, I don't know who leaked the fact that I had treasures and was found here. When I used all my strength to kill the last person, I was exhausted. I can only write this letter and wait for my dear. If you see this letter, you don't have to do anything, just bury my body properly. Ring there is a 30,000-year-old head soul bone, a 40,000-year-old right arm bone, 2 30,000-year-old right leg bones, and a 37,000-year-old torso bone. They are all spoils of war when I was hunted down. As for the mask, it is a mask I got when I was hunted down on the mainland. It is called Thousand Illusions and Changes. It can change a person's appearance and disguise one's martial soul and soul power level. Soul powers below level 99 cannot be seen through. The medicinal herbs inside are what I found in the Xingdou Great Forest these years. If taken, it can increase soul power by 1 or 2 levels. The ring is a soul guide that can store living things and change the color of the soul ring. If you see my letter, help me find a place to bury the body. The things in the ring will be regarded as a reward. There was no further text after this, and everyone sighed after hearing it. Alas, these families and nobles are really hateful, they always rob and plunder. What's the point of saying all this? Even if you are talented, you can't compare to someone with a family. Although strength is respected in this world, you still need a background to go out. After everyone finished complaining, they found a beautiful place, dug a hole and buried him. After the burial, they began to distribute the items. Inside the ring is a head soul bone, a right arm bone, 2 right leg bones and a torso bone. The right leg bone is a speed type, the right arm bone is a strength type, the head soul bone is a spiritual soul bone, and the torso bone is a defense type. You can decide how to distribute them. Mu Yun said to everyone. I want the mask and the ring. You can divide the remaining soul bones and medicinal herbs. As for the gold soul coins, we'll split them equally. The speaker was Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi felt that the mask was of great use to him. In the future, when he traveled around the continent and did things that were inconvenient to do with his real appearance, he could change his body shape and level to do them. Even if he got into trouble, no one would be able to find his real body. Xiao, are you sure? I'm sure. After all, I'm only level 36 now. I have many opportunities to absorb spirit rings. I don't need this spirit bone. Besides, if I absorb this spirit bone now, I won't be able to exchange it if I encounter a suitable one in the future. When Mu Yun heard Xiao Yi's words, he understood what he was thinking. Without saying anything else, he turned around and looked at the 4 people except Xiao Yi. I want a right leg bone. Mu Yun, you take the right arm soul bone. The spiritual skull will be given to Wu Xian. Wang Liang will give him the torso bone, and Li Kai will give him the right leg bone. The person who said this was Ying Luo. As Mu Yun's lover, he saw Mu Yun's dilemma and did not want everyone to suffer, so he distributed the soul bones for Mu Yun. Mu Yun looked at everyone and saw that they did not seem unhappy at all. He looked at Xiao Yi again, and seeing that he had no reaction, he distributed the soul bones to everyone. After distributing the soul bones, medicinal herbs and soul coins, Mu Yun handed the ring and mask to Xiao Yi, and they sat down and began to absorb. 3 hours later Mu Yun woke up. It must be said that Ying Luo had a good vision and could analyze the characteristics of almost everyone. Then the others woke up one by one. They exchanged some thoughts about their soul power levels and returned to their base. The first thing they gained in the cave this time was that everyone except Xiao Yi got a soul bone. Second, except Wu Xian who was level 54 and Xiao Yi, everyone else broke through to the Soul Emperor level. The soul coins were 500,000 per person. After going back to hunt souls, the strength of the entire team would be greatly enhanced. However, Xiao Yi felt that a soul bone was not a loss at all compared to the mask. By the way, Wu Xian's soul ring was obtained half a year after Xiao Yi came. The soul ring is a 10,000-year-old black tortoise, and its sole skill is to amplify defense. 1 year later. Another year has passed. Xiao Yi is now almost 13 years old. He is 38 meters tall and his soul power has reached level. After returning from the cave, they spent 2 months hunting souls. Because the 6th soul ring is years old. It took a lot of time to find it. After all, not everyone can directly meet the right soul beast. First, Mu Yun reached level 67. Due to some injuries he suffered in his early years, he was stuck for a long time between level 59 and level 60. However, after absorbing the soul bones, it was no longer a big deal. With the help of soul rings, medicinal materials and soul bones, he broke through to level 64 in one fell swoop. Wang Liang's level is 64. His spirit ring is a Vajra bear's spirit ring, and a piece of his left arm bone also exploded. Ying Luo is level 63. Because she is a food-type soul master, it is more difficult to train. Her soul ring is a 20,000-year-old ghost leopard. The effect of her soul skill is to increase speed. Li Kai's soul ring is a silver moon wolf. And his soul skill is to summon a moon with a diameter of 50 meters to fall from the sky. The effect of this soul skill is very strong, and it can create a 20-meter-long pit. As for the explosion of a piece of left leg bone, his soul power has reached level 65, making him the first person under Mu Yun. Xiao Yi felt that he had experienced enough, so he found Mu Yun and told him that he was leaving. Brother Mu, I plan to leave. I originally planned to train for 2 years to develop my own fighting style and make some money. Now that my goal has been achieved, I plan to find a place to practice. Mu Yun was not surprised when he heard this. After all, no one would keep hunting souls. In the past 2 years, Mu Yun and his friends have helped Xiao Yi a lot, and they still have feelings for each other after 2 years of getting along. Xiao Yi thinks that if they create a power in the future, they can get together again. In fact, even if you didn't say it, we were planning to disband. Now we are all soul emperors, and we can make a living anywhere, plus, we have some money, so we plan to start our own business in Soto City. Mu Yun said to Xiao Yi. However, with your age and talent, you still need to go to school. It is better to go to Qiando Royal Academy. With your talent and age, they will make an exception even if they only accept nobles. After returning from the cave, Xiao Yi took the initiative to reveal his age and name. Mu Yun and the others didn't say anything about it. It was normal to be careful when going out. Xiao Yi felt that it was necessary to join the academy. After all, one person did not have so many resources, and Dugu Yen was also there now. If he wanted to obtain the treasure of the Yin Yang Eyes of Ice and Fire, he had to go through Dugu Yen. The two chatted for a long time, and in the evening Xiao Yi walked out of Mu Yun's residence. The next day, Xiao Yi packed his bags and left. Chapter 12. After Xiao Yi separated from Mu Yun and the others, he thought about going home to pay homage to his mother. After all, 2 years had passed. Half a month later, Xiao Yi returned to his home in Nodding City and tidied it up. After all, he had not been home for 2 years and the house was covered with dust. It was already evening when he finished tidying up. After solving his food problem, he thought about worshipping his mother tomorrow. Early the next morning, Xiao Yi came to his mother's tombstone. He spent some time clearing the weeds and told his mother about his experiences over the past 2 years. It was already afternoon after the worship, and Xiao Yi returned home. He planned to rest at home for half a month before going to Qiando City. Half a month later, Xiao Yi finished his rest and embarked on the journey to Qiando City. The journey to Qiando City was very uneasy. He was intercepted several times, which made him very annoyed. So in a fit of rage, he destroyed several bandit dens in the mountains. After destroying several bandit dens, his wallet became fatter. Due to bandits, they had to change carriages several times on the way, and it took 2 months to reach Qiando City. 2 months later. Qiando City is one of the 2 largest and most prosperous cities in Douluo Continent. Its walls are hundreds of meters high and are all made of the hardest granite. There are a large number of patrol teams passing by the city from time to time. Each of them is fully armed, wearing silver full-body armor and holding sharp spears. From the murderous aura they exude, you can see how tough they are. The tall city gate was 10 meters high, and the width of both sides was also 10 meters, wide enough for 6 horses to ride side by side. There was also a huge sign above the main gate, with 3 large characters. Tiandou City, written on it in a dragon-like and phoenix-like font. There were also 2 secondary gates next to the main gate, each of which was 5 meters high and wide. However, at this moment, the main gate in the middle was tightly closed, and pedestrians could only enter and exit through the secondary doors on both sides. Xiao Yi stood not far outside the city and looked at the magnificent city. This is Tiandou City, it's really magnificent, although those nobles don't have much ability, they still know how to enjoy themselves. Xiao Yi sighed in his heart. The passers-by were attracted by Xiao Yi's temperament and cast curious glances at him. Seeing Xiao Yi's white hair and cool temperament, they all wondered in their hearts who this young man was. I'm going to live here from now on, Xiao Yi said to himself. After pausing for a while at the city gate, Xiao Yi walked towards the city. The guard at the city gate looked at Xiao Yi respectfully, not daring to make things difficult for him, and quickly let him pass. Xiao Yi had a cold temperament, giving people a feeling that strangers should stay away from him. Only children of large families could have this kind of temperament, and one could not afford to offend him. The guards never thought that Xiao Yi was a commoner. After entering the city gate and walking forward for a while, we saw more and more pedestrians on both sides of the road. There were all kinds of shops around, and many of them had shop assistants shouting their wares. It was a lively scene. Xiao Yi was walking on the street, and his temperament and appearance attracted the attention of many women, and one woman after another came towards him. Xiao Yi was soon blocked by the crowd, which made him panic. Finally, the patrol team came to evacuate the crowded crowd. After the crowd dispersed, he looked up and saw the Tiandou Palace. Tiandou Palace is the most honorable place in the entire Tiandou City, and its building is also the tallest. The Tiandou Palace was built inside the Tiandou City. Its walls were built entirely of white marble. Their height was no lower than that of the Tiandou City wall. Even its gate was much more majestic and magnificent. The Tiandou Palace was like the inner city of the Tiandou City. If I remember correctly, Qian Renxue should now be the crown prince Xue Qinghe of the Tiandou Empire, Xiao Yi muttered in his heart. But it's none of my business, the most important thing now is to find a place to stay and rest, then go buy a house tomorrow. Xiao Yi found a hotel after searching for a while. It had to be said that the prices in Tiandou City were indeed expensive. A room cost 20 gold soul coins a night. 1 gold soul coin was enough for a family of 3 to spend for several months. However, Xiao Yi didn't lack this money now, so he didn't care. The next morning, after Xiao Yi got up, he started looking for a house. In the afternoon, Xiao Yi saw a house in a good location. The house originally belonged to a nobleman, but it seemed that he had made some mistakes and was liquidated by Xue Qinghe. This house was also idle. Of course, in this Tiandou city where every inch of land is worth a lot of money, Xiao Yi spent 1 million gold soul coins. After buying the house, the salesperson also told him that there would be an auction tonight and soul bones would be for sale. After tidying up the room, the auction was about to begin. The construction of the Tiandou auction house is very peculiar. It is completely round, like a half ball is attached to it. There is no sign on it, only a hammer pattern. When Xiao Yi was in the soul hunting group before, he and Mu Yun also talked about the auction house when they were chatting. When his father died, the soul bone was also sold from the auction house, because soul bones were fought over by people in the outside world. Soul bones were different from soul rings. Soul rings could only be used when upgrading, but soul bones could be absorbed as long as you had soul power. And soul bones could be inherited. As the saying goes, 1 bone can be passed down for 3 generations, and even after a person dies, the bone remains, so most soul bones appear in the auction house. Although the Spirit Hall has expressly prohibited soul masters from hunting soul beasts for soul bones on a large scale, there are still many soul masters who are confident in their own strength and take the risk. Of course, most soul masters exchange with each other, and not many will bring their souls to the auction. Xiao Yi slowly walked towards the auction house. Only when you get closer can you truly feel the scale of the circular building. According to Xiao Yi's visual estimation, the diameter of this semicircle on the ground is at least 500 meters. And the height is at least 80 meters. Although its luxury cannot be compared with that of the Imperial Palace, it should be known that this is an auction house and there is no need to build it so luxuriously. Moreover, this is the capital of the Tiandou Empire. In this place where every inch of land is valuable, an auction house of this size has a very important status, and the background of the auction house is also unfathomable. The gate of the auction house is also semicircular, and like the entire building, it is milky white. 4 tall girls are standing in front of the gate. These girls were obviously carefully selected. Not only was each of them about 175 meters tall, but they also had very well-proportioned figures. Although they were not stunningly beautiful, their beautiful looks were still very attractive. They looked no more than 20 years old. They wore floor-length skirts that even covered their arms, leaving no extra skin exposed. However, the skirts were very close-fitting, fully outlining their graceful figure curves. The snow-white dress was embroidered with silver patterns, which vaguely formed words. But Xiao Yi couldn't tell what they were. The four girls moved in unison, with their hands in front of them and smiling. Although it was a professional smile, it still made them look very appealing. Chapter 13. This is the auction house, right? I heard there is a grand auction today. The girl was a little stunned. Although she did not look down on Xiao Yi because of his age, it was the first time she had seen guests like these two. But she still said patiently. Excuse me, guest, can I ask if you have the qualification certification for bidding? Auction qualification certification. What is that? The girl smiled and said, only guests with bidding qualification certification can enter the auction site to bid. The qualification certification is divided into several different levels, and the entry threshold is 10,000 gold soul coins. In other words, you need to have proof of assets of 10,000 gold soul coins to participate in the auction. This is to prevent malicious bidding. Please forgive me, young master. After listening to this, Xiao Yi took out a black card with a balance of 100,000 yuan from his soul guide. Xiao Yi felt that it was too troublesome to pay with cash, so after buying the house today, he went to the bank and exchanged all the cash for cards. When the girl saw Xiao Yi casually take out a black card worth 100,000 gold coins, she knew that Xiao Yi was worth a lot of money, and hurriedly made a gesture of invitation. Sir, please follow me. As she spoke, she took small steps towards the auction hall. Walking into the auction house, it didn't feel magnificent. The floor was made of milky white marble, and the surrounding walls were decorated with various reliefs. The reliefs were not colorful, and looked simple, bright, and extremely elegant. In addition to the reliefs, there were some display windows built against the wall. There were some exhibits such as porcelain and armor. If Xiao Yi didn't know what this place was for, he would probably think it was a museum. The girl leading the way was very professional. She would stop every 10 steps or so, make a please gesture, and accurately point the way. She led Xiao Yi to the hall and then to the front desk. I don't know if the owner of this auction house likes circles very much. All the doors in the auction house are semicircular, which seems to have a sense of integrity. After a brief observation, Xiao Yi couldn't help but admire that this auction house was not only large in scale, but also everything was well organized with clear division of labor. Walking into the hall, the girl introduced to Xiao Yi, our auction is non-stop for 24 hours. It is all held in the auction center. There will be a particularly grand auction tonight, which will start in about half an hour. Sir, please follow me. I will take you to handle the formalities first. The procedure is not complicated, just set up an account associated with the golden soul coin stored value card at the auction house. Through this account, Xiao Yi can not only receive the corresponding income after the auction of the items, minus the handling fee, but also bid on them. The premise is that the amount of money in the account cannot be exceeded during the auction. At the same time, the reception girl also briefly told Xiao Yi the rules here. As the largest auction house in the entire Tiando Empire, any item may appear here. The first rule of the auction house is not to inquire about the seller's details. It is even more forbidden to reveal the condition of the items in the auction room to the outside world. Round-the-clock bidding, no rest time. Every night is the time for the best auction. During those 2 hours, only buyers with a deposit of more than 1 million gold soul coins can participate. During other times, any bidder can participate. The rules were simple, but Xiao Yi could see that the revenue brought to the auction house by this non-stop auction was undoubtedly huge. A 10 commission was taken for a precious auction item, which might not seem like much from a certain perspective. But in fact, when accumulated, it was a terrifying fortune. The income is even greater than that of a large spirit fighting arena. Please take us to the auction house. Under the guidance of the girl, Xiao Yi finally got his wish and walked into the real core of the Tiando auction house. The auction center is located on the second floor of the auction house. There are 8 stairs leading to the hall. Before entering the auction house, the receptionist gave Xiao Yi a mask and told them that they would need to wear a mask before entering the auction in the future. This was for the safety of the customers. Next time, no one would receive them. The girl accompanied Xiao Yi to the entrance of the auction center before turning around and leaving. There were other waiters at the auction center. Compared with the girl who led the way before, the waiter's attire here made Xiao Yi feel a little uncomfortable. It's the same white outfit and it's still a skirt, but it gives people a completely different feel. The waiters at the auction center are all women, and their heights are similar to those of the girls who led the way before, but their bodies are a bit more aggressive. The white skirts they were wearing had a large front placket and no sleeves. The short skirts were just 7 inches above the waist, revealing their soft and smooth thighs. Coupled with the white high heels, they were even more tempting. The deep ravine on the chest and the bulging buttocks under the short skirt are all arousing people's imagination. Although Xiao Yi was determined, he couldn't help feeling a little uncomfortable. After all, he was also a normal man. The auction center feels more like a large auditorium, and its layout is similar to the main fighting center of the Great Fighting Arena. There is a circular stage in the middle of the hall, with circles of seats arranged in a radial ring around it. It is divided into 5 parts. The 3 rows of seats closest to the stage are red, radiating outwards, and the remaining 4 colors are black, purple, yellow, and white. Obviously, they are set according to the different levels of bidders. The previous reception girl told them. The innermost red seats are accessed through a special passage and are protected by dedicated security personnel. There is the so-called million-level VIP area. And only those with status can obtain the red VIP qualification. The black seats in a circle outside are ordinary million-level VIP areas. Anyone with money can enter. A second-level black VIP. Further outward, the purple area is for purple VIPs of level 500,000, the yellow seats are for ordinary VIPs of level 100,000, and the outermost white seats, which are also the largest seats, are for ordinary people who only have tens of thousands of gold soul coins. Of course, it is also possible that a big shot is disguised in the white area. The waiter took the 2 to the yellow area and indicated that Xiao Yi could choose freely. I don't know if it was because Xiao Yi looked too young or for some other reason. The waiter was not enthusiastic and just led him to his seat in a very professional manner. He didn't even give him the professional smile that he had shown to the girl who greeted him before. Xiao Yi didn't care, after all, he wasn't here to see girls, and then he just found a place to sit down. Each seat has an auction list that records the items in the auction. Chapter 14. For example, precious items such as the left arm bone of a 37,000-year-old saber-toothed tiger, the Rui treasure bag, and the 10,000-year-old whale glue. Rui Baibao Nang. Isn't this Douluo Bo's soul guide that can store living things? That's right, the original novel didn't mention when Douluo Bo obtained it, so he probably got it at the auction around this time. Xiao Yi muttered to himself. My friend, is there anyone here? At this moment, a gentle voice came from the side. Xiao Yi turned his head and saw a middle-aged man in white clothes with an elegant appearance speaking to him with a gentle smile. Strangely, he was not wearing a mask, and the waiters coming and going looked at him with respect. Next to him was an old man with silver hair, wearing green clothes and with skin as tender as a baby's. The strange thing is that the old man did not reveal any aura, but he looked like a sword, which was dazzling. These should be Ning Fengji and Jian Douluo. Xiao Yi thought to himself. There's no one here, just me, if you want to sit down, go ahead, Xiao Yi spoke to the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man sat down with the old man next to him and started chatting with Xiao Yi. My friend, you look unfamiliar, this must be your first time in Tiando City, are you feeling uncomfortable in Tiando City? Xiao Yi felt helpless when he heard this, but he still replied. It is indeed my first time in Tiando City, before coming to Tiando City, I always heard how prosperous Tiando City is, now that I have come to this place, it is indeed worthy of its reputation. Of course, after all, it is the capital of one of the 2 empires, its construction and prosperity are top-notch in the entire continent. After chatting for a while, the auction began and everyone was looking at the items on the stage with great interest. Because the auction had just begun and the value of the items was not very high, Xiao Yi was not very interested in watching them. Next to each seat, there is a special bidding button. There are 4 different buttons on it, 100, 1,000, 10,000, and 100,000, which represent the price of each additional increase. During this time, the middle-aged man and the person next to him began to communicate with each other. Uncle Jian, can you tell the level of this young man's cultivation? He seems to have some means or props that can hide his aura, I began to sense it when I first met him, but I can't see his exact level, he's probably around soul sect level. At this age, even if he is not a soul sect, he is still a genius, a soul sect is even better, Uncle Jian, do you want him? Fengji, you can't do that, I know you want to win him over, but he has nothing in common with us, besides, since he's a genius, he's arrogant, even if you can't win him over, just make friends with him. Xiao Yi saw where they were communicating and knew what they were talking about, but he didn't care. So far, they didn't have any benefits. So he wasn't afraid of them doing something dirty. Because Xiao Yi was wearing a mask, his exact age couldn't be seen, but the aura of a soul sect proved that he was not very old. The middle-aged man was very curious about Xiao Yi, and asked, "You came to the auction house at such a young age, do you want to buy something?" "It's to buy something. I never knew you could do auction at such a young age. I heard that some precious things were going to be auctioned today, so when I came here, I found that there was exactly what I wanted, so I came here," Xiao Yi replied. At this moment, the auction reached its climax. The host on the stage said to the bidders with a megaphone and a smile on his face, "Next, we will auction a rare treasure, please pay attention if you are interested, especially male guests." As he spoke, he motioned to the audience, and 3 strong men pushed a cart up. The cart was covered with red cloth, and the contents inside could not be seen, but from the appearance, it looked like a large square box. Xiao Yi and the middle-aged man were both attracted by the new items and stopped talking. The host said somewhat mysteriously, "Can you guess what this is?" "Well, let me first reveal the low price to all the distinguished guests. The starting price of this lot is 100,000 gold soul coins. Each increase in price must not be less than 10,000 golden soul coin. This is the best of the best." As the host of the auction house, stimulating the atmosphere and the enthusiasm of the bidders is obviously a required course, and he successfully attracted the attention of the bidders. "Now, distinguished guests, please take a closer look." As he said this, he grabbed the red cloth and pulled it off fiercely. After the red light flashed, what was revealed was not a box, but a huge iron cage. Inside the iron cage, a girl was curled up. Most of the girl's skin was exposed, with only key parts covered by shells. Because she was curled up, her appearance was a little unclear, but her figure was almost perfect. Her fair skin is like crystal jade, and her short black hair is very charming. Perhaps the distinguished guests are wondering why such a girl can have such a high reserve price, the same price as the beauties who have been trained for many years in our auction house, but if you look closely, you will find that she is special. While speaking, the host took out a stick from somewhere, reached into the iron cage, and gently lifted the girl's short black hair by her ears, revealing her ears. Those were not human ears, but small pointed ears similar to those of cats. Under the light touch of the stick, the ears turned slightly red. That's right, the distinguished guests are not mistaken, this is a rare fox girl. When her martial soul awakened, her body mutated and took on some of the forms of a fox. Her eyes are one blue and one green, very unique, and she even has a long tail. He hit the girl's buttocks with a stick. The girl twisted her body in pain, revealing a white fox tail that was previously hidden behind her. It can be said that she is unique on the continent. How lucky it is to have such a beautiful fox as a pet. Just imagine, if you grab her tail with one hand while doing something, what will it be like? As he spoke, the host showed an ambiguous expression on his face, and drew an arc in the air with the stick in his hand. "Dear distinguished guests, you may bid." Xiao Yi had a blank expression on his face, because he knew that he couldn't stop it with his own strength. Even if he saved the fox girl, there would be others. As long as there was profit driving it, there would be a steady stream of business. This was unsolvable, because the nobles in this world were all ruthless guys, unless one day his strength could intimidate these nobles. Chapter 15. 110,000, I want this fox girl. TSK, who can you send with just 110,000? I'll give you 120,000. At this moment, the middle-aged man next to Xiao Yi also pressed the button. At this point the price has reached the 200,000 mark, and it looks like the upper limit is here. The host said, 190,000, a red VIP has bid up to 170,000 gold soul coins. Is there anyone who wants to raise the price? 200,000, okay, there is a yellow zone VIP, the yellow zone VIP bids 200,000. He has exclaimed more than once. The yellow zone represents bidders from well-off families. But since the auction began, there has always been a yellow zone bidder participating in the auction. What's even more strange is that his account has never shown any signs of overdraft. This means that the other party has the ability to bid. I want to see who dares to compete with me. An old man sitting in the front red area stood up suddenly and looked towards the yellow area behind. Although he was wearing a mask and Xiao Yi had never seen him before, when this man stood up, Xiao Yi immediately recognized his identity. This should be Prince Xuanzhong, Xiao Yi thought to himself. During the past few days in Tiando City, he always heard negative news about Prince Xuanzhong. In addition, Xuanzhong was not a good person in the original novel, so Xiao Yi recognized him at a glance. As for the old man, there was a strong man dressed in green following him. Xiao Yi knew his identity after staring at him for a while. Dugu Bo is with him, so this auction might be an opportunity. Because Douluo had experienced the pursuit of the spirit hall in his early years and was later rescued by Prince Xuexing, Douluo became a priest of the Tiando royal family in order to repay Prince Xuexing. Douluo was casually scanning the auction floor at first, when he suddenly seemed to have discovered something. This kid is quite interesting, I can't even see his cultivation level, remember him first and follow him after the auction is over. As Xiao Yi expected, the middle-aged man next to him who was not wearing a mask not only did not avoid the other party's gaze, but slowly stood up and nodded towards Prince Xuexing with a smile. There were by no means a few people who looked back with Prince Snow Star. Seeing the middle-aged man standing up, Snow Star was not the only one with a look of astonishment on his face. And the bastard's energy disappeared. At the same time, there was also an exclamation of surprise around him. Even the host on the stage looked a little stiff. The auction house follows the rules of the auction house, can we continue? The middle-aged man's voice was not loud, gentle and elegant, but it reached everyone's ears clearly. Yes, of course, the host agreed repeatedly with a flattering look on his face. 200,000 gold soul coins for the second time, and 200,000 gold soul coins for the third time, deal, this fox girl belongs to a magical VIP in the yellow VIP area. After the middle-aged man stood up, no one raised the price, and this auction was a complete success. TSK, it really is worthy of being the Tiando Imperial City, even a fox girl is sold at such a high price, Xiao Yi muttered. My friend, what do you think about the sale of living people at auctions? Asked the middle-aged man next to Xiao Yi. Well, if there is profit, someone will do it. Even if I can't stand it, I can't change the result. If I had participated in the auction just now and won the bid, I could certainly save her. But if I was there to save her this time, what about Catwoman in the future? What about Snake Woman? I can't always save them, so it's better not to do anything and let the auction house get the profit. No one cares what the buyer does with the item when he takes it home. After all, I have no say. Xiao Yi gave his answer. Don't these good-for-nothings have anything else in their minds? No wonder Tiando was taken over by others after more than a decade. At the same time, the next auction item was presented. The host said with an ambiguous look, the next item to be auctioned is a piece of weathered thousand-year-old whale glue. I believe you don't need to tell me what it is used for. What will happen if it is paired with the fox girl at night? The minimum price of this piece of thousand-year-old whale glue is 10,000 gold soul coins. Each bid must not be less than 500 gold soul coins. Whale glue is a special substance produced in the brain of a sea soul beast. It can be considered a treasure from heaven and earth. But in this era people treat it as a flirting item. No one knows that it can strengthen the meridians and physical strength and increase the number of years a person can absorb soul rings. I'm afraid this is a piece of whale glue that's 10,000 years old. Xiao Yi took a look and saw that it was a piece of whale glue the size of a human head, black all over. It might have been weathered during the transportation process. And the nobles didn't know how to distinguish the age, so they auctioned it as if it was 1,000-year-old. As soon as the whale glue came on the stage, it received fierce bidding. While Xiao Yi was thinking about it, the price had reached 30,000 gold soul coins. 50,000. Xiao Yi pressed the quote machine on his seat, because if he didn't bid, he would miss out on this piece of whale glue. When everyone heard Xiao Yi's offer, they turned around and found that it was a young man, and then started talking in their seats. I didn't expect that you would be so young and so bad at everything. That's right, you can't judge a person by his appearance. Xiao Yi didn't care, after all, he was the only one who knew what the whale glue was used for. The middle-aged man next to him also cast a strange look and asked Xiao Yi, I see that you don't look very happy, why would you buy such a thing? One of my friend got injured when he was young, and then he became disabled in some way, this whale glue is for him, Xiao Yi made up an excuse. So that's how it is, I was overthinking it. Ning Fengji didn't ask any more questions when he saw that he couldn't get the answer. At this time, Douluo thought, I see this kid is full of blood and energy, it seems like he is not good, maybe he knows something else, if he asks, will it be good for Yen Yen? No one continued to bid at this moment, because in their opinion, 50,000 gold soul coins for a piece of whale glue was not worth it. Is there anyone else who wants to make an offer? 50,000 gold soul coins once. 50,000 gold soul coins twice. 50,000 gold soul coins 3 times. Let us congratulate this VIP. At this time, the host treated Xiao Yi as a fool who spent 50,000 gold soul coins for a piece of whale glue. Then, 2 men carried a wooden box up from the stage. After the auction was on stage, the host said, I believe everyone came here tonight for this item. This is the left arm bone of a 37,000-year-old golden saber-toothed tiger. The starting price is 5 million gold soul coins, and each bid increase must not be less than 500. 000 gold soul coins. As soon as Soul Bone came on stage, everyone started bidding, and the price soon reached 20 million. In the end, the middle-aged man next to Xiao Yi got it at a price of 28 million. Should we say that it is indeed the wealthy Seven Treasures glazed tiles sect that can easily pay out tens of millions of gold soul coins? Xiao Yi complained. After the Soul Bone auction, the auction came to an end, and people left after paying for their items. After Xiao Yi paid the gold soul coins, he took his whale glue and walked home, but he didn't notice that someone followed him after he left. It's time to test the waters. Chapter 16. Xiao Yi does not want to refine whale glue at the moment. He plans to consume it before hunting for the fourth soul ring. When he got home, he felt something was wrong. He opened the door and saw that there was suddenly another person in the house. The man was tall and thin, and looked like a javelin. His hair and beard were dark green, and his eyes were like emeralds, shining brightly. He gave people an unreal feeling, as if he were a phantom. He had no expression on his face. Or rather, his expression was completely stiff, his cheeks were sunken, his green hair was messy, and his clothes were just a simple grey robe. Damn, isn't this Douluo? Why did he come to my house? May I ask what brings you to my house, Senior Douluo? Xiao Yi gathered his thoughts and spoke when he saw that it was Douluo. Junior, you seem scared when you see me? Douluo asked. Douluo is both good and evil. He always does things according to his own preferences, but he keeps his promises and will definitely do what he promised. Douluo is a loner by nature. And he cultivates a poisonous martial soul. Usually, no soul master is willing to deal with him. Even if there is, most of them are afraid of him. But Douluo is not afraid of loneliness. What he fears most in his life is that his freedom is restricted. He hates trouble the most and is unwilling to talk to strangers. Douluo is a narrow-minded person who does not take advantage of soft tactics. He does not want to leave any trouble behind and will definitely cut the grass and root it out. He does not care about face and does not mind bullying the weak. When facing someone who threatens him, his first reaction is to kill him. But Douluo is not a bloodthirsty person. Although he speaks fiercely, his nature is not very bad. As long as he is not threatened or offended, he will not cause trouble to others. Douluo has been playing with poison all his life. He has never met an opponent in the field of poison. This is also what he is most proud of. He can't stand others questioning his poison. Douluo's character is as vicious as a snake. If he doesn't move, he will go all out. When Xiao Yi heard Douluo's sinister voice, the hairs on his body stood up. He stood up instantly and instinctively assumed a fighting stance. In just a few seconds, Xiao Yi suppressed his fear, bowed to Douluo, and performed a standard soul master's etiquette before speaking. I, Xiao Yi, have met His Majesty the Poison Douluo, the Master of Poisons. Boy, you seem to have heard of my reputation. Douluo found it interesting to see Xiao Yi trembling all over while talking to him, and looked at Xiao Yi with amusement. Of course I have heard of your reputation. I heard that you are so skilled in using the green-scaled Snake King poison that you can be called the best poison soul master in the world. Xiao Yi felt anxious when he saw Douluo's playful eyes, but he forced himself to suppress his uneasiness and spoke. Before Xiao Yi came to Tiando City, he was prepared to deal with Douluo, but he didn't expect to run into Douluo within a few days. I see you are young and full of energy. You are the only one at home. How did you think of buying whale glue? There was a medical book in my family before. It records that whale glue is a special substance in the brain of sea soul beasts. It is a treasure from heaven and earth. In addition, taking whale glue can strengthen the meridians and the body, thereby increasing the number of years of absorbing soul rings. When Xiao Yi saw Douluo asking about whale glue, he knew he couldn't hide it anymore. It turns out that whale glue has this function. Those nobles have always used whale glue for flirting. What a waste. After hearing this, Douluo also knew the true use of whale glue. Since we have met Douluo, let's just play it bigger. Xiao Yi thought to himself. But I see that Senior's condition is a bit strange. It seems that you have been poisoned by your own green-scale snake venom, and the poison has already penetrated into your marrow. Logically, you should have died long ago, but how could you still live so long? Upon hearing this, Douluo put away his playful attitude, turned serious, opened his soul power to suppress Xiao Yi, and gathered a ball of green-scale snake venom in his hand and said. What nonsense are you talking about? How could I, the world's #1 poison soul master, be poisoned by my own poison? Xiao Yi was so overwhelmed by the pressure that he couldn't breathe. With a flushed face, he looked at Douluo and motioned him to speak. Douluo saw Xiao Yi's condition and realized that he was acting too hastily, so he weakened the soul pressure and let Xiao Yi speak. Then, Your Majesty, let me ask you. Whenever it is cloudy and rainy, do you feel numbness and itchiness in your ribs, and the itchiness gradually intensifies? It occurs once at noon and once at midnight. Given your current condition, it should last for more than an hour each time. Also, every night, around 3 a.m. you will feel a stabbing pain on the top of your head and the soles of your feet. Your whole body will convulse for at least half an hour. I don't need to describe the excruciating pain. If you are not poisoned, would you have such symptoms? Not only have you been poisoned, but the poison has penetrated into your bones. The fact that you are still alive today must be that you have eaten some rare treasure or found some treasure that suppressed the poison in your body. Seeing that there was a chance, Xiao Yi immediately told everyone what he knew about Douluo. After listening to this, Douluo immediately came to Xiao Yi and grabbed his neck. Xiao Yi was strangled and couldn't breathe. After he felt suffocated, Douluo let go of his hand. Boy, you must explain to me clearly what happened today and give me an explanation. Otherwise, there is no need for you to live. Xiao Yi took a breath and spoke loudly to Douluo, Senior, don't be anxious, but you must have been stuck at the bottleneck for a long time. You haven't made a breakthrough in so many years. Also, you must have descendants at your age. I guess your poison is too overbearing and will harm them. Think about it, you are still alive because you found the treasure land and absorbed the treasures of heaven and earth, but what about your descendants? Without your opportunity, he will die of poison before he is 30. Also, you must have many enemies after living for so long. What will happen to your descendants if you die? When Douluo heard Xiao Yi's words, he remembered his past, and then he thought of his granddaughter. After a while, Douluo spoke up, yes, my poison will be passed down to my descendants, now I only have one granddaughter left, named Douluo. As for my son and daughter-in-law, they died of the poison when my granddaughter was 3 years old. Xiao Yi felt relieved after hearing this and said, so, Senior, please think about your granddaughter, if something happens to you one day, your granddaughter will not be happy. After listening to what Douluo said, he thought it made sense, so he asked, you just said that my poison has affected me, but is there a way to cure the poison in my body? Of course, but to cure your poison you need some medicinal herbs, but I don't have them here, I need to prepare them. Douluo thought of his treasure land, which contained many medicinal herbs, and said, I have the herbs here, you don't need to prepare them. After saying that, he knocked Xiao Yi unconscious and took Xiao Yi away. Before Xiao Yi was knocked unconscious, he thought to himself, the plan was successful. Chapter 17. An hour later. Kid, stop pretending now that you're awake, hurry up and follow me in. After hearing what Douluo said, Xiao Yi felt that he could no longer pretend. He stood up and took a look, and found that he was within the Sunset Forest. The Sunset Forest, the Star Forest and the Far North are collectively known as the 3 major soul beast gathering places. But there are not as many species as in the Star Forest. The Far North is in an extremely low temperature environment all year round, and generally ice attribute soul masters go to the Far North to hunt soul rings. Tiando City is very close to Sunset Forest. Sunset Forest can be said to be the place where soul masters in most cities near Tiando City hunt soul beasts. Because Douluo is a title Douluo, no soul beasts can cause them trouble. After walking for a while, they arrived at the place. It was a hill, and all they could see was thick dark green poisonous fog. It looks very dangerous. Even though you are still a short distance away from the poisonous fog, you can still smell the pungent fishy smell in the air. It seems that this should be the Yin-Yang Eye of Ice and Fire, one of the 3 great treasures. The poison arrays set up by Douluo enveloped the entire Yin-Yang Eye of Ice and Fire with poisonous fog. Except for a few poisonous plants that could grow, anyone who accidentally entered it would be in danger of their life. The Yin-Yang Eyes of Ice and Fire is an extremely important place throughout the Douluo Continent. The herbs grown there can be said to be the foundation for the Shrek 7 devils to become gods. After thinking about it, Xiao Yi looked up at Douluo and asked tentatively, Senior, are we there yet? Douluo nodded, then took out a small bottle, poured out a pill, handed it to Xiao Yi, and said to Xiao Yi, boy, this is the pill I made, it can make you immune to the poisonous fog. Xiao Yi took the pill and swallowed it without saying a word. Seeing Xiao Yi taking the pill so decisively, Douluo asked, boy, aren't you afraid that what I'm giving you is poison? If Senior wanted to harm me, he should have killed me at my home, but you didn't, which means you are not that bad, Xiao Yi explained. Douluo was silent for a while after hearing Xiao Yi's words. The rumors outside about him, Douluo, had a bad reputation, but he didn't expect that he could be convinced by a young man. Okay, let's go in, Douluo said to Xiao Yi, then ignored Xiao Yi and went downstairs alone. Xiao Yi knew that Douluo was testing him, so he opened his golden feathered sword wings and flew downwards. Douluo heard the voice, turned around and saw it was Xiao Yi, then his eyes stopped on the golden feathered sword wing. External soul bone. It's a pity that it's completely integrated, otherwise I really want to take it away, even if I can't use it myself, I can give it to Yen Yen. Douluo's first reaction when he saw the soul bone was to take it away. There was no other reason, the external soul bone was too precious. However, seeing that Xiao Yi had already been completely integrated, he gave up this idea. After flying for a while, Douluo stopped, and Xiao Yi also stopped. What caught my eye was a hot spring. The area of the hot spring was not large, but it was divided into two parts. The colors of the hot spring water in the oval pool were milky white and scarlet respectively. What was even more bizarre was that although they were in the same pool, they were clearly separated and did not invade each other, always staying on their own side. The water vapor billowing upward was generated by the location between the two hot springs. It continued to rise up until it slowly dispersed at the mountain pass. When Xiao Yi saw the scene in front of him, he was extremely shocked. It was different from what he saw in the anime and novels. The real scene was completely different. The yin-yang eyes of ice and fire were extremely shocking. Yin-yi eyes of ice and fire. The real yin-yi eyes of ice and fire, Senior Douluo, it looks like you are saved. Yang eyes of ice and fire. What is that? Douluo was very puzzled. He had obtained this precious land for more than 10 years, but still didn't know what it was called. One of the three great treasure troves in the world, the yin-yang eye of ice and fire, the place with the richest natural treasures, you can see that there are many heaven-defying immortal herbs here. Xiao Yi excitedly said to Douluo that Tang San's greatest opportunity was the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire and the 8 spider lance. And that the other people around him were able to become gods because of the herbs of the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire, but Xiao Yi's arrival also meant that they would no longer have the chance to obtain the immortal herbs. After all, there is no one's name written on the opportunity, whoever gets it first gets it. During these years of training, he collected all the books on medicinal herbs on the continent. It can be said that Xiao Yi put a lot of effort into the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire. So, there are medicinal herbs in here that can cure me? Douluo's eyes lit up and he said to Xiao Yi. I'm not sure if there is any magical herb suitable for you and your granddaughter. Xiao Yi shook his head and said to Douluo. After saying that, Xiao Yi and Douluo walked inside. There are many medicinal herbs in the yin-yang eye of ice and fire, with poisonous herbs and other herbs in an even 50-50 ratio. The outermost ones are herbs such as cordyceps and cinnabar lotus. These herbs may be expensive outside, but they are not even worth mentioning in the yin-yang eye of ice and fire. As time passed, Xiao Yi found all the immortal items recorded in the original work, including Narcissus jade muscle and bone, exotic mushroom chrysanthemum, snow swan kiss, longing for autumn water dew, 8-petal immortal orchid, Chilua tulip, coxcomb phoenix sunflower, acacia heartbroken red known as the king of flowers, fragrant Chilua immortal item and the 8-angle mysterious ice grass and fiery apricot in the center, as well as 2 unrecorded earth dragon golden gourds, as well as Hunyuan immortal grass, Xinglua spirit pearl and black jade magic bamboo. Xiao Yi explained to Douluo the effects of their medicines one by one. Does that mean there are herbs here that can solve the problems of me and my granddaughter? A gleam of hope appeared in Douluo's eyes. Yes, but you have been poisoned for too long, and your granddaughter has been contaminated with toxins since her mother's womb, so the first thing is to take the star anise mysterious ice grass and fiery apricot vegetables in the center, but I don't recommend you to use this method. Why? Because poison is your ability, all your strength comes from poison. And your poison is a deterrent, which means no one dares to really provoke you. Because you can beat them so hard that only titled DOLOU are left. And your poison will be dissolved after taking those 2 strains. Xiao Yi, who was confident, also became tough. Douluo felt uncertain after hearing this, and after thinking for a while he gave up this method. What about the second one? The second method is that I take these 2 herbs and use my blood to make medicine. You are poisoned because of the characteristics of the beast martial spirit itself, the poison is attributed to itself. Venomous snakes are not afraid of poison because they have poison sacs. You are a human, not a snake, so you need a poison sac. You need to find something similar to the poison sac to transfer the toxins. Are you talking about soul bones? Douluo asked. Yes, it is soul bones, and it is best to use limb bones, and they must be more than 10,000 years old, because the capacity of soul bones is limited, unless it is an external soul bone, because external soul bones can evolve. Chapter 18. But I still don't recommend you to use this method, because if you use this method, the soul bones will be unusable, and your descendants will not be able to obtain so many soul bones. Upon hearing this, Douluo first thought of his Medusa skull. But then gave up after thinking about it. The capacity of the soul bone is limited. If the poison is directed into the skull, the capacity may be reached one day, causing the soul bone to crack and the person would die. Xiao Yi didn't know what Tang San was thinking at the time. He didn't solve the problem completely, and didn't even leave a single immortal grass. Maybe it was intentional. Anyway, if it was him, he would never do it. Then Douluo asked, is there a third method? Indeed, it is, however, it is similar to the second type, the only difference is that something is added. What way? I wonder if you have ever heard of spirit evolution. Soul evolution. Are you saying that we can still evolve our souls? It's no wonder that Douluo was so excited. You have to know that martial souls are formed at birth. Although there are cases of acquired martial soul evolution, they were all acquired through the consumption of rare treasures. Douluo is one of them. Yes, senior, the other steps are the same as the second method, they all require a soul bone, except that a martial soul evolution is added. Xiao Yi pointed to the 2 fairy herbs between the springs, and then pointed to 2 mature earth dragon golden pumpkins. It seems that I am really guarding a treasure land without knowing it. Boy, as long as you help me and my granddaughter, you can use the herbs here as you like, and they can also help you do 3 things, but you can't spread the news here to outsiders, or you may be killed. Douluo sighed, then remembered something and said to Xiao Yi seriously. Don't worry, senior, I know, a man is innocent but he is guilty of possessing a treasure. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yi knew that the purpose of his trip had been achieved, so he simply made a promise to Douluo. By the way, I see you are quite young, how come you know so much? Who taught you? Where are your family members? And I can't tell your soul power level either. Senior, I am an orphan, 13 years old this year. When I awakened my martial soul, I was born with full soul power, and my soul power was 38th level. After awakening my martial soul, I studied in a junior college for 4 years. Later, I trained in the Xingdou Great Forest and did the business of hunting soul rings. I just came to Tiandou City recently. As for why you know so much, it's because you were also collecting books on medicinal herbs on the continent during your training, Xiao Yi explained to Douluo. I didn't realize you were such a miserable kid, but you've already reached level 38 at the age of 13, you're really a little monster. Douluo sighed and looked at Xiao Yi with some sympathy. Xiao Yi couldn't stand being stared at by Douluo, so he said, Senior, I'll go if it's okay. After saying that, Xiao Yi walked towards the center of the spring, and then took out tools from the soul guide. When Xiao Yi arrived at Tiandou City, he had already prepared the tools for the Yin-Yang eyes of ice and fire. Xiao Yi looked back and found Douluo following behind him, so he simply spoke to Douluo. Senior, the 8-angled mysterious ice grass must be removed with an iron knife, and the fiery apricot must be removed with jade, both must be swallowed within 10 seconds after being picked. Xiao Yi told Douluo the method of picking and swallowing, and with Douluo's speed, it was enough to complete it within 10 seconds. Xiao Yi directly took out his storage soul guide. As for the clothes, they were destroyed, since they were inside the soul guide anyway. In an instant, Douluo picked up 2 immortal herbs, grabbed them with his soul power and handed them to Xiao Yi. After getting them, Xiao Yi swallowed them directly. Just a few seconds after eating it, Xiao Yi's body turned alternately ice blue and bright red. After 3 breaths, he relied on his consciousness to let himself fall into the Yin-Yang eye of ice and fire to temper his body. Douluo's heart skipped a beat when he saw this, and he muttered to himself, I hope nothing happens to you, or there will be no one to help me detoxify. At this time, Xiao Yi, who was in the spring water, felt cold and hot at times. And soon he fainted. Although it was very painful to temper his body in the Yin-Yang eyes of ice and fire, it would be of great benefit to his body if he could persist. After persisting, his body would be as immune to water and fire, and all poisons, just like the Yin-Yang eyes of ice and fire. Douluo was pounding with fear when he saw Xiao Yi fall into the water and then fell silent shortly afterwards. This kid won't die, will he? It shouldn't happen, he looks so sure of himself. It's no wonder Douluo thought so. Just being by the spring, he, a title DOLOU, felt dangerous and dared not touch it, not to mention that he had tested it with soul beasts. However, there was no trace of it left for sure. Let's wait a little longer. Douluo comforted himself. This wait lasted for a whole day and a night. The next day, after Xiao Yi woke up, he found that the spring water had no effect on him, and his soul power reached level 40. So he quickly surfaced. Most of the medicinal power of the 8-angled mysterious ice grass and the fiery apricot is used for physical training. As for the 2 levels of soul power, they should be incidental. Douluo, who had been guarding the spring for a day and a night, saw the movement of the spring water and felt relieved. After Xiao Yi came up, he quickly put on his clothes. Before he could say anything, Douluo spoke. You kid, you worried me to death, but you actually dared to jump in, even I, a title DOLOU, don't dare to touch the spring water, you are really brave. Seeing Douluo say this, Xiao Yi said to him, don't worry, senior, since I dare to go down, it means I am sure of it, look, I am fine, besides, I am now immune to all poisons, and my soul power has reached level 40. Is it possible to detoxify now? Yes, senior, please go get 2 soul bones first, and bring me back a 10,000-year-old soul beast. What? A 10,000-year-old soul beast? Are you trying to kill yourself? Xiao Yi had no choice but to reveal the yellow and purple spirit ring, and then said, Senior, I have absorbed the second spirit ring in a leapfrog manner, believe me, I will be fine. You are such a freak, but even if you start absorbing spirits beyond your level from your second spirit ring, you still can't absorb the soul shock of 10,000 years. It's just luck, I have a way to deal with the soul shock of 10,000 years, Xiao Yi scratched his head and said to Douluo. Okay, then what kind of spirit ring do you want? Douluo asked. For the 4th soul ring, I want one that can control gravity, as for the age, find me one that is less than 25,000 years old. Okay, I got it, just wait, after saying that, Douluo left. While Douluo was away, Xiao Yi found Wangchunquishualu. The whole body of the herb is emerald green. In the center of the herb, there are 3 snow-white leaves with a few drops of water in the center of the leaves. After taking it, one can practice the golden eyes and enhance mental strength. After Xiao Yi took the Wangchuanqia Shui Du and took it, the whole herb turned into ashes. Then he sat on the ground and began to refine it. Chapter 19. 2 hours later. After Xiao Yi finished refining the longing dew, he found that his brain was much more flexible than before, and the scenery around him became clearer, as if it was slowed down several times. When he looked again, Douluo had already brought the soul beast and was waiting there. Senior, I need your help again, I wonder if you have a medicine furnace somewhere, Xiao Yi said as he took out the whale glue and handed it to Douluo. Are you going to use the medicine furnace to melt this piece of whale glue? Douluo took the whale glue. Yes, senior, you should know that whale glue needs high temperature to melt. Yes, I have this, I usually use it when I make poisons, there is also a spare one, the main one cannot be given to you, so I'll give you the spare one, Douluo took out a medicine furnace from the soul guide. The medicine furnace is very clean, without any medicine residue or the like inside, which also avoids the loss of the medicinal efficacy of whale glue. Douluo controlled his soul power to keep the flame in balance. The whale jelly became soft due to the high temperature, and a lot of black impurities were removed. The original whale jelly also became 1/3 smaller. Time passed minute by minute, and the whale glue in the furnace gave off a faint fragrance. After 5 minutes, the jelly was heated. The heated whale jelly is dark gold in color and looks very beautiful. Douluo handed the heated whale jelly to Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi didn't even look at it and started eating it in big mouthfuls. There was a strong fishy smell when the whale glue entered the mouth, but it soon disappeared and turned into hot currents that spread to Xiao Yi's limbs and bones. Not only that. After the whale glue entered the stomach, it would turn into fragrance and be exhaled from the nostrils, making Xiao Yi immersed in it. No. An hour later, Xiao Yi woke up from refining whale glue. He first made a comfortable sound, and then smelled a fishy odor. There are so many impurities, Xiao Yi couldn't stand it anymore when he saw the black sludge on his clothes, and immediately jumped into the yin-yang eye of ice and fire to take a bath. After taking a shower, he felt his physical condition and found that his physical strength had increased by 2 levels. Sure enough, there are many benefits to absorbing whale glue for the first time, Xiao Yi thought to himself. Although Xiao Yi has been exercising with the Xuanzhong ruler on his back, it would take at least half a year to absorb the whale glue this time if he used the Xuanzhong ruler. It is truly a treasure from heaven and earth. After absorbing the whale glue, Xiao Yi felt that absorbing this soul ring was a sure thing. This soul beast is a 20,000-year-old powerful King Kong bear. It was severely injured by Douluo when it was brought back, and now it is dying after such a long time. Xiao Yi showed no mercy and released his martial spirit to smash its head. A black spirit ring rose up. Are you really sure you can absorb this spirit ring? Seeing the soul ring, Douluo persuaded Xiao Yi again. Don't worry, senior, I won't do anything I'm not sure of. Douluo stopped trying to persuade Xiao Yi after hearing what he said. Then Xiao Yi sat cross-legged on the ground and absorbed the soul ring. A 20,000-year soul beast is the best configuration for an ordinary soul master's 6th soul ring, but Xiao Yi had already absorbed it in the 4th soul ring. When the soul ring entered his body, a huge force rushed into his body. Suddenly he was overwhelmed by this force, and then he activated the external soul bone and guided the energy to it. What followed was the shock of the soul, at this moment in Xiao Yi's spiritual world. Roar! A loud bear roar filled Xiao Yi's spiritual world. Xiao Yi's consciousness came to the sea of spiritual space and saw the phantom of a powerful King Kong bear. This was the most critical step in absorbing the 10,000-year soul ring. The soul shock produced by the resentment of the 10,000-year soul beast will be a blessing if you can overcome it, but if you can't, you will become an idiot or die. When Xiao Yi saw the mighty King Kong bear appear in the spiritual world, he knew he had to fight. Due to his experience, his fighting skills were very smooth. It didn't take long before the remaining soul of the mighty King Kong bear was destroyed. The end of soul shock also means that the absorption of soul rings is nearing completion. At this moment outside, Douluo Bo saw that Xiao Yi's condition had stabilized and stopped the idea of taking action. He wanted to interrupt several times, but when he saw that Xiao Yi was not in any danger, he gave up. At dawn the next day, Xiao Yi woke up from absorbing the soul ring. After checking his own condition, he breathed a sigh of relief with lingering fear. A 10,000-year spirit ring really can't compare to a 1,000-year spirit ring, but with the experience I gained this time, I won't be like this next time. Then he felt his own level. His soul power was at level 42. The external soul bone had reached 14,000 years through level upgrades and the tempering of the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire. If it were him, it would take at least some time. Boy, after absorbing the soul ring, tell me about your fourth soul skill, Douluo Bo said. My fourth soul skill is gravity control. There will be a gravity field 50 meters around me. Every time I level up 10 times, the gravity will double. Now I can strengthen the gravity 5 times. Growth control skills, I don't know what to say, kid. This soul skill is also a top-grade soul skill. Like Xiao Yi's first and second soul skills, it can be used in the later stages. Okay, the spirit ring has been absorbed, I should go pick up my granddaughter. You wait here for a day, I will be back in the evening. After saying that, Douluo Bo left. Xiao Yi had not eaten anything since being brought to the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire by Douluo Bo, so he made a fire on the spot, cut off a bear paw and roasted it. Half an hour later, he satisfied his appetite and started to stroll around. It was soon evening, and Douluo Bo brought a girl who looked to be only 3 years older than Xiao Yi. This should be Douluo Yen, Xiao Yi muttered to himself. The girl had short purple hair and looked very heroic. She was not particularly beautiful. But she had a kind of enchanting charm. She had a pair of green eyes, which were very strange and gave people a bit of a weird feeling. The color of her hair and eyes did not exist on the Douluo Continent. It was a special color caused by poisoning. Maybe because she appeared a few years earlier than the original, her hair is not as purple and not as green. Grandpa, is this the genius you were talking about? I don't think he's anything special. Yen, don't do this in front of outsiders, Douluo Bo said helplessly. Douluo Yen was studying well in school, but suddenly her grandfather brought her over and told her that she was meeting some genius. Because he had a better talent when he awakened his martial soul, and he has had smooth sailing since he was a child, plus he has a grandfather who is a title Douluo, so he is a little unscrupulous. Are you the genius my grandfather talked about? I don't think you're anything special, you're younger than me, so your soul power can't be that high. I am indeed unremarkable, I am only level 42 at the age of 13, Xiao Yi said in a Versailles manner. It's the third day of testing the waters. Chapter 20. What? 13 years old and level 42? How is that possible? It's no wonder that Douluo Yen was surprised. Douluo Yen was 15 years old this year, and her soul power level of was considered a genius in the academy. What's more, the people around her were basically years old, and their soul power was only around level. Xiao Yi was 2 or 3 years younger than him but was already a soul master, so he naturally found it incredible. Okay, Yen, he is born with full soul power, and he has started to absorb beyond his level from the second soul ring. The soul ring configuration is yellow, purple, and black. What's more, he has been training for 2 years. Douluo Bo said to Douluo Yen. Also, you can't tell outsiders about his spirit ring configuration, after all, our lives depend on him to save us. Oh, Grandpa, I understand, Douluo Yen said to Douluo Bo gloomily. Boy, I brought Yen here, now I'm going to hunt for spirit bones, don't let me see you bullying Yen, or you'll be in trouble. After saying that, Douluo Bo left. This time, he set his sights on the 10,000-year-old soul beast in the sunset forest. He remembered that he had found a titan python that was more than 60,000 years old in a valley before, so this time he set his sights on him. The most powerful beasts in sunset forest are the 10,000-year-old soul beasts, and there is no beast that can threaten Douluo Bo. But it would be different if they were in the Star Do Great Forest, not to mention the sleeping ferocious beasts in the Star Do Great Forest. Even if 5 Douluo Bo came, they would not be enough to defeat the titan giant apes. After Douluo Bo left, Douluo Yen and Xiao Yi started to stare at each other. Finally, Dugu Yen couldn't stand it anymore and asked about Xiao Yi. Hey, how did you manage to cultivate so fast? My name isn't Hey, I have a name, it's Xiao Yi. The secret to fast cultivation is hard work, Xiao Yi said coldly. The two of them didn't speak again after that. How can you be like this? You just said one sentence and then stopped talking. Then what do you want me to say? Tell me your story, of course. Then Xiao Yi recounted his past bit by bit. After Xiao Yi finished speaking, Dugu Yen looked at him sympathetically. And Xiao Yi seemed to have discovered that Dugu Yen was not that bad after all, she was just a little princess who grew up in a greenhouse. Dugu Yen is not a bad person by nature, and she grew up with her grandfather. Because she is a girl, she has given herself a layer of protection. Just like that, they went from being strangers to being friends. The other side. Dugu Bo was wandering in the sunset forest. The first thing he was looking for was the Titan python. This python was one of the dominant soul beasts in the sunset forest. It could easily fight for 80 or 90,000 years against 60,000 years. Dugu Bo found it as soon as he got close to the canyon. It was in a very bad condition at the moment, with wounds all over its body and emitting toxins. Next to it lay a dying human-faced demon spider that was over 50,000 years old. When Dugu Bo saw this, he knew that the two soul beasts might be fighting for territory. Fortunately, Dugu Bo arrived early, otherwise the Titan python would have died in a moment. I heard from Xiao Yi that soul beasts with high bloodline levels are more likely to drop soul bones. It just so happens that this Titan python has the bloodline of the ancient Titan giant. And it has already exhausted its energy in the battle with the human-faced demon spider. So he activated his martial soul without saying anything. Dugu Bo had a soul bone, and it was the second most precious skull, a 50,000-year-old Medusa skull, with an additional skill, Medusa's gaze. Dugu Bo is not strong in combat among the title DOLOU, but his mental strength is quite strong. This is why he can suppress the poison with great willpower. Strong mental strength is an indispensable aid. 7th Soul Skill, the true form of the green phosphorus Snake King. Dugu Bo directly displayed his martial soul's true body. Soul beasts that were 60,000 to 70,000 years old were generally very strong. A soul beast that was 60,000 to 70,000 years old could become the 9th soul ring of a title DOLOU, like Dugu Bo himself. Moreover, one of the two soul beasts had the blood of a Titan giant and could fight across levels, while the other was known as a killer in the soul beast world and could fight back even if it was dying. Dugu Bo certainly did not dare to be careless. The 8th soul skill, time freezing. Dugu Bo's 8th soul skill was taken from Medusa, the queen of 50,000-year-old snakes. It was the most suitable soul ring for snake martial souls. But it consumed a lot of soul power. However, Dugu Bo only aimed at the Titan python and the human-faced demon spider, which greatly reduced the consumption of soul power. Then he used Medusa's gaze to take down the two soul beasts. After seeing the two soul beasts die, he retracted his soul skills and then picked up the spoils. I have to say that Dugu Bo was very lucky, as he got the left arm bone of a titanoboa and the right arm bone of a human-faced demon spider. 2 days later, Dugu Bo came back with soul bones. He brought back 3 soul bones, a left arm bone of a 60,000-year-old titanoboa, a right arm bone of a 50,000-year-old human-faced demon spider, and a right arm bone of a 70,000-year-old death black mamba. Here's what happened. After he dealt with the human-faced demon spider and the Titan python, he searched for another day and hunted many 10,000-year soul beasts, but they didn't get any soul bones. Finally, when he was about to go back, a 70,000-year-old death black mamba appeared and launched a sneak attack on him. It took Dugu Bo an hour to finally take down the soul beast, and it dropped a 70,000-year-old left arm bone. All in all, this time Dugu Bo obtained 3 high-quality soul bones of similar age. Cough cough. Dugu Bo saw that Xiao Yi and Dugu Yen were getting along very well and chatting happily, and they didn't even notice that he had returned, so he coughed twice. Dugu Yen heard the cough and looked up to see that it was Dugu Bo. She pounced towards Dugu Bo like a young swallow returning to its nest. "Grandpa, you're back. The harvest this time should be good. Wow, it's only been a few days and our relationship has become so good." Dugu Bo thought to himself. "I think you want me to stay outside for a few more days, it's only been 2 days and you're so proactive," Dugu Bo complained. "I just felt that he was so pitiful and had been alone since he was young, so I wanted to take him in as my younger brother." "Grandpa, please don't talk nonsense." Dugu Yan's face turned red, she stuck out her tongue and found an excuse. At this moment, Dugu Bo was thinking, "It's over, my little girl seems to be turning her elbow outward. But it's okay this way, I don't know what this kid is thinking. If he likes Yen Yen, it's not impossible, after all, she is a genius. If he doesn't want to, then drug him. When the time comes, he will have to admit it even if he doesn't want to. Xiao Yi didn't know what Douluo Bo was thinking at this moment. If he knew, he would definitely complain about Douluo Bo's evil intentions. Douluo Yan has a generous personality and dares to love and hate. She is definitely suitable as a wife. However, Xiao Yi's mind is now only on becoming stronger. Only after becoming stronger can he think about his own life. Xiao Yi doesn't care much about relationships now. After all, he is just a genius and not a strong man. A genius is nothing before he rises. Only the strong can choose their destiny, while the weak can only be chosen by destiny. Besides, who knows about love now? True love is not about love at first sight, but is determined after spending a long time together. It is too early to say this now. Ahem, let's not talk about this anymore. This time, I did have a good harvest. I killed more than 10,000-year-old soul beasts and harvested 3 soul bones. Come and have a look. Chapter 21. Douluo Bo waved his hand, and 3 intact 1,000-year-old soul bones appeared. Xiao Yi took a look and saw that all 3 of them were top-grade soul bones with poisonous attributes and were over 50,000 years old. During the years Xiao Yi was in the Star Do Great Forest, he also lost a few 10,000-year soul bones, but the integrity was not as high as the ones brought back by Douluo Bo. Senior, your luck seems to be good. Xiao Yi smacked his lips after looking at the soul bone. This is the left arm bone of a 60,000-year-old titanoboa, one is the right arm bone of a human-faced demon spider, and the other is the right arm bone of a death black mamba. Douluo Bo was in a good mood when he heard Xiao Yi's compliments and began to explain to them. It's a coincidence that when I went there, the titan python and the man-faced demon spider were fighting for territory and both were injured. I finally got the chance to take the death black mamba's soul bone. It took a lot of effort for me to get it after he ambushed me when I came back. At this moment, Xiao Yi was thinking, I have been in the Shindo Great Forest for 2 years and have not seen many soul bones. Douluo Bo has found 3 soul bones in just 2 days, his luck is too good. The probability of a 10,000-year soul bone appearing is only 1 in 1,000, but Douluo Bo got 3 of them after killing more than a dozen of them. His luck was really good. So how do you want to distribute it, senior? Xiao Yi opened his mouth and smelled Douluo Bo. I plan to give 1 to Yan Yan and 2 for myself, Douluo Bo said. Actually, Douluo Bo wanted to give 2 soul bones to his granddaughter, but then he thought it was not feasible. After all, a soul master with 2 top-grade soul bones would be hunted down if they were exposed. It would be useless even if he was a titled Douluo. After all, there were people stronger than him. So he simply gave 1 to his granddaughter and absorbed the remaining 2 to enhance his strength. After all, he could protect his granddaughter better only when he was stronger. Besides, Xiao Yi had no background, and if he was thinking correctly, he might be in need of a protector, so he could get close to him. From his attitude at the beginning to the matter of detoxification, all proved Xiao Yi's idea. Douluo Bo thought it was not bad to make friends with a genius. After hearing what Douluo Bo said, Xiao Yi couldn't help but admire Douluo Bo. Knowing that his granddaughter, a soul master, couldn't control herself, he prepared to strengthen herself. Then, Grandpa Douluo Bo and his grandson began to choose soul bones. Grandpa, I want this right arm bone of the human-faced demon spider, the remaining 2 soul bones are for you. I may encounter better soul bones in the future. Besides, if you want to become stronger, you can have as many soul bones as you want. Douluo Yan was also very clear-headed and knew that soul bones older than 50,000 years could be fatal. After the distribution, they sat cross-legged and began to refine their soul bones. Even titled Douluo are extremely envious of soul bones that are more than 50,000 years old. Soul bones that are more than 50,000 years old can give titled Douluo great help. Not only can they add soul skills, but they can also greatly improve physical fitness. Douluo Bo himself is at the peak of level 91, and has been stuck at this level for several years. This time, with the help of the soul power in his soul bones, he broke through to level 92 in one fell swoop. Douluo Yan also refined the soul bone. The right arm bone of the 50,000-year-old human-faced demon spider brought her enormous soul power. After absorbing the soul bone, she reached level 37. Douluo Yan had good talent, but unfortunately he was hindered by the poison, otherwise he would have been a soul king when he appeared in a few years. After refining the soul bones, they began to prepare to force the poison into the soul bones. Douluo Yan's poison was not difficult to cure and could be resolved in a month or 2. However, it was difficult for Douluo Bo because the poison had penetrated into his bone marrow and had been suppressed for many years, causing his body to be riddled with holes. If he had not absorbed 2 soul bones this time and his physical condition had improved a lot, it would probably have taken longer. Dugu Yan's skill of absorbing soul bones is to be possessed by the Spider King, which improves all of her attributes by 200. It can be said to be the innate skill of the human-faced demon spider. Dugu Bo's soul bone skills are very powerful. The skills brought by the 60,000-year-old Titan Python are amplification skills, which increase all attributes by 300. Now Dugu Bo can beat the title DOLOU of the same level. The 70,000-year soul bone skill is even more powerful. It can summon the 70,000-year-old Black Mamba to fight. If you want to deal with Dugu Bo in the future, you have to look forward to mixed doubles. In the case of 2 against 1, plus his own amplification skills, it is more than enough to fight against the Chrysanthemum Pass. Half a year later, Dugu Bo completed the huge task of forcing the poison into his soul bone. His soul power of level 92 had reached its peak due to the completion of detoxification, and he would be able to break through to level 93 in about 1 or 2 months. Dugu Bo's originally green hair turned gray again, and the wrinkles on his face became much less. He looked 20 years younger than he originally looked in his 70s. Dugu Yan's poison was cured 3 months ago, but she did not go to the academy after that because she wanted to stay with Dugu Bo until he was cured before leaving. Ha 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 ha, thank you very much, Xiao Yi, you saved my life, from now on, I will be your protector, you don't have to be so cautious. Dugu Bo said generously that not only had his hidden dangers been eliminated, his soul power had also been improved, and his granddaughter would not have any problems anymore. How could he not be happy? No, senior, it's not over yet, this is just a temporary solution, not a permanent one, it will only prolong the duration of the poison, even if you die of old age, your descendants will not have the same good fortune as you. Xiao Yi poured a basin of cold water on Dugu Bo. What do you mean, kid? Dugu Bo looked confused. He thought that he would not be poisoned again. 2 soul bones were enough for him to contain the toxin. Why was it still not working? The genetic toxin in your family should actually be the martial spirit defect of the green phosphorus snake itself. If you completely change the green phosphorus snake, or more precisely, evolve the green phosphorus snake's martial spirit, you should be able to cure the hidden danger. Do you remember what I said before about the evolution of martial souls? Xiao Yi pointed at the earth dragon golden gourd not far away. If you want your descendants to no longer suffer from the erosion of poison, you can only abandon this martial soul and let it evolve, or choose a dragon soul beast to let it evolve slowly in the future. Having said this, Xiao Yi paused. But I don't recommend choosing the latter. Why? Because dragon soul beasts are too difficult to find. The existing ones are all sub-dragon soul beasts, and it is not certain whether there will be sub-dragon soul beasts in the future. In my opinion, it is better to let the martial soul evolve and let the green-scaled snake disappear into history. When Dugu Bo heard this, he thought of his past. He had been troubled by snake venom all his life. He lost his father in his childhood, his wife in his middle age, and his son in his old age. In the end, he was left with only a lovely granddaughter. He raised her alone and suffered from snake venom. He didn't want snake venom to harm his descendants. If the green-scaled snake was passed down, they might die before the age of 30. It might be a good idea to listen to Xiao Yi and evolve his martial soul so that the green-scaled snake would disappear in his generation. Dugu Bo thought for a long time and decided on his choice. Okay, I'll listen to you, the green-scaled snake should really disappear. Keeping it here will only bring harm to our descendants. Besides, my granddaughter will get married in the future. And I don't want the same thing to happen to my great-grandson. Chapter 22. One has to say that Dugu Bo and his companions were really lucky, as there were only 2 mature earth dragon golden pumpkins. When he was tidying up the medicine garden, he found that in addition to the magical herbs of the protagonist group, there were some other unrecorded ones, such as the powerful monk fruit, the glorious sunflower and 7 or 8 other magical herbs. But why did Tang San plunder all of these? He didn't leave any of them behind, which also shows that Tang San's character is not very good. But this is none of Xiao Yi's business. Since he came here first, it belongs to him. Giving the Earth Dragon Golden Gourd to Dugu Bo and the others can be considered as making the best use of it. What's more, the remaining medicinal herbs all belong to Xiao Yi. Since Dugu Bo is willing to be his protector, he should strengthen them. His plan was to first let Dugu Bo and his grandson prepare a medicinal bath to recover from the internal injuries before taking the Earth Dragon and Golden Gourd. As for himself, he chose the Qirong Tongtian chrysanthemum, which is a neutral fairy-grade herb. Eating it can circulate qi in the limbs, circulate blood in the 8 meridians, and cultivate an indestructible body. He will collect the rest to train his own people in the future. Xiao Yi told Dugu Bo about his plan. Dugu Bo thought so too. After all, after the poison was removed, his body had already been corroded by the toxins and was riddled with holes. It would not be appropriate to evolve his martial soul like this, so he followed Xiao Yi's advice. Besides, the remaining medicinal materials must not be exposed, so cultivating a team is indeed a good idea. As the saying goes, medicine and poison are inseparable, and people who deal with poisons must have some medical skills. Douluo has a recipe for medicinal bath, otherwise Douluo would not have been able to suppress the poison for so many years with just his soul power. So the two of them started using the medicinal herbs in the medicine garden for health care. Cinnabar lotus, snow silkworm, winter cordyceps, summer grass, all top-grade medicinal materials were put in. Douluo spent a lot of money to treat the internal injuries of himself and his granddaughter. If people soak in it, it can eliminate impurities in the body, eliminate hidden injuries, dredge the meridians, enhance soul power and even have the effect of beautifying the skin. It can be said to be a treasure from heaven and earth. Moreover, if this bucket of medicinal bath is put outside, countless people will fight for it and get hurt. An hour later, the medicinal bath was prepared, and Douluo and Xiao Yi moved the wooden barrel into Douluo's wooden house. After moving the wooden barrel into the house, Douluo started to chase people away. After all, it was impossible for a girl to let Xiao Yi see her naked body. When it was night time, Douluo and his grandson finished their medicinal bath, put on their clothes and came out. Douluo's skin became as smooth as a baby's, with fair skin, beautiful face and long legs. She originally had a good figure and skin, and now after taking the medicinal bath, her skin was as smooth as milk. Even Xiao Yi couldn't help but be moved when he saw it. After Douluo healed his hidden injuries, the wrinkles on his face disappeared, and with his black hair, Douluo looked like a young man in his 20s or 30s at first glance. It seems that Senior Douluo was a handsome guy when he was young. Of course, when I was young, I had many suitors chasing me, but I finally chose Yanyan's grandmother. Thank you, Xiao Yi, I have never felt so relaxed since I was troubled by snake venom for so many years. Douluo felt his own lightness and said proudly to Xiao Yi. Wow, Grandpa, you really look younger, I didn't know you were so handsome when you were young, compared to you, I feel like other young people are weak. Douluo grabbed Douluo's arm and looked left and right in surprise. Haha, otherwise how could Yanyan be so beautiful, Douluo said with a smug look on his face. Come on, Yanyan, follow Grandpa to see the magic herb that's suitable for you. DOLOU Jinghua is the first one that we, the grandfather and grandson, have taken. Look at this magic herb, it's called Narcissus Jade Muscle and Bone. Douluo pointed to a white, translucent flower and showed it to Douluo. It looked as pure as a green lotus or a white couple. It nourishes the tendons and bones, and circulates the qi through the 8 extraordinary meridians. It is also good for the skin. Xiao Yi wants to absorb the Qirong Tongtian chrysanthemum. The Narcissus Jade Muscle and Bones complement each other and are a perfect match. Besides, doesn't Grandpa remember that you like Xiao Yi? After eating the Narcissus Jade Muscle and Bones, maybe you too will have a martial arts fusion skill. But Yanyan, you have to absorb the Earth Dragon Golden Gourd first to complete the evolution of your martial soul, and then absorb the Narcissus Jade Muscle and Bone after half a year. Douluo wanted to bring Xiao Yi and Douluo together. During the 6 months that the three of them had been together, he witnessed how Xiao Yi had gone from being cold at the beginning to being able to talk about anything with him now. Douluo's eyes were almost drawn when she looked at Xiao Yi. At first, Douluo was very angry and felt that his little cotton-padded jacket was leaking and that she had learned to be ungrateful. But then he thought about the fact that Xiao Yi was young, a genius, and had a good character, so he simply didn't care. And judging from Xiao Yi's attitude today, it seems that he is also somewhat interested in Douluo, so he might as well try to bring them together. Ah! Grandpa, what are you talking about? Why is Yanyan blushing? Did Grandpa remember it wrong? I hate Grandpa, if you say that again, I will ignore you. Douluo grabbed Douluo's arm and said coquettishly. Okay, Grandpa won't say anything more. Douluo saw that Douluo was getting anxious, so he decided to stop while he was ahead. When Xiao Yi saw this scene, he knew that Douluo wanted to bring them together. After half a year, Xiao Yi found that the two of them got along very well. Moreover, Douluo and Douluo treated him very well. He also found that he had feelings for Douluo. Okay, it's time for us to absorb the magic grass, Douluo said to the two after joking. Then Douluo picked the Earth Dragon Golden Melon and handed it to Douluo. Yanyan, you can eat the Earth Dragon Golden Melon just like you eat ordinary melons. After eating, sit cross-legged where you are and digest it. After Douluo finished speaking, he sat down cross-legged on the spot. Split the Earth Dragon pumpkin and ate it. Douluo did the same. After taking a bite, she felt a strong energy entering her body. She immediately sped up her eating speed without caring about whether she was a girl or not. Xiao Yi picked the strange-looking chrysanthemum. The Qirong Tongtianju is a huge chrysanthemum with a gorgeous purple color. The strange thing is that every petal of the chrysanthemum looks furry and extremely cute. The whole chrysanthemum is integrated. But there is no fragrance exuding. The stamen in the center is more than half a foot higher than the petals, and the top of the stamen shines with a faint golden glow. Xiao Yi ate the pistil first and then the petals. After the medicinal effect took effect, he sat cross-legged to refine it. The three of them sat cross-legged separately to absorb the immortal herbs. Xiao Yi was very stable. Douluo Bo and Douluo Yan's martial spirits have changed a lot. The green phosphorus snake king and the green phosphorus snake are both absorbing the medicinal power of the earth dragon golden gourd. The emerald green scales on Douluo Bo's green phosphorus snake king's body are constantly changing. The scales turn into spikes and the emerald spikes turn golden, making the entire snake body a cyan gold color. The biggest change has occurred on the head of the green phosphorus snake king. Douluo Bo's green phosphorus snake king is his martial soul that evolved on its own. It is the king of all snakes and has a suppressive effect on most snakes. This time, there are already several bulges on the snake's head, as if several heads are about to pop out at any time. Chapter 23. If you want to evolve completely, you are still missing an important item. Now Douluo Bo's martial spirit should not be called the jade-scaled snake king, but the nine-headed sky snake. Why is it still a snake? Because snakes are originally sub-dragon species. And the extra earth attribute of taking the earth dragon golden gourd seems to give people a great sense of security. Moreover, the jade-scaled snake king is the king of all snakes, so it will naturally not evolve into a dragon. However, the nine-headed sky serpent is at a higher level. And its scales have turned into spikes comparable to the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus rex. He was originally a control-type soul master, and melee combat was his weakness. Now after his evolution, his shortcomings have been made up. Moreover, the medicinal properties of the earth dragon golden gourd allowed him to rise from level 95 to the peak of level. The herbs with matching properties have a huge impact on a person's martial soul. The only pity is that his martial soul has not evolved completely. If it had evolved completely, it could have surpassed the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus rex. And his soul power reached level. Now Douluo Bo feels that his strength is about the same as Lao Long, but if his martial soul can evolve completely, he can beat Lao Long directly. Douluo Bo felt a little sad that there had been so many changes in the past year. He had a treasure trove without realizing it, but now he can finally make good use of this blessed land. At this time, Douluo Bo stood up and felt that he had endless energy. Douluo Bo looked carefully and saw that his granddaughter Douluo Yan and Xiao Yi were still absorbing. As a titled Douluo, his physical strength was beyond that of ordinary humans, so it was normal for him to absorb quickly. As Xiao Yi and the others, one is a soul master and the other is a soul sect, naturally their absorption is not as fast as his. An hour later, Xiao Yi woke up. After absorbing the fourth soul ring, he reached level 45. After half a year of practicing the Yin-Yang eyes of ice and fire, he reached level 49. Now, after absorbing the Qirong Tongtianju, he reached level. If he relied on himself, it would take him 2 or 3 years to improve so quickly, but he used the fairy grass so there was no problem of an unstable foundation. Even if his foundation was unstable, Xiao Yi had the Xuanzhong ruler to polish it. At this time, Douluo Bo saw Xiao Yi wake up and came to him in an instant, smiling and said, "How is it? How is the improvement?" "It has improved a lot, my soul power has been raised to level 50, it will reach level in about 3 months. Ouch! A dragon roar swept through the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire, and the two of them looked and found that it was Douluo Yan who had completed the evolution of his martial soul. Since Douluo Yan's martial soul was only the green phosphorus snake, he did not become a snake king like Douluo Bo, and directly transformed into a dragon, becoming a new sub-dragon martial soul, the Golden Scale Dragon. Golden Scale Dragon, a huge dragon, is at the same level as the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex, and is proficient in earth attributes and abandons poison attributes. It has the power of a dragon turning over. The golden scales are very beautiful but the defense is extremely strong. The golden scaled dragon has 4 claws under its belly, a dragon head and a fish tail. Its only shortcoming is that the horns on its head have not evolved completely, and it almost became a real dragon. His entire body was covered in golden scales and the poison attribute was expelled when his martial soul evolved. Even the toxins in his soul bones were converted into soul power. It can be said that Douluo Yan will have no more contact with poison in the future. The dragon head is mighty and domineering, and the golden vertical pupils reveal the majesty of a real dragon. The limbs are strong and can walk. In Xiao Yi's eyes, It is completely the image of an oriental dragon, very much like the golden dragon in mythology and legends. Dugu Yen opened his eyes. His martial spirit had already possessed his body. His entire body was covered with golden scales, especially his right hand, which was thicker than his left hand. Yen, is your right hand able to transform into a dragon using secret magic? Dugu Bo's eyes were sharp. Dugu Yan's left arm was obviously like a dragon's arm. He had seen the dragon arm of the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex in its dragon state. Dugu Yen looked exactly like them. It seems so, the right hand turned into a dragon claw. It might be because the right arm absorbed the soul bone. I can feel that the power of the right arm has increased by 2 times, and the poison attribute is gone, and my soul power has reached level 40 now. I don't know exactly how many levels it is, I will know it after absorbing the soul ring. Dugu Yen looked at her right hand and found that it was stronger and even had no poison power, as if it had been abandoned by the new martial spirit. This made her very happy. To be honest. If it wasn't a martial spirit, it would have been a poison attribute. How could a girl like her deal with poison all day? Now that she had no poison, it meant that she could become a strong attack type. Hahaha, what a happy occasion. It's even more powerful than the dragon transformation of the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family. It seems that the soul beast prepared for Yen in the future will have to be modified. Dugu Bo was very happy to hear Dugu Yan's words. Because his martial soul was a snake, he was always suppressed by the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex and could not exert 70 of his strength. Now the martial souls of the grandfather and grandson have evolved to the same level as the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex. Even Dugu Yan's martial soul is stronger than the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex. However, we can't let outsiders know now. After all, martial soul evolution is not a trivial matter, otherwise people from powerful forces will definitely find ways to find out the secret of martial soul evolution. 7 Treasures Glazed Sect, just tell me my name. By the way, Xiao boy, what are your plans for the future? Dugu Bo looked at Xiao Yi and asked. I plan to go to Tiendo Royal Academy to participate in the Soul Master competition in a few years. Senior Dugu should have some channels for this. Tiendo Royal Academy specifically accepts aristocrats. I can then tell Prince Xuexing to allow you to enroll, but how do you explain your soul power level and soul rings? Dugu Bo asked. There has never been anyone on the continent who has reached a level close to that of a soul king at the age of 13. And Xiao Yi's soul ring configuration is also the only one of its kind on the continent, so it's no wonder that Dugu Bo is so cautious. My martial soul can prevent people from seeing my cultivation level. As for the spirit ring, my ring can be used as a disguise. When the time comes, I will directly show my cultivation level of the soul venerable. Dugu Bo agreed after hearing this, so there was no need to worry if that was the case. I remember there was a Tyrannosaurus Rex with golden dragon blood in the Sunset Forest, but the age of that soul beast is 7,000 years, and I don't know if Yen can absorb it. Dugu Yen now has a 50,000-year-old soul bone in her body, and she has taken the Earth Dragon Golden Gourd. According to her physical fitness, she can absorb it. Let's go then. After saying that, Dugu Bo took Dugu Yen away, and Xiao Yi activated his external soul bone and followed them. The 4th soul ring of a normal soul master is about 5,000 years old, and most are 4,500 years old. There are few monsters like Xiao Yi whose 4th soul ring is only 20,000 years old. Half an hour later, Dugu Bo and the other 2 arrived at the Tyrannosaurus Rex's nest. The Tyrannosaurus Rex was eating at this time, and it also noticed the arrival of Xiao Yi and the other 2. Roar! When the Tyrannosaurus Rex saw the 3 people, he roared angrily, obviously upset by them. Chapter 24. Dugu Bo disappeared after he finished speaking. With Xiao Yi's strength, it is not difficult to deal with this Tyrannosaurus Rex. The only thing is that he needs to pay attention to Dugu Yen. The Golden Dragon roars. At this time, Dugu Yan's martial soul evolution abandoned the poison attribute, and his previous soul skills became 2 amplification skills and 1 soul skill of spiritual attribute. As for the effects of the changed soul skills, they are to shock the enemy's mind into paralysis, making the opponent unable to use soul skills, and increase the self-amplification and resistance by 50. Without waiting for Xiao Yi to speak, Dugu Yen took the lead in releasing the 3rd soul skill. At this moment Xiao Yi also reacted and didn't say anything. Afterwards, he displayed his martial soul and activated his 4th soul skill to increase the gravity, then activated his 1st and 2nd soul skills and attacked. Boom! As soon as they started fighting, Xiao Yi felt his arms going numb. It must be said that although this Tyrannosaurus Rex is only 7,000 years old, its strength is at least at the level of 30,000 years, comparable to a soul emperor or even a soul saint. He feels that he cannot fight it head-on. You go aside first, I'll deal with it. After Xiao Yi said that, he activated his external soul bone to deal with it. An hour later. Xiao Yi was in a stalemate with the soul beast for an hour, and finally wore the Tyrannosaurus Rex out. However, his condition at this time was not good and his soul power was almost at its limit. This soul beast is really difficult to deal with, Sister Yen. Come here. Xiao Yi shouted while panting. The stalemate lasted for an hour, and he even used all his skills, even using his external soul bone skills. At this time, a pit about 20 meters in size and 3 meters deep appeared on the ground. Coming. At this time, the Tyrannosaurus Rex had no strength to resist, so Dugu Yen came over and stabbed a knife into the Tyrannosaurus Rex's eyes. After the Tyrannosaurus Rex died, a deep purple soul ring emerged. Dugu Yen sat down to regulate his breathing and began to absorb the soul ring. Boy, your fighting skills are pretty good, it seems like you've spent your time in the Star Do Great Forest for good. At this time Dugu Bo appeared. Dugu Bo had seen the fight just now, including what Xiao Yi said to Dugu Yen. Dugu Bo's attitude towards Xiao Yi had also risen again. He didn't plan to care about how the two of them got along. Children and grandchildren have their own blessings, right? After meeting Xiao Yi, he found that everything was fine. Now his plan was to live in peace and enjoy his old age. If there was any problem, he would protect Xiao Yi, and if not, he would enjoy his old age. Time passed quickly, and the next day came in a blink of an eye. In the morning, Dugu Yen woke up after refining her soul ring and saw her grandfather guarding her. Grandpa. After absorbing this soul ring, my soul power reached level 43, and the fourth soul skill increased all my attributes by 150, I call it the Golden Dragon Overlord body. Really? My Yen Yen is so awesome. Of course, don't you see who I am? Dugu Yen raised her head proudly. Okay, my Yen Yen is the best. Seeing Dugu Yen so happy, Dugu Bo agreed with Dugu Yen. Okay, the spirit ring has been absorbed, shouldn't we go back to class? I don't want to. I want to go with Xiao Yi. Dugu Yen already had a good impression of Xiao Yi, and Xiao Yi's behavior yesterday made her like him even more. Xiao Yi was also speechless when he saw Dugu Yan's eyes. Should he say that this is worthy of being the continent of love? However, when it comes to matters of the heart, just take it one step at a time. Ahem, I'll go and get Xiao Yi enrolled in school soon, you can stay at home with him for the next few days. Okay, let's go back first. After saying that, the three of them returned to the Yin-Yang Eyes of Ice and Fire. After returning to the Yin-Yang Eyes of Ice and Fire, Dugu Bo began to prepare for Xiao Yi's admission to school. After the three of them finished lunch, Dugu Bo went to the prince's mansion to find Prince Xuexing. In the prince's mansion, Prince Xuexing had just finished his meal when he saw Dugu Bo coming. Mr. Dugu, what do you want to talk to me about? I do have something to ask you. I recently accepted an apprentice, and I want him to go to Tiando Royal Academy, but I need a certificate of nobility. Can you help me get an admission certificate? Of course you can, I'm sure Mr. Dugu must have an exceptional talent to accept a disciple like him. Not bad, 13 years old soul master level. A 13-year-old soul master. No wonder Mr. Dugu would accept a disciple. Please wait a moment, I will issue a certificate for him. Prince Xuexing then asked someone to bring paper and pen, and quickly wrote a certificate and handed it to Dugu Bo. Mr. Dugu, the certificate is ready. Well, I'll leave first. Mr. Dugu, please come to my mansion to drink next time, I have a jar of old wine that I have treasured for many years. Next time definitely. After saying this, Dugu Bo left. Prince Xuexing himself actually doesn't have much of a friendship with Dugu Bo. It's just that a few years ago, he met Dugu Bo who was being hunted by Ju Douluo and saved him. Dugu Bo owed him a favor, and Dugu Bo himself attached great importance to promises. So he often looked for Dugu Bo to keep in touch with him. After all these years, it can be said that the favor has long been repaid, but Xuexing had no choice but to do this if he wanted to keep Dugu Bo. An hour later, Dugu Bo returned to the Yin-Yang Eyes of Ice and Fire. Xiao Yi, your enrollment has been arranged, go to the academy with Yen Yen tomorrow. Thank you, Senior Dugu. Don't call me senior anymore, since you are about the same age as Yen Yen, just call me Grandpa. Okay, Grandpa Dugu. The next day. In the morning, Dugu Yen and Xiao Yi came to Tiando Royal Academy. Along the way, Dugu Yen talked to Xiao Yi about the school rules of Tiando Academy. Tiando Royal Academy has 3 levels for students, Tianwei level, Tianji level, and Tiando level. Tianwei level refers to soul masters with soul power below level 25. Tianji level refers to soul masters with soul power between level 25 and 30, and Tiando level refers to soul masters above level 30. Generally speaking, you can graduate when you are above level 30. Now the Academy is forming the Tiando Royal Team for the All-Continental Soul Master Elite Competition in a few years. In addition, teachers are divided into Tianwei level, Tianji level, and Tiando level. The spirit power requirement for Tianwei level teachers is 40 to 50, the spirit power requirement for Tianji level teachers is 50 to 60, and the spirit power requirement for Tiando level teachers is above 60. The current team leader is Qin Ming, and his spirit power level is Soul Emperor. I heard that he is the youngest Soul Emperor in the records of the Spirit Hall. But if you are here now, you will be the youngest Soul Emperor in the future. In addition, the Academy also has an education committee. There are 3 people in the teaching committee, namely the chief Meng Xinji, the second Bai Baoshan and the third Jilin. Their martial souls are Black Demon, Sky Star Furnace and Azure Ivy, and their soul powers are level 85, 84 and 82 respectively. Meng Xinji and Jilin are control-oriented, while Bai Baoshan is a defense-oriented one. Having said that, the 2 of them also arrived outside the Tiando Royal Academy. Tiando Royal Academy is built on a mountain outside Tiando City. The stone steps for climbing the mountain are all carved from white marble, and each piece has a soul beast pattern on it, making it look very delicate. The original intention of its establishment was to provide the empire with a steady stream of talent, but later it became a place for nobles to gild themselves. At the gate of Tiando Royal Academy, there were a few playboys hanging out at the entrance. The leader was a boy about the same age as Douluo Yen, with red hair and a defiant expression. "Stop, what are you doing?" The leading boy asked the 2 men. "Avalanche, it seems like you've become complacent since I haven't been in the academy for half a year," Douluo Yen said retortively. At this time, after Douluo Yen had been detoxified, her hair turned back to black and her skin became more delicate. Even her previous teammates might not be able to recognize her. "It's Sister Yen, what are you still standing there for? Hurry up and open the door for Sister Yen." Soon the door opened and the 2 of them entered the academy. Chapter 25. Before he even entered the center of the academy, he had already felt the richness of the academy, which was even slightly weaker than the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire. "Okay, stop looking, I'll take you to report to the education committee." Douluo Yen pulled Xiao Yi towards the education committee. Soon the 2 arrived at the education committee. The interior space of the education committee is very large. There are no luxurious furnishings in the empty education committee. Instead, it appears very simple. At this time, there is no noise inside the education committee. There are only 3 people in the hall. The 2 entered the hall, and one of them saw Douluo Yen and Xiao Yi and said, "I guess this person must be the disciple of His Majesty Douluo. There is a strict hierarchy in Douluo Continent. Once one is promoted to a title Douluo, no matter how old he is, people younger than him must respectfully address him as, Your Majesty." Disciple? What the hell? Xiao Yi soon dispelled his doubts. He thought that Douluo Bo must have said that he was his apprentice in order to give him an identity. That's right, the boy Xiao Yi is his apprentice. "My name is Meng Xinji, my martial soul is Black Demon, and I am a level 85 control-type soul Douluo. My name is Bai Baoshan, my martial soul is Tangxinglu, and I am a level 84 defense soul Douluo. My name is Jilin, my martial soul is Azure Ivy, and I'm a level 82 control soul Douluo." The 3 of them introduced themselves one by one. "I heard that you have reached level 39 at the age of 13, let me, my old bones, test you." After saying this, Meng Xinji activated his soul power pressure. A normal soul master can withstand a maximum of 2/3 of his own soul power pressure, but Xiao Yi is a genius, so Meng Xinji set the soul pressure to level 30 from the beginning. However, Xiao Yi did not feel any discomfort, as the pressure from Meng Xinji's soul power began to increase continuously. Level 31, level 32, level 38, level 39. Xiao Yi's state at this moment was the same as at the beginning, which shocked Meng Xinji. "I want to see how long you can hold on," Meng Xinji thought to himself. Until he reached level 45, Xiao Yi's expression was very relaxed. Then Meng Xinji became ruthless and continued to add more. Level 46, level 47. When he reached level 47, Xiao Yi pretended that he couldn't bear it, and then 3 soul rings of yellow, purple, slowly rose up. After revealing his soul ring, Xiao Yi pretended to look much better than before he revealed his soul ring. So the dream machine continued to improve. Level 49, level 52. Tear. Xiao Yi also knew that it was time to quit, and when he reached level 52, he revealed his external soul bone. At this point, Meng Xinji also put away his soul power pressure. Then Meng Xinji started to praise Xiao Yi. "You are indeed a genius, a soul master has an external soul bone, and can also withstand the soul pressure of a soul king, just give me the proof and leave." After hearing this, Xiao Yi gave the admission certificate to Meng Xinji. Let's go, and see our team. After Xiao Yi handed the admission certificate to Meng Xinji, Douluo Yan couldn't wait to pull Xiao Yi's arm and go to the Tiando team. Tiando Royal Academy is very large. It took Xiao Yi and Douluo Yan a quarter of an hour to reach the gathering place of the Royal Do team. During this period, Douluo Yan also told Xiao Yi about the members of their team. Tiando Royal Academy is referred to as the Royal Do team. Its members are Captain Yu Tianheng, Vice Captain Douluo Yan, and team members Yu Feng, Oslo, Shur Mo, and Yi Lingling. Yu Tianheng is a strong attack spirit master. His martial spirit is the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex, his spirit power is level 34. He is the heir of this generation of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family. His grandfather is the leader of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus clan, Yu Yuanzhen. He and Yu Tianxin are known as the Blue Lightning Gemini. Shur Mo is a twin, his martial soul is the Black Tortoise, his soul power is level 33, and he is the defensive soul master in the team. Yu Feng and Oslo are the agility attack spirit masters in the team, their spirits are Wind Chime Bird and Ghost Leopard respectively, and their spirit powers are level 31 and level 32 respectively. Finally, it's our auxiliary spirit master, her name is Yi Lingling. Her martial spirit is the Nine-Hearted Begonia, she is also my best friend. As for spirit power, because she is an auxiliary spirit master and cultivates slowly, her spirit power is only level 28, but she is about the same level as you. In fact, Xiao Yi knew all of this, but when the members of the royal fighting team appeared in the original novel, they were only around level 35, as if they were just a stepping stone for Tang San. Yu Tianheng could understand this. After all, the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex needed to consume a large amount of soul power to start transforming into a dragon starting from level 30. Speaking of Yu Tianheng reminds me of one thing, he once wanted to pursue me. It seemed that someone behind him asked him to pursue me so that he could win over my grandfather, however, I rejected him and he continued to pester me. I mentioned my grandfather's name and he didn't dare to continue pestering me after hearing my grandfather's name. Later, after my grandfather took me to meet you, I looked down on him even more. After hearing her blunt words, Xiao Yi didn't know what to do. When Douluo Yan first met him, it was to help her grandfather solve the toxins in her body. Later, after spending half a year together, she gradually became dependent on Xiao Yi. What's more, when he took Douluo Yan hunting souls a few days ago, he took care of her without being distracted, which made Douluo Yan even more moved. Douluo Yan is the kind of girl who will leave no room for compromise once she falls in love. It just so happens that Xiao Yi has developed some feelings for her after spending half a year together. Since she doesn't like Yu Tianheng, just leave her to him. However, now is not a good opportunity to confess. Speaking of Yu Tianheng, he remembered one thing. He seemed to be the nephew of Master Yu Xiaogang. He had a very unpleasant quarrel with Yu Xiaogang when he was studying in Notting. And according to Douluo Yan, Yu Tianheng was also an irresponsible man, and a coward like his uncle Yu Xiaogang. However, if he joined the royal fighting team, he would not be able to keep his secret. If he wanted to join, he would have to find a way to kick Yu Tianheng out. At this point, the two of them also arrived at the training ground of the royal fighting team. At this time, Qin Ming was the only one in the royal fighting team's training ground. Teacher Qin Ming, this is a new student, the education committee asked him to join our royal fighting team. Oh. It's you, Yan Zi, have you gotten rid of the toxins in your body? The reason Douluo Bo asked for leave for Douluo Yan was that there were toxins in his body and he needed some time to detoxify. At that time, the education committee notified Qin Ming and also issued a leave note. Well, now there is no poison in my body, and I won't hurt myself when I practice in the future. Is the person next to you the new student? Yes, Mr. Qin Ming, he is 13 years old and has a soul power level of 39. Oh. It seems that he is still a little monster. If you want to join the team, soul power is not enough, the most important thing is to have actual combat ability. Chapter 26. Chapter 27. Chapter 28. After graduation, he traveled around the mainland and eventually became a teacher at Tiando Royal Academy, but unfortunately the ending was not very good. When Shrek came to Tiando Royal Academy and was kicked out, Qin Ming also resigned. From Shrek's perspective, Qin Ming is a loyal man, but from the perspective of Tiando Royal Academy, he is a complete ungrateful person. Xiao Yi quickly went over Qin Ming's experience and personality in his mind. At this time, Qin Ming spoke, I will suppress my soul power to the soul sect level, so that I can see your fighting skills and combat awareness. As a Shrek student, Qin Ming's fighting skills and qualities are pretty good. After all, few academies would throw their students into the fighting arena. Teacher Qin Ming, that's not necessary, just follow your original soul power level. Xiao Yi was not bragging. With his current physical strength, he was at least comparable to a soul beast of 30,000 to 40,000 years old. Even if he only used the soul power of a soul master level plus an external soul bone, he could fight Qin Ming back and forth. Boy, you said you didn't need it, don't blame me for showing no mercy. Qin Ming felt that he was being looked down upon. After all, as a soul emperor, even if he suppressed his soul power, he could not be defeated by a kid who had not yet reached the soul sect level. Teacher, don't worry, you don't have to worry about hurting me. After saying that, Xiao Yi also showed his fighting posture. Possessed by a martial spirit, Qin Ming activated his martial soul, and 6 soul rings of yellow, purple, and black rose from his body. Qin Ming obtained his 5th soul ring by himself. He had already graduated at that time and was embarrassed to ask Shrek's teacher for help. His 6th soul ring was obtained with the help of Tiando Academy. It can be said that the academy devoted all its resources and soul rings to cultivating Qin Ming. It has to be said that Xiao Yi's ring is really useful. At this moment, his soul power is just at level 39, and his soul ring is also the best configuration of yellow, and purple. Then the two began to fight. 3rd soul skill, Blue Fire Meteor. Qin Ming's 3rd soul skill is a range attack soul skill. Because it is a soul skill of the 3rd soul ring, the damage caused by the level 60 soul power is considerable. When Xiao Yi saw Qin Ming performing a ranged soul skill, he immediately used explosive step to dodge. Then he started close combat with Qin Ming. The 4th soul skill, Heart of the Grey Wolf. Qin Ming's 4th soul ring is an amplifying soul skill. After using this soul skill, all attributes will be increased by 150. During this period, you can cancel it by yourself or until the soul power is exhausted. Boom! Good boy, you're quite strong. When Qin Ming caught Xiao Yi's Xuanzhong Qi, he felt a huge force pressing down on him, causing pain in his arm. It seems that I can't deal with you unless I show some real skills. 6th soul skill, Spark starting a prairie fire. Qin Ming's 6th soul skill is that of a 20,000-year-old fire-attributed soul beast. The effect of the soul skill is to ignite a raging fire within a field within a radius of 80 meters, causing extremely high damage. Seeing that Qin Ming had activated his 6th soul skill, Xiao Yi also instantly used his 1st and 2nd soul skills. Then released his external soul bone to dodge, and finally used his 3rd soul skill to make the phantom of the Xuanzhong ruler form a Bagua formation to attack Qin Ming from 8 directions. Qin Ming saw that it was difficult to accept or not accept this soul skill. I just took it. Ahem, Qin Ming caught the spirit skill, and the dust on the ground rose up. After a while, the dust dispersed, and Qin Ming's clothes were covered with dust, looking a little embarrassed. The battle ended here. Good boy, you really have some strength. You have passed the test. From now on, you will be a member of the royal fighting team. Thank you, Mr. Qin Ming, for showing mercy. You don't need to thank me, kid, don't you know your own strength? With your external spirit bones, the combination of spirit skills and physical fitness, I really don't know which academy can train such an outrageous little monster like you. It was just luck. Xiao Yi touched his nose and said embarrassedly. Okay Yanzi, take him to the dormitory. Come on, let's go to the dormitory. Dugu Yan heard Qin Ming's words and pulled Xiao Yi's arm and went to the dormitory. Tiando Royal Academy treats students very well. Everyone has a dormitory of their own, and the dormitories for the Royal Do team are 2 villas, one for boys and one for girls. On the other hand, the news of the battle between Xiao Yi and Qin Ming spread, and Xiao Yi's information also reached the tables of major forces. Qibao Glazed Sect. At this moment, Ning Fengji was reading about Xiao Yi's life. Xiao Yi, from Notting City, has yellow and purple soul rings. He studied at Notting College for 4 years. After graduation, he went to the Xingdou Great Forest and served in the soul hunting group for 2 years. Half a year ago, he came to Tiando City and bought a house, then he went to the auction site. On his way home after the auction, he was followed by Dugu Bo. After he got home, he said something to Dugu Bo and was taken away by Dugu Bo. It was not until yesterday that Dugu Bo admitted that he was his apprentice. Moreover, Dugu Yan's martial soul seemed to have undergone some changes, which greatly increased her soul power. Uncle Jian, what do you think? In my opinion, this boy is the young man who sat next to us half a year ago. We didn't have any contact with him at the beginning. So we had no chance to win him over. Now that he has been accepted as a disciple by Dugu Bo, it's too late to make a move now. And for some reason, Dugu Bo's spirit power has broken through to level 94. Maybe he encountered some opportunities, his martial spirit has changed, and his appearance has become much younger. In my opinion, it's better to make friends with him. Ning Fengji was also excited when he heard that his martial soul had changed. As the leader of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect, he knew the limitation of his family's martial soul. It could only have 7 soul rings. The sect leaders of all generations wanted to evolve their martial souls. His innate soul power was at level 8.5. He had thought of countless ways and looked up countless materials in order to evolve his martial soul. He was already old, and it would be too late even if his martial soul evolved. However, his daughter had just awakened her martial soul 2 years ago. And her innate soul power was at level 9. Unfortunately, because of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile Tower, it could only stagnate at level 79. Now that there was an opportunity for the martial soul to evolve, he naturally thought of his daughter first. But then Ning Fengji calmed down and felt that it was not feasible. After all, Douluo had a strange personality. What if he angered Douluo? Apart from the Spirit Hall, the person he feared the most was Douluo. Because he was the engine of total destruction. If Douluo was really angered, by the time he attacked, the sect would be close to being destroyed. Prince's East Palace. Xue Qinghe, or Qianrenxue, also finished reading Xiao Yi's intelligence, and spoke to the snake spear Douluo who was sent by DALU to protect him. Uncle Shi, that woman shouldn't know his information, right? Young master, this boy has not been to the Spirit Hall since he reached level 20, so the Spirit Hall has not updated his information in recent years. Interesting, his spirit rings and spirit power can't be that simple. Since he can fight Qin Ming equally, it also proves his ability. He is likely a spirit master, his spirit rings may be yellow, purple, or black. The second and third spirit rings are understandable, but the 10,000-year spirit ring has to experience soul shock, unless his mental power is higher than his cultivation. Then young master, do you want us to do it? Snake Spear Douluo said as he made a gesture of cutting a neck. No, I want to capture him myself, it would be best if I can use such a talent, if not, just kill him, after all, a genius who has not risen is nothing, and since he wants to hide, let him hide, Qianrenxue said. Snake Spear Douluo didn't say anything when he heard this. After all, he was only sent by DALU to protect Qianrenshue's safety, and everything had to be arranged by Qianrenxue. Qianrenxue then returned to the secret room, revealing her true appearance. Chapter 29. Qianrenxue was extremely beautiful. His original male appearance changed into a woman who looked about 18 or 19 years old. She had skin whiter than snow, a straight nose, slightly slender phoenix eyes, and a stunning face with a bit of majesty. She was wearing a golden palace dress. The long dress was one piece and seemed to be woven with gold thread. It didn't have too many patterns. The style was simple and elegant. The golden stand-up collar protected her snow-white and slender figure. On her neck, her long golden hair was scattered casually behind her without combing it carefully. It was in sharp contrast to her neat palace attire. Since his father is the previous Pope Qian Xuanji and his mother is the current Pope Bibi Dong, Qianrenxue can be said to have inherited the genes of his parents very well. Qianrenxue stared at herself in the mirror for a moment, then said with emotion, I have grown so big without realizing it. She was only 9 years old when Qiang Sunji died, and Bibi Dong sent her to the Qiando Empire to complete Qiang Sunji's undercover mission in the Qiando Empire that had been put on hold. Because she had longed for maternal love since she was a child, she accepted the task without thinking twice when Bibi Dong told her about it. After arriving in the Qiando Empire, she began to observe her targets and finally chose Xue Qinghe. The eldest prince Xue Luochuan may not have a talent for cultivation, but he is very talented in politics. The third prince Xue Heizang had a good talent for cultivation, and since he had no interest in court affairs, he decided to join the army. Only Xue Qinghe was mediocre in all aspects, but he was kind to others. Besides, Qianrenxue was not much older than Xue Qinghe, so he replaced Xue Qinghe. She first pretended to be a refugee and approached Xue Qinghe. She then spent the next 6 months observing Xue Qinghe's living habits. After she had thoroughly understood Xue Qinghe, she attacked Xue Qinghe in the royal hunting ground. After being replaced by Xue Qinghe, she spent another 2 years dealing with the eldest prince and the third prince. Later, because of his good performance, and because only Xue Qinghe and the young Xuebeng were left, Emperor Xiao Yi made Xue Qinghe the crown prince. After Xuebeng learned that his eldest and third brothers had died, he was afraid of being killed by Xue Qinghe, so he defected to Prince Xuexing. Prince Xuexing asked Xuebeng to pretend to be a dandy. And Xuebeng did so. Qianrenxue thought Xuebeng was scared when she saw him acting like a dandy, but she felt that a dandy boy was not a threat, so she simply ignored him. Qianrenxue is now 17 years old. At the most beautiful age, she is living under someone else's identity. Hey, I hope you can give me a surprise. Then Qian Renshua turned back into Xueching his appearance. Uncle Shi, prepare the car and go to the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect. Xiao Yi is here. In the afternoon, all the members of the royal fighting team returned to the training ground, and Qin Ming called Xiao Yi out to introduce the team members. Xiao Yi, let me introduce you, you two will be teammates from now on. This is Yu Tianheng, his martial soul is the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex, he is a strong attack spirit master, currently at level 33. The growth rate in Douluo Continent is relatively fast, and people become adults at the age of 12. Yu Tianheng looked to be about 17 or 18 years old, with a slender figure, about 9 meters tall, neat short black hair standing up like steel needles. Slender and strong hands, not handsome, with little expression on his face. He was wearing a blue tights, and perhaps because of his martial spirit, the facial muscles of a person with a Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex martial spirit were stiff. This is Yi Lingling, whose martial spirit is Nine-Hearted Begonia. It is said that if there is a spirit master with Nine-Hearted Begonia in a spirit master team, it will be difficult for him to die. Yi Lingling looked to be about 15 years old, with a slim figure, dressed in black, with a black veil covering her face. And long blue hair cascading down her back. She had a pair of extremely beautiful big eyes, the same color as her hair, with clear eyes without any impurities, and her long eyelashes were slightly curved, and she seemed to be able to speak when she blinked. I don't know why, but Yi Lingling gives people a very lonely feeling. The two brothers, Shimo and Shimo, give people a simple and honest feeling, and make people feel safe wherever they stand. Yufeng and Osro are funny. This is Xiao Yi, his soul power is level 39, he will be your teammate from now on. Wow, I thought I was the most handsome in the entire team, only Osro could compete with me, Yufeng said. Bullshit, I'm obviously the most handsome, I'm the most handsome in the team, now that Xiao Yi is here I'm afraid I have to give him the position. The two of them joked. Xiao Yi has now grown up completely. With long white hair draped over his shoulders. The 2 years of training in the Xingdou Great Forest have made his expression more resolute. There is still a bit of childishness on his angular face, which brings him a bit of youthfulness. He is a handsome guy. At this moment, Yi Lingling also looked at him curiously, but didn't say anything. Okay, stop messing around, you guys take a rest today and start training tomorrow. Qin Ming left after he finished speaking. Not long after Qin Ming left, everyone started talking. Xiao Yi, how come you are so handsome? You are even more handsome than me, I am so jealous. That's right, how did you cultivate your soul power? You are younger than us but your cultivation level is higher than ours. Xiao Yi didn't know what to answer, so he gave Dugu Yen a look. Okay, stop asking, Xiao Yi is my grandfather's apprentice. Dugu Yen saw Xiao Yi's eyes and stepped forward to stop their questions. When everyone heard that it was Dugu Bo's apprentice, they tactfully stopped asking any more questions. But the next moment their eyes were focused on Dugu Yan's hands. Oh, Sister Yan, this couldn't be your lover, he's holding your hand so tightly. It turned out that it was Dugu Yan's hand holding Xiao Yi's hand. That's right, look, Sister Yan's face is red. Dugu Yan's face turned red due to the teasing of the team members, and she didn't dare to look at Xiao Yi. Then Dugu Yan said, you bastards, do you want to be punished? When everyone heard this, they subconsciously shuddered and remembered the days when they were dominated by Dugu Yan. Because they didn't know that Dugu Yan's martial soul had evolved. They only knew that her grandfather had taken her to detoxify and taught her to practice in the past 6 months. Which greatly improved her soul power. So they subconsciously thought that Dugu Yan's soul skills were still the same as before. At this moment, Yu Tianheng was also staring at Dugu Yan's hand and wanted to say something, but when the words came to his lips, he didn't know how to say them. Finally he sighed and turned away. When everyone noticed that Yu Tianheng had left, they all stopped talking tacitly. An hour later, everyone was chatting in the training ground. Although they were called chatting, in fact, only Osro and Yufeng were talking. Hey, look, isn't that His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, Sect Master Ning, and the Education Committee? Suddenly Oslo looked towards a certain place and started speaking. When everyone heard Oslo's words, they looked in the direction of Oslo's gaze. Only a few people came. The one walking in front was a young man, next to him was a middle-aged man in a white robe, next to the middle-aged man was an old man, and behind them followed 3 Education Committee members. Soon they arrived near Xiao Yi and others. The young man looked to be in his 20s, with short hair and looked very energetic. The middle-aged man next to him, Xiao Yi, had met him at the auction. He was the leader of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect. He had never seen the old man next to the middle-aged man, but he looked haggard, with shriveled muscles and skin. And sunken eye sockets. His body was not the kind of muscular and strong, but his entire body frame was surprisingly large, and his clothes seemed to be completely supported by the skeleton. Chapter 30. Oh, let me introduce you first. This is Crown Prince Xuanzhong. I heard that a genius has come to the academy, and His Royal Highness the Crown Prince is eager to see talented people, so he couldn't wait to come here. This is the Crown Prince's teacher, the leader of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect. He came here with the Crown Prince. And this is the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect's guardian DOLOU, His Majesty the Bone DOLOU, whose soul power is level 95, Meng Xinji introduced to Xiao Yi. It seems like he wants to win me over, Xiao Yi thought to himself after listening to Meng Xinji's introduction. I heard that a genius has come to my Tiando Royal Academy. It is said that he is the disciple of His Majesty Dugu. And he is only 13 years old and is about to reach the Soul Master level. I rushed here without stopping after hearing the news about you. Now I see that he is indeed a talented person. Xuanzhong began to praise. When I saw the little brother at the auction before, I knew that he was no ordinary person. I didn't expect that half a year later, he would become the top disciple of Mr. Dugu. We can only blame our Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect for not having a chance to be with the little brother. Ning Fengji said. Well, it seems like he is really trying to win me over, Xiao Yi thought to himself. What are your Royal Highness the Crown Prince and Sect Master Ning talking about? I'm just lucky to have caught the eye of Senior Dugu. My friend, don't be so modest. Since you have been accepted as a disciple by His Majesty Dugu, you must be unique, otherwise, His Majesty Dugu would not have accepted you as a disciple, Ning Fengji complimented Xiao Yi when he heard what he said. I feel a little embarrassed by your praise, sect leader Ning. Xiao Yi was choked by Ning Fengji's compliment and didn't know what to say. Teacher, and Xiao Yi, let's talk somewhere else. At this time Xuanzhong spoke up to help Xiao Yi out. Yes, then let's go to Tiando Hotel. Do you think it's okay, Xiao? Ning Fengji asked Xiao Yi. Okay, I'll follow Sect Master Ning's arrangements. Xiao Yi saw that he couldn't refuse and had to agree reluctantly. Then everyone walked out of the academy. Before leaving, Xiao Yi gave Dugu Yen a look, telling her not to act rashly. Dugu Yen saw Xiao Yi's eyes and understood what Xiao Yi meant, so she was no longer in a hurry. Half an hour later. Inside the Tiando Royal Hotel, Xuanzhong and Ning Fengji started chatting with Xiao Yi after ordering their dishes. Xiao Yi, can I call you that? Ning Fengji asked. If Sect Master Ning wants to call you, you can. You don't have to be so reserved. I'm several decades older than you. If you don't mind, just call me Uncle Ning. Hello, Uncle Ning. Xiao Yi was reluctant in his heart, but still called him Uncle Ning. Since the teacher has said so, then I am a few years older than you. From now on, I will call you Brother Xiao, and you can call me Brother Xue. It turns out that none of the powerful people are easy to get along with, Xiao Yi complained in his heart. Then I will obey your command, Brother Xue. There was no other way. The situation was stronger than the person. Soon the dishes were served and everyone started to eat. During the meal, Ning Fengji and Xuanzhong intentionally or unintentionally tested Xiao Yi's attitude. Most of the time, Xiao Yi made excuses. Ning Fengji and Xuanzhong saw that he did not want to get too involved in a struggle between forces and did not continue to test him. Soon everyone finished their meal and Ning Fengji was ready to leave. Before leaving, he said that if he had time, he could come to visit the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect. Uncle Gu, what do you think of Xiao Yi? This kid is definitely not an ordinary guy. Although he looks harmless, he is more arrogant than anyone else. He is unwilling to be inferior to others, and he will not join any force. The most likely possibility is that he wants to create his own force. Now he has Dugu Bo as his backer, and he is also a genius. Now he only needs his own confidence and certain connections to create a considerable force. Feng Ji, do you think we should join us? Gu Rong pointed to his neck with his hand after saying the last sentence. No need, Uncle Gu. If you can make friends with him, try to make them as good as possible. If he wants to create a power in the future, support him. Besides, if he creates a power, it will be the spirit hall that will have a headache. Also, his spirit is a top-level weapon spirit, on par with the Clear Sky Hammer. Do you think the Clear Sky sect will allow a genius with a spirit that is on par with theirs to rise? In my opinion, we should try not to put too much pressure on the stakes for now. Gu Rong thought about Ning Fengji's words carefully. In the past, Haotian sect destroyed many sects for the world's #1 weapon spirit. Although Haotian sect closed the mountain, there was still a Tang Hao outside, but no one knew where he was. Expelled from the sect. Just treated as a joke. After Ning Fengji left, Xiao Yi and Xuanzhong were the only ones left in the box. Xuanzhong asked, what do you think of the relationship between the Tiando Empire and the Spirit Hall? Xiao Yi thought, what is meant to come will eventually come. He said, the Heaven Do Empire is the country that gave birth to me and raised me. But the nobles exploited the common people layer by layer, and did not care about the lives of the common people at all. However, I was born in the Heaven Do Empire and am a citizen of the Heaven Do Empire. As for the Spirit Hall, it helps more common people awaken their spirits and gives more people the opportunity to practice. I think it is impossible to judge between the two. Xiao Yi knew that Xue Qinghe was the young master of the Spirit Hall, but he couldn't say it now. He also knew in what capacity Xue Qinghe asked this question, so he could only give an ambiguous answer. Besides, he didn't have a very good impression of the Tiando Empire. You see, most of the food produced by civilians in remote areas after working every year is handed over to the empire, and the rest is just enough for food and clothing. What's more, some nobles traffic in people, abduct women, and bully the people. Although the Spirit Hall is now managed by the crazy woman Bibi Dong, the shadow of the Spirit Hall can be seen in any remote place. Every year, the Spirit Hall works tirelessly to help people awaken their spirits and issue subsidies to spirit masters. Although it is to attract talents, the money is paid by the two empires. If there is no Spirit Hall, the two empires will not pay at all. Therefore, Xiao Yi still has a very good impression of the Spirit Hall. Xue Qinghe's impression of Xiao Yi improved a lot after hearing his ambiguous words, because this issue involved a power struggle, which could be said to be putting people on the fire. Xue Qinghe took out a token. The token is made entirely of gold, with a swan pattern on the front and the word "snow" engraved on the back. The swan is the inherited martial spirit of the Tiando royal family, and the swan on the token also represents the identity of the token's owner. Brother Xue doesn't have anything to give you. This is my prince's token. If you have anything in the future, you can come to the prince's palace to find me. No way. You're giving it to me right now. Isn't that too much of a joke? Why? Brother Xiao, don't you like this gift? How is that possible? Since it's a gift from Brother Xue, I'll accept it. As long as you like it, Xue Qinghe said and left. Xiao Yi then went downstairs to pay the bill, but was told that Ning Fengji had already paid for it. When Xiao Yi heard that the marriage was concluded, he said nothing and walked towards the direction of the academy. Chapter 31. In the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Sex Patriarch's Hall, Ning Fengji was playing with his daughter with sword bone Douluo after reading Xiao Yi's intelligence, when his disciples hurried over to report that Xue Qinghe had arrived. I don't know what my apprentice wants to see me about. The Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect is an auxiliary sect. And most of its disciples have auxiliary martial spirits and no combat power. This also leads to the fact that the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect needs a large number of combat-type soul masters, who help the villages near the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect awaken their martial spirits every year. Direct disciples have to recruit talents through marriage. Most of Tiando City's industries have the shadow of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect. Every year, most of Tiando City's tax revenue comes from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect, which can be said to be rich enough to rival a country. This also led to the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect gaining a large amount of wealth and causing the envy of many forces. In the end, they were forced to accept the Tiando Empire's crown prince Xue Qinghe as their disciple, so as to achieve a deeper level of interest binding and slowly gain control of the Tiando Empire. However, what he didn't expect was that the real Xue Qinghe had already died, and the current Xue Qinghe was disguised by Qian Renxue, so his plan was doomed to fail. Then Ning Fengji asked his disciples to bring Xue Qinghe up. After a while, Xue Qinghe entered the sect master's hall under the guidance of his disciples. Brother Qinghe, you're here. Ning Rongrong rushed over when she saw Xue Qinghe coming. Xue Qinghe saw Ning Rongrong rushing over and caught Ning Rongrong and said, "Junior sister Rongrong is still so naughty." "No way. I'm just happy that I haven't seen you for a long time." "Uncle Jian, take Rongrong away, Qinghe and I have something to discuss," Ning Fengji said to Jian Douluo. Ning Rongrong also obediently followed sword bone Douluo. "Qinghe, how come you have time to come to my place today?" Ning Fengji asked. "I met the teacher. I've told you several times, you don't have to be so reserved when you see me. No, you are my teacher after all. Hey, kid, tell me what you want to see me at this time. Isn't there a new genius coming to Tiando Royal Academy? I heard he's Dugubo's apprentice." "Oh, you mean that? I just read his intelligence as well, I even met him when he first came to Tiando City." "Oh. Then the teacher didn't recruit him?" "Ah, I only saw him once at the auction, and then he disappeared for half a year. The next news about him was that he became Dugubo's disciple." "Then teacher, how about going with me to meet him?" "It's impossible." Afterwards, the two of them left the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect, and Ning Fengji took Bone Douluo out. Because the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect possesses huge wealth, Ning Fengji is accompanied by a titled Douluo every time he goes out to protect his safety. while the other is responsible for protecting the safety of the sect. Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo were helped by Ning Fengji in his early years, and later they joined the Seven Treasures Glazed Tiles sect and became its guardian Douluo. It was already evening when Xiao Yi returned to school. After he returned to the dormitory, he heard Dugu Bo's voice transmission. "Boy, they didn't make things difficult for you, did they? Yanzi was so worried when you left with them." "No, they are just testing my attitude towards the major forces." As he said that, Xiao Yi took out the prince's token. "But the prince did give me a token." Hiss. Dugu Bo took a breath of cold air. "I didn't want you to get involved in a power struggle so early. You know Prince Xuexing, right? He arranged your admission. He saved my life back then, so I owe him a favor, but he doesn't get along with the prince. Now that you have accepted this token, it means you are the prince's man. There is nothing I can do about it. After all, the crown prince gave it to me, so I cannot refuse it, otherwise, I will lose face for the crown prince." "Alas, the die is cast," Dugu Bo sighed. "Besides, the current prince is no longer the prince." "Who told you this news?" "After Ning Fengji left, I chatted with the prince for a while. He specifically asked me what I thought of the Tiando Empire and the Spirit Hall, but his mind was clearly leaning towards the Spirit Hall." "You mean Xuexinghe is from the Spirit Hall?" 9 times out of 10. Xiao Yi knew the real identity, but he couldn't say it so obviously, otherwise he wouldn't be able to explain clearly if he was asked where he got the information from. "Okay, if everything is fine. I'll leave first. I have to think about how to deal with it when I get back. Now that you have the prince's token, outsiders will automatically think that you are Xuexinghe's man. I also have to repay Prince Xuexing's favor as soon as possible." Dugu Bo left after he finished speaking. After Dugu Bo left, Xiao Yi rubbed his eyebrows. "Reporting, testing, winning over the prince's token, it's really a difficult problem." Xiao Yi originally just wanted to participate in a Soul Master competition in a few years at Tiando Royal Academy, but he didn't expect so many things to happen on the first day of school. His original intention was not to get involved in the open and secret struggles among the major forces, but when Xuexinghe arrived, he couldn't escape from this vortex even if he wanted to. "Forget it, why think so much, just go find Sister Yen." "Sister Yen, are you there?" Xiao Yi shouted at the door of Dugu Yan's dormitory. Dugu Yan, who was in the house, opened the door immediately after hearing Xiao Yi's voice, and then pounced towards Xiao Yi. When Xiao Yi saw Dugu Yan rushing towards him, he opened his arms and hugged her. After falling into Xiao Yi's arms, Dugu Yan choked up and said, "I'm really afraid that you won't be able to come back, and that they will do something to you." Dugu Yan is very fragile, because she has only had her grandfather to accompany her since she was a child, which makes her worried and anxious when she likes Xiao Yi, but she doesn't know what Xiao Yi's attitude is. "Don't worry, I'm back safe and sound, don't worry about me." Seeing Dugu Yan choking up, Xiao Yi gently patted Dugu Yan's back to comfort her. Dugu Yan stopped crying after a while. "Come walk with me," Xiao Yi said to Dugu Yan at this time. "It is good." The two walked in the academy for 2 hours, during which time they tacitly did not say a word. The moon is very round tonight, and there are few stars in the sky. The moon hanging in the sky and emitting moonlight brings a bit of tranquility to the quiet night. Xiao Yi subconsciously looked to the side. At this moment, the gentle moonlight shone on Dugu Yan's profile. Dugu Yan was already very beautiful, but the moonlight seemed to have put a filter on her. At first glance, she had long black hair, an oval face, willow-shaped eyebrows, a high nose bridge, and even if you looked closely, you could see the fine hair on her face. Xiao Yi couldn't help but think of the scenes from the time he met Dugu Yan to the present. The arrogance when we first met, the care and companionship during the 6 months we were together, the blushing when being teased, and the worry about him today. It turns out that I fell in love with her without realizing it. At this moment, Xiao Yi also understood what was in his heart. So he said, "Yen Yen." "Huh? What did you call me?" "Yen Yen." "Why do you call me that?" "Because I like you." "What?" "I said I like you." Dugu Yan was stunned. She would never have thought that this dull-headed man would actually come to her senses. She had always been the one taking the initiative. And it seemed like she was the only one who liked him. However, Xiao Yi always kept things to himself, and Dugu Yan could inadvertently see his attitude. Afterwards, Dugu Yan held Xiao Yi's hand and chattered on the way back to the dormitory. Xiao Yi didn't feel upset, as he had put today's events behind him. Chapter 32. After returning to the dormitory, Xiao Yi lay on the bed and took stock of today's gains. He took out the prince's token from his soul guide and muttered to himself, "Now that I have the prince's token, even without Dugu Bo, I can gain a firm foothold in Tiando City. Forget it, why think so much? Let's go to sleep first. Silent all night. The next morning, after Xiao Yi finished his daily training, he walked towards Douluo Yan's dormitory. Bang bang bang. Who? Yanzi, it's me, let's go have breakfast together. Okay, wait for me for a moment. After all, we just confirmed our relationship yesterday, so of course we need to nurture our feelings. After a while, Douluo Yan opened the door and naturally took Xiao Yi's hand, then rushed to the cafeteria. I have to say that the food in Tiando Royal Academy is really good. All the dishes are made from soul beast meat and are free. The two of them finished their breakfast and went to the Royal Fighting Team's training ground, where everyone had gathered. When the people in the team saw Xiao Yi and Douluo Yan walking over hand in hand, they also started gossiping. Hey, Sister Yan, didn't you say yesterday that you weren't a couple? Why are you holding hands today? What do you care? What happens between us is our business, if you don't like it, just find someone yourself. After everyone had been playing around for a while, Qin Ming came. After Qin Ming arrived, he counted the number of people and told them that Yu Tianheng had dropped out of school. It should be because they saw that Douluo Yan was interested in me and his elders saw that it was impossible to win over Douluo, so they asked him to transfer to another school. Xiao Yi thought to himself. Yu Tianheng, one of the Blue Lightning twins, has a cousin named Yu Tianxin, who is not much different in age and talent. They are the two with the best talent in this generation in the sect, and both are the strongest contenders for the next sect master. The Blue Lightning Tyrant clan has its own academy, located in Element City. Together with the Blazing Fire Academy, the Divine Wind Academy, and the Tianshui Academy, they are collectively known as the Four Element Academies. Back to yesterday afternoon, Qin Ming was sorting out documents in the office when Yu Tianheng suddenly came to visit. Tianheng, what do you want to talk to me about? Teacher Qin Ming, I want to drop out of school. Why? Because my family asked me to go to Thunder Academy. I think it's because of Yan Zi's matter. There may be some. Tianheng, a forced melon is not sweet, don't feel sorry if Yanzi doesn't like you, everyone has their own preferences, you will meet someone better in the future, Qin Ming comforted Yu Tianheng. Teacher Qin Ming, I understand. Qin Ming then issued a certificate for Yu Tianheng. Yu Tianheng took his certificate, returned to the dormitory, packed his things, and left the college. Qin Ming then announced that Douluo Yan would be the captain and Xiao Yi would be the vice-captain, and then arranged today's training. In short, the team training in the morning included physical training, on-site fighting spirits and guidance, as well as theoretical explanations of soul masters and soul beasts. The afternoon was personal time. Those who wanted to strengthen the use of martial spirits would practice martial spirits, those who wanted to strengthen the use of soul skills would practice soul skills, and those who wanted to strengthen the physical body would practice physical body. If there were any problems, they could ask Qin Ming for help and corrections. At night, everyone goes back to their rooms to cultivate their soul power, which is an old tradition in the soul master world. Teach students in accordance with their aptitude, provide one-on-one guidance, and let individual consciousness guide the specific implementation. This is an overview of Qin Ming's teaching philosophy. As expected of someone educated at Shrek Academy, he is somewhat useful but not much. Unfortunately, this method has no effect at all in a place like Tiando Royal Academy. The living conditions of the students in Tiando Royal Academy are so good that most of the students' understanding of hard training is still limited to running 10 laps around the training ground today, with sore legs, and spending several hours in the evening cultivating soul power. It is another day full of energy. This is when you are in a good mood and have the passion to practice. There is no compulsion, just self-consciousness. To him, that enthusiasm is like menstruation, which comes and goes as it pleases. In this way, the enthusiasm for practice is sometimes there and sometimes not, and the training intensity is sometimes high and sometimes low. How good can the training effect be achieved? Not to mention challenging your own limits and breaking through the limits of willpower and body. Qin Ming then took out weighted iron armor from the soul guide, each of which was marked with the weight and name. Your task today is to run 10 laps around the training ground, Qin Ming said. The purpose of wearing weighted iron suits is to increase your physical strength, endurance, and speed. Xiao Yi was speechless after hearing this. What's the point of wearing this to run every day? It's better to find a soul master with gravity soul skills to release the soul skills. And then keep up with nutrition and medicinal baths to prevent hidden injuries. Then he shook his head and thought of a certain college 10,000 years later, running around the playground 100 times wearing weights. Sure enough. The way passed down in Douluo Continent is to hunt for spirit rings and use them immediately, without paying attention to the physical body. Even the most basic sport like running can be passed down for thousands of years. Forget it, Douluo Continent doesn't know anything about cultivation. Xiao Yi started to train his body at the age of 5. In the Star Do Great Forest, besides practicing soul power every day to help people hunt soul rings, he would go to the forest to fight soul beasts to gain combat experience. In his opinion, the training of the royal fighting team was just like playing house. Teacher Qin Ming, I think it would be better to find a soul master with gravity soul skills to train us. Wearing iron clothes will affect physical growth, Xiao Yi said. I have my reasons for doing this. If you disagree, go find the Education Commission and start running now. Qin Ming said. Then everyone put on their iron armor and started running. What on earth can Shrek do to have such a profound influence on Qin Ming? Forget it, let's run first and then go to the Education Committee to talk about this idea. By the way, we can also change the team leader. Qin Ming has been deeply influenced by Shrek, it would be bad if he stabs him in the back. Soon everyone finished the run, and after arranging everyone's training, they announced their disbandment. Yanzi, I'm going to go to the Education Committee, Xiao Yi said to Duguyen. Is it because of the training? Duguyen asked. Yes, because I think this kind of training is useless and a waste of time. Okay, then you go. After the two of them finished talking, Xiao Yi walked towards the Education Committee. Soon they arrived at the Education Committee. Meng Xinji saw Xiao Yi coming to the Education Committee and asked, Xiao Yi, what's the matter? Education Committee member Meng, I want to change the training method. Can you help me change the team leader? The current training is ineffective and a waste of time. I told Qin Ming that he didn't agree to change the training method. Xiao Yi explained his purpose. In this case, let's change the leader. This morning Xue Qinghe came to the Education Committee and told Meng Xinji that Xiao Yi was his man. Now that Xiao Yi was dissatisfied with the current training method and wanted to change the team leader, it was fine. After the two finished their conversation, Xiao Yi also left the Education Committee. Chapter 33. Soon Xiao Yi arrived at the blacksmith shop. He told the boss what he needed. After taking the money, the boss told him to come back in a week to pick it up. After returning to the academy, Xiao Yi discovered that the team leader had been replaced by Sun Buyu, who appeared once in the original novel. He was in his 40s or 50s, and if he did not have any chance in this life, he would at most be a high-level soul emperor. A week later, Xiao Yi brought his custom-made items back to the academy, taught the team members how to use them, and began his own training. These things are useless to Xiao Yi, as he will soon become a soul king. It would be better for him to practice in his own way. In the days that followed, after his teammates completed their daily training, Xiao Yi served as a sparring partner for them. Because of Yi Lingling, they were not afraid of them getting hurt. During this period, everyone's soul power increased by 2 levels. 5 months later. This month, Xiao Yi has been serving as a sparring partner for his teammates and accompanying Dugu Yan every day, and the relationship between the two has gradually warmed up. Boom! Finally I made a breakthrough. This run-in took me 5 months. Xiao Yi is 14 years old now. When he came out of the Yin-Yang Eyes of Ice and Fire, he was at level 49. Because his soul power increased too quickly in a short period of time, he needed to hone his soul power bit by bit. The current strength of the royal fighting team members is as follows. The graphite mill was upgraded to level 35, Yu Feng and Osro were level 33 and 34 respectively. Yi Lingling broke through to level 30 a week ago. But at that time Xiao Yi had also finished polishing his soul power and was about to break through, so Xiao Yi told Yi Lingling that they would wait for him to break through and then get the soul ring together. As for Dugu Yan, because she is a soul sect, she is now at the peak of level 44 and can reach level 45 at any time. Because Dugu Yan only reached the middle stage of level 43 after absorbing the soul ring, her soul power increased by 1.5 levels. As we all know, soul power becomes more difficult to cultivate as time goes by, so Dugu Yan's speed is neither fast nor slow. You've made a breakthrough. Dugu Yan spoke as soon as Xiao Yi had made a breakthrough. When Dugu Yan came to find Xiao Yi in the morning, she found that Xiao Yi was in a state of meditation. And his soul power was fluctuating unsteadily. Xiao Yi had told her about his impending breakthrough a few days ago, so seeing Xiao Yi's situation she did not disturb him and simply stayed by his side to protect him. Well, I have made a breakthrough, I will ask for leave from the Education Committee and then set out to obtain the spirit ring. Then I'll go inform Grandpa and ask him to go with you. No, I'll go to the Yin-Yang Eyes after I finish my leave. In the past 5 months, Dugu Bo would visit Dugu Yan from time to time, and he also knew that Xiao Yi and Dugu Yan were together. At first, he was so angry that he wanted to give him a good beating. But Dugu Yan protected Xiao Yi, so he had to give up the idea. There was no other way, after all, his granddaughter liked him. Then Xiao Yi went to the Education Committee. In the education committee, Meng Xinji was handling school affairs. When he saw Xiao Yi coming, he asked, "Xiao Yi, have you made a breakthrough?" It's no wonder that Meng Xinji is so enthusiastic, but Xiao Yi's training method is too new for him. When Qi Ming was training before, he just ran all the time. After changing to Xiao Yi's training plan, everyone's physical fitness and soul power have improved. In the past few months, in addition to those training equipment, we have also added modern sports such as rock climbing and weighted cross-country running, so that the team members' daily schedules are fully scheduled. Moreover, after training, they have enough nutrition, and the medicinal baths have no hidden injuries. It can be said that everyone has felt the benefits. Because all training has been changed to private, only Meng Xinji and the team members know about it, and the confidentiality effect is extremely good. Yes, I have made a breakthrough. This time I need to take a leave to go hunting for spirit rings. Do you want us to send someone to help you? No need, I'll go see Grandpa after I take my leave. In the past few months, the news that Xiao Yi and Dugu Yan are a couple has spread throughout the college. As the member of the education committee, it naturally applies to them. Now, everyone with a discerning eye can see that Xiao Yi is Dugu Bo's definite grandson-in-law. Moreover, Xiao Yi no longer needs to call himself Dugu Bo's disciple when he goes out. After all, it would be inappropriate to call him a disciple when he is with the man's granddaughter. Meng Xinji thought about it and it made sense. Since he was Dugu Bo's grandson-in-law, they naturally didn't have to worry about the soul ring. He simply approved leave for Xiao Yi and let him go. After leaving the education committee, Xiao Yi found Dugu Yan waiting for him outside, and next to Dugu Yan was Dugu Bo. "Xiao boy, my Yan Yan said that you have made a breakthrough, and asked me to take you to hunt for spirit rings. It seems that Yi Lingling from your team has also reached level 30, so ask her to go with you." Then I thank Grandpa. "Why are you being so polite? Since you're with my Yan Yan, your family, but don't let me see you bullying Yan Yan, or you'll suffer the consequences." "Grandpa, what are you talking about? Since I'm with Yan Yan, I'll naturally treat her well." "That's better. Okay, now that we've applied for leave, let's go. Yan Yan, go call your best friend Yi Lingling over." After hearing what Dugu Bo said, Dugu Yan went to look for Yi Lingling. After a while, Yi Lingling was brought by Dugu Yan. During this period of time, Xiao Yi also understood why Yi Lingling looked so lonely. In addition to the two empires, the Spirit Hall, the upper three sects and the lower four sects, there are also the lower three sects in the Soul Master world. The three major sects on Earth are the Immortal Fighting Soul, Seven Killing Sword, the Eternal Flame, Nine Heavens Rainbow Phoenix and the Nine-Hearted Begonia of the Immortal Sect. The Nine-Hearted Begonia spirit is passed down from generation to generation. Only two Soul Masters with the Nine-Hearted Begonia can appear in the same era. In order to allow Yi Lingling to awaken the Nine-Hearted Begonia, Yi Lingling's grandmother committed suicide before she awakened her spirit. Later, she was suppressed by the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect. When Bibi Dong came to power, she failed to win over the Nine-Hearted Begonia and ordered a hunt down. In the end, she was the only one left and escaped into the Qiando Empire. Currently, the only survivors from the three sects are Jian Douluo and Yi Lingling, while Jiutian Nihuang's whereabouts are unknown. So Yi Lingling closed her inner world because of her grandmother's death and the hunt. She doesn't like to talk usually, and if you don't pay attention, you won't even notice her existence. After knowing Yi Lingling's life experience, Xiao Yi was also very sad. Every family has its own problems, and everyone's family is not perfect. Shaking his head and putting the matter behind him, Xiao Yi estimated that the academy might not be of much use to him after hunting for spirit rings this time. But he would participate in the Spirit Master competition in more than 4 years. The strength of his teammates needed to be improved, and he would have to gain more experience afterwards. After he pondered, he thought of Mu Yun. Why not bring Mu Yun here? Xiao Yi thought to himself. Chapter 34. Besides, he was an acquaintance of his, so he felt at ease letting him take care of him. Moreover, Mu Yun could also lead the team members into the forest for training, so he could also go there with peace of mind. "Kid, what are you thinking about?" No, I'm thinking about hunting for spirit rings." Dugu Bo saw Xiao Yi standing there in a daze and couldn't help but ask. "Oh. What do you think?" "I want to go to the Star Do Great Forest to hunt for spirit rings. If it's Yi Lingling, let's go to the Sunset Forest, but I'll have to trouble you, Grandpa." Dugu Bo thought about it and agreed. The species of soul beasts in Sunset Forest were not as complete as those in Star Do Great Forest. And Yi Lingling only needed soul beasts that were more than 1,000 years old. According to Dugu Bo, Xiao Yi would need a soul beast that was at least 40 to 50,000 years old this time. It would be too dangerous to take her to Star Do Great Forest. "Okay then, let's go to Sunset Forest first, and then to Star Forest." Grandpa, please take them, I have to go to the prince's palace. When Dugu Bo heard that Xiao Yi was going to the prince's palace, he took Dugu Yan and Yi Lingling away without asking why. Xiao Yi went to the prince's palace naturally because of Mu Yun's matter. Inside the prince's mansion, Xue Qinghe, or rather Qian Renxue, was observing Xiao Yi's recent situation. Qian Renxue has been paying attention to Xiao Yi's situation since she met him 5 days ago. During this period, she often sought out Xiao Yi under the pretext of communicating, and learned about Xiao Yi's real situation. Xiao Yi is very handsome. Even in all the years Qian Renxue has been in Tiando City, there are few people who can compare to him. But she values Xiao Yi's strength more. If the second soul ring lasts for 1,000 years, then the third soul ring's 7,000 years and the fourth soul ring's 20,000 years are unreasonable. Even if others couldn't see it, she could see it. After looking at Xiao Yi's soul ring, she was sure that Xiao Yi had been absorbing energy above his level. Normally, the first soul ring of an ordinary soul master is 400 years old, but Xiao Yi's first soul ring is nearly 600 years old, and the second soul ring is 1,000 years old. According to her observation, Xiao Yi's second soul ring is definitely no less than 1,600 years old, the third soul ring is 7,500 years old, and the fourth soul ring is an outrageous 20,000 years old. Moreover, he is at level 49 at the age of 13, which can be said to be comparable to her. She, Qian Renxue, is a natural talent, has a god-level martial soul, a six-winged angel, and an innate soul power of level 20. Qian Renxue is now 17 years old and at the Soul King level. Her fourth soul ring was only 8,000 years old, Xiao Yi's third soul ring was almost close to her fourth soul ring. And Xiao Yi's fourth soul ring was higher than her fifth soul ring. Her grandfather's fourth soul ring was only 6,000 years old, and Tang Chen's was 7,000 years old. It can be said that she has surpassed her grandfather in Tang Chen. But now, a genius spirit master who is younger than her actually has a fourth spirit ring of 20,000 years. She has never seen or even heard of it in her life. You have to know the difference between a 10,000-year soul ring and a 1,000-year soul ring. Soul rings below 10,000 years can be absorbed as long as the body is strong enough, but soul beasts that reach 10,000 years will have soul shock. How did he survive? Qian Renxue was very curious. Xiao Yi must have mastered the secret of leaping levels, because in her opinion, Xiao Yi's fourth soul ring is already 20,000 years old, the fifth soul ring must be around 40,000 years, the sixth soul ring is 60 to 70,000 years old, and the seventh soul ring may be more than 100,000 years old in the future. She must capture such a talent personally. She told Snake Spear Douluo to block the news about Xiao Yi, and then wrote a letter to her grandfather, expressing her thoughts in the letter. Her grandfather also agreed with her thoughts. After so many attempts, she found that Xiao Yi did not want to have a close relationship with her, based on her many years of experience in palace fighting. When Xiao Yi saw her for the first time, his first reaction was surprise, then fear, and finally regret. Qian Renxue felt that it was strange to speak of such a look. However, Qian Renxue had a very good impression of Xiao Yi. Even though Xiao Yi was cold towards her and deliberately kept a distance from her when speaking, with a very perfunctory official tone. She not only did not hate him, but it aroused Qian Renxue's competitive spirit as a woman, because she had been smooth sailing for so many years, and she thought Xiao Yi was very interesting. Qian Renxue really wanted to win over Xiao Yi. Such a genius must be used by her and not be snatched away by that stinky woman in the Pope's palace, so she blocked all the information about Xiao Yi. Just as she was thinking about this, she heard from outside that Xiao Yi was going to visit the prince. I don't know why he came to see me, maybe he has something to ask me. Normally, he wouldn't come to me with the prince's token if there was nothing else. Qian Renxue muttered. Because she was using Xue Qinghe's appearance, she didn't need to change her clothes. She told Xiao Yi to come in. I wonder what Xiao Yi wants to talk to me about. Your Highness, there are only a few of us here, no need to pretend. What do you mean, Brother Xiao? Qian Renxue was not angry when she heard Xiao Yi's words. Instead, she spoke gently. I mean, you are not the crown prince, but a member of the Spirit Hall, am I right, your majesties? Xiao Yi said bluntly. Because Xiao Yi wanted to arrange Mu Yun to be the team leader in the academy, and he didn't want Dugu Bo to take advantage of others, the only candidate in Tiando City was naturally Qian Renxue. He had made plans to confront Qian Renxue before looking for Xue Qinghe. Xiao Yi had also thought about it. Since the outside world believed that he was the prince's man, and Xiao Yi happened to know that he was not the real prince. And if he wanted to go to that place for training in the future, he would probably not be able to get out without a backer. He could only confront Qian Renxue to get the qualification to leave that place. Boy, you're looking for death. Snake Spear Douluo and Thorny Porpoise Douluo, who were hiding in the dark, could no longer sit still after hearing what Xiao Yi said, and grabbed Xiao Yi's neck. "Uncle Shi, put it down." "But young master." "It's okay, put it down." "Yes." After hearing Qian Renshue's words, Snake Spear Douluo also let go of Xiao Yi. "I'm curious about how you found out that I'm not Xueqinghe." "Because you're too perfect." "Isn't being too perfect a good thing?" "Of course it's not a good thing. Don't you think it's strange that a prince who is perfect in government affairs and governing the country has no heirs?" Qian Renshue agreed when she heard that. Usually, she focused on governing the country and handling government affairs, and did not care about the matter of offspring. "What's more, every time you see me, you smell like women's perfume. Women's perfume on a grown man proves that you are not Xueqinghe." As a girl, she naturally loves beauty. Even if she disguises herself as a man, she has to spray a little perfume. She didn't expect that she would be exposed because of the perfume. "So what do you want from me?" Qian Renshue rolled her eyes. "Everyone knows you are not a man, yet you still make this expression. Can't you show your true face and speak?" Xiao Yi said, feeling a chill at Qian Renshue's rolling eyes. "You." Qian Renshue was speechless. "I told you to talk to me like this, don't be so speechless when you see my true appearance later," Qian Renshue thought to herself. Qian Renshue then removed her disguise. It must be said that Qian Renshue is indeed the most beautiful woman in the continent. Even Xiao Yi, who has seen so many girls, was amazed by Qian Renshue's appearance. But he soon returned to normal. "Sure enough, my appearance will amaze anyone who sees it." Qian Renshue saw a hint of amazement in Xiao Yi's eyes and felt happy. Chapter 35. When the girl was 4 years old, she was playing at home and secretly heard the conversation between her father and grandfather. From what they were talking about, she learned that her mother had returned, so she excitedly ran to pick up her mother. However, what the girl did not expect was that her mother hated her so much. She looked at her as if she saw something dirty and her eyes were full of murderous intent. The girl was frightened by her mother and ran back to her grandfather crying. It took her grandfather a long time to comfort the girl before she calmed down. After that, she went to see her mother several times, but came back crying every time. The little girl didn't know why. So she could only cry and ask her grandfather why her mother didn't like her. Her grandfather could only sigh but refused to explain the reason. So the girl began to study hard in an attempt to get her mother's praise, but she was driven out every time, until the day her martial soul awakened. After her martial soul awakened, the girl was very talented. Her martial soul was a 6-winged angel and her innate soul power reached level 20. She couldn't wait to find her mother to share her joy, but was ruthlessly slapped. After awakening her martial spirit, she practiced very hard and shared every progress she made, trying to get her mother's praise, but she was always scolded mercilessly. The girl didn't understand why her mother didn't like her. She had worked so hard but still got scolded. She could only complain to her grandfather, and her grandfather could only comfort her. In the days that followed, she no longer longed for her mother's love and focused on her cultivation. When she was 9 years old, her father died unexpectedly and her mother became pope. After taking office, her mother took the initiative to find her for the first time and assigned her a task. The mission is to have the girl go undercover, disguised as a maid, to serve others. In order to get her mother's approval, the girl resolutely accepted the task. This was a plan that no genius would agree to, not to mention that she was the Pope's daughter, had an innate level 20 soul power, possessed the best talent and the most noble status, and she was asked to be a maid. Maids on the mainland are only slightly better than slaves, but only slightly. They are the lowest class of people on the mainland. Asking a girl to be a maid is the greatest humiliation for her. But the girl does not care about the humiliation in order to gain her mother's approval. She takes the task and goes to the mission location, where she has been staying for nearly 10 years. During this period, her mother has never sent her a caring letter. Qian Renshue also stopped talking here. "So what do you want to say?" Xiao Yi asked. Xiao Yi knew that Qian Renshue was talking about herself, but he couldn't possibly say, "I know everything you said." "I believe you have guessed it, the girl in the story is me, and I am the daughter of the previous and current popes. My grandfather is the current chief priest of the Spirit Hall. As for my name, it is Qian Renshue." "Hiss, I only know that you are a girl, but I didn't expect that your identity is so important," Xiao Yi said with a surprised expression. "But the problem of your mother not liking you is easy to solve. Under what circumstances would she hate you so much? I believe you have the answer yourself. Also, no matter how much she hates you, you are a piece of flesh and blood from her body. There is no mother in the world who does not love her children. What you have to do now is to untie her knot, just like writing her a letter every once in a while, and leave the rest to time." Xian Renxue was stunned for a while after listening to Xiao Yi's words. As for your desire to control the Tiando Empire, that's easy. A qualified emperor must be married, but you focus on handling government affairs. Let alone marriage, there is not even a gossip. People who know you focus on handling government affairs think you like the same sex. Under such circumstances, Emperor Shui is certainly not at ease to hand over the throne to you. As the crown prince, it can be said that you are destined to inherit the throne. But the royal family attaches great importance to inheritance. You'd better arrange a substitute to marry and have children on your behalf. So that your position will be more stable, I believe this should not be difficult for you. Also, the Emperor Shui certainly knew about the strange deaths of the first and third princes, but he turned a blind eye to it. Perhaps he used the same method when he ascended the throne. As for Xuexing and Xuebeng, they felt threatened by the death of the first and third princes. Think about it, you are the biggest beneficiary of the death of the first and third princes. Xuebeng was still young when they died, so he naturally suspected you. In order to save his life, he could only pretend to be a playboy to paralyze you. They were secretly accumulating strength to give you a fatal blow when you were unable to react. The most important things for an empire are civilians and military power. Your public persona is to care for civilians, so civilians will naturally side with you. After all, nobles are a minority. You must know that the most important thing for an empire is the people's hearts. An empire with a lack of people's hearts will not last long. As for military power, the same thing applies. If you arrange for a crown prince to be the emperor early, he will naturally delegate power. Then use your own people to slowly erode the army and the royal knights. When the time comes, wait for the crown prince to be born and let the substitute take your place. You should practice well and don't waste your time on this. It's a waste of your time and talent if you don't practice at your age. Xiao Yi struck while the iron was hot and told Xian Renxue these points to pay attention to. Xian Renxue's eyes became brighter and brighter after hearing these words, and she felt that they made a lot of sense. I almost forgot what I came here for today. I will bring someone to lead the team this time when I am hunting for spirit rings. I think only you can do this. After hunting for spirit rings this time, I will probably just register as a member of the academy. But the strength of the team members still needs to be improved. After that, I will go out for training. As for the person I bring with me, he will lead the team for me. After hearing what Xiao Yi said, Xian Renxue agreed and waited for Xiao Yi to bring the person over. After saying these words, Xiao Yi was ready to leave. Before leaving, he also reminded Xian Renxue of the things to pay attention to when writing a letter to her mother. After Xiao Yi left, Xian Renxue also wrote 2 letters, one to confirm her life experience with her grandfather, and the other to express her concern for Bibi Dong. After finishing writing, Xian Renxue gave the letter to Snake Spear Douluo and asked him to go to Wuhuan City. Only Xian Renxue could ask a titled Douluo to run errands. I went to bed after finishing the code last night, and didn't count the reading coins. Chapter 36. Yi Lingling's third soul ring is a dragon blood tree that is more than 1,000 years old. Because of the characteristics of the 9-hearted begonia, no matter what soul beast it is, its soul ring and soul skill only have one, which is group healing. Dugu Bo saw that Xiao Yi had something to say and asked Dugu Yan to send Yi Lingling back to the dormitory. Xiao boy, what's the matter? Grandpa, I advise you to find an opportunity to repay Prince Xuexing's favor. There is no benefit for you to be around him. Can you tell me why? Today I went to the Crown Prince's mansion to talk, and he told me that he was not the real Crown Prince, but the young master of the Spirit Hall. He went undercover to help the Spirit Hall unify the continent. As for the real Crown Prince, he died 8 or 9 years ago. But what does this have to do with me? You think your poison can be said to be a battlefield harvester, which can make the opponent only have title Douluo left. Do you think the Spirit Hall will let your powerful killing weapon wander around? When Dugu Bo heard Xiao Yi's words, he recalled the awarding ceremony of the medal. After the awarding of the medal, Bibi Dong extended an olive branch to him. But he refused. So Bibi Dong sent Ju Wu Douluo to hunt him down. Later, he escaped to the outside of Tiando City and was rescued by Prince Xuexing, who was on patrol. After that, he became a guest official. What should we do now? It's okay. According to her personality, she definitely wants to subdue me personally. In her eyes, I am your grandson-in-law. If she wants to subdue me, she won't send anyone to attack you and Yanzi. By the way, Grandpa, let's go to the Yin Yang Eyes of Ice and Fire. What are you going to do with Yin Yang Eyes of Ice and Fire? I plan to bring back a few people, the ones who were in the soul hunting group when I was in the Star Do Great Forest. They are all talented and have reached the high-level Soul Emperor. Now they are all in Soto City. I want to train them into a team and use them to create a force in the future. Moreover, I have agreed with the prince to let one of them be the team leader. After hunting the soul rings this time, they will become Soul Kings. However, Yanzi and the others need to improve their strength to participate in the Soul Master competition. After that, I plan to go to a place to gain experience. Which may take 2 or 3 years, let that person lead the team, after all, it is safer to use my own people. Besides, I want to train them. The herbs of the Inyan Eyes of Ice and Fire can just be used. Douluo thought about it and it made sense. After all, you can't let the horse run without letting it eat grass. Douluo also agreed with Xiao Yi's idea. Afterwards, the two rushed to Inyan Eyes of Ice and Fire, picked herbs and rested for a night before heading to Soto City the next day. After Xiao Yi arrived at the Inyan Eye of Ice and Fire, he began to pick herbs. He gave the black jade bamboo to Mu Yun and the powerful Luo Hongua to Wang Liang. Due to the limited amount of immortal herbs and he had to keep some for himself, he could only settle for the next best thing and give the top quality herbs to the remaining 2 people. The next morning, the two rushed to the Xingdou Great Forest because Xiao Yi had an external soul bone and Douluo was a title Douluo. The two did not rent a carriage. By the way, Douluo has made great progress in the past 5 months, and his soul power has broken through to level 95. Xiao Yi's external soul bone had reached 15,000 years at this time, and his current speed had reached 3,500 meters per minute. So the two of them were moving very fast. It usually took 10 days to travel by carriage, but the two of them arrived in Soto City on the 3rd day. The two rested for a night at the Soto Hotel and arrived at Mu Yun's tavern early the next morning. After Xiao Yi and Mu Yun separated a year ago, Mu Yun opened a tavern in Soto City on his own. During the past few months at Tiendo Academy, I had written to him once or twice, specifically chatting about each other's recent situation. The tavern was very large, divided into 2 floors. The first floor was the hall, and the second floor was where Mu Yun and his friends lived. It was roughly 200 square meters, and the decoration was very exquisite, and the tables were very neatly arranged. Because it was morning, there was no one there. Brother Mu Yun. Xiao Yi walked into the tavern and saw Mu Yun cleaning up and Ning Luo settling the bill at the front desk. Mu Yun heard a familiar voice and looked up, realizing that it was Xiao Yi. He quickly asked Xiao Yi to sit down. Xiao Yi, why are you here? How have you been recently? You said you didn't even tell me when you came. Brother Mu Yun, I'm doing fine recently. I came here to break through to level 50 and obtain a spirit ring. Besides, I haven't seen you for so long, so I came to see you. What? You've reached level 38. I remember you were only level when you left. Did you use some evil methods? There are such people in Douluo Continent. Their way of cultivation is extremely evil. They suck the blood and martial spirits of ordinary people to cultivate, which is many times faster than that of normal spirit masters. It can be said that everyone on the continent is hating them. They are called the Fallen. Speaking of which, the Spirit Hall has made the greatest efforts in cracking down on the Fallen. Generally, those with serious offenses will be killed on the spot, while those with lighter offenses or extremely vicious criminals will be taken to a place called the City of Slaughter. According to legend, the City of Slaughter is the territory left behind by a soul master who broke through level 100. There is a certain power sealed inside, which restricts the soul masters inside. They cannot use soul skills, but can use soul power. After entering the City of Slaughter, they must achieve 100 consecutive victories in a hell-killing field, pass the Hell Road, and become a god of slaughter before they can get out. This feature can be said to be a natural prison. Over the past 1,000 years, only 8 gods of slaughter have walked out of the Hell Road. The existing gods of slaughter are Tang Chen, who is parasitized by the 9-headed Bat King, and there are Bibi Dong and Tang Hao. Without a backstage, no one can get out of the City of Slaughter. If Xiao Yi wants to go to the City of Slaughter in the future, he can only do so through Qian Renshue's relationship. As for Tang Hao, Xiao Yi has a premonition that there will be a conflict in the future. No, I encountered some opportunities in Tiendo, so I improved so much this year. What about that next to you? Mu Yun said as he looked at Douluo next to Xiao Yi. My name is Douluo, and Xiao Yi is my granddaughter's boyfriend, so he is also my grandson-in-law. But His Majesty the Poison Douluo who dominates the world? Mu Yun asked in surprise. Exactly. Junior Mu Yun pays respect to His Majesty the Poison Douluo. By the way, Brother Yun, I plan to take you to Tiendo City after I finish hunting for spirit rings. After this time, I will go to a dangerous place for training, and it may take a few years for me to come back. So I would like to ask you to help me take care of the team members who are going to participate in the Spirit Master competition, and I also want to give you some opportunities this time. Xiao Yi took out medicinal herbs such as the black jade divine bamboo and said. The door was closed while the group was talking, so there was no need to worry about being seen. Mu Yun looked at the herbs in Xiao Yi's hand and knew what Xiao Yi was thinking. They had no power and no profit. And their only feature was their good cultivation. Now Xiao Yi brought the herbs here and had a title DOLOU by his side, which clearly showed that he wanted to recruit them under his command. Mu Yun felt that this was not impossible. After all, they had worked together for 2 years and knew the other person's character, so he simply agreed. Chapter 37. After being called down, several people discussed the feasibility of going to Tiando City. After the discussion, they came to the conclusion that Mu Yun and Ing Luo would go to Tiando, and Wang Liang and the others would stay first. After getting the result, Xiao Yi distributed the herbs to Mu Yun and others, and Mu Yun and others began to refine them on the spot. 2 hours later, everyone woke up, and everyone's soul power increased by 2 levels. The first is Mu Yun, who was level 67 when Xiao Yi left. Now, a year has passed and his soul power is just about to break through the bottleneck of Soul Saint. This time Xiao Yi gave the Black Jade Divine Bamboo to Mu Yun, which just helped him break through to Soul Saint and made Mu Yun's martial soul more resilient. He estimated that after absorbing the Soul Ring, his soul would be at least level 72. Wang Liang was originally level 66, but after absorbing the powerful Luo Hongua, he reached level 68. He also found that his defense and attack were stronger than before. As for Li Kai, Xiao Yi was level 67 when he came. And reached level 68 after absorbing the Swift Wind Grass. Because the Swift Wind Grass improves speed and endurance, and Li Kai can slightly manipulate the wind element after absorbing the Swift Wind Grass, so he only increased his soul power by 1 level. As for Ing Luo, she was taking the 9th grade Purple Ganoderma. When Xiao Yi came, she was at level 65. After taking the 9th grade Purple Ganoderma, she reached level 67. As for Wu Xian, he was only level 58 when Xiao Yi left. He had just absorbed the 6th Spirit Ring half a year ago. And reached level 61 after absorbing the Spirit Ring. When Xiao Yi came, he was level 62. After absorbing the herbs, he only raised 1 level. Now Xiao Yi's team is also being formed. He has Dugu Bo behind him, who is friends with the young master of the Spirit Hall. All he lacks now is some geniuses. If he wants to establish a force, he plans to do so after the Spirit Master competition. As for Dugu Bo's strength, he planned to research the Soul Core before going to the Slaughter City, and then bring back the inner elixir of the 10-headed fiery sun snake. So that Dugu Bo's martial soul would be fully evolved. As for Dugu Yen, he remembered that the Min clan had a crystal blood dragon ginseng, and then he would find a way to get that thing from Dugu Bo. Xiao Yi was thinking about future plans in his mind. Xiao boy, what are you daydreaming about? Let's go. Dugu Bo saw Xiao Yi standing there in a daze and urged him. Coming. When they set out, there were only Dugu Bo, Xiao Yi and Mu Yun, while the others stayed in the tavern. Soto City is 400 kilometers away from the Star Forest. After Xiao Yi and his 2 companions traveled day and night, they arrived at the Star Forest on the 3rd day. Because Mu Yun had reached the Soul Saint level, and Xiao Yi wanted to absorb a soul ring of about 40,000 years, they went straight to the inner circle. After arriving at the inner circle, they first looked for Mu Yun's soul ring. For soul masters, the 7th soul ring is extremely important. Because it is about the strength of the martial soul's true body. Generally, the 7th soul ring of a soul saint is about 50,000 years old. After entering the inner circle, they searched for several days but couldn't find a suitable soul beast. Just when they were about to give up and wanted to help Xiao Yi obtain the soul ring first, a soul beast suitable for Mu Yun came. It was afternoon, and the 3 people who had been searching for 5 days were just about to turn around and look for a fire attribute soul beast suitable for Xiao Yi when a holy tiger of light appeared. Because Dugu Bo was at level 95, he did not release his full aura when he entered the inner circle, and only emitted the aura of Soul Douluo. This holy tiger of light happened to be 49,000 years old, and was a very suitable soul beast for Mu Yun. This soul beast seemed to have taken Dugu Bo and the other 2 as soft persimmons, so it was ready to attack Xiao Yi and the others. Dugu Bo saw that the holy tiger of light seemed to be about to attack them. It happened that this soul beast was extremely suitable for Mu Yun, and they did not want to waste time. Xiao Yi directly released the 4th soul skill, Gravity Control. And then Dugu Bo used poison to poison the soul beast. Finally, when the soul beast was about to die, Mu Yun stepped forward to deal with it. After Mu Yun dealt with the soul beast, a deep black soul ring rose up and then Mu Yun began to absorb the soul ring. Among Mu Yun's 6 soul rings, there are 3 amplification skills, namely the 1st soul ring, the 3rd soul ring and the 4th soul ring. The 1st soul ring comes from a 300-year-old powerful gorilla, and the effect of the soul skill is to increase one's strength by 50%. The 3rd soul ring comes from a 1,000-year-old violent demon ape. Its soul skill is Frenzy, which reduces sanity by 50 and increases the resistance of all attributes by 70. The fourth soul ring comes from a 4,000-year-old saber-toothed tiger, and the effect of the soul skill is to increase all attributes by 150. The second soul ring comes from the wind demon wolf, and the effect of the soul skill is to swing out an attack similar to sword energy. The fifth soul ring comes from a 10,000-year-old golden pangolin. The name of the soul skill is Invincible. The effect of the soul skill is to lock onto the target and then attack to cause 40 of the enemy's defense to be broken. Up to 5 targets can be marked. Mu Yun's sixth soul ring was what they were looking for together at that time. It came from a soul beast with thunder attribute that lived about 20,000 years ago. That soul beast was very strange, similar to the spirit of heaven and earth, and it was rarely recorded in the soul beast encyclopedia. At that time, the soul beast wanted to sneak attack them, but was killed by 6 people together. Because it belonged to the spirit of heaven and earth, it could control the thunder and lightning in the air. Mu Yun absorbed the soul ring and also obtained its innate skills. Thunder and lightning are the most powerful elements in nature, and soul skills are not that simple. After absorbing the soul ring, Mu Yun also tried soul skills. He used mental power to lock onto the target enemy, and then used his martial soul to guide the thunder and lightning in the sky to land in the locked area, causing a large pit 5 meters deep and 20 meters wide. If it hits a person, he will be seriously injured if he does not die. It can be said to be a killer. Mu Yun also called this soul skill Thunder Coming to the World. It is powerful and naturally consumes a lot of energy. With Mu Yun's soul power, he can only use it 5 or 6 times. However, if it rains, it will not waste soul power too much. If this soul skill is used on the battlefield, it can be said to be a group attack skill. When Mu Yun was absorbing the soul ring, Douluo felt an unusual fluctuation. He went forward and saw that a piece of left leg bone had appeared. Douluo was very puzzled as to why the soul bone had exploded. However, he thought about it and realized that first Xiao Yi used gravity to suppress it and made it unable to move, then he poisoned the soul beast, and finally Mu Yun solved it. It might be because of the resentment in his heart that the soul bone exploded. What the hell? Douluo's soul bone is so easy to explode? Because Mu Yun could not sense the outside world when absorbing the soul ring, Douluo and Xiao Yi began to discuss how to distribute this soul bone. Xiao boy, what do you think we should do with this soul bone? Should we keep it or give it to him? Xiao Yi first looked at the soul bones, then looked at Mu Yun and said, if Grandpa doesn't want to give it to him, then we can keep it. After all, we entered a cave before, and that's where I got this ring. At that time, there were 5 10,000-year soul bones and several herbs in it. But I was going to recruit them as my team members at that time. So I simply didn't want the soul bones and herbs, then I came here to give them herbs again this time. I think what I gave them is enough. I think so, let's keep this soul bone and give it out as a reward if we create a new faction in the future. Afterwards, Douluo put away the soul bone and protected Mu Yun. The next morning, Mu Yun woke up from absorbing the soul ring. Seeing Douluo and Xiao Yi guarding him all night, he thanked them and said, thank you, Your Majesty and Xiao Yi. It's okay, no need to thank me, after all, you took good care of Xiao Yi during the 2 years here, otherwise, I wouldn't have found such an excellent grandson-in-law. The effect of Mu Yun's martial soul's true body is to improve all of his attributes by 300, and the 1st to 6th soul skills have no cooldown. The soul power consumption is reduced by 50, and the soul power has reached level 72. In this era when title Douluo has not appeared, Soul Douluo and Soul Sage are the high-end combat forces on the continent. Chapter 38. Xiao Yi's current physical fitness can absorb soul rings of about 40,000 years. As for soul skills, he wants to find one with fire attribute. Afterwards, the 3 of them searched in the Star Do Great Forest for half a month. He hadn't found a suitable soul beast for half a month. Either they were unsuitable or they were too old. From the 2nd soul ring onwards, Xiao Yi had absorbed soul beasts with high bloodline levels. Because a soul master can only absorb 9 soul rings in his lifetime. Besides, soul rings with high bloodline levels are very important for improving one's combat effectiveness. However, just when the 3 were at a loss, a violent fluctuation of soul power was heard in the distance. Go and have a look. Douluo and the other 2 felt the violent fluctuation of soul power, they looked at each other and decided to go over to take a look. On the road, there were always short-sighted soul beasts staring at Xiao Yi and the other 2. In order not to waste time, Douluo could only emit his aura with all his strength. After sensing Douluo's aura, the soul beasts immediately fled away. Half an hour later, the 3 of them arrived at the place where the soul power fluctuations were the strongest. I saw 2 soul beasts confronting each other where the soul power was fluctuating. One of them was 20 meters long, with fiery red scales, and from time to time a little flame came out of its mouth. It had 2 horns on its head, proving that it was a dragon soul beast. The other side was a giant bear with dark golden hair all over its body. It was over 3 meters tall, and its eyes were motionless, full of indifference and cruelty. Its body was covered with dark golden hair. And its arms were particularly thick. Its shoulders were broad and majestic like a city wall. At the front of its 2 thick arms were sharp dark golden claws, which were 1 meter long. With its thick arms spread out, the claws would make a slight hissing sound just by following its body through the air. One is a blazing fire dragon, and the other is a dark gold terror claw bear. Both are soul beasts with extremely high bloodline levels. Why are they fighting? As a titled DOLOU, Douluo naturally knew the dark gold terror claw bear. The dark gold terror claw bear is a soul beast that lives alone. It is powerful in both attack and defense. And has a terrifying melee and super explosive power in long-range combat. Its strength is the best in the entire soul beast world. It is said that among the powerful beasts in the early legends, the dark gold terror claw bear is one of them. Adult dark gold terror claw bears have no natural enemies. Even real dragons may not be able to please them. Among all the top soul beasts, it has always been at the top. This is a terrifying soul beast that can compete with real dragons. The most powerful attack of the dark gold terror claw bear lies in its pair of claws. Although the 2 claws of the dark gold terror claw bear look similar, in fact, the right claw is stronger. The dark gold terror claw bear is the same as the Titan giant ape. 100-year soul beast will fight a 1,000-year soul beast. And a 1,000-year soul beast will fight a 10,000-year soul beast. A 10,000-year soul beast can be compared to a 100,000-year soul beast. Even a titled DOLOU cannot stand up to it. Just then, Xiao Yi discovered a pool of blood next to the dark gold terror claw bear. Grandpa, do you think it's possible that the blazing fire dragon ate the dark gold terror claw bear's cub while it was out looking for food? When Douluo heard Xiao Yi's words, he also saw the bloodstains next to the dark gold terror claw bear and the bloodstains on the mouth of the blazing fire dragon. At the moment, the dark gold terror claw bear was in a very bad condition, with not a single good spot on its body. It might be wanting to avenge its child. The lifespan of the dark gold terror claw bear is 30,000 years, while the lifespan of the blazing fire dragon is 41,000 years. No matter which soul beast it is extremely suitable for Xiao Yi. Xiao boy, these 2 soul beasts are extremely suitable for you, which one do you want? In my opinion, this dark gold terror claw bear cannot defeat this blazing fire dragon. Their bloodlines are at the same level, and this blazing fire dragon is 10,000 years older than the dark gold terror claw bear. If I absorb its spirit ring, its spirit skills may be more suitable for me than those of the dark gold terror claw bear. Roar! Ow! While the 2 were talking, the dark gold terror claw bear and the blazing fire dragon started fighting again. The dark gold terror claw bear used its dark gold terror claw to hit the blazing fire dragon. The blazing fire dragon felt the pain and spewed a stream of scorching flame from its mouth, burning the dark gold terror claw bear and causing it to roll on the ground. Because the 2 soul beasts were fighting, there were no other soul beasts nearby. Moreover, Douluo and the other 2 came quietly, so the 2 soul beasts did not notice their presence. Grandpa, let's take action and don't waste time, Xiao Yi said to Douluo. After hearing what Xiao Yi said, Douluo didn't want to continue watching. It was nearly a month since he came out, and he missed his granddaughter a little. He released his martial soul and used his 8th soul skill, time freezing, to freeze the 2 soul beasts. He then released poison to poison the 2 soul beasts, making them unable to fight. Then he signaled Xiao Yi to step forward and deal with them. The 2 soul beasts suddenly felt that they were fixed by something, and then they felt powerless all over. At this time, Douluo and the other 2 stepped forward. The 2 soul beasts also knew that they were seen while they were fighting. The dark gold terror claw bear had already closed its eyes and waited for death, but after waiting for a while, it opened its eyes and saw Douluo and the other 2 standing in front of the blazing fire dragon. At this moment, the blazing fire dragon's eyes were full of resentment. Didn't it just eat your child? The soul beast world is originally a world of the jungle. What it hated more was Douluo's group of old 6. Not only did they watch people fight, but they also attacked from behind, making it lose its fighting power and letting this soul power 2-legged beast absorb the soul ring. But it was useless to think about it now. Xiao Yi didn't care about martial ethics. Would the enemy give you a chance to prepare? Then Xiao Yi showed his martial spirit and smashed it on the head of the blazing fire dragon. In the end, the blazing fire dragon died with resentment in his eyes. After the blazing fire dragon died, a deep black soul ring rose up, and Xiao Yi sat cross-legged on the ground to absorb the soul ring. After the soul ring entered his body, Xiao Yi came to the spiritual space. Auho. In the spiritual world, the residual soul of the blazing fire dragon appeared in Xiao Yi's spiritual sea, as if it was going to explode Xiao Yi's spiritual sea. Seeing this scene, Xiao Yi thought to himself, I may not be able to beat you outside. But this is my territory, do you think a mere remnant soul can cause trouble? Afterwards, the man and the beast fought in the spiritual world. After an unknown amount of time, the remaining soul of the blazing fire dragon was destroyed by Xiao Yi. The next step was to refine the soul power of the soul ring. All he had to do was leave it to time. In the outside world, when the dark gold terraclaw bear saw the soul ring of the blazing fire dragon being absorbed by Xiao Yi after its death, it knew that its own death was approaching. Dugu Bo ordered Mu Yun to protect Xiao Yi, while he himself came to the dark gold terraclaw bear. It's a pity for this soul ring, but if I let you go this time, I'm afraid you won't live long, Dugu Bo sighed. The dark gold terraclaw bear is now dying. After experiencing a battle with the blazing fire dragon and being poisoned by Dugu Bo, it is very likely that it will not live long enough for Xiao Yi to absorb all of his soul rings. After Dugu Bo expressed his feelings, he freed the dark gold terraclaw bear. After the dark gold terraclaw bear died, a black soul ring rose. Dugu Bo turned over the corpse of the dark gold terraclaw bear. What if soul bones were found there? Finally, he felt the fluctuation of soul power on the palms of the dark gold terraclaw bear. Dugu Bo cut open the bear's paw and found a pair of metacarpal bones. Yes, it looks like an external soul bone, and it comes in pairs. Let Yan Yan fuse it first when we get back. If Yan Yan can't fuse it, then Xiao Yi will get it. Dugu Bo thought about it and put the soul bone away. Chapter 39. It took Snake Spear Douluo a week to get to Wuhuan City with Qian Renshue's letter. Wuhuan City is the headquarters of the Wuhuan Hall. It is located in the center of the continent. To the north is the Tiando Empire and to the south is the Xinglua Empire. Because the two empires have frictions on the border all year round, the Wuhuan Hall will mediate every time. Wuhuan City is divided into two parts, the outer city and the inner city. Wuhuan City is the political, cultural and economic center of the Douluo Continent. The Wuhuan Hall has three halls that symbolize the highest power, the Pope Hall, the Elder Hall and the Douluo Hall, all located in the center of Wuhuan City. The Pope Hall is located in the center of Wuhuan City. According to statistics, 70 of the Soul Masters in the entire continent are in the Spirit Hall, which can be said to be the holy land of Soul Masters in the entire continent. In addition, Wuhuan City is located in an important geographical location. It divides the spheres of influence of the Tiando Empire and the Xinglua Empire. It is also close to the Xingdo Great Forest. This area is the habitat of soul beasts. Therefore, Wuhuan City has important strategic significance geographically. As a city that can rival the capitals of the two empires, the Spirit Hall is naturally luxurious. Wuhuan City is a hexagonal city. Each wall is 80 meters high and made of granite. It is extremely solid. Each wall is engraved with the most representative martial spirits in the world of Soul Masters, including the 7 killing swords, Chrysanthemum, Clear Sky Hammer, Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex, Angel, and a shadow whose face cannot be seen clearly, which correspond exactly to the 6 patterns of the Pope's order. Inside the papal palace, a woman sits on the throne that symbolizes the Pope's position. The woman was not tall, and she was wearing a golden long dress that fitted her from head to toe. The gorgeous dress was glittering with more than 100 red, blue, and gold gems. The 9 curved purple gold crown on her head was even more brilliant, and next to her was a 2-meter-long scepter inlaid with countless gems. Her fair skin and nearly perfect face made her look so different. Time seemed to have left no trace on her, especially the invisible nobility and holiness that emanated from her, which made people want to worship her. The woman was none other than Bibi Dong, the owner of twin top-level martial spirits, Death Spider Emperor and Soul-Devouring Spider Emperor. She was the second person to have twin martial spirits in nearly 100 years, and the first person to have solved the problem of having twin martial spirits with multiple additional spirit rings that exceeded the limits of the body. Suddenly, a man came into the Pope's palace. Your Holiness, Elder Snake Spear requests to see you. The man's skin looked as delicate as a baby's, and his charming appearance gave people a special feeling. His age could not be discerned from his voice, and if it were not for the Adam's apple on his neck, no one would have thought he was actually a man. He was wearing a bright red dress that only titled Douluo were qualified to wear. The red dress was inlaid with gold and silver patterns, especially the gem on his chest that was shining with golden light and was as big as a baby's fist, which was full of luxury. This person is Ju Douluo, one of the elders of the Spirit Hall. He has been with the Pope since Qian Xuanji, and has cooperated with his other partner, Ghost Douluo, for 60 years. He and Ghost Douluo also have the spirit fusion skill, the polar still field. He can be said to be one of the veterans of the Spirit Hall. No, Bibi Dong had a very bad impression of the people in the Elders' Hall and refused without thinking. But she remembered that Snake Spear Douluo seemed to be one of the two titled Douluo responsible for Qian Renshue's safety, so she spoke again, "Let him in." "Yes, Your Holiness," Yu Guan went down. After a while, Ju Douluo came in with Snake Spear Douluo. Bibi Dong saw Snake Spear Douluo coming in and asked, "Is there something going on over there?" "Your Holiness the Pope, the young master has written you a letter, please take a look." Snake Spear Douluo knelt on one knee and took out the letter written by Qian Renshue to Bibi Dong from his arms. Bibi Dong glanced at Ju Douluo and motioned for him to bring the letter up. When Ju Douluo saw the look in Bibi Dong's eyes, he took the letter from Shilance Douluo and handed it to Bibi Dong. "The letters have been delivered, and it's time for you to go down," Bibi Dong said to Snake Spear Douluo after taking the letter. After hearing what Bibi Dong said, Snake Spear Douluo also left the Pope's hall and went to the worship hall. After Snake Spear Douluo left, Bibi Dong opened Qian Renshue's letter. "Mom, long time no see, how is everything in Wuhuan City recently? My recent mission in the Tiando Empire has been going well. As the Pope, your daily work must be very tiring, you should pay more attention to rest." The letter wrote about Qian Renshue's recent situation and Qian Renshue's concern. Bibi Dong had mixed feelings after reading the letter, because the writer was her daughter Qian Renshue, and the word "mother" at the beginning directly touched the soft spot in her heart. To be honest, she didn't like this daughter at all. The most important thing was that she didn't know how to face this daughter. Although she felt that it was a mistake to give birth to this daughter. After all, she was a piece of her own flesh and blood. How could she be so cruel? She sent her to the Tiando Empire because she was afraid that she would not be able to control herself and kill her. After reading the letter, she didn't even realize that the corners of her mouth curved up. At this moment, Ju Douluo happened to see the smile on Bibi Dong's lips. And was shocked. But then he remembered that this was a letter from the young master, but didn't the relationship between the Pope and the young master always go bad? Why did he suddenly smile? But Ju Douluo didn't say anything. If he said something that affected the Pope's mood, he would be in trouble. Bibi Dong's expression then returned to normal. She wrote a reply and told Ju Douluo to give the letter to Shilance Douluo. After taking the letter, Ju Douluo went to find Shilance Douluo. After Ju Douluo left, Bibi Dong sat in the chair in a daze, not knowing what she was thinking about. Wuhuan City, Worship Hall. At this moment, there was a man in the worship hall who looked to be only in his 30s or 40s. He was very handsome and had a faint smile on his face. His calm and peaceful aura gave people a very comfortable feeling. He was tall but not strong. He was wearing a simple grey robe and his long golden hair was scattered behind his head and combed very neatly. Although his clothes were so simple, he just stood there, giving people a feeling of worship. This is Sky Douluo Qian DALU, one of the 3 ultimate Douluos today, who is invincible in the sky. Your Excellency, this is a letter written to you by the young lady. After Snake Spear Douluo entered the worship hall, he handed the letter to Qian DALU. Qian DALU took the letter, opened it and began to read it himself. After reading Qian Renshue's letter, he felt very depressed. Qian Renshue had helped her block the news about Xiao Yi. And now the letter was about Qian Renshue's life experience. With Qian Daolu's brain, he naturally knew that Xiao Yi was behind it. He couldn't help but have a headache thinking that this kid was really giving me a hard time. After thinking for a while, Qian Daolu wrote down the truth. After all, she would have to know it in the future, so it would be better to let her accept it now. Snake Spear Douluo took the letter and was about to return to Tiando City when Ju Douluo followed behind him. Ju Douluo handed Bibi Dong's letter to Snake Spear Douluo and asked him to give it to Qian Renshue. Snake Spear Douluo spent another week rushing back to Tiando City to hand the letter to Qian Renshue. Qian Renshue collapsed instantly after reading Qian Daolu's letter. No wonder her mother didn't like her, it turned out that she was born like that. Then he opened Bibi Dong's letter. It said, "I received your letter, just do your job and don't write me this kind of letter, you don't have to worry about my affairs, also, don't call me mom, call me sister." The words in the first half of the letter were very firm, but the tone of the second half was obviously softer than the first half, so Qian Renshue decided to wait for Xiao Yi to come back and show the letter to him, and see what Xiao Yi had to say. Chapter 40. Brother, what's going on? The person who spoke was an old man with white hair and beard, wearing a golden robe and silver embroidery, and his strength was as high as 98th level golden crocodile Douluo. Qinghuan Douluo has short dark blue hair, smoky blue eyes, sky blue bangs, sword-like eyebrows, star-like eyes, a handsome face, and is wearing a blue offering robe. His soul power is level 97. A lion DOLOU wearing golden armor and a red robe, with a strong and sturdy figure, orange hair and beard, and a soul power of level 96. A figure that looks like a teenager, with his left eye covered in ice and snow, long silver hair. And his left arm in an ice-like shape due to his martial spirit. He is wearing a light gray robe, and this person is Guanling DOLOU, with a soul power of level 96. A man with a black bun, gray-blue eyes, a scar on his right eye, handsome appearance, tall stature. He was wearing golden armor, a purple offering robe, and a purple headscarf. This was Qianjun DOLOU, with a soul power of level 96. Take a look for yourselves. Qian DALU handed the letter to Golden Crocodile DOLOU. After Golden Crocodile DOLOU took the letter, other priests came forward one after another. Brother, so you told the young master the truth? Everyone spoke after reading the letter. All the priests knew about Qian Renshue's birth, and usually they would avoid talking about it in front of Qian Renshue. Well, I don't want to either, but since she asked this time, she must have guessed it. She wrote to me just to confirm the facts, Qian DALU said helplessly. Also, she definitely can't know so much on her own, there must be someone else behind the scenes fanning the flames. Do you still remember the boy who Xiao Xue asked us to block the news last time? Qian DALU said. Brother, are you talking about the boy named Xiao Yi? Golden Crocodile DOLOU said. That's right, it was probably his idea that Xiao Xue wrote the letter this time. Shilong even went to the Pope's palace before coming here just now, Qian DALU said. I remember that the young lady seemed to want to recruit him. The second soul ring is 1,000 years old, the third soul ring is 7,000 years old, and the fourth soul ring is 20,000 years old. This letter says that he has now broken through to the Soul King level. Even though the soul ring is amazing, it is just a soul king who has not absorbed all the soul rings. You have to know that a genius who has not grown up is nothing, and he might die on the road one day. The demon subduing DOLOU said casually, his little finger still picking his ear. Offerings. Seventh brother. Calm down a little, how can this look like a sacrifice? Qianjun DOLOU said sternly. Got it, got it. Hearing his brother's words, the demon-slaying DOLOU also straightened his posture. Sixth brother, what do you think? Golden Crocodile DOLOU knew that demon-subduing DOLOU was not very reliable except in fighting, so he decided to ask Qianjun DOLOU. Well, I think we need to wait and see, if the young lady can take this child under her wing, it's not impossible for us to help. Besides, this kid has grown up. After absorbing the spirit ring, he will be a spirit king. Besides, a genius like him certainly doesn't want to be inferior to others. Now he has Dougoubo's support, and all he needs is a team to form a force. I don't think Miss will necessarily subdue him. I guess she will create her own force, if possible, give him a little help. It won't be bad for us once he builds up his force. Qianjun DOLOU has always been calm and composed, taking the overall situation into consideration. His statement is the most perfect at present. Respond to changes with the same attitude. Qian DALU also felt that Qianjun DOLOU's words made sense after listening to him. After all, Qian Renshue had a good vision. A 14-year-old level 50 person had great talent. If he had not been subdued, he would not be an enemy. Moreover, Xiao Xue seemed to be very interested in this kid named Xiao Yi, otherwise they would not have blocked the information. That's it, let's wait and see for now, Qian DALU said. All the worshippers returned to their own places of practice, while Qian DALU flew to the Qiando Empire. Anyway, he was already level 99 and there was no possibility of further improvement if he continued to retreat. If he stayed in the worship hall for too long without moving around, his bones would become rusty. As an ultimate DOLOU, he was very fast and arrived at Tiando City in just 2 days. It has been 3 days since Snake Spear DOLOU returned, and Qian Renshue has also adjusted her mentality. Tiando City, Prince's Mansion. After a tiring day of work, Master Xue finally got off work. It was really tiring to handle state affairs. After killing 2 princes in succession, she, as the crown prince, had too many things piled up. Young master, the chief priest is here, he wants to see you, he is waiting for you in the secret room. Grandpa is here. Is there something wrong? Qian Renshue went directly to the secret room she had built. It was the most secretive place in the prince's mansion and also the place where she practiced, relaxed, and handled key matters. Enter the secret room. Grandpa, why are you here? Qian Renshue immediately returned to her original state, grabbing Qian Daolu's hand and shaking it. Qian Renshue was very surprised that Qian Daolu came. After all, since he came to the Tiando Empire as an undercover agent, they hardly saw each other every year. If he went back rashly, his identity might be exposed. Huh, Grandpa, I miss you, don't you? Let's see how my Xiaoxue is doing. Sigh, she looks much more haggard. If you are too tired, just go back to the worship hall. The plan to steal the country is really dispensable. No, Grandpa, Shuer is not the type to give up halfway. I can definitely do it. By the way, Grandpa, is there anything you can do for me? Xian Renxue asked with a questioning look on her face. It's like this, didn't you block the information of a genius last time? This is how we in the worship hall see it. Xian DALU then told the worship hall about its views and what he was thinking. Xiao Yi is not so easy to conquer. I think he will create his own power in the future. If possible, it would be best for us to become lovers. If not, we should at least be good friends, Qian Daolu said to Qian Renxue. On the way here, Qian Daolu was also thinking about how to deal with Xiao Yi's problem. In the end, the best way was to become a couple, because in his eyes, Qian Renxue was destined to become a god, and he was the servant of the angel god. If Qian Renxue wanted to inherit the angel god position, he needed to sacrifice. As a servant of the god, he could feel that Bibi Dong also had a god position inheritance, and it was the Rakshasa god who was opposed to the angel god. After his sacrifice, Bibi Dong, the crazy woman, might not do anything, so he had to make plans for Qian Renshue's future. According to Qian Renxue, Xiao Yi would most likely come into contact with the god position after he was 14 years old and 50 levels. At worst, he would be at the same level as the angel god position. If he became a couple with Qian Renxue, he would not be afraid that Bibi Dong would do anything bad. As far as he knew, Xiao Yi was with Dugu Bo's granddaughter, but Qian Daolu felt that this was not a big deal. That strong man didn't have many women. Besides, Qian Renxue was only 3 years older than Xiao Yi, and the age difference was not that big. Grandpa, what nonsense are you talking about? Qian Renshue's face turned red instantly after hearing Qian Daolu's words. Then Qian Renxue recalled Xiao Yi's appearance, his white hair, sword-like eyebrows, starry eyes, and his cold temperament. It seems, not bad. Qian Renxue thought to herself. However, Xiao Yi didn't know all this. At this moment, he was concentrating on absorbing the soul ring. Chapter 41. Back to Xiao Yi. It has been a day and a night since Xiao Yi absorbed the soul ring and he has not yet woken up. However, Dugu Bo and Mu Yun did not worry about Xiao Yi as they saw that he did not look like anything was wrong. They just stayed by his side. On the morning of the third day, Xiao Yi woke up from absorbing the soul ring and was stunned for a moment when he felt his own soul skills. Dugu Bo was very confused when he saw Xiao Yi standing there in a daze, and thought that this boy might be stupid. Xiao boy, what's wrong with you? Why are you standing there? Xiao Yi came back to his senses after hearing Dugu Bo's words, and then said, Grandpa, I'm fine, I'm thinking about soul skills. What soul skill made you go dazed? Tell me about it. My fifth soul skill is to release a powerful crescent-shaped flame after charging. The flame is extremely fast and the temperature is also very high. The effect of the soul skill is adjusted by my soul power. If I were at the title DOLOU level, I could even evaporate a lake. I named this soul skill Flame Devouring Wave Ruler. Dugu Bo was also stunned after hearing this. What the hell? This kind of soul skill can only be obtained with the fifth soul ring. But thinking about it, this is a 40,000-year soul ring and it is a dragon soul beast. It doesn't seem to be a big deal. Now that Xiao Yi has absorbed the soul rings, his soul power has reached level 53, and the weight of the Xuanzhong ruler seems to have doubled compared to before. After absorbing the fourth soul ring, it increased to 8,000 kilograms. It was 10,000 kilograms when he first came out. And it reached 13,600 kilograms after absorbing the fifth soul ring. Because Xiao Yi is the master of the martial soul, he can make it light or heavy in his hands, and according to the feedback from the martial soul, the weight will increase by 200 kilograms for each level up in the future, and the weight after absorbing the soul ring will increase by 1/10 of the soul ring's age. Okay, the spirit ring has been absorbed. Let's go out and rest for 2 days before returning to Tiando. It's been almost a month since we came out. I miss Yan Yan already. Dugu Bo said. This soul hunting took quite a long time indeed, and it took nearly a month to complete. It took the three of them 2 days to get out of the Star Do Great Forest, and then another 3 days to return to Soto City. When they arrived in Soto City, Xiao Yi lay down and fell asleep. Although Dugu Bo had followed him in the Star Do Great Forest, he felt uncomfortable due to the high mental tension for more than 20 days. Now he just wanted to lie in bed and have a good rest. After Xiao Yi and Dugu Bo rested in Soto City for 3 days, they went to Mu Yun's tavern to prepare to return to Tiando. Since there were 2 people when they came and 4 people when they left, they simply rented 2 carriages. Half a month later. After half a month of bumpy journey, the 4 of them returned to Tiando City. After Xiao Yi paid the money, the 4 of them got off the carriage. As soon as they got off the carriage, Douluo Bo asked, "Xiao boy, I want to go back to see Yan Yan, do you want to go?" "Grandpa, please go ahead, I'll send brother Yun and the other 2 back to my home first, and then go to the prince's mansion," Xiao Yi replied. It's funny to say that since he came to Tiando and bought the house, he has rarely lived in it. First, he was taken away by Douluo Bo to detoxify, and then he studied at Tiando College and didn't come back often. Even when he came back, he just cleaned the room. After a while, it was idle. Just when Mu Yun came, let them live in this house. Anyway, now he is with Douluo Yan, it doesn't matter whether this house is there or not. Instead of leaving it idle or selling it, he prefers to let his own people live in it. Soon Xiao Yi brought Mu Yun and the other to his house in Tiando City. "Brother Yun, this is the house I bought in Tiando before, but I don't come back often, so you and sister-in-law can live here," Xiao Yi said to Mu Yun. "Isn't this a bit embarrassing?" Mu Yun said embarrassedly. "It's okay, I have other places to live, besides, we are still family, there is no need to care so much." After hearing this, Mu Yun no longer refused and had to accept Xiao Yi's house. "Then brother Yun, you and sister-in-law should pack up, I'm going to go out for a while." Row. After the 2 finished chatting, Xiao Yi walked towards the prince's mansion. Because flying was prohibited in Tiando City, Xiao Yi took half an hour to reach the prince's mansion. "Stop, what are you doing?" As soon as he reached the gate of the prince's mansion, the palace guard stopped Xiao Yi. "I'm a friend of the prince, I have something to ask him." Xiao Yi took out the prince's token from his soul guide and handed it to the palace guards. The guard took the token and observed it carefully, then said to Xiao Yi, "Wait outside for a moment, I will go and inform His Royal Highness the Crown Prince." The guards then entered the prince's palace. In the prince's mansion, Master Shui was busy with official business when the voices of guards were heard outside. "Your Highness, there is a young man with white hair outside the door holding your Crown Prince's token and claiming to be your friend, do you want to let him in?" Qian Renshui heard the words outside the door and replied, "It's my friend, he came to see me for something important, let him in." It has been more than a week since Qian DALU last came to Tiando City. Qian Renshui remembered what Qian DALU said to her at that time. But she was unwilling to admit that she was interested in Xiao Yi. Should she say it or not, as expected of a proud little angel? After hearing Qian Renshui's reply, the guard outside the door returned the token to Xiao Yi and let him in. Xiao Yi took back the token and entered the prince's mansion. After entering the prince's mansion, he quickly found Qian Renshui, and Qian Renshui put down the official business in her hands after seeing him. "Are you back? It seems that the soul hunting went well this time. Now that I've seen your true form, can you please not talk to me like this? You're obviously a beautiful woman, but you insist on using a man's appearance, it's really awkward. What's wrong with looking like this?" Qian Renshui rolled her eyes. "I think talking to beautiful women makes people feel happy." Xiao Yi was startled by Qian Renshui's rolling eyes. After experiencing the atmosphere at Tiando Royal Academy, Xiao Yi was no longer so cold and would occasionally make a joke. "You have some knowledge," Qian Renshui said and then returned to her true form. "Did you bring the person back?" Qian Renshui asked. "He brought it back, he is a soul sage, he will be responsible for leading the royal fighting team from now on." "Then what are you going to do next?" "I will use the 4th soul skill to train them for half a year, and then go to the slaughter city. After all, school is basically of no use to me, your Wuhuan Hall should have the exact location," Xiao Yi replied. Yes, I'll give you the map before you leave," Qian Renshui said. "By the way, can you help me take a look at this letter and tell me what to do next?" Qian Renshui took out Bibi Dong's letter and handed it to Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi took it and read it, then said casually, "Write her a letter every once in a while. She will slowly accept you if you write more, your relationship will also get better. After all, you are mother and daughter, so there is nothing you can't talk about. Is there anything else? If not, I'll leave first." "No more, you can leave," Qian Renshui rolled her eyes in anger. Really, he would look for her when he had something to do, and leave her aside when he had nothing to do. After hearing Qian Renshui's words, Xiao Yi left without looking back. After leaving the prince's mansion, he walked towards home. "Brother Yun, it's done, you will lead the team from now on." After saying that, Xiao Yi went to find Douluo Yan. Chapter 42. After leaving Mu Yun, Xiao Yi quickly arrived at Douluo Bo's house. At this time, Douluo Bo and Douluo Yan were having dinner at home. When Douluo Yan saw Xiao Yi coming, she immediately pounced on him. When Xiao Yi saw Duguyen rushing towards him, he opened his arms and hugged Duguyen. "Look, you forgot about your grandpa after seeing your little lover," Dugubo joked after seeing Duguyen throw herself into Xiao Yi's arms. "No way, grandpa, you're talking nonsense again." When Duguyen heard Dugubo's words, she remembered that her grandfather was still there, and immediately got off Xiao Yi's body. "Okay, let's not talk about this anymore, let's eat." Afterwards, the three of them ate together, and Xiao Yi felt a long-lost sense of security at the table. The next day, Xiao Yi took Mu Yun to the academic committee of Tiando Royal Academy early in the morning. At this moment, Meng Xinji was the only one in the education committee. When he saw Xiao Yi and Mu Yun coming, he said, "Xiao Yi, the prince told me that you need to bring someone to train the team, I guess it must be him." "Well, education committee member Meng, thank you for your help, this person is Mu Yun, and he will be responsible for the training of the royal fighting team from now on," Xiao Yi replied. Afterwards, they talked about benefits such as salary, and finally everyone reached an agreement to give Mu Yun a monthly salary of 8,000 gold soul coins. After the negotiation was completed, Xiao Yi said, "Meng, you go ahead and do your work, I'll take brother Yun to the training ground." "Go ahead, and by the way, inform teacher Sun to come and see me," Meng Xinji replied. Afterwards, Xiao Yi and the other person returned to the training ground. A quarter of an hour later, Mu Yun and Xiao Yi arrived at the training ground. At this moment, the members of the royal fighting team were training, and Sun Buyu was recording beside them. "Teacher Sun, Education Commissioner Meng wants you to come over," Xiao Yi said to Sun Buyu after arriving at the training ground. Sun Buyu put down the notebook in his hand after hearing what Xiao Yi said. Then he saw Mu Yun beside Xiao Yi and asked, "Xiao Yi, who is next to you?" "Oh, this is the new team leader arranged by the prince, who will be responsible for the training of the royal fighting team," Xiao Yi replied. "Okay, I understand." Sun Buyu didn't feel there was anything wrong with Xiao Yi's answer, because he was originally a Tianji-level teacher, and Xiao Yi was the one who made the plans for daily training. And he was only responsible for recording, which made him feel that he was of no use at all. Now that there was a new team leader, he naturally agreed to go back to lead the class. After the two of them handed over their work, Sun Buyu went to the education committee. After Sun Buyu left, Mu Yun introduced himself to everyone. "My name is Mu Yun, a level 73 strong attack system battle soul saint. I will teach you for the next few years until the next soul master competition is over." Mu Yun's idea is to observe the team members for a period of time and then take them to the soul fighting competition. And then take them to the sunset forest. Only after experiencing the fight with soul beasts can they grow. Otherwise, children who grow up in a greenhouse will never grow into towering trees. The next night, the Tiando Soul Fighting Arena. Like the Tiando Auction House, the Tiando City Soul Fighting Arena is a hemispherical building. However, its area is much larger, with a diameter of 1 kilometer, making it the largest fighting spirit arena in the Tiando Empire. At this moment, the big fighting spirit arena was bustling with people. Mu Yun and Xiao Yi and their group of 8 people came to the fighting spirit arena. "Your next task is to get the gold fighting spirit in the fighting spirit arena in the shortest time. Everyone must participate in at least 2 competitions every day." Mu Yun arranged for everyone. Xiao Yi has never fought a soul battle since he started practicing. He has been focusing on practicing since he was in Notting College. After graduation, he went to the Star Do Great Forest to hunt souls for training. Whenever he fought with others, it was because the other party had bad intentions and he was forced to fight back. He has never tried this kind of pure soul fighting. There are 3 types of fighting spirits. One is gambling, which means mutual learning. Killing is prohibited. Another is life and death fighting, which is used to resolve irreconcilable disputes. The last is gambling fighting. The big fighting spirit field is the referee. Both sides of the gambling fight send the same number of soul masters to compete. The final winner will get everything in the bet. The gambling fight is first of all a life and death fight. Many nobles and clans often use this method when they have huge conflicts with each other. There are also 3 forms of competition: 1-on-1, 2-on-2 and group battle. Among them, the number of people negotiated by both parties in a group battle is stipulated. According to the rules of the Great Soul Fighting Arena, it is generally within the limit of 7 to 10 people. It is very simple to register for fighting spirit here. You only need to fill out a form including your name, age, place of birth, and martial spirit, and you can receive the initial Iron Fighting Spirit badge. Of course, each person needs to pay 10 gold soul coins as the registration fee. In the Grand Soul Fighting Arena, only those who have won more than 5 games in a row, have a soul fighting badge with a certain level, or have an extremely high soul master level can compete in a soul fighting competition in the main soul fighting arena. There are 8 levels of Fighting Spirit badges, namely Iron Fighting Spirit Badge, Bronze Fighting Spirit Badge, Silver Fighting Spirit Badge, Gold Fighting Spirit Badge, Purple Gold Fighting Spirit Badge, Sapphire Fighting Spirit Badge, Ruby Fighting Spirit Badge and Diamond Fighting Spirit Badge. The upgrade of the Fighting Spirit Badge requires points. Every time you win a battle, you will get a point. If you lose a battle, you will also lose a point accordingly. Winning Streak Bonus Rule: when the winning streak reaches 5 games, each winning streak will directly increase the points by 10. When the winning streak reaches 10 games, each winning streak will increase the points by 100. Among the 7 of you, except for the Auxiliary Spirit Master, who does not need to participate in the single-player spirit battle, the other 6 will play 1 game alone and 1 game in pairs. You can discuss how to team up. Xiao Yi then came to the registration office of the Great Fighting Spirit Arena. The registration fee is 10 gold soul coins. After filling out this form, go over there to take the soul test and get a stamp, then come back to me to get the Iron Fighting Soul Badge. You can get 10 gold soul coins for each win. The staff collected the fee from Lin Hanya in a businesslike manner and handed over a form. Name: Yi Xiao. Age: 14. Martial Soul, Iron Ruler. Birthplace: Nottingham. Xiao Yi quickly filled in the basic information and went next door to do the soul power certification and completed the registration. During the soul power test, Xiao Yi controlled his soul power and suppressed it to the level of a soul master. After seeing Xiao Yi complete the registration, the other team members also went to register one after another. The one-on-one battle in the soul fighting area is based on drawing lots. While other soul masters are fighting souls, the waiting soul masters can choose to watch the battle or rest. Each area of the fighting arena has a special place for participating soul masters to watch the battle. It is very close to the fighting arena. Soon, Xiao Yi took the Iron Fighting Spirit Badge that the staff had prepared for him and went to the corresponding Fighting Spirit platform to sit down and wait. After waiting for a while, the team members came to the rest area with their badges. Xiao Yi didn't pay much attention to the players coming up. Instead, Du Guyan sat down next to him and watched the game with Xiao Yi. Chapter 43. At the reminder of the staff, Xiao Yi slowly stepped onto the Fighting Spirit stage. On the fighting arena, a hot bunny girl was standing in the middle. She held a cone-shaped megaphone and said loudly, "Next, we will have the 5th match of our one-on-one fighting arena in the 16th fighting arena. There will be 2 soul masters. One is Yi Xiao from the Fighting Souls sect who has the weapon Spirit Iron Ruler. He will face Meng Li from the Fierce God team who has won 3 games in a row. Whether Meng Li can win 4 consecutive victories or the newcomer Yi Xiao wins, let us wait and see. Now, please invite the 2 soul masters to the stage." As soon as Meng Li came on stage, the audience immediately became excited. Meng Li. Tear him apart. Meng Li. Show this kid some color. Meng Li is the captain of the Fierce God team. His martial soul is a violent giant bear. He is a strong attack-type soul master with a soul power of level 43. The Fierce God team is known for its brutality. Just like the name of their team. They have a very bad reputation in the fighting arena because they kill and maim people for fun under the guise of fighting. Their team motto is to grow through killing, and the team members are all cruel and bloodthirsty. After going over the information about the Fierce God team in his mind, Xiao Yi had no scruples. He was originally afraid that he would not be able to control his strength and kill someone. But if they just like to kill innocent people, then it didn't matter. Perhaps because he often killed people in the fighting arena, Meng Li had a strong aura of blood and murder. "Where did you come from, young man? Didn't your parents tell you not to come to the fighting arena to seek death?" Many people like to talk trash in the fighting arena, which can make the opponent's mentality unstable and win easily. However, Xiao Yi did not take the trash talk to heart. The only thing he wanted to do was to get the other party off the stage. "Can the referee start now?" Xiao Yi asked the referee. The referee was also stunned at this moment. Normally, both sides would trash talk each other when they came on the court, but she didn't expect Xiao Yi to play by the rules. But she quickly came to her senses and announced the start of the game. "Pretend to be a ghost." Meng Li snorted coldly and released his martial spirit. After the martial spirit possessed him, white, yellow, purple and black soul rings appeared on his body, and his body expanded. His body was covered with dense hair, and his hands turned into bear paws. Seeing that Meng Li's martial spirit was possessed, Xiao Yi also revealed his martial spirit, and the 2 yellow and 2 purple soul rings that had been disguised were revealed. Without saying a word, Xiao Yi activated the 4th soul skill. Gravity suppression, and then rushed closer, knocking Meng Li off the fighting stage with just 1 foot, leaving him unknown whether he was dead or alive. "Yi Xiao wins this battle of spirits," the host said at the right time. What a waste. You can't even take one move, and you're still so fierce. Bah. That's right, I wasted 500 gold soul coins, I'm going to be scolded by my wife when I get home. At this moment, people in the audience stand started to speak. Captain. X6 When the members of the Fierce God team saw their captain being knocked out of the fighting arena with just one move, they hurried forward to check on Meng Li's condition. At this time, Meng Li was breathing in less and exhaling more. Boy, you are so cruel, we have no grudge against you, why are you so cruel? I didn't want to do that either, but your captain is so weak that he can't even take one of my attacks, Xiao Yi said sarcastically. You are such a sharp-tongued boy, said the deputy captain of the Fierce God team. Deputy Captain, now is not the time to talk about this, the most important thing is to find a healing soul master to heal the captain first, one of the team members said. Kid, just wait. The deputy captain said something harsh and then left with his team members. Back in the rest area, Xiao Yi watched Dugu Yan and Yi Lingling fighting a double soul battle. The opponents were two soul masters, but Dugu Yan used his third soul skill to stiffen the two opponents in the dragon state, and then knocked them off the ring one by one. After several months of training, the royal fighting team also knew about Dugu Yan's martial soul changes. The blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex also came to test whether there were any genius treasures, but after Dugu Bo showed his level 95 soul power, they did not dare to ask further. Even if there was an old dragon at home, it would be useless, because Dugu Bo's poison was too deterrent. After Dugu Yan finished the game, she turned around and saw Xiao Yi watching her performance, so after the host announced her victory, she ran towards Xiao Yi. After running over, Dugu Yan hugged Xiao Yi's arm and boasted, I'm awesome, right? Seeing Dugu Yan's expression of seeking praise, Xiao Yi also said, my Yan Yan is the best. Hee. Dugu Yan smiled foolishly when she heard Xiao Yi's compliment. An hour later, the team members completed their respective fighting spirits and prepared to leave. However, after leaving the scene, Xiao Yi discovered something was wrong. He turned back calmly and found that it was the members of the Fierce God team who were following him. So he told his teammates to go back first, saying that he had something to do and would be back later. Why did that kid disappear? The evil God team couldn't help but ask in confusion when they found that Xiao Yi suddenly disappeared. That kid killed the captain, we have to avenge him. It turned out that Meng Li died when the evil God team was carrying him to find a healing soul master. They thought it was all Xiao Yi's fault, but they never thought that they had treated their enemies in the same way before. Are you looking for me? Suddenly a voice came from behind the Fierce God team. When Xiao Yi discovered that the evil God team was following them, he decided to kill them. After all, those who kill will be killed, and there are many people who have killed people who have no grudges against them. Xiao Yi can be considered to have done a good thing by killing them. When the Fierce God team heard the voice, they broke out in cold sweats and turned around to see Xiao Yi standing behind them. Boy, you dare to come to us alone? Are you tired of living? Oh. Really? You are not a soul sect master, and your soul ring, what kind of monster are you? One of them was so scared when he saw Xiao Yi's soul ring that he couldn't speak clearly. What are you afraid of? Let's go together with 6 people, I don't believe we can't defeat him. When the others heard this, they all activated their spirit rings, 1 white, 2 yellow and 1 purple. Xiao Yi didn't want to waste time, so he used his flame-splitting wave ruler to send the 6 people to reunite with their captain. Bah, the resurrection sect only has this little money, Xiao Yi complained after touching the corpse. Xiao Yi took out 300 gold soul coins from the 6 soul masters. After that, Xiao Yi cleaned up the battlefield and walked towards the academy. Of course, no one noticed what happened here. 3 months later. Let us congratulate Yi Xiao for obtaining the purple gold fighting spirit badge. After 3 months of fighting spirit, Xiao Yi reached the purple gold fighting spirit. And the team's fighting spirit had reached the gold fighting spirit a month ago, and all team members also had gold fighting spirits, and everyone's soul power was also increased by 1 level. Chapter 44. Our old poison was thinking about his next plan in the Yin-Yang Eyes of Ice and Fire. After all, after level 95, each level up is a comprehension of the martial soul. At the Super DOLOU level, the martial soul will evolve once each level up. Super DOLOUs have a deep comprehension of their martial souls. Twin martial souls, which are pushed up by soul ring energy, do not count. When was the last time I traveled around the continent? It seems to have been several decades ago. When I reached the Soul Emperor level, I was already in excruciating pain from snake venom. It's the same with Xiaoner. I have been looking for a way to detoxify Xiaoner and his daughter-in-law. It's a pity that I have only found it now. If it had been a few years earlier, Yan Yan would not be without her parents' company. Alas, I have become sentimental now. My name is Poison Douluo. People in the world respect and fear me, but I don't like talking to others. I have been alone all this time, but now Yan Yan has found a boyfriend, so I can rest assured. Xiao Yi is also a man worthy of trust. What I can do now is to protect them from the wind and rain. After reflecting on his life, Douluo now wants to travel the continent again but doesn't know where to start. Let's go to Xiaogang first. I was chased and beaten by him and Ghost Douluo. Wasn't it just because I stole a few herbs from him? Is it necessary to do this? You've been suppressing me for so many years, now we're both level 95, let's see who's better. After beating Xiaogang, let's go to the beach. Xiao Yi said that whale glue can increase the strength of the body, but the quality in Tiando City is too average. It's a good opportunity to go to the beach and get some higher quality whale glue. It's just right for Xiao Yi and Yan Yan to improve their physical strength. When they go back, they can take the Narcissus Jade Muscle Bone to break through the Soul King, and find some medicinal herbs to enhance their mental strength. If they are lucky, they can get 2 soul bones. By the way, speaking of soul bones, I seem to have a pair of metacarpal bones of the dark gold Terraclaw bear. I forgot about them last time. Douluo made a plan and headed straight for the distance, but he had to fight a wave of Xiaogang before that. Xiaogang, danger. Spirit Hall, Pope's Hall. Douluo, who had just passed the document, suddenly felt a chill on his back, as if he was being stared at by a snake. Huh? Old Juhua, what's wrong with you? Nothing, old ghost. I think I may not have slept well, things may be a bit busy today, I'll go out for some fresh air. Old ghost, you go deal with His Holiness the Pope. Douluo, who was wearing a red robe and golden armor, said as he walked out of the Pope's palace. Okay, Ghost Douluo nodded in agreement and went into the darkness to find Bibi Dong to announce that his old partner wanted to get some fresh air. After leaving the Pope's palace, Douluo looked up at the blue sky and took a deep breath. Fortunately, I have the dead old ghost to support me, what should I do? Let's go and cause trouble for the old poisonous thing, I haven't beaten him up for a while. Douluo flew directly out of Wuhuan City and headed for the territory of Tiando Empire. Coincidentally, Douluo was also heading somewhere at this time, so their routes would definitely collide. Maybe it was the mutual respect between the opponents. 2 days later, Douluo and Douluo Yueguan bumped into each other in a forest. Douluo's eyes, which had returned to normal, turned green again, like a poisonous snake staring at its prey. Moreover, Yuguan on the opposite side felt a little familiar with the middle-aged man with black beard and black hair at first, until the middle-aged man's eyes turned green and he recognized him directly. Hey, you old bastard, you still dare to appear before me? Is it because you haven't been beaten by me in a long time and you feel itchy? As Yuguan spoke, the aura of a level 95 Super Douluo emanated from his body. He still thought that Douluo was still the shame of the title Douluo, but he didn't know that Douluo was no longer the same as before. Xiaogang, I was thinking of going to the Spirit Hall to find you, but you actually came to my door. Today, I will turn your chrysanthemum into a rotten chrysanthemum, Douluo cursed coldly. Bah, don't call me Xiaogang. You old poisonous creature, you are courting death. 5th soul skill, gathering of cold talents. In the hand of Douluo, a sharp knife formed by the petals of the strange and velvety chrysanthemum condensed and slashed towards Douluo. Trying to be mysterious. The 5th soul skill, the 9-headed sky snake shield. What? Old poisonous creature, when did you become level 95? If that useless Prince Xuexing hadn't passed by at that time, and if the young master was busy on a mission and it wasn't easy to make things awkward, Douluo would have most likely died. It's none of your business. Douluo rushed forward and engaged in close combat with Douluo. Now that his martial soul has evolved, it did not evolve in the direction of a dragon. But the benefits that the Earth Dragon Golden Gourd brought him were enormous. The defense and strength of his martial soul were greatly increased, and now he could even control the Earth attribute. Douluo can be said to be the strongest snake title Douluo on the continent at present. He now really wants to try out how strong he is in close combat. Douluo happened to be a super Douluo of the strong attack system, and Douluo just wanted to test out his level of the strong attack system. Douluo attacked Douluo with a heavy punch. Douluo blocked it with his chrysanthemum sword. Feeling the power of Douluo's punch, he thought to himself. This old poison creature's body movements, speed, and strength have all greatly improved. What happened to him? Wasn't he deeply poisoned? How come the hidden danger of the poison was solved and his martial soul mutated like this? The soul power has also increased significantly. Could it be the Earth Dragon Golden Gourd that is rumored to have a great effect on dragon spirits? This old poisonous creature is so lucky. The close combat between the two super Douluos was so intense that it was difficult to see clearly, so Ju Douluo retreated to create some distance. The sixth soul skill, Golden Rui Flowing Clouds. The huge strange chrysanthemum in front of Ju Douluo emitted a dazzling golden light and shot towards Douluo. The eighth soul skill, Time Freeze. Douluo directly used the time freeze that was mutated after the evolution of his martial soul. Originally, it could only slow down time, but now it can forcibly freeze the soul master of the same level for 5 seconds. Soul Bone skill, the Black Snake is coming. After Douluo controlled the chrysanthemum pass, he immediately released the Black Mamba and started mixed doubles. Jiahua Guanxin felt very bitter at this moment. It was clearly his impulse to fight Douluo, but he was beaten by Douluo instead. No one could have thought that in such a short period of time. Not only the poison of this old poisonous creature was eliminated, his martial soul evolved, and he gained a few more soul bones, and now he summoned a soul beast to fight him in a mixed doubles. 5 seconds later, the time freeze ended, but Jiahua was unable to fight back because of the mixed doubles. But Jiahua didn't want to admit defeat, because he had always been the one beating Douluo, but today he turned the tables and beat him. If Lao Gui knew about this, he would definitely laugh to death. Chapter 45. Xiao Yi's daily routine is to cultivate his soul power and teach Douluo some moves. Occasionally, she would go to the prince's mansion to chat with Qian Renxue, and Bibi Dong's replies to Qian Renxue were not so cold now. While chatting with Qian Renxue, he also learned about the attitude of the worship hall, and Xiao Yi also found that Qian Renshue's attitude towards him seemed a little different, but he couldn't tell what was different. Maybe it was Grandpa Qian Renxue who brought them together. Impossible. What kind of family background does she have? What kind of family background does Xiao Yi have? Xiao Yi thinks there is no possibility for the two of them. But Xiao Yi remembered that Qian Renxue seemed to be called the little angel. Never mind, just go with the flow. After all, Qian Renxue is pretty, and it would be nice if they were together. He. At that time in the fighting spirit arena, Douluo told them that he was going to travel around the continent and it would probably take some time for him to come back. After half a year, Xiao Yi has now reached level 56, and Douluo has reached level 48. As for Mu Yun, he is now level 75, and the rest of the team members are now at level 36 or 37, which is much stronger than in the original book. Now, all we have to do is wait for Douluo to come back, and then give Douluo the Narcissus Jade Muscle and Bone to help Douluo obtain the Soul Ring. After obtaining the Soul Ring, Xiao Yi prepared to go to the City of Slaughter. Douluo is now 17 years old, and her figure has become more and more plump. It is true that Soul Masters develop very early, and they can give birth to children at the age of 12. In the past 6 months, Xiao Yi found that he didn't know when he started to be infected with the problem of arrogance. From the awakening of his martial soul to now, everything has been smooth sailing. In the beginning, Zhang Ping helped him to obtain the Spirit Ring, and then he trained in the Xingdou Great Forest for 2 years. In the process, he met a very good team, the Spirit Bones, Rings, and Masks in the Cave, and the Herbs of the Yinyang Eyes of Ice and Fire, and later the showdown with Qian Renxue. And the attitude of the worship hall towards him, his journey was too smooth, so smooth that he was infected with the common problem of time travelers, that is, pride and complacency. After Xiao Yi discovered this problem, he was soaked all over. After all, this is a real world, not a novel or anime. Xiao Yi felt that this mentality would kill him. After all, Xiao Yi is only level 56 now, and he is not a strong man in this world. Maybe continuing with this mentality will become his fatal weakness in the future. So in the past 6 months, Xiao Yi has also faced his own heart and adjusted his state of mind. Douluo Mansion. In the early morning, after the two of them practiced together, Douluo looked depressed and seemed to have something on his mind. Yanzi, what's wrong? Do you miss your grandpa? Xiao Yi, Grandpa has been gone for half a year. He has never been away from me for so long before. The longest time was only 2 months when you hunted for spirit rings last time. I hope something happened to Grandpa on the way. Douluo hadn't seen Douluo for half a year. She missed Grandpa very much. Girls are emotional and are prone to wild thoughts at times like this. That's not possible. With Grandpa's strength, there are only a handful of strong men who can stop him. I guess he got delayed by something. Xiao Yi could only comfort Douluo in a gentle voice. Grandpa, please come back soon. Yan misses you so much, Douluo said softly while lying in Xiao Yi's arms. Oh Yan, do you miss Grandpa so much? Come here, let Grandpa hug you. Grandpa. Douluo shouted happily, hugged Douluo's neck directly, and a happy smile appeared on her face. Ha, girl, you're so clingy after half a year. Ha 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 ha, Douluo joked while touching Douluo's head. Grandpa, long time no see. Xiao Yi was also surprised to see Douluo coming back. It seems like we got a good harvest this time. Of course, Yan Yan and Xiao Yi, come with me into the house, I'll show you something good. After saying that, Douluo Bo walked towards the house. There were no servants in Douluo Bo's house because they were afraid that the poison his son had in his early years would affect others, so they dismissed the servants. Entered the house. Douluo Bo motioned for the two to sit down, and then used his own soul power to form a soul power barrier to isolate the breath and movement. Grandpa, why are you so mysterious? Douluo Yan looked at Douluo Bo with confusion. Xiao Yi didn't know what kind of medicine Douluo Bo was selling. Did he get some magical herb? Douluo Bo took out 2 boxes from the storage soul guide. The boxes were forged from lead blocks. Open it, Douluo Bo said. Xiao Yi and Douluo Yan looked at each other and opened the lead box. A powerful wave of soul power spread out. When they looked closely, they saw a crystal clear, dark blue bone. The bone should be from the head, a very old skull. Xiao Yi and Douluo Yan's soul bones are the same, and their soul power fluctuations are also the same, which means that the 2 soul beasts are from the same clan and are of similar age. This is the biggest gain from my travels. These 2 pieces are the evil demon skulls that have been condensed with spirits for 90,000 years. They come from a pair of sea soul beasts and 2 90,000-year-old evil demon killer whales. These are top quality skulls. They are husband and wife, and you 2 will be 2 sooner or later. So I will give you as a dowry in advance. I looked up the evil killer whale, and it is an extremely violent existence among the sea soul beasts. Its strongest skill is the evil killer whale mirror of destruction. I saw with my own eyes that the evil killer whale crystallized the soul Douluo with 1 blow and then killed him instantly. Even a title Douluo would be seriously injured. The soul bones dropped by their clan are usually limb soul bones. But these 2 had their skulls exploded directly. I don't know what skills they have. You 2 should absorb it directly, so as to avoid any trouble. Remember not to expose your skull before reaching Contra. I am worried that some people will do something desperate. Douluo Bo said a lot, constantly reminding the 2 of this and that, just like a parent who is worried about his children. Oh, he is a parent. Xiao Yi and Douluo Yan attached the evil demon skull that condensed their spirits to their heads at the same time. A cool soul power entered their spiritual sea, and their spiritual power increased greatly. Among the 6 soul bones, the head soul bone is second only to the torso bone, and it is hard to come by. A 90,000-year-old skull is simply unbelievable, and it is a first-hand skull, with unparalleled soul power. Douluo Yan directly broke through to level 50 and reached the bottleneck of Soul King. With the bonus of soul bones, the lifespan of her 4th soul ring was increased again. Xiao Yi's soul power directly increased by 2 levels, reaching level 58. His mental power was close to the soul Douluo level, and his physical strength also increased with the integration of the top-grade soul bone. Chapter 46. This time, we are going to hunt a 90,000-year-old evil killer whale. Our scouts found that it is currently resting near an isolated island outside Shanghai City. This time we are hunting it to eliminate hidden dangers and obtain the 9th spirit ring for Elder Wang, the quasi-title Douluo. See Snake Douluo ordered that the soul hunting team setting out this time was strong after all, with a title Douluo priest leading the team, a quasi-title Douluo, 7 soul Douluos plus Douluo Bo, and 10 soul saints. Among them, 60 of soul Douluo and soul saint are of agility attack type. Title Douluo are on the front line to contain the soul beasts. While agility attack type constantly harasses and consumes the soul beast stamina, thus increasing the probability of hunting and killing them. This is the best method handed down from the Star Luo Empire for hunting old soul beasts, and it can be considered a method unique to the Star Luo Empire. The Spirit Hall basically has several or more than a dozen soul Douluo working together, which is completely unreasonable. Forget about the Heavenly Do Empire, which doesn't even have a title Douluo, and is not worth mentioning. If it weren't for the Spirit Hall, the Star Luo Empire would have destroyed the Heavenly Do Empire long ago. Douluo Bo followed the soul hunting team. At this time, he used the alias Johto. His martial soul was the 9-headed sky snake, and his soul power was level 85. He was ranked in the top 3 among the soul Douluos here, so no one dared to pick a fight with him. Soon, Douluo Bo and the soul hunting team arrived at the deserted island where the evil killer whale was. They saw an extremely huge evil killer whale with a body length of more than 20 meters, and its gray-black skin was shining with a faint metallic luster. Sea soul beasts are supposed to be social soul beasts, but the fact that this 90,000-year-old evil killer whale was showing it out at this moment was very confusing. The evil killer whale was sleeping at this time. However, it is a 90,000-year-old soul beast, with strength comparable to that of tidal DOLOU level soul beasts, and it is also the top existence among sea soul beasts. Its perception is so strong that it woke up from its sleep in an instant and assumed a fighting posture. Roar. The evil killer whale roared, trying to roar these humans back. It sensed that two of the humans were so strong that it was wary of them. One was an old man leading the team, who was about the same strength as it was. The other one was following behind and his aura was weaker than it, but the evil killer whale instinctively felt that this human was very scary. As expected of a nearly 100,000-year-old sea soul beast, its perception is strong. Let's act according to the plan we made before. Sea Snake DOLOU roared, then displayed his martial spirit's true form to go forward to meet the enemy. Martial Soul True Avatar. 16 The quasi-tidal DOLOU, as well as the 5 Soul Douluos and 10 Soul Saints all displayed their martial soul true avatars. The martial soul of Sea Snake DOLOU is Sea Viper, a highly poisonous sea snake-type martial soul. Its level should be similar to that of Green Phosphorus Snake, but it does not have the outrageous flaws of Green Phosphorus Snake. 8th Soul Skill, Viper Sea Serpent DOLOU used the 8th Soul Skill to directly attack the Sea Dragon. The evil killer whale felt pain, and even a clay man would get angry, not to mention that these humans were here to hunt it, so how could it not be angry? The evil killer whale's eyes glowed blue. Sea Serpent DOLOU seemed to sense something and quickly dodged and shouted, "Be careful, this beast is attacking." Unfortunately, it was too late. A red light shot out from the evil killer whale's eyes and directly crystallized and killed a Soul DOLOU. The Soul DOLOU's body was directly annihilated, which shocked the surrounding Soul Masters. In addition, Tgthegood stood outside the battlefield, raiding the formation with another DOLOU. Yes, his role was to raid the formation. After all, he was just a Soul DOLOU recruited from the wild, and the soul hunting team was worried about him. In addition, a Soul DOLOU with a soul power of up to level 88 was raiding the formation with Tgthegood. It was called raiding the formation, but in fact he was just monitoring Tgthegood. Tgthegood noticed it, but didn't care, he was just a Soul DOLOU. At this time, the battle between the soul hunting team and the evil killer whale had reached a white-hot stage. A Soul DOLOU and 4 Soul Saints were killed by the evil killer whale. And the evil killer whale was covered with wounds, and its metallic skin was badly tattered. Roar! The evil killer whale immediately let out a huge roar towards the sky. Everyone thought that the evil killer whale was at the end of its strength, but they didn't know how much disaster their thoughts would bring them. The last one came from the elder who was quasi-tidal DOLOU king. This evil killer whale would be his 9th soul ring. After absorbing it, he would be able to become the top powerhouse on the continent and enter the hall of worship of the Star Luo Empire. A black with red soul ring emerged from the evil killer whale. The 90,000-year soul ring is the closest to the 100,000-year soul ring. The soul ring is no longer pure black, but black with red. Anyway, Tgthegood's 9th soul ring does not have red and black. His 9th soul ring was hunted by himself alone, from a snake soul beast that was about 85,000 years old. This is the disadvantage of not joining a big force, but it is not a big problem. His current soul power level is 95. So what if the guy in front of him has a higher 9th soul ring than him? He can kill Elder Wang in seconds. The hunt was over at this time, and Elder Wang began to absorb soul rings. Tgthegood and the level 88 Soul DOLOU also stepped forward to protect them. The Sea Serpent DOLOU was recovering on the spot while the 2 Soul Douluos were checking the corpse of the evil killer whale to see if there were any soul bones. The probability of such a high-level soul beast exploding soul bones was very high. Lord Sea Snake. There is a soul bone, it's the head soul bone. He immediately teleported to the side of the Soul DOLOU, looking at the deep blue soul bone, his hands were shaking, and the eyes of the other Soul Douluos and Soul Saints were filled with fiery light. This is a top-grade skull, a demon skull of concentrated spirit. Its soul skill is probably the crystallization of the demon killer whale just now. A 90,000-year-old skull is worth no less than a 100,000-year-old limb soul bone. The value of the head soul bone is very high. Tgthegood also saw the head soul bone. He was ready to quickly deal with everyone here and snatch the soul bone. He must get such a good soul bone for his granddaughter. Just as Tgthegood was about to take action, an accident happened. A huge monster suddenly jumped out of the sea. It was another evil killer whale. This evil killer whale is also 90,000 years old. After seeing the corpse on the island, it roared, and its whale eyes emitted red light, shooting towards Elder Wang. At this time Tgthegood also knew why this soul beast was outside. It seemed that the 2 soul beasts were a couple, and they were both over 90,000 years old. They might have been driven out by the king of their tribe because they were too old, so they were here. Elder Wang was truly absorbing the soul ring at this time and could not be disturbed. The sudden attack directly caused his body to crystallize, and then his body cracked inch by inch. Xiao Wang. Elder Wang. The soul hunting team was furious. They could have gone to claim the reward, but the mission failed. The sea snake DOLOU was furious and released his spirit form to fight the evil killer whale to death. He had only a few decades left to live, and Elder Wang was the person he had trained to be his successor, who would take his place. But now his successor was gone, so how could he not be furious? The rest of the Soul DOLOU and Soul Saints all released their martial souls to attack the sea demon dragon. Due to the sudden appearance of the second evil killer whale, the evil skull that was condensed by the spirit was not stored in the storage soul guide, but was left on the body of the first evil killer whale. Dugu Bo took it away without any effort. The inspiration comes from the dragon pattern stick. I have changed the content and have obtained permission. Chapter 47. Dugu Bo didn't want to act anymore at this time, so he released all his strength. His martial soul's true form emerged and the nine-headed sky snake appeared. Sea Snake DOLOU was shocked and said in a trembling voice, "It turned out to be a super DOLOU. Who are you and why did you hide your cultivation level and sneak into our team?" While Sea Snake DOLOU was speaking, the evil killer whale caught his flaw and shot out a red light from its eyes, which hit Sea Snake DOLOU's martial soul. Sea Snake DOLOU immediately vomited blood. He was seriously injured by this blow. "Huh, didn't you recruit me? If I'm not mistaken, you will get rid of me after your trip is successful, but I still want to thank you for getting me such a top-quality head soul bone." Dugu Bo said this in a sinister tone, making Sea Snake DOLOU so angry that he spit out blood again. "I won't play with you anymore, the ninth soul skill is the light of destruction." Dugu Bo directly released the ninth soul skill, superimposed on the 60,000-year-old Titan Python's left arm bone soul skill, and all attributes increased by 200. All the living creatures present were destroyed by Dugu Bo's ninth soul skill, including the evil killer whale. However, when the evil killer whale turned to ashes, a piece of red soul bone fell from its head. Dugu Bo was overjoyed. He controlled his soul power to pull the soul bone over. It turned out to be another evil skull that was condensed from 90,000 years of spirit. Now his granddaughter and grandson-in-law were complete. It seems that this pair of evil killer whales are also a couple. The roar of the evil killer whale before dying should be to call its mate. Dugu Bo muttered to himself, then cleaned up the battlefield and took away all the soul guides of the soul hunting team. When he came to the side of the sea serpent DOLOU's Heihui, a dark purple soul bone was revealed. Dugu Bo's attention was just attracted by the skull of the evil killer whale, and he did not notice that the sea serpent DOLOU also had a soul bone dropped. It looks like a right leg bone, about 35,000 years old. It should have been obtained by sea serpent DOLOU when he got his 7th spirit ring. It looks like the right leg bone of a sea viper, and there is a lot of toxins on it. Sea serpent DOLOU should have put his own poison in this spirit bone. Dugu Bo looked at the dark purple right leg bone. It was a little old but it suited him. The venom of the sea snake DOLOU might be able to improve his own venom. Dugu Bo absorbed the right leg bone on the spot. Why did he absorb it himself? Dugu Bo was very picky now. His granddaughter's soul bones were all 40,000 years old, and none of the 4 soul bones in his body were less than 50,000 years old. He hoped to find a better soul bone for his granddaughter in the future, at least a soul bone of 100,000 years. This was what he wanted to do for his granddaughter. The age of this soul bone did not bring much improvement to the Super DOLOU. It just helped Dugu Bo reach the middle stage at the beginning of level 95. However, the sea snake venom in it was of great use to him. The snake venom and remaining soul power of the sea snake DOLOU allowed his 9-headed sky snake poison to reach a higher level. After absorbing all the poison, he reached the late 95th level and was about to fully cultivate to level 95. However, breaking through from level 95 to level 96 requires some enlightenment. Haven't you seen Jiwaguan, an old ghost from the Spirit Hall? As well as old bones from the 7 Treasures Glazed Tiles sect and the old dragon from the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family, all stuck at level 95 for more than 10 years. In the current mainland Soul Master world, Dugu Bo knows of no more than 5 people who are above level 95. Xian DALU, Tang Chen, Jin Yi, Chen Xin. These are the strong men Dugu Bo knows of. He knew that it was a huge chasm for one to advance from level 95 to level 96, and it was even more difficult to advance from level 96 to level 97. As far as Dugu Bo knew, those who advanced from level 97 to level 98 all seemed to have a 100,000-year spirit ring. It would be easier to reach level 98 if you have a 100,000-year spirit ring. Otherwise, it would take at least several decades or even more to advance from level 97 to level 98. A super DOLOU has a lifespan of several hundred years, and each level up grants him 100 years of lifespan. An extreme DOLOU can live for 1,000 years. But spiritual practice must be carried out in one go. Spending too much time on meditation will cause you to lose the determination to move forward. After Douluo finished expressing his feelings, he checked the soul hunting team's storage soul guides. Those soul saints and soul Douluos only had gold soul coins, clothes, and other miscellaneous items. Douluo took away all the gold soul coins and valuables. He also found 2 lead boxes in the Sea Snake Douluo's soul guide. It's just right to put 2 pieces of evil demon skulls of spiritual concentration. These 2 soul bones can be given as gifts to the 2 little guys, and they can also be used as dowries. In addition, Douluo didn't find anything else valuable. But there were a lot of gold soul coins, which added up to tens of millions of gold soul coins. As expected of a tribute from the Xinglua Empire, he had a lot of money. After Douluo finished the sorting, he left. Before leaving, he dug out the brain of the first evil killer whale. Whale glue is the brain of a sea soul beast. The treasures of sea soul beasts are not necessarily produced by whale soul beasts. Sea soul beasts all have whale glue. He harvested another piece of 90,000-year-old whale glue. Douluo had a great harvest on this trip, including 2 top-grade head soul bones, 290,000-year-old whale glues, 3 80,000-year-old whale glues, several herbs that enhance mental strength, and the dark gold claw from last time. It is enough to improve the strength of my granddaughter in Xiao Yi. If it cannot be used up, it can be left for the team later, but it must be the kind that you trust. High-quality whale glue is like a natural treasure. If it is 100,000 years old, it can be compared to fairy herbs. But speaking of the team, the way that little girl from the Yi family looked at Xiao Yi seemed a little strange. I remember that girl's family was hunted down by the spirit hall and she was the only one left. At that time, I was too injured to take care of her and could only watch. Her grandmother also helped exile her. She was also a miserable person, but she seemed to have a good relationship with Yan Yan. If Yan Yan doesn't care, I, an old man, can't say anything. If Xiao Yi lets Yan Yan down, I will never forgive him. Douluo knew Yi Lingling's elders. In his early years, because of Yi Lingling's own poison, his elders helped him and his son relieve the poison, but it was of no use. No one could cure the defects of the martial soul. Their 9-hearted begonia could only be inherited by 2 people. Shaking his head, Douluo put his worries aside and started heading towards the Tiando Empire. Douluo headed directly towards the direction of the Tiando Empire. He was in a coastal city of the Xinglua Empire and needed to cross most of the Xinglua Empire to return to the Tiando Empire. It has been exactly half a year since this trip. I wonder how Yan Yan is doing. Douluo is thinking about his beautiful granddaughter. This trip is a great gift that he, as a grandfather, can prepare for his granddaughter. Thinking of Douluo, he quickened his pace, wanting to return to Tiando City quickly. The journey will take about 10 days, so we should arrive a little later than the agreed time. Tiando City, Douluo Mansion. Douluo had already arrived at his own mansion. When he arrived at the door, he saw his granddaughter lying in Xiao Yi's arms and talking about him. Oh Yan Yan, do you miss Grandpa so much? Come here, let Grandpa hug you. Grandpa. Douluo Yan shouted happily, hugged Douluo's neck directly, and a happy smile appeared on her face. Afterwards, Douluo gave the 2 evil demon skulls that he had obtained, which were condensed with 90,000 years of spirit, to his granddaughter and grandson-in-law. My granddaughter's soul power has reached level 50. A 17-year-old soul king can be said to be at the same level as Qian Renxue. Xiao Yi's soul power increased by 2 levels, reaching level 58. For soul bones that are more than 80,000 years old, there is no question of whether they are suitable or not. The age can solve everything. Even if they are suitable, they are only slightly stronger. The 2's spiritual power has also reached the level of high-level soul Douluo. Xiao Yi was born with a strong spiritual power. In addition, he has been absorbing soul rings beyond the limit. And has taken the longing due. With the soul bone, it is natural. By the way, he also trained the fiery eyes and golden pupils. After absorbing the soul bone, Douluo Yan took the pill that Douluo made from the herbs that he had obtained before to enhance his spiritual power. Xiao Yi and Douluo Yan's head soul bone skills are the same. A red light shoots out from their eyes. Called the evil demon killer whale mirror destruction. It uses its own mental power to lock the target and crystallize the enemy before annihilating it. It is extremely powerful. Moreover, the power of the soul bone skill will increase as the mental strength of the 2 people increases, so it can be regarded as a soul skill that can grow. Chapter 48. The key is that the head soul bone of high age is extremely rare. It took the two of them a whole day to absorb it. After all, it was a top-grade soul bone, so it took some time to absorb. The two of them completed the absorption and opened their eyes one after another. Xiao Yi felt that his soul power had reached level 58, and Douluo Yen was sure that his soul power had exceeded level 50. It just so happened that Douluo Yen took Narcissus jade muscle and bone. It had been a year since she last took the fairy grass, and the medicinal effects of the earth dragon golden gourd had been fully absorbed. After Douluo Yen woke up, Xiao Yi said to Douluo Yen, Yen, take advantage of this opportunity to absorb the Narcissus jade muscle and bone, Xiao Yi said as he took out the jade box containing the Narcissus jade muscle and bone. During the time that Douluo was traveling, Xiao Yi picked all the magical herbs and brought them back, then preserved them and stored them in his soul guide. Douluo Yen did not act pretentiously after hearing Xiao Yi's words. She took the jade box and opened it. Inside was filled with white, exquisite flowers and plants, which looked as pure as a green lotus and a white couple. Douluo Yen picked up the magic herb, ate the petals first and then sucked the stamens. After finishing, he sat cross-legged and absorbed the Narcissus's jade muscles and bones. The effect of Narcissus jade muscle and bone is to nourish the tendons and bones, and to open up the 8 extraordinary meridians. It can help Douluo Yen open up the 8 extraordinary meridians in one fell swoop. The speed of cultivation will be greatly improved when the 8 meridians are connected. The most important thing is that Narcissus jade muscle and bone can make the body more flexible and the skin more delicate, white and tender. Douluo Yen is already very beautiful, and Narcissus jade muscle and bone can make her even more beautiful. When Douluo Yen absorbed the Narcissus jade muscle and bone, Xiao Yi felt that there was a vague connection between the two people's martial spirits, but it was not obvious enough. Xiao Yi's mental strength has now reached the soul Douluo level, and his physical body has reached the high-level soul saint level. Yen, you have absorbed it. In a few days, Grandpa will take you to the Xingdou Great Forest to hunt for spirit rings. By the way, take the whale glue these days. I brought back a lot of whale glue this time. Douluo said as he took out the whale glue he had obtained these days. Oh, I almost forgot this, Yen, this is a pair of metacarpal bones I got from a dark gold terror claw bear when I accompanied Xiao Yi to hunt for spirit rings last time. Douluo seemed to remember something and took out a pair of dark gold terror claws from the spirit guide. Are you so lucky? The soul bone exploded as soon as you said it would. Oh, it seems that my grandfather got it when I absorbed the soul ring. I don't know, it's okay then. Douluo gave the whale glue of the evil killer whale to Douluo Yen, which was fresh enough for the best effect. He gave the other one that was 90,000 years old to Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi doesn't want to absorb whale glue at the moment. He plans to take it when he comes back from the City of Slaughter to hunt for spirit rings. Douluo readily agrees after hearing what Xiao Yi says. Douluo used his own powerful soul power to heat the whale glue. The difference between the 10,000-year whale glue and the 1,000-year whale glue is that even if it is heated, its volume will not decrease much, and the soul power energy on it is much stronger than that of the 1,000-year whale glue. The 2 pieces of 90,000-year-old whale glue that Douluo used can be considered top grade. After taking it, it is estimated that only the 100,000-year-old whale glue will be useful. Douluo Yen continued to sit cross-legged on the ground and absorbed the energy of whale glue. As Douluo Yen's soul power had reached a bottleneck, the soul power accumulated there and would only burst out if he obtained a soul ring. Douluo and Xiao Yi watched Douluo Yen absorb the soul ring to help her protect the law. As for the remaining whale glue, Douluo collected it and kept it for future use. 2 hours later, Douluo Yen woke up from absorbing whale glue, and then Douluo handed the dark gold claw to Douluo Yen. Yen, this is for you to absorb. If you can't absorb it, give it to Xiao Yi. Douluo Yen took the soul bone and continued to absorb it. The bones of the dark gold terror claw are similar to those of a palm, and are not very large. But there are 5 narrow sharp blades at the front, like a smaller version of the terror claw. The dark gold halo flows on the blades like water waves, giving it a feeling of being a divine weapon. The most precious part of the dark gold terror claw bear is the metacarpal bone, which has a very rare drop rate. It has never appeared in this era. It is a great luck to get a left metacarpal bone, but Douluo got a pair last time. And this pair of metacarpal bones can increase in age as Douluo Yen's cultivation increases. You should know that the Bear King in the depths of the Star Do Great Forest is a 400,000-year-old dark gold terror claw bear. With his innate abilities dark gold terror claws and sky terrifying claws, he can fight against Emperor Tian. Douluo Yen's martial soul is a 4-clawed dragon, which is extremely close to a real dragon. It has abandoned the poisonous attribute and possesses the golden attribute. It is not difficult for it to absorb a pair of metacarpal bones. Soon Dugu Yen finished absorbing the metacarpal bones, and after she woke up, 5 metal blades popped out from each of her hands. The front part was slender and the back part became thicker, and they looked very sharp. How is Yen Yen? Dugu Bo didn't know how abnormal the dark gold terror claw's attached soul bone was, and he didn't even know the characteristics of the dark gold terror claw bear. He just felt that the dark gold terror claw bear was very powerful enough to rival a title DOLOU, and its soul ring should be very strong. Grandpa, the skill of the right metacarpal bone is the sky-tearing claw, which is an extremely powerful physical attack. The skill of the left metacarpal bone is the dark gold terror claw, which has 2 modes, normal mode and skill mode. Its power can easily break the defense of soul beasts, and this soul bone can increase my strength by 100. Hiss. Dugu Bo took a deep breath. When he first obtained the soul bone, he naturally knew that the power of the soul bone would be outrageous, but he didn't expect it to be so outrageous. This woman is so terrifying. Xiao Yi sighed in his heart. Dugu Yen had become a strong attack spirit master after her spirit evolved. Now after absorbing the dark gold terror claws, Xiao Yi couldn't think of anyone who could beat Dugu Yen in close combat, except himself. After absorbing the soul bones, the 3 of them had a meal and then went to rest. The next day, Xiao Yi found Dugu Bo and talked to him about the soul core. In the past 6 months, Xiao Yi has also been studying the formation of soul cores. To put it simply, soul power is solidified to form a vortex to increase the speed of cultivation. In this era, most people rely on their talents, but when Dugu Bo's martial soul evolved for the first time, an inner elixir was formed. Xiao Yi wants to use the inner elixir to help Dugu Bo condense a soul core. Grandpa, I remember you seem to have an inner elixir, Xiao Yi found Dugu Bo and said. Inner elixir, that was formed by chance when my martial soul evolved into the green phosphorus snake king, why are you asking about this? Dugu Bo asked puzzled. I suddenly had an idea. I can use your inner elixir to gather all the toxins into the inner elixir to form a mixed poison, which will then form a soul power vortex. After it is formed, the soul power recovery speed will become faster, and the cultivation will also be faster. I call this a soul core. Xiao Yi explained to Dugu Bo. Dugu Bo's eyes lit up after hearing this. Yes, if this method was used, the toxin would be stronger, and even the most powerful toxin would have no effect on him. Then Dugu Bo began to practice. A week later. Boom! A loud noise broke the silence of the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire. It turned out that since Xiao Yi explained the function of the soul core to Dugu Bo, Dugu Bo went to the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire to condense the soul core. After a week, Dugu Bo also succeeded in condensing the soul core. Hahaha, thank you Xiao Yi, I didn't think of this method before, now I have broken through level 96, and I can see the way to level 97, Dugu Bo said happily. You're welcome, we are family after all, Xiao Yi replied. Chapter 49. Since Dugu Yen was the only one hunting spirit rings this time, there was no need to bring anything else. The 3 of them flew the entire way to the Xingdou Great Forest, with Dugu Bo bringing Dugu Yen. Xiao Yi's external soul bone was upgraded to 20,000 years because of his soul power level and the soul bone of his head. It took the 3 of them 4 days because they were also carrying Dugu Yen. Outside the small town of Star Do Forest. Yen Yen, we're here, come down, Dugu Bo said to Dugu Yen in his arms. At this moment, the 3 of them arrived outside the small town of the Star Do Great Forest. They found a hotel and planned to rest here for 1 night before entering the forest tomorrow. The hotel is a 2-story building. The lobby on the 1st floor is a simple restaurant, and the accommodation is on the 2nd floor. After the 3 of them entered the hotel, they found a place to sit down. Dugu Bo went to the hotel counter and asked for 2 guest rooms. One for Dugu Bo and Xiao Yi, and one for Dugu Yen. They then ordered a few dishes. After paying, Dugu Bo returned to his seat and waited for the dishes to be served. Soon the dishes were served and the 3 of them started eating. At this time, 4 more people came into the hotel. The leader looked to be a middle-aged man in his 40s, with an ordinary appearance and a very solid body. Although he was not tall, he gave people a strong feeling. His broad shoulders were like a city wall, and his coat could not hide his strong muscles that seemed to be cast in steel. Although his expression was kind, his strong body gave people a strong sense of oppression. Behind him was a man about 1.8 meters tall, with broad shoulders, handsome features, and a bit of fortitude, with long golden hair draped down his back. Reaching down to his waist he had evil eyes, double pupils, deep blue eyes, and a coldness from deep within his heart, with an evil light flashing between his half-open eyes. The person next to the golden-haired one was a fat man with a broad body, red hair styled into a mohawk, and a small mustache. He looked a bit vulgar and lascivious. The last one was wearing a simple gray shirt, with neat short hair and a pair of big peach blossom eyes. His hair was much thicker than that of an average person. And his hair was silver. If he shaved his beard, he would definitely be a handsome guy. After the four people entered the hotel, they found a place to sit down. The fat guy took the menu, ordered some dishes, and waited for the table to be served. While waiting, the little fat boy looked around and soon discovered Xiao Yi and the other two. "Boss Dai, look over there, those breasts and legs, wow, it would be so cool if you could get your hands on them," the little fat man whispered to the blonde man with a flushed face, looking very wretched. "Huh? Fatty, when did you have such good taste?" When the blonde man heard what the fat man said, he looked in the direction of the fat man's gaze and found that Dugu did have a good figure, so he prepared to go forward and strike up a conversation. "Go ahead, I'll take responsibility for you if anything happens," said the middle-aged man. The little fat man is naturally Ma Hongjun, the blonde man is Dai Mubai, and the middle-aged man is naturally Zhao Wuji. Zhao Wuji was a scoundrel in his early years, and loved to stir up trouble. Later, he injured an innocent person in a duel and was wanted by the Spirit Hall. He ran to Shrek to be a teacher and hid there for more than 10 years. However, it is difficult to change a person's nature. It was he who proposed the motto of Shrek. Those who don't dare to stir up trouble are mediocre. Dai Mubai tidied himself up and walked towards Xiao Yi and the other two. "My beautiful lady, my name is Dai Mubai, can I meet you?" After Dai Mubai walked to the seat of Xiao Yi and the other two, he posed in a showy manner and said. Since Dugubo looked like a middle-aged man in his 30s or 40s at this time, and was only wearing simple clothes, Dai Mubai felt that this man did not look very strong. Even if something happened, he had teacher Zhao to support him. Xiao Yi looked only 2 years older than him, and his strength might be similar to his, so there was nothing to worry about. But at this time, the three of them seemed not to notice Dai Mubai, and they were eating by themselves, while Xiao Yi would occasionally put some food into Duguyan's bowl. Dai Mubai saw that the three people were eating and ignoring him, and felt a little embarrassed, so he said, "Miss, is it convenient for us to meet?" This time, Xiao Yi and the other two raised their heads. In fact, they had already heard the conversation between Dai Mubai and the others. But they didn't want to pay attention to them. After all, if a dog is barking next to you, you can't bite it back. "It's not convenient, I heard what you said just now, get out of here while I'm in a good mood," Duguyan put down his chopsticks and said. "You bitch, you are lucky that this young master likes you, do you really think you can be arrogant just because you are pretty?" Dai Mubai was embarrassed by what Duguyan said and said angrily. "I don't need you to watch over me, and, just go back to where you came from." Duguyan stood up and was ready to fight if they had a disagreement. Yen, please sit down, leave it to me." At this time, Xiao Yi stood up and said gently to Duguyan. When Duguyan saw Xiao Yi stand up, she knew that Xiao Yi was going to take action, so she sat down and watched the show. "Boy, you dare to meddle in my business?" Dai Mubai said to Xiao Yi with an arrogant look. "She's my girlfriend, why should I care? Besides, why are you just eating? Why are you staring at a girl's figure and saying something unpleasant? Didn't your teacher teach you what respect is? It's none of your business what our teachers teach us. Our school motto is that those who don't dare to cause trouble are mediocre. If you don't agree, come and fight." After hearing this, Xiao Yi remembered that he was from Shrek. That's okay. When he graduated from junior college, a certain master asked him to go to Shrek. Fortunately, he didn't go. Otherwise he would have picked up bad habits sooner or later. However, it seems that Dai Mubai is here to obtain the third soul ring, and that little fat guy should be Ma Hongjun. The two of them are not good people. Since they have been provoked, they might as well be taught a lesson. Then don't say I bully you. Dai Mubai, Martial Spirit White Tiger, Level 30 Strong Attack System Great Spirit Master, please give me your guidance. After Dai Mubai's martial spirit possessed his body, a pale light suddenly burst out, his muscles suddenly swelled, his golden hair instantly turned black and white with white as the main color. A king shaped pattern appeared on his forehead, his hands grew twice as large, his palms were covered with white hair, 8-inch dagger-like claws could be extended from his palms, and his eyes turned into a deep, dark blue. Xiao Yi didn't want to waste time talking to him and directly showed his soul rings. The 5 disguised soul rings in yellow, purple and black slowly rose up. Dai Mubai couldn't help swallowing when he saw Xiao Yi's soul ring. He knew that he had hit a wall this time, but he had to bear the consequences of his own actions even if it meant crying. White Tiger Protective Shield, White Tiger Fierce Light Wave. Dai Mubai took the lead and released his first and second soul skills. When Xiao Yi saw Dai Mubai release his soul skill, he immediately dodged it, then used his fourth soul skill, gravity control, and then used explosive step to get within 1 foot of Dai Mubai and knocked him out. It's good to be young, you can fall asleep as soon as you lie down. After Dai Mubai fainted, Xiao Yi put away his martial spirit and muttered. After seeing Xiao Yi's spirit ring and Dai Mubai being killed instantly, the fat boy Ma Hongjun began to get scared and could only pray that Xiao Yi would not cause him trouble. Little fatty, it's your turn. Just as Ma Hongjun was praying in his heart, Xiao Yi looked back. Young man, there's no need for that. After all, they just talked about your girlfriend for a few rounds and didn't cause any substantial harm, Zhao Wuji said. What if I say no? Xiao Yi asked back. Then don't blame me for being ruthless. Zhao Wuji stood up. As expected, like teachers determine like students, if the upper beam is crooked, the lower beams will be crooked as well, Xiao Yi said sarcastically. It seems that after not having any activities for a long time, the Soul Master community seems to have forgotten my title of Akalanatha. Zhao Wuji flexed his wrists and prepared to take action. Chapter 50. At this time, there was no aura emanating from Douluo Bo, and Zhao Wuji felt a sense of crisis when he saw Douluo Bo stand up. This man doesn't seem to be leaking any aura, but why do I feel extremely dangerous? Is he a titled Douluo? I remember that there is no such young titled Douluo on the mainland. May I ask your name, senior? Zhao Wuji asked respectfully. My name is Poison. Poison Douluo. Rumor has it that he is moody and does things according to his own preferences. If he fails to handle this situation well, he will be doomed. Just now your student was rude and insulted my granddaughter. What do you think we should do? Ma Hongjun, come here and apologize quickly. Zhao Wuji said to Ma Hongjun. When the little fat boy heard what Zhao Wuji said, he came over and apologized. Senior, I'm sorry, I couldn't control myself because of my martial spirit. Since your granddaughter didn't suffer any loss, just ignore us. Humph, you can escape the death penalty, but you can't escape the living punishment. Today I'm teaching you a lesson so that you know there are always people better than you. Douluo Bo snorted coldly, then released his soul power to injure Zhao Wuji. Yes, I'm grateful for your advice. Zhao Wuji wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and spoke. After dealing with this matter, the three of them no longer had the appetite to continue eating and went upstairs. The next morning. In the morning, Xiao Yi and the other two got up, went downstairs to have breakfast, and then walked towards the Star Dough forest. Because Douluo Yen absorbed a piece of head soul bone and a piece of 90,000-year-old whale glue, she can now absorb 30,000-year-old soul rings. Due to the evolution of Douluo Yen's martial soul, the soul ring must be from a dragon's soul beast. There is definitely no soul ring in the outer circle, so she can only try her luck in the mixed circle or the inner circle. On the other side, Dai Mubai woke up from a coma. After waking up, he began to check himself. After finding that nothing was missing, he felt relieved. Squeak. The sound of a door opening was heard, and Dai Mubai looked up and saw that it was Zhao Wuji. Teacher Zhao, did you teach that kid a lesson last night? Dai Mubai asked. Don't mention it, the guy next to that kid is a titled Douluo, and he is a poison Douluo who is famous for his poison skills. We are lucky to have saved his life. Titled Douluo. Dai Mubai was horrified. Dai Mubai was born in the Dai family of the Xinglua Empire, and is the third prince. Because the Dai family's White Tiger martial spirit and the Zhu family's Nether Spirit Cat martial spirit can perform the martial spirit fusion technique, the Nether White Tiger, which has the powerful power of leapfrogging, the two families have a close relationship and have been married for generations. Dai Mubai has been engaged to Zhu Zhuqing since childhood. Dai Mubai is subject to family rules and must compete with his brother Davis for the heir to the throne. The loser will be wiped out or imprisoned to avoid family strife. Dai Mubai's brother is 6 years older than him, and his soul power is also higher than his. Dai Mubai believes that he is not as good as his brother. In order to survive, Dai Mubai abandoned his fiancée and ran to Shrek Academy in the Barak Kingdom. After arriving at Shrek Academy, he began to linger in the flowers and spent his days in a daze. Because his martial spirit is a white tiger, his personality is overbearing. After arriving at Shrek Academy, this personality is brought into full play. Coupled with Shrek's school motto, he often makes trouble. This time he encountered an iron plate. Although he is the third prince, he escaped from his own country, and the royal family will not offend a titled Douluo just because of a coward. Star Forest Mixing Circle. The three of them have been here for 5 days. Xiao Yi and Douluo Bo have put a lot of thought into finding a suitable dragon soul beast for Douluo Yen. As a result, the three of them wandered around for 5 days, but either they didn't have enough blood or they were not old enough. At night, the three set up their tent near the water. Roar! A dragon suddenly emerged from the water just as the tent was set up. I saw that the dragon was 15 meters long, with 2 horns on its head and its body was covered with scales emitting a blue glow. Yan, this is a 28,000-year-old blue water dragon that can control the water element in the air. It is one of the soul beasts that is extremely suitable for you. They had done their homework before coming here. The best soul beast suitable for Tgthegood is a subdragon species with golden blood, such as the golden dragon crocodile, the golden crocodile king, and the golden python. The second best is the subdragon species. Tgthegood looked at the Bisui Lanjiao with sparkling eyes, because the scales on its body were so beautiful. Most girls like beautiful things, without exception. Then Grandpa, I want it. Tgthegood said coquettishly to Tgthegood. Okay, wait a moment, Grandpa. The seventh soul skill, the true form of the martial soul. Tgthegood didn't want to waste time, so he directly activated the true form of the martial soul. Sixth soul skill, nine-headed sky serpent tail. Tgthegood then activated the sixth soul skill, nine-headed sky serpent tail, and hit the body of the green water dragon. The scales of the Bisui Lanjiao were thrown all over the ground by Tgthegood's sixth soul skill. Roar! The Bisui Lanjiao roared in pain, then released his innate skills to control the water element and attacked Tgthegood. Tgthegood took advantage of the situation and dodged, then activated his soul bone skill Medusa's Gaze to petrify the green water dragon, then activated his fourth soul skill Corrosive Poison to beat the green water dragon to death. Yan, come here quickly, this soul beast is about to die, Tgthegood said. Here it comes. Tgthegood hurried forward after hearing Tgthegood's words, and then released the dark gold claw to kill the soul beast. When Tgthegood absorbed the external soul bone of the dark gold terraclaw bear, Xiao Yi asked Tgthegood to release his soul power and pressure to completely integrate it, so now Tgthegood can use it very easily. After the death of Bisui Lanjiao, a black soul ring slowly rose. Tgthegood put away the external soul bone, sat cross-legged on the ground and began to absorb the soul ring. When the soul ring entered her body, Tgthegood reached the Sea of Spirit. In Tgthegud's spiritual sea, the residual soul of the Bisui Lanjiao condensed into shape and then launched an attack on Tgthegud's spiritual body. Due to the fact that he had a 90,000-year-old head soul bone in his body, and because Xiao Yi often fed him with moves, Tgthegud's combat quality was very high. He suppressed the residual soul of the Bisui Lanjiao throughout the whole process. After fighting for who knows how long, the residual soul of the Bisui Lanjiao finally dissipated, and what was left was the soul power of the refined soul ring. In the outside world, Tgthegood and Xiao Yi were guarding Tgthegoud. Since Tgthegoud had 3 soul bones and had taken magical herbs and 90,000-year-old whale glue, they were not worried that Tgthegoud would get hurt. The next afternoon, Tgthegoud woke up after absorbing the soul ring, and then introduced the 5th soul skill to Xiao Yi and Tgthegoud. My 5th soul skill can manipulate water elements to form various shapes, including but not limited to cages, waves, and water dragon bullets. In addition, the consumption will be reduced when there is water or rain. Now that my soul power has reached level 54, the effect of whale glue is fully exerted. And my future training speed will be faster. Chapter 51. Xiao Yi and Tgthegoud went to help his girlfriend Tgthegoud to obtain spirit rings. I remember he seemed to be going to the city of slaughter half a year ago. Write a letter and ask Grandpa to come and send him there. I heard that you can't get out there without a background. Qianrenxue muttered. After Xiao Yi got the purple gold badge, he mentioned the slaughter city to Qianrenxue. When Qianrenxue heard Xiao Yi mention that he was going to the slaughter city, she wrote a letter to DALU and learned that the Spirit Hall and the slaughter city had a cooperation. Every year, the Spirit Hall would send a group of criminals and food to the slaughter city, thus serving as a prison. As for whether Xiao Yi had taken the purple gold badge, Bibi Dong currently didn't know about it, because Qianrenxue had ordered it to be blocked a long time ago, and the Wuhuan temple in Tiando City had not passed the news to the Pope's palace. Besides, only the god of killing can enter and leave the slaughter city freely. Qianrenxue's plan is to confess to Bibi Dong after Xiao Yi arrives in the slaughter city. After all, the relationship between mother and daughter has eased a little now, and Xiao Yi belongs to her now. Qianrenxue then wrote a letter and called Snake Spear DOLOU. Uncle Shi, help me deliver this letter to my grandfather. Yes, my lord. After taking the letter, Snake Spear DOLOU flew towards Wuhuan City. Douluo Continent, Wuhuan City. Great priest, this is the letter that the young lady gave you. Snake Spear DOLOU knelt on one knee and said respectfully to DALU. Xiaoshue's letter, let me see it. DALU heard Snake Spear DOLOU's words and took Qianrenshue's letter. Grandpa, Tgthegoud is back. Xiao Yi and Tgthegoud went to help Tgthegoud hunt for spirit rings. They will probably go to the slaughter city after hunting for the spirit rings. Xiaoshue wants you to send him to the slaughter city, otherwise he may not be able to get out. The city of slaughter. I remember that the last time Xiao Xue wrote a letter was because of this matter, but it's not easy to get in there, so I'd better ask other people, Qian Daolu muttered after reading Qian Renshue's confidence. Qian Daolu then called out other priests. Brother, is there anything you want to ask us? Golden Crocodile Douluo asked after coming out. This is the letter Xiao Xue wrote to me, what do you think of it? Qian Daolu handed the letter to other priests. Golden Crocodile Douluo took the letter and began to read it, while the other priests also came to Golden Crocodile Douluo's side to read the letter. What? This kid is going to the city of slaughter. Does he want to live? Yes, yes, the other worshippers spoke up one after another. I remember that one can obtain a domain through the city of killing, it seems to be called the domain of the god of killing, Qianjun Douluo said. But the conditions for obtaining the domain are very harsh, one must win 100 consecutive games in the hell killing field and pass the hell road, very few people can make it out. So what do you think about this matter? Xian Daolu said. In my opinion, since this kid dared to say that he would go to the slaughter city, he must have the confidence to walk out of it, after all, he is someone Xiao Xue likes, so he should not do it without a purpose. At this moment, Snake Spear Douluo was trembling as he listened to the conversation of the priests. After all, the soul power level of anyone here was higher than his. Since you agree, I will go and see him off in person, let me see what makes Xiao Xue like him, the affairs of the worship hall will be managed by the second brother while I'm away. Brother, are you going to go in person? Asked Golden Crocodile Douluo. Yes, it's been almost a year since I last saw Xiao Xue, I miss her a little. Then big brother, please help us tell Xiao Xue a few words and tell her that we miss her too. After Qian Daolu arranged everything, he called Snake Spear Douluo and flew towards Tiando City together. Why did this old man suddenly go out? Did he go to see Qian Renxue? After a year of correspondence, Bibi Dong's attitude towards Qian Renxue was not as bad as before. She even reflected on how stupid she was before. Although Qian Xuanji's way of keeping her could be said to be obscene, if her apprentice did the same, she would definitely be more angry than Qian Xuanji. She hated Qian Renxue because of Qian Xuanji before. But after all, she was her own flesh and blood. She felt that the things of the previous generation should not implicate the younger generation. Qian Renxue was innocent. She was her daughter, born after 10 months of pregnancy. Now she regretted why she treated Qian Renxue like that. Fortunately, their relationship has eased now, and the rest can only depend on time or meeting. The speed of extreme Douluo is very fast. Qian Daolu and Shilan arrived at the prince's mansion in just 2 days. Prince's mansion. After a busy day, Master Xue dragged her tired body back to the prince's mansion. When she was about to change into women's clothes, Snake Spear Douluo came out. Young master, the chief priest is waiting for you in the secret room. Upon hearing this, Qian Renxue quickly changed back into her daughter's form and walked towards the secret room. Grandpa, why did you come here in person? After entering the secret room, Qian Renxue threw herself into Qian Daolu's arms and acted coquettishly. Huh, didn't you write to me and tell me that Xiao Yi was going to the city of slaughter? I wanted to go and see him off in person, I also wanted to see what kind of genius my granddaughter liked. Grandpa, you are so annoying. Xiao Yi and I have nothing to do with each other, I just want to make friends with him because he has good talent, I don't have any other ideas. Okay, I just want to be a friend. Your other worshippers asked me to tell you that they miss you, when can you go back to see them? Qian Daolu said. Didn't I ask you to find a replacement for me before? I have been training him during this period. After Grandpa sends Xiao Yi back, he can officially replace me. After that, I won't have to worry about so many things and can practice with peace of mind. Also, that woman is not so cold to me anymore, I plan to let her visit from time to time after Xiao Yi goes to the slaughter city, what do you think, Grandpa? Well, your idea is indeed good. Although I am the chief priest of the spirit hall, sending him to the slaughter city will make the slaughter king wary, but it is not safe enough. Besides, Bibi Dong, as the god of slaughter, can come and go freely and has the qualifications to talk, so as to prevent the slaughter king from tripping him up. Xiao Xue, don't hate your mother, after all, it was your father who committed the sin, it was your grandfather who failed to take good care of him, do you understand? I know Grandpa. Qian Renxue was brought up by Gong Feng and Qian Xuanji. When she was young, her father doted on her. Even though he was busy as the Pope, he would take time out every day to play with little Qian Renxue. You can say that he is not a good son or husband, but you can never say that he is not a good father. Qian Daolu did not tell Qian Renxue that it was Bibi Dong who killed Qian Xuanji, fearing that Qian Renxue would not be able to accept it. Xiao Yi naturally didn't know about the conversation in the secret room because they were on their way back to Tiando City at that time. Chapter 52. This soul hunting took almost a week, including the journey here, and it would take about 3 or 4 days to go back. However, Xiao Yi didn't know that DALU was waiting for him in Tiando City. 3 days later, Bo and his 2 companions returned to Tiando City. Prince's Mansion. Qian Renxue knew the moment Xiao Yi came back, so she ordered Snake Spear Douluo to bring Xiao Yi over. Uncle Shi, call Xiao Yi over. Yes, young master, Snake Spear Douluo responded. Qian Renxue entered the secret room to inform DALU. Grandpa, Xiao Yi is back, please don't scare him later. Don't worry, you don't know what Grandpa is like yet. Douluo Mansion. Who? As soon as Bo and the other 2 returned to Douluo Mansion, they felt the soul power fluctuations of a tidal Douluo coming from outside. Bo felt the aura of the tidal Douluo leave the door almost instantly. Xiao Yi and Yan also followed him out. Snake Spear, why are you here? Bo was also surprised when he saw the person coming. Humph, old poisonous creature, why can't it be me? Snake Spear Douluo replied. Because Bo and Snake Spear Douluo both have snake spirits, but Bo's talent is better than Snake Spear Douluo's. In the early years, when Snake Spear Douluo had not entered the Spirit Hall, they were companions. Later, Snake Spear Douluo entered the Spirit Hall, and Bo did not want to be constrained, so the 2 parted ways. What are you doing here? Bo asked. Grandpa, Senior Shilance should be here to see me, maybe something happened, Xiao Yi said at this time. Young master, please come over here, Snake Spear Douluo said. Okay, I'll go there this afternoon. Snake Spear Douluo turned around and left after he finished speaking. He just came to pass on the message instead of taking it back personally. After all, there were still many spies in the palace. Xiao Yi, what's going on? Why did Snake Spear Douluo come to find you? Grandpa, do you remember what I said before that the prince is the young master of the Spirit Hall? He is the one responsible for the safety of the young master of the Spirit Hall. Before you came back from your travels, I went to the prince's mansion to talk about going to the Slaughter City. I guess this time they asked me to be sent to the Slaughter City by someone from the Spirit Hall. The City of Killing? Are you trying to save your life? Do you know that this is a very dangerous thing? Of course I know how dangerous it is inside, I won't do anything I'm not sure of, what's more, I will gain a realm when I come out of it. As a title Douluo, Bo naturally knew about the Slaughter City, but he had never heard that one would get a domain after coming out of the Slaughter City. Domains are very rare on the mainland. There are only a handful of soul masters with domains on the mainland. Some are just the innate domains of the soul master's martial spirits. For example, Douluo's 7-killing domain can reduce the opponent's attack, defense and speed, making the opponent at a disadvantage in the domain. Moreover, the sword energy in the domain is very powerful. There is also the angel domain of the angel martial spirit. The angel's soul power is pure sacred energy with an evolutionary ablation effect. The 6-winged angel martial spirit comes with the innate domain, angel domain, in which the purification ability can purify the opponent's soul power in battle, restrict the opponent, and increase itself, make the opponent defenseless, and then there is the domain skill obtained by absorbing the soul ring. It can be said that if there is a domain in the same level battle, the chance of winning will be much higher. Your Highness, Sect Master Ning is here to visit. Our Master Shui was handling official business when the guards outside brought the news that Ning Fengji had arrived. I understand, let the teacher come in. Qian Renxue asked her maid to make a pot of tea, and the maid went out after making the tea. Yes. The guard outside responded. Not long after, Ning Fengji and Douluo came into the room. Teacher, what do you want to talk to me about today? Qian Renxue asked after getting a cup of tea. Qinghe, I've told you many times that we are master and disciple, you don't need to be so reserved in front of me, Ning Fengji said gently. You are my teacher and I am your student, etiquette cannot be abolished, Qian Renxue said. At this time, there were only Qian Renxue and 3 others in the room. And DALU was in the secret room. This secret room was originally made of materials that could shield soul power, so Douluo did not feel Daolu's breath, while Snake Spear Douluo and Thorny Porpoise Douluo were pretending to be little fish swimming around in the fish tank in the prince's mansion. Afterwards, the 2 of them, the kind master and the filial disciple, began to chat about random things, most of which were Ning Fengji's questions and Qian Renxue's answers. Grandpa, can you tell me about the situation in the City of Slaughter? Yan asked. The City of Slaughter, it's a very special place, I heard it's a prison, most people who go in can't get out, and the people inside are all extremely vicious criminals, Bo told Yan about the dangers of the City of Slaughter. Xiao Yi, please don't go, I'm afraid you won't be able to come out once you go in. Dugu Yan burst into tears after listening to Dugu Bo's story, and then held Xiao Yi's arm tightly and refused to let go. Okay, Yan, I promise you that I will come out. Xiao Yi felt distressed when he saw Dugu Yan crying. He could only hug Dugu Yan's back and comfort her softly. You can't lie to me, you must come out. Dugu Yan choked up when she heard Xiao Yi's comfort. I'm not lying to you, I will definitely come out, Xiao Yi coaxed Dugu Yan while patting her back. Dugu Yan gradually stopped crying after a while, and at this moment Xiao Yi took out a flower. It was an ordinary-looking white flower. The flower was the size of a palm, shaped like a peony, and had no blades of grass. There was a large stone connected under the rhizome. The stone was completely black and weighed an astonishing amount. On top of that white flower, there were several astonishing pieces. The red color, as bright as blood, looks a bit thrilling. Xiao Yi, what is this? Dugu Yan asked after seeing the flower. This flower is called Acacia Heartbroken Red. It has a story. A long time ago, there was a young man who was calm by nature. He loved to plant flowers and trees. His garden was full of green lotus and lotus roots, and there were thousands of purple and red flowers. He usually recited poems to flowers and raised his cup to the moon. When the flowers fell, he was infinitely sad. He would sweep up the petals, dig the ground and bury them, and shed tears again and again. As the saying goes, love moves heaven and earth. His love for flowers moved the flower fairy in heaven, and he secretly married him in the mortal world. It goes without saying that the good times did not last long. When the gods learned about it, they were furious because immortals and mortals were not a match. They ordered the flower fairy to be transferred back to the gods. Since the young man lost his lover, he sighed all day long, was unhappy, and gave up flower activities. As a result, the walls collapsed, the flowers and trees withered, and the garden was desolate. One day, a white-haired old man came and told him that the white peony he loved in the garden was the incarnation of his beloved wife. He only needed to destroy the flower, and the flower fairy would lose her fairy body and be banished to the mortal world to reunite with him. But he must not destroy the flower. After he finished speaking, he turned into a breeze and left. The young man suddenly realized his mistake and deeply regretted his poor treatment of the flowers. He took good care of them. Although he loved his wife, he could not bear to burn the peony, so he took even better care of it. He cried to the flower day and night. His tears dried up and his heart was broken. He died of lovesickness. When he was dying, he shed his blood on the petals. When he was dying, he shed his blood on the petals, and the peony flower immediately turned into grass. The white petals were stained with red threads made of the young man's blood, so it was named Heartbroken Love Red. When picking the flowers, you must think of your beloved one in your heart, be sincere and put a drop of your heart's blood on the petals. If you are even slightly distracted, you can't pick the flowers even if you vomit blood and die. After the flower is taken, as long as it is with this owner, it will never wither. The stone under the flower is called wuju. If it is forcibly destroyed, the medicinal effect of this acacia heartbroken red will also be lost. There can only be one owner in a lifetime, and once it recognizes the owner, it will never change. For others, it will also be an extremely tenacious existence. Even the soul power of the title DOLOU level cannot destroy it. Yen, are you willing to try? Dugu Yen looked at the flower in a daze, and the scenes from the first time she met her till now emerged in her mind. Grandpa, this is the genius you said you would introduce me to. I don't think he's that great. Hey. What's your name? How come you're training so fast? My name is not Hey, my name is Xiao Yi. As for my fast training, I can only say that I work harder. The night is so beautiful tonight. What? I said I like you. Puff. Suddenly, Dugu Yen spat out a mouthful of blood from his heart and dropped it on the acacia heartbreak red. After the blood from his heart fell on the acacia heartbreak red, the flower fell off from the wuju stone smoothly. Xiao Yi, I succeeded. Dugu Yan's eyes were blurred with tears after seeing the acacia heartbreak red falling, and she gave Xiao Yi a hug. Yeah, I saw it, Xiao Yi said after catching Dugu Yen. Women are emotional. Dugu Yen took off the acacia heartbreak red in front of Xiao Yi to prove that she loved Xiao Yi, and Xiao Yi was also very caring to Dugu Yen in his daily life. Besides, after taking off the acacia heartbreak red, I can feel your condition at any time, Dugu Yen said. Ahem, I'm wondering if you two are treating me, an old man, as if I don't exist. Dugu Bo said after coughing twice as he watched Xiao Yi and the other person showing their affection. The two of them just now remembered that Dugu Bo was still watching them, so Dugu Yan's face turned red and she got off Xiao Yi. No, Grandpa, I'm just so touched, Dugu Yen said shyly. Humph, it turns out that you have a lover and have forgotten your grandfather, Xiao Yi. I tell you, don't let Yen down, Dugu Bo said. Don't worry, Grandpa, I will never let Yenzi down, Xiao Yi replied firmly. Okay, let's go eat, Dugu Bo said. The three of them then went out to eat. It was already afternoon after dinner, and Xiao Yi went to the prince's mansion after dinner. When he arrived outside the prince's mansion, Xiao Yi took the token and went straight in. Because Xiao Yi came here from time to time in the past 6 months, he was very familiar with the guards, so the guards did not stop him. After Xiao Yi entered the prince's mansion, he went straight into Xueqing's room. After opening the door, he happened to see Ning Fengji and Qian Renxue chatting. At this time, Ning Fengji and the other person's conversation had come to an end. Ning Fengji looked up and saw that it was Xiao Yi, so he said to Qian Renxue, "Since there is a visitor, I will not disturb you, Uncle Qian, let's go back." "Teacher, I'll ask someone to take you there," Qian Renxue said. "It's okay, we can just go by ourselves," Ning Fengji said. "Okay then, teacher." Qian Renxue didn't care what Ning Fengji said and still asked someone to send Ning Fengji out. After Ning Fengji left, Xiao Yi asked, "Why did you call me here?" "Follow me." Qian Renxue changed back to her original appearance and walked towards the corner. Seeing this, Xiao Yi followed her, and then Qian Renxue walked to the corner and touched the bookshelf. A stone door next to the bookshelf slowly opened, revealing a passage. Then Qian Renxue walked in. Xiao Yi also followed Qian Renxue in. After walking in the passage for a while, the view suddenly opened up. Inside was a secret room of 100 square meters. There was a simple dressing table and a bed in the secret room. There were vents on the walls all around. The most important thing was that there was a person standing in the middle of the secret room. The man looked to be in his 30s or 40s, very handsome, with a faint smile on his face. His calm and tranquil aura gave people a very comfortable feeling. He was tall, but not strong. Wearing a plain gray robe, with long black hair draped behind his head, combed very neatly. Although his clothes were so plain, he gave people a feeling of worship just by standing there. "You must be Xiao Yi, Xiao Xue always mentions you to me," the man said when he saw Xiao Yi come in. "Excuse me, senior, who you are?" Xiao Yi looked at the man's appearance and had some guesses in his mind, but he was not sure. "This old man is Qian DALU." "Well, Qian DALU, the great worshipper of the Spirit Hall, the high priest of the Angel God, one of the 2 mountains of the Spirit Master world. One of the 3 greatest DOLOU in the world, the invincible in the sky, the angel DOLOU of the previous generation." Xiao Yi figured out Qian DALU's identity in an instant. He knew that someone from the Spirit Hall would send him to the Slaughter City, but he didn't expect it to be Qian DALU. "Greetings to the great priest," Xiao Yi saluted respectfully. "You have a good demeanor and remarkable strength. When I was your age, I was just a beginner in Soul King." As the great worshipper of the Angel God, Qian DALU could naturally see Xiao Yi's cultivation level. "No way, Senior Miao is so kind, I just happened to encounter some opportunities during my training." Xiao Yi touched his nose and said. "Luck resources are still part of strength. I heard from Xiao Xue that you are going to the City of Slaughter. It's a very dangerous place, aren't you afraid that you won't be able to get out after entering? I wonder if you have ever heard that danger and opportunity coexist. Besides, even though it is dangerous, it still has its benefits, doesn't it? Besides, if you were not afraid of not being able to get out, you would not have told Miss Qian. Your courage is commendable, I hope you won't let us down," Qian DALU said. "Thank you, senior," Xiao Yi said respectfully. After finishing his words, Xiao Yi left the prince's mansion. After returning home, he went to the Yinyang Eyes of Ice and Fire to get some healing herbs such as dragon Ganoderma leaves. He then left the magic grass to Dugu Yen for safekeeping and rested. The next day, Xiao Yi and Dugu Yen spent some time together and then left. Before leaving, Dugu Yen looked at Xiao Yi worriedly and said, "You must come back safely, understand?" After hearing Dugu Yan's words, Xiao Yi waved his hand to show that he understood, and then walked towards the outside of Tiando City. When they arrived outside Tiando City, they found Qian DALU waiting there. Xiao Yi walked up to Qian DALU and asked him good morning, and then the 2 of them set off. Chapter 53. Half a month later. The City of Slaughter is located in the westernmost part of the continent. Xiao Yi and Qian DALU flew for a full half-month before they reached the small town of the City of Slaughter. This town doesn't look big, but as soon as he stepped in, Xiao Yi felt that the atmosphere around him was a little strange. He felt that the people around him all had a special chill, killing aura. The moment Xiao Yi felt the aura, he determined its nature. Qian DALU brought Xiao Yi to a tavern in the town and walked in. The air in the pub was very turbid, and all the decorations were black. Although it was daytime outside, as soon as I walked in, I felt a chill and darkness. Well, it's very dark, not a place for people to stay. At this time, the tavern was about full. Although the air here was turbid, few people spoke, so it seemed very quiet. The arrival of Qian DALU and the other person attracted a lot of attention, but most people just took a quick glance and passed by them. DALU took Xiao Yi to find a place to sit down. A waiter dressed in black and with an indifferent expression came over. "What would you like to order?" "Call your people out, we are going to the city of slaughter," DALU said. The waiter's expression changed slightly. "I don't understand what you are saying. It seems that you are not willing to accept my toast, so let's drink the forfeit." "Xiao Yi, take action," DALU said. As the chief priest of the spirit hall, there was naturally no need for Xiao Yi to drink something like yellow spring dew. In the city of slaughter, yellow spring dew is a hard currency that can be used to exchange items or services. Huangquan dew is mainly condensed from the souls of human soul masters. It can calm the mind, refresh the brain, and help soul masters recover their mental strength. At the same time, it can also increase soul power, which is a great help for soul masters whose soul power growth is abnormally slow in the slaughter city. Huangquan dew also has the effect of restraining murderous aura, helping soul masters to get out of the murderous mood. In addition, Huangquan dew can also heal the injuries and internal injuries of soul masters, helping them to recover quickly. Although yellow spring dew has these benefits, it is also a chronic poison. Long-term consumption will cause damage to the mind and may even cause the soul master to lose his mind. DALU didn't think that this yellow spring dew was any good, so he had to take action directly. After all, DALU used to be the judgment elder of the spirit hall, and he was also one of the top people in the world. There was no telling how much blood was on his hands. Xiao Yi didn't care about killing people. After all, when he was hunting souls, some people killed people for money. Later, he wiped out several gangs of bandits. Besides, most of the people here were vicious criminals and there were few good people. Naturally, there was nothing to worry about when he took action. Kill him. This is the test that the city of slaughter has given us. You coward. You don't even dare to drink the yellow spring dew, yet you want to enter the city of slaughter. When the people in the tavern heard DOLOU's words, they all shouted and prepared to take action. Without saying a word, Xiao Yi activated his martial soul, releasing 5 yellow, purple and black soul rings that made DOLOU's eyes light up. Good boy, he is indeed a good candidate, I hope Xiaoxue can conquer him in the future, he. Go ahead, he is the only one. Come on. Everyone in the tavern rushed toward Xiao Yi. However, Xiao Yi activated his 4th soul skill, gravity control, and then released his 5th soul skill to evaporate some people. He then used explosive steps to dodge the attack, and then used his 3rd soul skill to wipe out the rest. In a moment, broken limbs and flesh were scattered all over the ground, and the fire from the 5th soul skill set the tavern on fire. After solving the problem, Xiao Yi took back the fire. Then he went to the front desk of the tavern. At this moment, the waiter had seen the whole fight and was trembling under the counter. Xiao Yi dealt with the waiter and then smashed the counter. A hole appeared underneath, and from here was the entrance to the city of slaughter. Below is the city of slaughter. Once you enter the city of slaughter, don't trust anyone around you, there are no friends in there. The only people you can trust are yourself and your enemies. I hope you can come out safely and don't let Xiaoxue down. DALU said. Thank you for leading the way, senior, Xiao Yi thanked DALU. Then Xiao Yi jumped in. I really don't know whether this kid will be a good or bad person after he leaves, I hope he doesn't disappoint the expectations of us old guys and Xiaoxue, DALU murmured. The king of slaughter has been watching for so long, it's time for him to show up, DALU suddenly said. Haha, how come the chief priest of the spirit hall has time to come to my slaughter city? Are you trying to train another god of slaughter? The king of slaughter wore a blood-red robe and was wrapped in a huge scarlet cape with a stand-up collar. He had a pale face and looked like a middle-aged man, with blood-red hair and eyes. From a distance, he looked like a blood-red shadow. Heh, do you need to know what my spirit hall is doing? The boy who went in is the key training target of my spirit hall, don't play tricks, otherwise the city of killings, you should know. DALU looked at the king of slaughter coldly. The king of killing was extremely angry but helpless at this time. His original form was the 9-headed bat king, and this body was possessed by Tang Chen. When Tang Chen was taking the 8th Shura test, it was ordered by the Rakshasa god to interrupt Tang Chen's Shura test and took this opportunity to take over this body. However, Tang Chen's soul did not die after taking over, but was competing with him for the right to use the body. He could only suppress Tang Chen's soul and make him sleep, and after taking over his body, he also knew Tang Chen's memories. The person in front of him was DALU, a 99-level peerless Douluo. An existence of the same level as the owner of this body, and also the high priest of the angel god, an existence that was opposed to his master. Although he heard from his master that the angel god was dead, he could still use divine power. Because of the possession of other bodies, it has been only concerned with having fun every day and has not practiced any combat skills. In short, it cannot win. If a fight really breaks out, Tang Chen's soul will be revived, and then the control of the body may be controlled by Tang Chen. It hasn't had enough fun yet, not to mention that the supplies of the slaughter city are controlled by the spirit hall. If a fight really breaks out, the lifeline of the slaughter city will be over. Humph, if he dies in the killing field, don't blame me. After saying this, the king of killing left. After the king of slaughter left, DALU felt that he was somewhat familiar, and murmured. Why do I feel like I have seen him before? I have never seen him before, could it be Tang Chen? That shouldn't be the case, he has disappeared for a long time. DALU only knew that Tang Chen had gone to inherit the throne of God. But he didn't know where he went to inherit the throne. If he knew that Tang Chen was parasitized by a soul beast and became the current king of killing, he would definitely sigh. Chapter 54. This is a long corridor that extends diagonally downwards. The cold air keeps blowing on Xiao Yi's body. But he still strides forward. When Xiao Yi walks 1,462 steps forward, a cold voice suddenly comes from all directions. Welcome to the city of killing, this is the capital of hell, a world full of killing. Here, you can get everything you want, but the price is your life. Xiao Yi released his spiritual power and felt that the material of the tunnel was very special. He couldn't penetrate it with his spiritual power. His face changed slightly. But he quickly released it. This is the city of slaughter, so eerie. Is this considered an alternative soul palace? He. After turning a corner, there was a faint light coming from the front. Xiao Yi saw a big door, and with his spiritual power, he sensed that there was a breath of life on the other side of the door. Xiao Yi walked forward with big strides, and vaguely heard a noisy sound. When he walked out of the corridor, 101 people appeared in front of him. All of them were dressed in black armor, and even their faces were completely covered by helmets. 100 of them held heavy swords. Only one person sat upright on a tall warhorse, and his horse was also covered with thick black armor. You violated. Before the knight could finish his words, Xiao Yi knocked him to sleep. That's good, you can fall asleep as soon as you lie down. Xiao Yi didn't even look at the dead knight. Xiao Yi just sent him away with 1 foot. The weight of more than 13,000 pounds plus the force of a swing directly amounted to more than 10 tons. Then Xiao Yi took out a sign from the Death Knight's body, with the number 9527 written on it. This should be the credentials to enter the city of slaughter. Then Xiao Yi looked forward, and there was a black city in front of him. The thick black city wall was extremely wide. It was actually a city, and above the city, there was a purple moon hanging. The moon was very low, and it seemed to be less than 500 meters away from the ground. Looking up, everything was black, just like the existence of night. After tidying up his clothes, Xiao Yi walked towards the city gate. The dark city gate gave people an extremely depressing feeling. On the huge city gate were hung the 4 characters, City of Killing. In front of the door, 2 rows of black-armored warriors stood there quietly. Before Xiao Yi took out his ID card, a woman with a black veil on her face walked out. Welcome to the city of slaughter, the woman's voice was very pleasant. She stepped aside in front of Xiao Yi and made a gesture of invitation. Xiao Yi followed the woman into the city gate. Walking into the city, it was a world of blue and purple. The lights hanging on both sides of the street only emitted these 2 kinds of light. There were many people here. And no one paid attention to him as an outsider. Except that everything seemed so dark, at first glance, it seemed no different from an ordinary city. The only downside is that there are a bunch of skinny people lying on the street. I am your guide, you can ask me anything you don't understand, I will answer all your questions within 12 hours, after 12 hours, this will be where you live, and you will officially become a member of the Slaughter City. Blah blah, the woman in black veil explained everything about the City of Slaughter and its rules. The City of Slaughter has been formed for thousands of years. According to legend, it was left behind by a powerful soul master who broke through level 100. Here, all soul master skills cannot be used. People can only rely on their own skills and instincts to survive. Soul power can be used as a source of strength. However, it is easy to enter the City of Slaughter but difficult to leave if you want to get out. You can only challenge the Hell Killing Field and win 100 consecutive games to challenge the Hell Road, so as to obtain the title of God of Slaughter and the reward of a God of Slaughter domain. The City of Slaughter has a history of thousands of years, and a total of 8 gods of killing have appeared. The Killing City is divided into the Inner City and the Outer City, and the Hell Killing Field is in the Inner City. Take me to the Hell Killing Field, Xiao Yi said coldly. Are you sure? After entering there, less than 1/10 of the people can come out alive. It is also the place where it is easiest to reduce the population in our killing city. Everyone is required only every year enter the hell killing fields once. As long as you can pass one battle, you can live in the killing city for another year. Xiao Yi said calmly, "Sure, I'll kill you if you keep talking nonsense." Xiao Yi's words made the woman in black veil angry, but she could only lead the way. Soon they arrived at the inner city, which was the most chaotic place in the city of slaughter. Entering the inner city, as soon as he stepped into the inner city, Xiao Yi immediately felt the atmosphere was completely different from the outer city. If the outer city was a dead and cold world, then the inner city was a luxurious and crazy world. Various colorful lights could be seen everywhere. The number of people in the inner city was much larger than that of the outer city, which was completely different from the quietness of the outer city. The inner city was extremely chaotic. There were excited laughs, painful cries, and lots of creepy sounds everywhere. As he was walking, a figure suddenly stood up on the side of the road. Even Xiao Yi didn't notice him in the dark corner where he was before. "Oh, there's a new guy, looks like there's going to be a new Bloody Mary, Looking at this person, Xiao Yi couldn't help but frown. He couldn't tell the age of the person who was talking because his figure was too special. He didn't seem to have much flesh on his body. If it weren't for the layer of skin covering him, he would probably be easily mistaken for a skeleton. Xiao Yi beat the man to death without saying a word. Besides fighting through the killing fields of hell once a year, there is another way to survive in Killing City: drink 2 Bloody Marys every month. Most people don't dare to go to the killing fields of hell. The reason is that only 1 out of 10 people can survive in the killing fields of hell. So they would rather contribute Bloody Mary to live a little longer than go up and die. The woman in black veil was secretly delighted when she saw Xiao Yi taking action. "I let you treat me like that just now that you took action first, it's none of my business." Then the woman in black veil said, "Sir, you cannot do anything during the protection period for newcomers, otherwise the protection period will be invalid." At this time, after seeing Xiao Yi taking action, the others surrounded Xiao Yi and walked towards him, as if they were ready to take action. However, Xiao Yi took a quick step forward, then followed up with a foot, killing everyone around him. After solving the problem, Xiao Yi said, "Lead the way." The woman in black veil was stunned by Xiao Yi's smooth movements. After hearing Xiao Yi's words, she came back to her senses and said, "You need a glass of Bloody Mary to sign up for the hell killing field." After hearing this, Xiao Yi found someone to borrow a glass of Bloody Mary. Unexpectedly, the man fell asleep on the street after borrowing the glass. Xiao Yi said, "I don't know, I just borrowed a glass of Bloody Mary," and he lay down and fell asleep. Where did this killer come from? It seems that the city of slaughter will suffer a lot this time. Then the two of them walked towards the hell killing field. Chapter 55. The black building gave people a very depressing feeling. The black-veiled girl introduced to Xiao Yi that the location of this hell-killing field was the center of the entire killing city. It can be seen how important its position in the killing city is. Entering the hell-killing field, Xiao Yi signed up. Because the previous game had just begun, Xiao Yi needed to wait a while. Afterwards, Xiao Yi went to the stands to watch the game, and he just found a place to sit down. At this moment, the people in the stands were very excited because they loved watching this kind of game the most. The shape of the arena is square, 10 meters long and 10 meters wide. The edge of the arena is made of steel bars and is divided into 10 entrances. After the referee announced his departure, the 10 people started to fight. This match was between the Sword Demon, who was ranked 45th and had 35 wins in the hell-killing field, and others who had 7 or 8 wins. The Sword Demon's martial spirit was a blood-killing sword. People here said that he relied on human blood to practice, and then he was wanted and sent to the killing city. The battle began. And the other 9 people surrounded the Sword Demon and attacked him. It took the Sword Demon a long time to knock those people down. For a while, the ground was covered with limbs and flesh. Then the host announced the victory of the Sword Demon. After the victory was announced, Xiao Yi felt the fluctuation of soul power. It turned out that after killing someone in the hell-killing field, some soul power would be fed back to the winner, while most of the soul power was absorbed by the arena. Please invite 9527, 1438, 2306, and others to come on stage. At this time, Xiao Yi's name was called, and Xiao Yi stood up and went on stage. After Xiao Yi came on stage, the other 9 people followed one after another. "Boy, you're a newcomer, right? I will make you die painlessly in a moment, ha ha ha. Little friend, uncle will definitely not abuse you too much later." Seeing that Xiao Yi was young and good-looking, the people on the stage said some unpleasant words. Game start. Then the host announced the start of the competition. After the game started, Xiao Yi took the first step, not giving others time to react. He just took a quick step to the side of a person, then gave that person a foot to send him to the west. Go, surround him. Seeing Xiao Yi being so decisive, the other 8 people rushed towards him directly. Unfortunately it was useless. Xiao Yi still dodged with rapid steps, connecting with one foot, and interspersed with an 8th level collapse in the middle to eliminate the remaining 8 people. The battle was over soon. The host was stunned by the battle just now. He had never seen a newcomer act so decisively. It was difficult for most people to participate in a hell-killing field, and he did not expect Xiao Yi to be so relaxed. Player 9527 wins. The host came to his senses and announced the victory of the game. The audience on the viewing stand also shouted Xiao Yi's number. This game was simply a feast for the eyes. Xiao Yi stood on the stage and absorbed the soul power of the dead. Although it was little, a mosquito is still meat. Right? Then Xiao Yi stepped down and left the killing field. Since the previous battle did not consume much of his energy, no one besieged him. After leaving the killing field, Xiao Yi wandered around the inner city for a while. There were skinny people barely surviving on the street. People doing shameful things, and even a couple who had just finished having sex and the girl took out a knife and killed the guy and then had a Bloody Mary. TSK, this place is so messy, it's worthy of being the paradise of the fallen. Forget it, let's find a place to live first. Xiao Yi walked around for a while and felt it was an eyesore, so he found a house. Soon he found a house, which was a 2-story building. After Xiao Yi entered, he found someone inside. So he had a friendly conversation with the owner of the house and the owner gave the house to him. However, he didn't know why the owner liked to sleep on the street, so he could only sigh. What a good person, he would rather sleep on the street than give me the house. A month has passed, and Xiao Yi has won 17 games in the hell-killing field. His opponents are getting stronger and stronger, but victory is still easy for him. As his number of wins increased, he learned another rule. That is, in each new match, the number of times he faced his opponent in a hell-killing match could not be less than 5 times as he did. Unless everyone else had less than that number. Half-year later. This was Xiao Yi's 40th game. It was a very difficult match because his opponents were getting stronger and stronger. Which made it a bit difficult for him to use the 8th level collapse and explosive steps. Until now, his external soul bone has not been exposed. He felt that maybe it was time to develop a new way of fighting. Congratulations to contestant No. 9527 for winning his TH game, the host announced. Xiao Yi left the scene. After half a year, the soul power provided by the hell-killing field plus his own practice had reached level 60. He planned to hunt for soul rings as soon as he got out. Since this match was difficult, Xiao Yi was targeted by many people. Because Xiao Yi's dominance was too terrifying, during the match. Xiao Yi often liked to hit the head, and the ground was covered with yellow and white, which made them afraid to sign up. Leaving the hell-killing field and heading towards the residence, a group of people followed behind. Hey, kid, you're out of energy now, it's all your fault that we don't dare to participate in the competition, come on, brothers. Kill him. When Xiao Yi heard this, he knew that it would not end peacefully, so he released his external soul bone and prepared for battle. Soul bone. It's a soul bone. The soul bone is mine. When Xiao Yi took a look, he saw that there were at least 1,000 people crowded together. It's going to be difficult to fight this time, Xiao Yi thought to himself. Xiao Yi had been targeted once when he had fought more than 20 games, but there were only 100 people at that time. And they were all rookies. He didn't need to use the external soul bone at all when he dealt with those 100 people. This time, he had no choice but to use it. Then a dense crowd of people rushed towards Xiao Yi. Seeing this, Xiao Yi immediately took off, activated the soul bone skill to enhance himself. And then released the second soul skill provided by the external soul bone, Golden Feather Sword Rain, which killed more than 100 people in seconds. What is this thing? It's too scary. I won't fight anymore. When the others saw Xiao Yi kill more than 100 people in an instant, they were so scared that they ran away. What a joke. What's the use of having soul bones? Don't you still have to live to get them? Too late. Xiao Yi was flying and fighting at the same time. When suddenly an idea flashed to him. He wondered if he could release his soul power to create something like sword energy. He did it as soon as he thought of it. He compressed his soul power into something similar to sword energy. His momentum instantly transformed into a sharp feeling, and he chopped down a group of people with one swing. The battle was very fierce. Although Xiao Yi was very strong, he could not stand up to the overwhelming numbers. In the end, all the enemies fell, and Xiao Yi was also seriously injured, but he still stood there. The people who came later were so scared when they saw the corpses on the ground that they dared not move forward. Who knew if Xiao Yi still had the strength to continue fighting? Chapter 56. The injuries he suffered after this fight were not light, and the murderous aura from killing so many people entered his brain. Even with healing medicines such as dragon fungus leaves, it took him more than a week to recover. After recuperating, he went back to the killing fields of hell. "Look, HIATUS is coming," the people in the audience stands of the hell killing field said when they saw Xiao Yi. "HIATUS? Are you talking about me?" It turned out that after the battle more than a week ago, he killed more than 1,000 people and the ground was full of corpses. But he was standing there with wounds all over his body and the Xuanzhong ruler in his hand. Looking like a Shura crawling out of hell, so people gave him the nickname Shura Blood Slaughter. "I was wondering why no one came to bother me during the days I was recuperating. Also, the fallen people who walk on the street now respect me a lot more," Xiao Yi thought to himself. He had a lot more peace in the days that followed, because he was slow in the queue due to his victory, and the battle made the people in the city of slaughter panic and they didn't want to queue with him. Half year later. Xiao Yi has been in the slaughter city for a year, and has won 80 games. After the 50th game, the number of people who can get in line is getting smaller and smaller. It basically takes a week or 10 days or half a month for him to get in line. Moreover, breaking through the 50th game and killing too many people caused the murderous aura to enter his mind, making him unable to control his emotions and getting angry from time to time, which almost drove Xiao Yi crazy. This is not good. The consequences of being controlled by emotions are unbearable for him, and he is likely to die early. Haven't you seen the fallen who have stayed in the slaughter city for a long time going crazy on the street from time to time? Anyway, he has to control his murderous aura when he goes out, so why can't he do it one step earlier? So while he was waiting, he was getting into shape, either practicing the sword energy from last time, or letting his martial soul go and controlling it to float around his body to block damage. While practicing, he was also thinking about whether he could use the Xuanzhong ruler as a sword to comprehend the sword intent. Fortunately, he succeeded, and he also succeeded in controlling his martial soul, which made it easier for Xiao Yi to fight in the hell-killing field. Fortunately, he had the head soul bone, otherwise it would not be that simple. It can indeed have a certain effect in restraining the murderous aura. At least Xiao Yi can think calmly. He just needs to complete 20 more games. The road to hell is also a difficult problem. Now there are 80 games. If he wants to win every time in the killing field, it will probably take another half a year. It will be soon. He will be out of this weird place soon. If he stays any longer, he will go crazy. Absorbing the aura of murder can easily change a person's personality. Although Xiao Yi used to have a sense of distance, he was not so cruel in his heart. Now, he is murderous and has a cold face. Just like a cold-faced Shura. In addition, because he has comprehended the meaning of the sword, people are intimidated wherever he stands. He is even more ruthless than when he came out of the Star Do Great Forest. This is because he has killed too many people and regards life as worthless. Next, Xiao Yi went to the hell-killing field every 2 days, and then locked himself up for 5 days. Because his rank was too high, no one dared to take up the challenge. So he could only participate anonymously. When the time came, someone would come to invite him. Besides, the murderous aura was becoming more and more difficult to handle, so he could only practice things to cultivate his mind and cultivate his character. Half a year after coming to the city of slaughter, he had already reached level 60, but had remained there because he had been unable to obtain spirit rings. After reaching that level, it did not affect his accumulation of spirit power, and once he absorbed the spirit rings, the spirit power he had accumulated would burst out together with the energy of the spirit rings. However, Xiao Yi's strength has greatly increased, and he dares to say that he can now beat 10 of his former selves. At the same time, in the city of killing, there was a dark and wide room. It was an extremely huge chair, inlaid with blue and purple crystals. The crystals outline a drum tower-like form. Everything here is dark red except for this chair. HIATUS has won 80 consecutive games, a cold female voice sounded in the darkness. I know, a tall figure sat down on the giant chair. In the darkness, his appearance could not be clearly seen, but he could only vaguely see that the man was tall and thin. The great king, should we start contacting him? In the killing city, no truly strong person has joined us for a long time. Do you think it's possible? Asked the tall man sitting upright on the chair. He is from the Spirit Hall, and was personally sent by the Spirit Hall's chief priest. You can imagine his status. We cannot defeat a god of killing in the Spirit Hall, and the Spirit Hall also supplies the slaughter city with materials. Let him go to hell. After that, he will just be another killer in the spirit hall. But he deserves it. The king of killing said coldly that he only needed to take care of his own piece of land, and the continent had nothing to do with him. With a wave of his big hand, a stream of rich dark red liquid flew out from in front of him. In the darkness, in front of him was a huge blood pool filled with thick blood. He opened his mouth to swallow the blood in his belly, and in the dim light, two fangs were vaguely exposed. Xiao Yi's sword intent is the intent of killing. The stronger the killing intent, the more people he kills, the stronger he becomes. Next, Xiao Yi continued to complete his 100 victories in the killing field. The more he won, the harder it was for him to control the murderous intent. Until he won 99 victories, Xiao Yi stayed at home for half a month to digest the impact of the murderous intent, and part of the murderous intent was converted by Xiao Yi into sword intent. If he doesn't control his murderous aura, he will definitely fall on the road to hell. The swarm of bats and the 10-headed sun snakes are not easy to deal with. He must condense his murderous aura. Killing spirit is also power. Power is controlled, not controlled by power. Fallen soul masters are just garbage controlled by power. They can't even control their own power, and they still want to move to a higher level. Ridiculous. Xiao Yi felt that the murderous energy in his body was beginning to riot, as if a reservoir was about to overflow. Xiao Yi guessed that he had enough killing energy. As long as he passed the hell road, he could condense the killing energy into the killing god domain. The excess part turned into sword intent, which made his sword energy more powerful. Before, he killed a soul Douluo with just 1 foot of chopping. Because of the sword intent, the gap on the neck was very smooth. Domain-type soul skills are still very powerful. The killing god domain can also weaken the opponent. Enemy weakening is equivalent to strengthening our side. It is a perfect soul skill. A week later, Xiao Yi chopped out with a foot of sword, and the sword energy instantly cut through the necks of 9 people. The wounds were very smooth, and at the same time also declared his victory. Ashura blood slaughter. Ashura blood slaughter. 100 victories. This evil star is finally leaving. Yeah. Some people were also glad that Xiao Yi had finally completed it and no longer had to worry. Chapter 57. Congratulations, young Shura Shuetu, a deep and sharp voice suddenly came from all directions. The murderous aura released from Xiao Yi actually flowed back the moment the voice sounded and was pressed back into his body, causing Xiao Yi to frown. The real culprit had arrived. The atmosphere in the hell-killing field suddenly rose to the extreme, because in mid-air, a blood-red figure was falling from the sky. King of slaughter, king of slaughter, king of slaughter, the shouts made the fallen ones become hoarse, but they had no intention of stopping. Xiao Yi looked at the figure in the sky, his expression was calm, it was just to scare him. Would he, the king of slaughter, dare to touch him? DALU sent it to him, would he dare? He didn't dare. A tall man, wrapped in a huge scarlet cloak, with a pale face and a pair of completely blood-red eyes, slowly descended from the air, seemingly not being restricted by gravity at all. I am very happy to witness the birth of a strong man in the killing field today. It has been more than 10 years since Baixing appeared. Shura Shuetu relies on his powerful strength and terrifying murderous aura to make you tremble, right? My people. Yes, the king of slaughter seems to have a unique charm that makes all the fallen have an almost crazy worship after seeing him. Young Shura Shuetu, in the name of the king of slaughter, I invite you to become a guest of the slaughter city, your status is only lower than mine. No, I want to challenge the road to hell, Xiao Yi said while looking directly at the king of slaughter. The road to hell is very dangerous, if you are not careful, it may cost you your life, the king of killing advised again. Thank you for your concern, king of slaughter, I still want to challenge the hell road. The king of slaughter was speechless at Xiao Yi's unyielding attitude. After all, he was sent here by DALU himself, and there was also a god of killing in the spirit hall. If Xiao Yi really died in there, it would be all over. I hope that after you succeed, you can say hello to the high priest and the god of killing in the spirit hall on my behalf, the king of killing said coldly. After the king of slaughter finished speaking, a thick red mist suddenly released from the king of slaughter, and the huge aura forced Xiao Yi to retreat quickly. He retreated dozens of meters before he could barely bear it. What the king of slaughter released was not murderous aura, but an extremely evil aura, so cold that it could make one's bones stiff. The evil cold red ripples slowly spread out, and in just a few blinks of an eye, they had spread to the entire venue. The fallen people sitting in the audience were all incredibly excited, and they all wanted to see the road to hell open. However, what they didn't know was that their lives had come to an end. Except for the god of death and the king of slaughter, no one has ever seen the opening of the hell road, because everyone who has seen it has died, or in other words, has become a sacrifice for the opening of the Hell Road. Although the red light released from the King of Slaughter brought them great pressure, it was not directed at them, but towards the surrounding stands. The fallen who were cheering wildly gradually quieted down as the red light landed on the viewing platform. The eyes of each fallen gradually became dull, and then turned into a bloodshot red. It didn't take long before the red light formed a huge barrier on the entire hell-killing field. Screams of pain began to sound from the people who were the first to come into contact with the red light. Affected by the red light, the fallen ones seemed to be half crazy. They desperately grabbed their faces and bodies. Soon, blood spilled onto the ground and began to pool. A large amount of blood flowed like streams along the inconspicuous small pipes under the audience seats to the center of the killing field. It was clearly visible that countless winding red liquids flowed into the field like small snakes. It is their honor to be the sacrifice that opens the road to hell, the low voice of the King of Slaughter sounded. At this time, the screams had gradually stopped. Except for Xiao Yi and the King of Slaughter, there seemed to be no one alive here. Xiao Yi already knew that there would be a sacrifice to open the road to hell, but after witnessing it with his own eyes, he still felt a little uncomfortable. Blood flowed into the field. It does not spread in a straight line. On the ground, grooves appeared at some point. Blood flow was injected into it, and gradually, it gathered into a huge blood-red pattern on the ground. Good luck on your road to hell. The King of Slaughter had left, and Xiao Yi was swallowed by blood-red, but the white murderous aura on his body protected him and he was not hurt. Not long after, Xiao Yi opened his eyes again and found himself on a circular platform with a diameter of 5 meters. Is this the road to hell? Xiao Yi stood up and looked around. The surrounding environment was mainly blood-red. However, Xiao Yi felt that his emotions were being manipulated as soon as he entered here, making him feel irritable, bloodthirsty, and crazy. Xiao Yi guessed that this should be the characteristic of the road to hell. The special environment was really hellish. A narrow path less than half a foot wide, which was only wide enough for 2 feet to stand at the same time, led to the unknown darkness. This was also the only way to the outside world on the platform they were on. Under Xiao Yi's feet was a circular platform, which was big enough for 2 or 3 people to stand on. Below the platform was a pool of scarlet liquid, filled with Bloody Marys. So many Bloody Marys were gathered from the people who died in the killing fields of hell. Countless people had died here over the past 1,000 years. However, Xiao Yi has never touched these things from the beginning to now. He can kill people, but he cannot drink blood. Moreover, the air in the killing city also has problems. It is also a toxin. If you stay there for a long time, you will become mentally confused. Bloody Mary can suppress the toxins in the killing city. It can be said that Bloody Mary and the killing city complement each other. Shaking his head, Xiao Yi stopped thinking about it. Although the path was narrow and there was a risk of collapse, he could fly. After he adjusted his breathing for a quarter of an hour, he activated his external soul bone and flew up. When Xiao Yi was traveling on the road to hell, his every move was watched by one person. This person is different from those fallen ones. She is not tall, wears a black dress, has fair skin, and a nearly perfect face, which makes her look so different. Especially the invisible nobility and holiness that emanates from her body, which makes people want to worship her. Oh, this is the person you didn't hesitate to lose face and write to me to beg me to take care of him. He has excellent qualifications. Xiao Yi, only 16 years old, his martial soul has mutated into Xuanzhong ruler, and his soul power is 60 levels. He actually completed 100 victories in the killing field in just 1.5 years. Much faster than I was back then, and even faster than Tang Hao. You don't really think that I won't know about his information if you block it, right? Since you want it, I'll give it to you. We are all members of my spirit hall anyway. This person is the Pope of the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong. She has actually seen Xiao Yi several times. Ever since Xiao Yi entered the slaughter city, Qian Renxue has written to Bibi Dong asking her to take good care of him. Bibi Dong sneered. But she came very quickly. Ba, daughter slave, dead Sundra. Chapter 58. But just when she was about to take action, she was rejected by a saint's order. Bibi Dong was very angry at first, but after thinking about it, she decided to give it to her since she wanted it. Although she was given the information, she knew all of Xiao Yi's information. Did she really think that the information from the Pope's palace was just for show? Ghost Douluo was the best at hiding. He personally came to monitor regularly, and even Dugu Bo couldn't find out. Only a ghost shadow is seen, but no spirit ring. This is Ghost Douluo. Bibi Dong has always been clear about Xiao Yi's strength. But they are all from her spirit hall. How could she not want such a talent? Besides, he is on good terms with Qianrenxue, so there is no need to kill him. As for her hatred for the Angel Clan, it does not conflict with her unification of Douluo Continent. The more talents the better. She will destroy the Angel Clan sooner or later. Qianrenxue doesn't count. As for when the information was obtained, of course it was when the old poisonous creature beat Xiaoguan violently. When Xiaoguan returned to the spirit hall with a bruised face, Bibi Dong asked Xiaoguan what happened. Xiaoguan told Bibi Dong that Douluo Bo's soul power suddenly increased to level 95. And his spirit also changed, and Douluo Bo's poison was actually lifted. Ghost Douluo couldn't hold back his laughter at that time, and after Bibi Dong heard it, he began to investigate Douluo Bo's affairs. He found that not only Douluo Bo, but also Douluo Yan's martial soul had changed. And his soul power had also increased a lot in the same period of time. After a careful investigation, he discovered the existence of Xiao Yi, so Bibi Dong sent people to investigate Xiao Yi's life and learn the real age of Xiao Yi's soul ring. As the successor of the Rakshasa god, it should not be outrageous to be able to see through Xiao Yi's soul ring age. The scene returns to Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi flies over the abyss. This is the advantage of having flying skills. However, the further he flies, the hotter Xiao Yi feels. It seems that the difficulty has increased. Of course it was hotter as we got closer to the blood pool below, because that was the core of the city of slaughter. However, Xiao Yi's mental power detected a group of things coming quickly. Because the flying creature was not one or two, but a group of at least thousands of them. The flying creatures could finally be seen clearly. They were blood-red bats. Just like the smaller version of the blood-red pattern left on the ground of the hell-killing field. Each blood bat was about 1 foot long, but its huge wingspan was more than 1 meter. The bats in the first level. The best thing to do is to avoid getting entangled with them and leave quickly. Xiao Yi sped up immediately. It was too tiring to fight against the bats. There were too many of them and it was a thankless task. His idea was to get rid of the Bat King. After getting rid of the Bat King, the bats would scatter. Just as Xiao Yi was flying quickly to the front of the narrow road, a huge guy was hanging upside down below the narrow road. Under the shade of the surrounding reddish light, it was emitting a dark golden light. The creature was about 4 meters long, with 2 huge claws clasped on the narrow road. Each claw had a diameter of more than 1 meter, digging into the stone with sharp claws. A pair of huge wings slowly opened from the dark golden body. The wingspan was terrifyingly as wide as 10 meters. The claws suddenly loosened. And under the flapping of the huge wings, its huge body flew up. It turned out to be an extremely huge bat. Finally come. When Xiao Yi saw it, he knew that the boss of the first level was coming, so he summoned the Xuanzhong Qi and started fighting. 1 head of the dark gold bat is equivalent to 10,000 years, and 3 heads are equivalent to 30,000 years. It is comparable to a high-level Soul Emperor, but with Xiao Yi's strength, it is naturally not difficult to deal with it. Liuhe Yushin Ruler. Liuhe Yushin Ruler, attack and defense are integrated. You can attack when advancing and defend when retreating, but it is currently in its infancy. The ruler method is divided into 3 realms, fire splitting, fire swimming, and Liuhe fire. When practicing, you can find a magma lake, create waves, and shuttle through it. If you can come and go freely in it without relying on soul power and without getting a little slurry, you can be considered to have entered the hull. If you are diligent enough, you can achieve great success in time. Attack and defense are integrated, and no one at the same level can get close to it. In fact, he thought of this move a long time ago. When he was in the Star Do Great Forest, he was a little bit towards this type of fighting method, but it didn't work. As for the inspiration of this move, it came from the novel he read in his previous life. Now that he has come to the Slaughter City, it is more useful in actual combat than in the Star Do Great Forest and the Soul Fighting Field. As for the future practice location, of course it is in the Yin-Yang Eye of Ice and Fire. He thinks the concentration of the Yin-Yang Eye of Ice and Fire should be enough. Bang! The huge force of the Xuanzhong ruler hit the Bat King on the head, knocking the Bat King off his feet and causing him to fall directly to the ground. After landing, Bat King instantly turned into 2. Damn, I forgot this damn bat can split into 2, I need to blow up all 3 heads at the same time, Xiao Yi complained after seeing the bat split into 2. Then Xiao Yi swung out 1 foot, and the sharp sword energy mixed with sword intent chopped out and hit the 2 bats. This attack was comparable to that of a high-level Soul Saint. The Dark Gold Bat King evaporated directly after taking damage. As for the little bats, they naturally scattered when they saw their boss was killed. What a joke. They might as well choose a new boss instead of spending that time on this. Bibi Dong, who was watching from a distance, was also shocked by Xiao Yi's 2 moves. she said secretly. When I faced this group of bats, I fought and ran at the same time. This kid actually solved the dark gold three-headed bat king with 2 strikes. And it was a self-created soul skill. The sharp aura seemed to be similar to sword energy, and it was intentional. It was really scary. The strike just now was enough to be the most powerful strike of a soul saint. The clear sky hammer doesn't have the ability to crush it with 1 strike, otherwise Tang Hao would have killed it long ago. TSK, at such a young age, he's already level 60, and he has his own soul skills, and he has also comprehended the sword intent similar to Chen Xian's. It's really scary. Bibi Dong muttered. Xiao Yi's every move is within Bibi Dong's sight. As the Pope, she has to pay close attention to this genius who is on good terms with Qian Renxue. What if she can bring him to the Pope's palace? But next, that strange snake is not so easy to deal with. Bibi Dong continued to observe Xiao Yi. At this time, Bibi Dong was not crazy yet. Her mind was still clear. The soul ring of her second martial soul, the soul-devouring spider emperor, was not yet complete. She could still control the evil resentment and her condition was still good. At present, the only one who has comprehended the intention in this era is Sword Douluo Chen Xian. As for the sword intention, since there is no one who is particularly good at using the sword, and no one has ever heard of its existence, Bibi Dong naturally thinks that Xiao Yi has comprehended the sword intention. At this time, Xiao Yi continued to move forward. If he guessed correctly, the next opponent should be the 10-headed fiery sun snake. He knew this. Not long after, Xiao Yi found a huge creature crawling on the narrow road. Those were a pair of fiery red eyes. On the narrow road ahead, a dark red body was crawling there. It was hard to tell how big its body was, but a simple observation revealed that it was a snake. A snake with its entire body wrapped around the narrow road. Its eyes were not particularly large. There were 9 protrusions on the snake's head and back, each of which looked like a bright red mushroom, with blood flowing inside. The snake's abdomen was particularly large, bulging on the narrow road, and its length was at least more than 10 meters. The strange snake made a croaking sound from its mouth, like a baby crying, and the 9 tumors on its back began to emit a golden red glow. Chapter 59. It is the supreme among snakes. In the original timeline, Ma Hongjuan's 7th soul ring was the 10-headed fiery sun serpent, and his fire phoenix martial soul evolved into a 7-headed fire phoenix, and then evolved into a 9-headed fire phoenix when he was titled Douluo. The 10-headed flaming sun snakes were extremely poisonous, and the fire poison was the most powerful. It should be considered to be infinitely close to the ultimate fire. After all, fire poison is also fire. Ma Hongjuan's martial soul evolved into a super martial soul because of this, and in the end he had the qualifications to become a first-level god, but unfortunately he failed. However, this time Dugu Bo evolved into a 9-headed sky snake. But he did not evolve completely. Xiao Yi felt that this inner elixir should be given to Dugu Bo. After Dugu Bo took it, he should evolve completely, but he didn't know what he would evolve into. As for Ma Hongjun, sorry, I'm not familiar with him, and there is a grudge between them. Xiao Yi is not a good person. He spared his life when he flirted with Dugu Yen before, but if you mess with him again, don't blame him for being ruthless. The inner elixir of the 10-headed fiery sun snake will leave the body to attack. When it leaves the body, cut off the connection between the inner elixir and the snake body to kill the 10-headed fiery sun snake. But he had to force it to use the power of its inner elixir. Xiao Yi used the Xuanzhong ruler to chop out a sword energy, and the sharp sword energy bombarded the 10-headed fiery sun snake. The 10-headed fiery sun snake never expected that this human being would be so unsportsmanlike as to launch a sneak attack on its old comrade of more than 10,000 years. It had always been snakes that launched sneak attacks. And no other creature dared to attack them. It was angry. Anger finally showed in those golden red eyes, and the 9 golden red tumors on the giant snake's back became brighter and brighter. Croak, 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 it seemed to be chirping angrily. The body was arched on the narrow road, and the 9 tumors were completely aimed at Xiao Yi's direction. Suddenly, the 9 tumors shattered at the same time, and 9 streams of golden red liquid suddenly shot out. The liquid did not shoot straight in the air, but shot towards the top in front of Xiao Yi. The 9 streams of liquid merged into one in the air. And when they were about to reach Xiao Yi, they suddenly paused. All the liquids shrank at the same time, turning into a fist-sized golden red ball, which then smashed towards Xiao Yi. I'm waiting for you to use your inner elixir, Xiao Yi said. Although Xiao Yi knew that the 10-headed fiery sun snake would use its inner elixir to attack, he didn't expect it to come straight at him. Xiao Yi threw out the Xuanzhong ruler. The weight of 10 tons plus Xiao Yi's throw gathered the surrounding air and smashed it onto the heads of the 10-headed fiery sun snakes. Boom! The Xuanzhong ruler directly smashed the head of the 10-headed fiery sun snake, and it was originally intended to smash towards Xiao Yi's inner elixir, but it also lost control and fell down. Xiao Yi released his soul power to pull the inner elixir of the 10-headed fiery sun snake over. Although the inner elixir was highly poisonous, Xiao Yi himself was immune to all poisons, so he was fine. Xiao Yi looked at the golden red ball in his hand. There were patterns of 10-headed fiery sun snakes on the ball. After looking at it for a while, Xiao Yi put the inner elixir into the storage soul guide. This inner elixir is very good and can be transformed into a soul ring. It is very beneficial for fire-attributed and snake-type soul masters. Unfortunately, it is useless to Dugu Yen. Dugu Bo's martial soul is only a step away from complete evolution. It can be said that this inner elixir is specially prepared for Dugu Bo. Let's give this inner elixir to Dugu Bo. After all, Dugu Bo's grandfather has helped him a lot. This inner elixir may help him even further. His 9-headed sky snake is already a very powerful snake. If he absorbs the inner elixir of the supreme snake, he should be able to evolve again. Moreover, it is somewhat difficult for Dugu Bo to continue to break through. He already has 4 soul bones. And he is still missing a torso bone and a left leg bone. However, it is very difficult to find high-quality torso bones suitable for him. This inner elixir may help Dugu Bo to make further progress. Maybe the energy of the inner elixir can help Dugu Bo increase the age of his soul ring. After all, it is the 7th soul ring of Ma Hongjun in the original timeline. Maybe Dugu Bo will increase his age greatly. Dugu Bo is now in the early stage of level 96. This inner elixir should be able to increase his age by half a level or 1 level after swallowing it. His martial soul should also evolve. Xiao Yi thinks that the stronger Dugu Bo is, the easier it will be for him to do things. After Xiao Yi dealt with the 10-headed fiery sun snakes, including the dark gold 3-headed bat king before, he fought with all his strength. His soul power was consumed a little. So he prepared to rest for a while, replenish food and water, and pass through the hell road in one go. The last level is a sprint, and Xiao Yi wants to pass it in the best condition. After resting for half an hour, Xiao Yi continued to move forward. As he moved forward, the burning sensation Xiao Yi felt began to gradually increase. What made him even more difficult to adapt was that there seemed to be a special atmosphere in the air. The feeling of oppression became more and more obvious deep in their hearts, and his own murderous aura was released more unscrupulously. Hurry up and get over here, I don't want to stay in this damn place any longer. Xiao Yi muttered to himself that the last level of the road to hell would test one's will. Xiao Yi's flying speed increased, and his speed of approaching the abyss also increased. The air became noticeably hotter and his vision became increasingly blurred. Even if Xiao Yi possessed the spiritual power of a soul Douluo, he could only see a distance of about 1,000 meters at most in the light red mist that permeated the surroundings. In the abyss on both sides of the narrow road, dark red liquid rolled and flowed. Yes, it was blood, but these liquids that smelled of blood had the temperature of magma. Fortunately, Xiao Yi had taken fiery apricot, so he had a better resistance to fire. The strange chrysanthemum also made his body strong enough. Otherwise, any other soul king would have been defeated. After flying for half an hour, Xiao Yi, whose mind was constantly stimulated by murderous aura, finally saw the exit. Under the dual influence of murderous aura and environment, no matter how strong Xiao Yi's will was, or how strong his nerves were, he could not bear it. In this situation, he could only hold on for another half an hour at most. At this time, Xiao Yi saw the exit in the distance. The exit was particularly obvious, and the white light condensed into an elliptical light curtain, which was also the end of Xiao Yi's journey. Finally, I'm leaving. Although the exit is above the narrow road, it doesn't bother Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi flies directly into the white exit at the fastest speed. Everything around him seemed to be changing. When Xiao Yi flew into the white exit, he suddenly felt as if his body had entered a special world. The surroundings were a white void, and the golden sword wings he had released were all returned to his body under pressure. In this white world, I can't use any strength in my body. The only feeling is coldness. It was as if countless coldness was gathering towards him, and countless coldness was being released from his body. In this white void, Xiao Yi gritted his teeth and persisted. The feeling of coldness that shouldn't have appeared still appeared. It was not a real temperature change, but the chill brought by the murderous aura. The purest murderous aura quickly invaded Xiao Yi's body, and every invasion made Xiao Yi tremble. When the coldness gradually stiffened his heart, his consciousness began to quietly fade away along with his consciousness. Xiao Yi knew that this was the process of condensing the killing god's domain. And it had reached the stage of fusion. He did not resist and simply allowed the murderous aura to enter his body. Not long after, Xiao Yi could not hold on and passed out. Chapter 60. Spirit World. The soft halo is like a mother's hand, gently touching the delicate skin of the clouds, and the illusory space has an unusually moving sense of substance. Faintly. Not far away, there seemed to be a majestic palace, illusory and real under the touch of this soft halo. Inside the Divine Realm Committee, a figure seemed to be observing something. The figure had a cold aura condensed from tangible murderous intent. And his entire body was wrapped in dark red magic patterns. Dark red light surrounded his body. He was wearing armor covered with dark red magic patterns and had a pair of blood-red eyes. This figure is of course the Shura God. The gods of the Divine Realm Committee are composed of the god of Shura, the god of goodness, the god of evil, the goddess of life, and the god of destruction. They have the duty of judging all the gods and are also responsible for managing the Divine Realm and maintaining the rules. When there are disagreements in the Divine Realm Committee, they are eligible to have one vote when voting is held. Ashura is the god of killing, in charge of killing, judgment, and laws. Rakshasa is also the god of killing, but Rakshasa is an evil killing god, while Ashura is a bright killing god, and Ashura's status is higher than Rakshasa, so they can be said to be from the same lineage. But that little girl Rakshasa always likes to sell swords. Today, Shura God was on duty. On a whim, he used the God Realm Center to observe Douluo Continent. 16 years old, level 60, top-level weapon spirit. You can use this weapon spirit so well. Oh. Did you absorb so many immortal herbs? He has outstanding fighting skills, great momentum, and a good willpower. And I also comprehended the meaning of the sword. Although it is a little inconsistent with my sword, the sword and the sword are inseparable. I did not hesitate to bear the pressure from other god kings and pull someone from another plane to replace the son of destiny and inherit my inheritance. Later I found that Tang San had a bad character. He had good talent. But unfortunately he was not clean. And after all, I am extreme and emotional. As the law enforcement king of the gods, I am most concerned about this. I discovered this Xiao Yi before I threw Tang San to Douluo Continent. At that time, I thought that whoever could make it to the end would become the Shura God. And after his mother died when he was 5 years old, Xiao Yi had never cared about him since he pulled up his mother's soul. I didn't expect that he could progress so fast and pass the road to hell at the age of 16. If he can't do it, then no one can become my successor. This Xiao Yi is much more talented than Tang Chen. Although he doesn't have Tang San's twin martial soul, he is a weapon spirit master and his use of weapons must surpass Tang San. Tang San. Still being taught the control system by a loser. I am the best attacker in the god realm. How can I be controlled? I like Xiao Yi's powerful attack, which shatters the enemy's body. If he fails, let Tang San try again. Anyway, these few days won't matter. However, this damn Tang Chen is still blocking my divine test. The doomed loser will be left to Xiao Yi to deal with. Since there is a divine examiner, I cannot give a divine test to another one. This is the rule of inheriting the throne in the divine world. In fact, Xiao Yi's soul happened to swim to the barrier of space after he died. At that time, God Shura happened to meet Xiao Yi while on a mission. After exploring Xiao Yi's memory, he learned about the future of the continent, which made God Shura very angry. However, God Shura had already pulled Tang San over, and it would be too late to find him now. So he simply arranged Xiao Yi to Douluo Continent. And then observed Xiao Yi in the God realm for a few days. He thought that he had a good character, and after collecting Xiao Yi's mother's soul, he ignored him. Originally, he wanted to see if Xiao Yi could meet his requirements, but he didn't expect that he would reach level 60 so quickly, pass the Hell Road and comprehend the sword intent, which made God Shura very happy and changed his decision. As for Tang San, he is now Xiao Yi's backup. Although I have cast a wide net, I can only give you one divine test, but unfortunately it was blocked by Tang Chen. If Xiao Yi wants to get the divine test, he must kill Tang Chen first. However, in order to prevent others from getting interested, I will mark him with my mark first. Well, now he is considered my man. He seems to be level 60. I will give him a divine soul ring to let him know that he has been favored by God. Let Tang Chen, the king of slaughter, give him a chance. At this moment, he pointed his hand, and a red line appeared on Xiao Yi's forehead in the lower world, but it quickly disappeared and Xiao Yi didn't feel anything about it. Meanwhile, the killing city. The king of slaughter suddenly received a divine command, and a red gold ball appeared in his hand, which God instructed him to hand over to Xiao Yi. The king of killing did not dare to be negligent. He was a 100,000-year-old blood-red nine-headed bat king. Under the instructions of a certain god. He parasitized Tang Chen, who was undergoing the divine examination. Now that the Shura God actually came to find him, how could he not be afraid? Fortunately, it was given to Xiao Yi. Which means that Xiao Yi is the successor valued by Shura God. Tang Chen has been abandoned. It is estimated that Tang Chen must be killed before the divine test can begin. However, Tang Chen's body was damaged by it, and he thought there would be a chance to replace it. After obtaining the God-given soul ring, the king of slaughter walked outside. The other side. I don't know how long it had been, but Xiao Yi slowly woke up on a meadow. The long-lost sunshine shone on his body, and he felt so comfortable. Xiao Yi stood up and opened his arms. Enjoying the warmth brought by the sun. He finally left that place that was not suitable for human beings. It had been a year and a half since he came to the city of slaughter. If he stayed any longer, he would almost become a non-human. Xiao Yi stretched out his right hand and summoned his Xuanzhong ruler. He wanted to see what he had gained. There was an extra white line on the end of the Xuanzhong ruler. Those lines looked like the blood lines on the ground of the hell-killing field when the Hell Road was activated. Except that they were much smaller and white. When Xiao Yi tried to feel the white lines, in an instant, a surge of white light quietly spread. The white light was released from the Xuanzhong ruler, but soon, the white light turned colorless. Is this the killing god domain? The first test of the Shura God. The martial soul talent domain obtained through the trial of the Hell Road in the killing city, a domain condensed by killing aura, will be strengthened as the killing aura increases. The killing god domain will absorb his own murderous aura and form a domain that is attributed to his martial soul. In the killing god domain, the ability is to increase one's own momentum. In the domain, the enemy's strength will be weakened by 10, and the user can exert 110 of his strength. As the martial soul grows, this ratio will increase. Very good. It is worth the 1.5 years of darkness to obtain such a powerful domain-type soul skill. Xiao Yi calmed himself down, then felt a chill on his back. Not bad, she actually passed the test. Her vision is pretty good. Suddenly a cold female voice broke the silence here. Xiao Yi suddenly felt a chill down his spine. Who on earth could come near him without him being able to sense it? When he looked closely, he found that it was a woman. Chapter 61. What the hell? Why is this crazy woman here? Xiao Yi immediately had the answer. It was Pope Bibi Dong, the most love-brained person in Douluo Continent and an extremely misogynistic person. However, he was sent here by DALU himself, but he had no idea of Bibi Dong's intention. Huh, what's wrong? Bibi Dong asked without saying anything after seeing Xiao Yi recognize her. Greetings to His Holiness the Pope, may I ask what the Pope wants to see me about? Xiao Yi said to Bibi Dong while kneeling on one knee. Bibi Dong is a big boss, and an extremely world-weary one. She is the inheritor of the Rakshasa god, and has a soul power of level 98. Xiao Yi has no idea what Bibi Dong's intentions are. But it is impossible that she is here to kill him. After all, he has a good relationship with Qianren, so she should not come to kill him. Stand up, you are very good, it seems she has good taste. Bibi Dong looked at Xiao Yi, who was neither humble nor arrogant in front of her, and she had a certain understanding of this genius in her heart. Most people would drool when they saw her, but would then restrain themselves when they remembered that she was the Pope and a title Douluo. However, Xiao Yi was puzzled at first sight, but then he was neither humble nor arrogant. He has a stable state of mind, is neither humble nor overbearing, and is not afraid of danger. This is Bibi Dong's evaluation of Xiao Yi. Huh, my spirit hall was right about you. I'll give this to you. If you can become a soul Douluo within 5 years, then my spirit hall will not interfere in anything you do. Bibi Dong threw a black token to Xiao Yi and made a promise to him. Xiao Yi took the token and found out it was actually the Pope's order. He was a little shocked, but he still bowed to Bibi Dong. When Bibi Dong saw Xiao Yi bowing, she felt less depressed. Originally, Bibi Dong wanted to bring Xiao Yi to the spirit hall, but Qianren disagreed. Which made her very depressed. But after all, Qianren is her daughter. She didn't treat her well when her daughter was young. Now that their relationship has eased, Bibi Dong should of course listen to Qianren advice appropriately. Thank you for your kindness, Your Holiness, I will definitely become a better person. Good. I look forward to seeing you next time. Bibi Dong said and left directly. She still had to go back to the spirit hall to handle some business. Farewell to His Holiness the Pope, Xiao Yi bowed and sent Bibi Dong away. After waiting for a long time, Xiao Yi stood up, then sat on the ground, muttering to himself. Why is that crazy bitch BB Dong here? Although gaining the God of Death domain has made her much stronger, do you know that her sudden appearance will scare people to death? Could it be Qian Renxue? Did she write to BB Dong? It looks like BB Dong has come here several times. My goodness, Qian DALU was sent here, and BB Dong is protecting me in secret. She must be so afraid that I'm in danger. I should thank her when I go back. It would be inappropriate if I don't go back and thank her when a girl is so worried about his safety. Qian Renxue, I'm not, don't talk nonsense. Love-brained hates this kind of dead-licking dog the most. She is so beautiful and has such a good figure, but she likes a loser. It's not like I haven't seen Yu Xiaogang before. She is not as pretty as the phoenix in the brothel, and is just more pleasing to the eye than Zhao Wuji. As for the two beauties being devoted to her, is it just a theory he made up based on basic common sense? Or is it because his soul power is at level 29? What do you want from him? He is ugly, low in cultivation, and arrogant. You can tell he is a weakling at first glance. He has escaped so many times, but he is still a scumbag. I am so angry that I will kill him sooner or later. After Xiao Yi finished complaining in his heart, he went straight to Tiando City. He hadn't seen Dugu Yan for a year and a half and missed her very much. At this time, the King of Slaughter had just left the City of Slaughter and was about to give the things to Xiao Yi, but he found that Xiao Yi was already ready to leave. The King of Killing was stunned and said, "Brother, don't leave so quickly, your stuff is here." Then the King of Slaughter flashed in front of Xiao Yi. "King of Slaughter, why are you looking for me?" Xiao Yi asked with a puzzled look on his face. "Honorable God's blessed one, this is something the great God entrusted me to give you, please keep it well." Xiao Yi was impressed by the King of Slaughter's flattery. "Shouldn't we have been apart for less than a day? How come there has been such a big change? A person favored by God? Could it be?" Xiao Yi looked at the red and gold ball in the hand of the King of Killing, had some guesses, so he took it and asked the King of Killing. "What is this?" "Honorable God's favored one, this is a God-given soul ring. A soul ring bestowed by the gods, the user does not need to hunt soul beasts. The God-given soul ring can be used to grant the soul skills it needs most and the highest level soul ring it can bear." The words of the King of Slaughter confirmed Xiao Yi's guess. He should have been favored by the gods. But it was also impossible for him not to be valued. He was level 60 at the age of 16. Understood the meaning of the sword, and passed the road of hell. There are two gods in the City of Slaughter, Rakshasa and Asura. It's impossible for Rakshasa God. She already has BB Dong, and she is a bricklayer. She didn't give BB Dong anything good. And she is still messing with her, making her more and more crazy. Even if this kind of god position is given to him, he won't want it. It should be Shura God, the law enforcer of the divine world and the #1 attack in the divine world. He is a good match for his weapon spirit and the fit is pretty good. And Shura God definitely has the sword intent. While Xiao Yi has comprehended the knife intent. There is a saying that the sword and the knife are inseparable. What's more, he has obtained the domain of the God of Killing and is one of his inheritors. It is no problem for him to value him. In other words, Tang San has lost his most important background. Then he is just a son of luck. Even if he is a son of luck, he is not as great as a god king. He was given this title by Shura God. Tang San's growth process is inextricably linked to Shura God. Moreover, he sneered at Tang San. It's not that he looked down on him, but that he was really not good enough. Blue silver grass is a plant spirit with huge vitality. It should absorb plant soul beasts with strong vitality. But this kid listened to the master and chose the poison attribute, like a fool. Later, he learned almost all soul beasts but still chose the poison attribute, such as Tang San's first soul skill entanglement. Isn't it the instinct of vines to entangle? Why waste a soul ring to absorb something that you can learn with practice? It's not worth it for that little bit of poison attribute, and that little bit of toughness can be inherited by any plant soul beast. Which is more than the mandragora snake. If it weren't for the 8 spider lance behind it, it would be poisoned to the bone marrow like Dugu Bo sooner or later. Moreover, as for his character, he stole the inheritance of the Tang sect, and then came to Douluo Continent to create his own Tang sect. Well. This is not a big problem, but it is a bit disgusting. After all, the Tang sect was not good to him, so there was nothing wrong with what he did. You took over Dugu Bo's yin-yang eyes of fire and ice, and spread poisonous miasma to make Sunset Forest, a large soul beast forest. Baron? How greedy, but I think I would do the same. There is no difference between me and Tang San in this respect, but I am now Dugu Bo's grandson-in-law, so there should be nothing wrong with inheriting his things. Forget it. Tang San will become an enemy in the future anyway. He and Dugu Yan's spirit rings need the Azure Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape, and Xiao Wu's 100,000-year-old soft bone charm rabbit as the 7th spirit ring. Xiao Wu's soul bone, with its teleportation and invincible golden body, is pretty good and can be considered a top-grade soul bone for saving one's life. Xiao Yi had long wanted this kind of free spirit ring and spirit bone, but she had not yet arrived in Nodding City when she graduated. Besides, Tang Dachui was in Nodding at that time. If she had not graduated and waited for Tang San and Xiao Wu to enter school, Tang Dachui would definitely notice Xiao Wu, a 100,000-year-old spirit beast, and he would have no chance. Even if Xiao Wu is pretty, what can she do? She is just a pretty girl. He is not used to living with a rabbit. His own little dragon girl Dugu Yan is pretty good enough, and having her is enough for him. Anyway, sooner or later Xiao Wu will have to confront the way of death. So it's not a big problem. The enemy is in the open and we are in the dark. The only thing to pay attention to is Tang Dachui. That old guy is a slave of the sect. Now my martial soul can be said to be the best martial soul in the world. If Tang Dachui sees my martial soul, he might launch a sneak attack. What's more, Tang Dachui is protective of his son. I can educate him, but you can't beat him. To put it nicely, I am protecting him, but to put it bluntly, I am being unreasonable. I looked at the data and found it a bit bad. I will update twice a day in the future, learn from my friends. I will write this one first. If I don't want to write, I will tell you in advance. Finally, please vote for me, subscribe, and collect. Chapter 62. Forget it, I don't want to think about it anymore. It's time to go back to Tiendo. I haven't seen Yan Yan for a year and a half, I miss her a little. I wonder how that proud little angel is doing. Xiao Yi shook his head and put his worries behind him. Then Xiao Yi took out the map, identified the direction, and flew towards Tiendo City. Xiao Yi has been at level 60 for a year. He plans to return to Tiendo City to find Dugu Bo to get the soul ring. As for the soul beast, he will choose the dark demon evil god tiger. As for that god-given soul ring, it will be used by the soul saint later. It would be a bit not worth using it now. On the other side, Tiendo City, Prince's Mansion. At this time, when our master Shui finished his official business and was about to take a rest, a woman came. What are you here for? Why? Can't I come if nothing happens? Besides, didn't you ask me to take care of someone? He's out now, 16 years old, level 60, you have a good eye. The woman was none other than Bibi Dong. After separating from Xiao Yi, she was on the way back to the spirit hall when she suddenly had the urge to go see Qian Renxue. However, she felt sad when she saw the official documents piled on the table. She was wondering if she had done something wrong. At this age when most people were practicing, Qian Renxue was dealing with government affairs all day long, which seriously affected Qian Renxue's practice time. Thank you for your care, sister, is there anything else? Qian Renxue said after hearing Bibi Dong's words. If you really can't do it, don't do this mission, go back and practice, it doesn't matter even if you fail. Don't worry, sister, I have trained a substitute who can practice normally, if everything is fine, you can leave, Qian Renxue ordered her to leave. Okay, that's fine, if you have the ability, just keep doing this, Bibi Dong was angry. The two parted unhappily, and Bibi Dong left directly. In fact, Qian Renxue knew what Bibi Dong meant. She wanted her to return to the spirit hall to practice as soon as possible. After all, her practice speed had been slow after so many years in the Tiendo Empire. Qian Renxue was actually very happy that Bibi Dong could come and see her. However, she didn't know what was going on. What she thought in her heart and what she said were two different things. Maybe she just wanted to piss Bibi Dong off. Xiao Yi, yes, they are indeed mother and daughter, their tsundra abilities are exactly the same, but she remembered the news about Bibi Dong again. At the age of 16 and a half, he passed the test of Slaughter City. It only took him a year and a half. It took Tang Hao, the strongest genius of Haotian sect, 5 years to pass Slaughter City. That woman took 4 years to pass through the Slaughter City, but Xiao Yi only took 1.5 years. And his soul power must be lower than that of Tang Hao and that woman. It's really scary, how can he be so strong? I, Qian Renxue, have the strongest talent and the strongest martial spirit, but I am inferior to him. Qian Renxue's heart is extremely complicated. She has always been extremely confident in her talent. In addition to her mother who did not recognize her and possessed extremely strong talents, there was actually another one. Moreover, he is 3 years younger than Qian Renxue. Xiao Yi is now level 60, while Qian Renxue has only reached level 67 in the past year or so. This is because she squeezed out a lot of time to practice hard. She has not slacked off in her practice during this period. Moreover, Xiao Yi was only level 58 when he left. With Xiao Yi's talent, it is impossible that he only improved by 2 levels in the past year and a half. It is very likely that he did not obtain the spirit ring and his spirit power is stuck at level 60. If he obtained the spirit ring, it is very likely that he would not be much different from her. She was about to be overtaken by someone else. How could she feel so embarrassed? No, I am his friend after all, how can I be weaker than him if I want to recruit him? I have to summon him as soon as possible, otherwise, when he surpasses me next time, how can he look down on me as a friend? I have to raise my friend's status first, otherwise he will look down on me. Yes. This must be done, otherwise he will definitely look down on me, a friend with a lower cultivation level than him. Qian Renxue thought about it for a while, and it turned out that being in love is hereditary. But Qian Renxue herself didn't know it. Ever since she came into contact with Xiao Yi, she had never stopped receiving information about Xiao Yi, and she knew the general direction of Xiao Yi's plan. Woman, when you become interested in a man, you are almost fallen for him, but these are all Qian Renshue's own imagination, and self-imagination is the most deadly. Somehow, Qian Renshue's mind suddenly popped up with Xiao Yi's appearance, and then she felt her face burning. Oh, what am I thinking about? It must be because Grandpa often mentions Xiao Yi that made me like this. Humph, bad Grandpa, you messed up my Tao mind. Xian DALU, right, just tell me whether you like it or not. After a year and a half, Master Xiao finally returned to Qiando City. His idea was to go back to DOLOU Mansion first to see if anyone was there. Due to his comprehension of the sword intent, there were some subtle changes on his face, giving people the feeling that he was as sharp as a sword. Xiao Yi felt that this was too ostentatious, so Xiao Yi retracted the sword intent and made his face softer. Moreover, due to his comprehension of the sword intent, and the sword intent of killing, he was not affected by the domain of the god of killing and became too outrageous. On the contrary, he could easily switch between indifference and gentleness. Arriving at DOLOU Mansion, Xiao Yi knocked on the door to see if anyone was there. At this time, DOLOU Yan was the only one in DOLOU Mansion. DOLOU Yan was sitting on a rocking chair in the yard, looking at the sky, wondering what she was thinking. Just then there was a knock on the door. So DOLOU Yan asked, "Who is it?" Yan, it's me," Xiao Yi's voice came from outside the door. When DOLOU Yan heard Xiao Yi's voice, she immediately went to open the door. Then she saw that it was indeed Xiao Yi standing outside the door and rushed over. "Wow, you're finally back, I was so worried, a few days ago, this acacia heartbroken red suddenly lost contact and I thought something happened to you," DOLOU Yan choked. "Isolated from the outside world during the Hell Road. Okay, I'm fine, why are you alone here?" "Where is Grandpa?" Xiao Yi asked. "Grandpa went to the medicine garden, Lingling has been with me these days, however, Lingling broke through level 40 yesterday and went hunting for spirit rings this morning," DOLOU Yan replied. "Are all the team members back?" Xiao Yi asked. "Came back." Then DOLOU Yan lay in Xiao Yi's arms and told him what happened in Qiando City during the year and a half he was away. First, the crown prince married a crown princess. And the crown princess became pregnant, which made Emperor Shui very happy. He then announced that he would gradually give the military power to the crown prince, and sent many maids to take care of the crown princess. As for Yi Lingling and the others, they came back 2 months ago. After 2 years of training with Mu Yun, everyone has made great progress. Most of them were level 34 or 35 when they left, and they were all above level 40 when they came back. Yi Lingling was only level 39 when she came back because she was an auxiliary soul master, but she broke through to level 40 yesterday. Chapter 63. It seems that the little angel is quite quick. After training the substitute, he produced a small one so quickly. If that old guy Shui knew that the child in the crown princess's belly is not of royal blood, would he be mad to death? Xiao Yi thought with interest after listening to DOLOU Yan's story. Xiao Yi then told DOLOU Yan about his experiences in the city of slaughter over the past year and a half. DOLOU Yan listened carefully to Xiao Yi's experience in Xiao Yi's arms, making sure not to miss a single word. At the beginning, Xiao Yi described the environment of the city of slaughter. When DOLOU Yan heard about the environment inside, a scene of mountains of corpses and seas of blood emerged in her mind. The streets were full of skin and bones of people who looked like skeletons. DOLOU Yan was so scared that she subconsciously hugged Xiao Yi's body tightly again. Then, when Xiao Yi told him about the tragic scene in which he killed thousands of people at one time and then stood wounded on a hill of corpses, he looked at Xiao Yi with heartache. She didn't even dare to think about how Xiao Yi managed to come out of the city of slaughter intact after a year and a half. It must have been very difficult in there. At the end, Xiao Yi mentioned that the soul beasts in the Hell Road were species that had never been seen on the mainland, which made Duguyen sigh that the world is full of wonders. After she finished, Duguyen hugged Xiao Yi tightly and refused to let go. Xiao Yi looked at Duguyen hugging him like a koala and comforted her, "Okay, I'm fine, and I got a reward." Then Xiao Yi asked Duguyen to let go of her hand and began to demonstrate to her what he had gained from this trip. Killing God Realm. Xiao Yi activated the Killing God domain, and his aura changed instantly. Originally Xiao Yi's aura was peaceful, but after it was activated, Xiao Yi's aura became violent, bloodthirsty, and indifferent. Not only that, after opening the Killing God domain, a circle of white light emanated from Xiao Yi's body, but it soon turned colorless. Yen, this is what I have gained in the past year and a half. This is a realm obtained through the City of Slaughter, called the God of Slaughter realm. Its effect is that in the God of Killing field, the user can exert 10 more power than usual. As the soul power grows, this percentage will increase, up to 20. At the same time, the strength of enemies within the area will automatically be weakened by 10, further enhancing the user's combat advantage. The Killing God domain can absorb a person's own murderous aura and grow through killing. The upper limit is 20, the absorbed murderous aura can be converted into the user's power, enhancing one's own momentum and combat effectiveness. And I think the God of Death's domain cannot be just this powerful. My domain is at its most elementary level and may evolve in the future. Xiao Yi boasted to Duguyen. At this moment Xiao Yi found that Duguyen didn't speak. He looked up and saw that Duguyen was frightened by his aura and quickly put away the Killing God field. "I'm sorry, Yen, I was just demonstrating the domain I gained to you. I guess I scared you." Duguyen took a while to recover, because when Xiao Yi released his aura just now, images of mountains of corpses and seas of blood emerged in her mind, and his whole body was shrouded in cold murderous aura, freezing her body. Then Duguyen punched Xiao Yi in the eye in anger. "You scared me." Xiao Yi didn't expect Duguyen to punch him, and soon one of his eyes turned into a panda eye. "Hiss, it hurts so much, Yen, you are too cruel," Xiao Yi said, covering his eyes. "Humph, it's your fault for not telling me in advance and scaring me like this," Duguyen said proudly with a triumphant look on her face. "I won't do that next time," Xiao Yi said. "Do you still want a next time?" "No more chance." Author, Tracheitis Xiao Yi then went on to talk about his self-created soul skills and his comprehension of the sword's intent. "My self-created soul skill, the Liuhe Yushin ruler, combines offense and defense into one. It can be used for attack when advancing and for defense when retreating. The ruler method is divided into 3 levels, Splitting Fire, Wandering Fire, and Liuhe Fire. When practicing, you can find a magma lake. Create magma waves, and shuttle through it. If you can come and go freely in it without relying on soul power and without getting any magma on your body, then you can be considered to have mastered it. If you are diligent enough and give time, you can achieve perfection, combining offense and defense into one. No one at the same level can get close to you. As for the place to practice, I have already chosen it, which is at the Yin-Yang Eye of Ice and Fire. The sword intent that I comprehended was the sword intent of killing. The stronger my sword intent was, the more people I killed, the stronger the sword intent became. At that time, I used the Xuanzhong ruler as a sword. And killed thousands of people in one breath. At that time, I comprehended the embryonic form of sword intent. Later, I killed so many people that the murderous aura entered my brain. I then combined the embryonic form of sword intent and the murderous aura into the sword intent of killing. If I had not comprehended the sword intent of killing, I would most likely have gone crazy due to the murderous aura entering my brain. Otherwise, it would be difficult for me to even stand here and talk to you." Duguyen was stunned after hearing this. Even a 90,000-year-old soul bone was useless in such a dangerous place. People without soul bones would not be able to survive there. Duguyen felt a little scared when she thought of this, and then she told Xiao Yi not to go to dangerous places again. The Slaughter City is not a place for normal people to stay. Why would a good person go to the Slaughter City? If it weren't for this field, I wouldn't even want to go there. Only 1 person out of 10 can survive in the killing field of hell. And we have to watch out for sneak attacks outside the field. The Bloody Mary is made of human blood and is poisonous. There are toxins in the air of the killing city, which complement the Bloody Mary. If you stay there for a long time, it will drive you crazy. And then there's the Hell Road. It's unbearably hot inside, and it also emits poisonous gas. The most important thing is that underneath the Hell Road is full of Bloody Marys, which makes people nauseous just by looking at them. The poisonous gas inside also makes people feel hot. There are also 3-headed bats and 10-headed snakes that are similar to my grandfather's martial spirit. After killing the snakes, you have to fly to the exit. The exit is ridiculously high, 200 meters from the ground. If I didn't have wings, I wouldn't be able to get out. Xiao Yi, a ruthless man of few words, was complaining bitterly in the city of slaughter. He had to guard against sneak attacks. And the air was so oppressive that it was suffocating. After he came to this world, he had killed several people and had developed resistance. However, killing 2,000 or 3,000 people in the city of slaughter in more than a year made his thinking a little abnormal. Although he understood the sword intent of killing, he could not stand it. What kind of good person enjoys killing people? Dugu Yan listened quietly to the story told by Xiao Yi. At this moment, she felt that Xiao Yi had become a little fragile. After all, he had just come out of that kind of place, and it was difficult for him to change for a while. Dugu Yan hugged Xiao Yi and patted his back, saying in a gentle voice, okay, didn't they say that those were damned fallen soul masters, and if you don't kill them, they will kill you, it's okay. By the way, speaking of that snake, it also dropped an inner elixir, I want to give it to Grandpa, his martial soul didn't evolve completely last time, maybe because of this. Xiao Yi said as he took out the inner elixir of the 10-headed fiery sun snake. Chapter 64. The 10-headed scorching sun snake is a prehistoric beast with an extremely venomous poison. An adult can be over 10 meters long and possess the strongest fire poison among snakes. It can cultivate for 10,000 years to form an inner elixir, it hides in the 9 heads behind it. When the inner elixir comes out, the world loses its color, if you get the inner elixir, all snakes will be afraid. It is the supreme among snakes. It also has a pair of fiery red eyes, but they are not particularly large. It also has a dark red snake body, and its body is huge. Its cry sounds like a baby crying, and when someone approaches it, it will make a croaking sound. There are 9 protrusions on the head and back of this snake, each of which looks like a bright red mushroom, and it seems as if blood is flowing inside. The belly of the snake I met in the Hell Road was particularly huge and it was 10 meters long. Besides, I read in a book that the inner core of some soul beasts can form a soul ring. According to the quality of this inner core, it can form a soul ring of 50,000 years, however, Grandpa's soul ring is full. Perhaps the energy in the inner core can help increase the age of one of Grandpa's soul rings. Ah! This inner elixir has such an effect, let's go find Grandpa. Hey, Yan, slow down. Xiao Yi put away his inner elixir, hugged Dugu Yan, opened his wings and flew away holding Dugu Yan. Oh, what are you doing? Hold on tight, this way, quick. An hour later. Grandpa, we are here, Xiao Yi is back. At this time, Master Dugu was taking care of herbs at the Yinyang Eye of Ice and Fire. When he heard Dugu Yan's voice coming from outside, he immediately put down what he was doing. When did you come back? You didn't even tell me you came back to see me first. Xiao Yi brought Dugu Yan to the ground and said, I thought you were home, so I went back to check on you, but Yan was the only one at home, so I chatted with her for a while. Grandpa, Xiao Yi brought you some good things this time, Dugu Yan said. What good stuff? Take it out and let me see it. Xiao Yi took out the inner elixir of the 10-headed fiery sun snake from the soul guide. Grandpa, this is the inner elixir of a species called the 10-headed fiery sun snake that I brought back from the Hell Road, it can form a spirit ring. However, you already have a full spirit ring, but it is very likely that it will increase the age of one of your last few spirit rings. Moreover, these 10-headed fiery sun snakes are ancient exotic beasts, the supreme snakes, with extremely strange poisons, and are best at fire poison. Dugu Bo didn't know what the ancient beasts were, but he still understood the supreme snakes. Dugu Bo looked at the inner elixir and felt a desire from his martial soul, but also a somewhat uncomfortable feeling that made him a little confused about the situation, but he believed that Xiao Yi would not harm him. Dugu Bo took the inner elixir and immediately felt the burning fire attribute. It seems that it was because of its attributes, snakes like cold weather, so they will naturally feel uncomfortable when they encounter fire, Dugu Bo thought to himself. By the way, Grandpa, I haven't taken the whale glue you gave me last time, can you help me deal with it? Xiao Yi took out the whale glue and said to Dugu Bo. Dugu Bo took the whale glue and heated it with his own soul power, and soon the whale glue melted. Dugu Bo then handed the whale glue to Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi immediately stuffed the whale glue into his mouth, not caring whether it was hot or not. After eating, Xiao Yi sat cross-legged and began to refine it. At this time, the side effects of high-quality whale glue came into play. Whale glue is a tonic in itself, not to mention that it is 90,000 years old. Moreover, Xiao Yi is a young man full of vigor and vitality, so the side effects are even greater. Soon Xiao Yi turned red and warm, and a burning breath emanated from his whole body. Energy was transmitted to his limbs and bones, strengthening Xiao Yi's meridians and flesh. He tried his best to use his head's soul bone to maintain his sanity and prevent himself from making mistakes. It was unknown how long it took for the effect of the whale glue to be fully exerted, and Xiao Yi's body temperature returned to normal. Douluo Bo looked at the inner elixir of the 10-headed fiery sun snake in his hand. The golden-red inner elixir was the size of a fist, with the pattern of the 10-headed fiery sun snake in the middle. Douluo Bo made up his mind and swallowed it directly. Douluo Bo swallowed the inner elixir of the 10-headed fiery sun snake, and in just a moment, his body felt like it was on fire. Douluo Bo's martial spirit was possessed automatically. The white scales kept changing. Douluo Bo used his soul power to refine the inner elixir of the 10-headed fiery sun snake. Although the energy of the inner elixir was violent, Douluo Bo was a level 96 super DOLOU. And his physical fitness was different. The life level of a titled DOLOU could no longer be considered human. Although the energy was violent, it did not damage Douluo Bo's meridians and internal organs. Douluo Bo closed his eyes, circulated his soul power and slowly absorbed the power brought by the inner elixir. At the same time, Douluo Bo's martial soul also changed. Originally, white spikes slowly grew out with 8 undeveloped snake heads. After the snake heads grew out, they were all the same size and the spikes did not change much. However, the most vulnerable part of the snake's belly is covered with scales, and it is obvious at a glance that the defense has been greatly improved. The snake's head became 2 meters long, and its neck became 5 meters long. Due to the spikes, Douluo Bo's martial spirit became extremely ferocious. Due to the state of being possessed by the martial spirit, the spirit rings on Douluo Bo's body emerged, the most common configuration of title DOLOU, 2 yellow, 2 purple and 5 black. But all of Douluo Bo's spirit rings changed, starting with the first spirit ring, which changed from yellow at the beginning to purple, and then to black, becoming a 10,000-year spirit ring. Then the second soul ring also changed from yellow to purple, and from purple to black. The third soul ring directly changed from a purple 1,000-year soul ring to a 10,000-year soul ring. The fourth soul ring was the same as the third soul ring, slowly changing from purple to black. Immediately afterwards, there was no change in the aura of Douluo Bo's 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th soul rings, until the 9th soul ring. After the inner elixir increased the age of the first few soul rings, all the energy entered into Douluo Bo's 9th soul ring, increasing the age of Douluo Bo's 9th soul ring. Not long after, Douluo Bo's 9th soul ring slowly moved from black to light red, and stopped only when it was almost completely red. What does this mean? Only the soul rings of soul beasts that are close to 100,000 years old, such as 90,000-year soul beasts, are black and red. The more red, the closer to 100,000 years old. A soul ring that is all red without a trace of black is a 100,000-year soul ring. A 100,000-year soul ring is a true treasure for a soul master. Only with a 100,000-year soul ring can one be promoted to level 98. Thus breaking through the limit and being promoted to level 99, the ultimate DOLOU. At the beginning, Tang Chen had 2 yellow, 2 purple, 4 black and 1 red soul ring configuration. With his powerful strength, he became an extreme DOLOU and was known as the strongest on land. The remaining energy was directed by Douluo Bo towards his soul core. Douluo Bo originally had a mixed poison soul core, and now with the addition of fire poison it would be even more powerful. Douluo Yan was helping Douluo Bo and the other man to protect the law. When she saw the changes in Douluo Bo's martial soul, she was amazed. Although she knew that Douluo Bo would undergo changes after absorbing the inner elixir, she did not expect it to be so obvious. Chapter 65. Shangliu, also known as Xianyao, is an evil god in ancient Chinese mythology and legends. He was a subordinate of Gonggang. It is mentioned in the Classic of Mountains and Seas, Overseas North Classic as it has a snake body with 9 heads and eats countless people. Wherever it goes, it turns into a swamp. Legend has it that the water it sprays is more powerful than a flood, bitter and spicy, and will kill anyone who eats it. Therefore, even animals cannot survive in this kind of water. When you saw Shangliu was so rampant, he used his divine power to kill Shangliu and eliminate the harm to the people. The blood from Shangliu's body would cause no crops to grow once it touched the land, and it polluted a large area. You tried to block it with mud, but 3 of the 3 passes were sunken, so you had to split the land into a pool, and the gods from all directions built a high platform beside the pool to suppress the demons. According to the Classic of Mountains and Seas, Great Wilderness North Classic, Shangliu has a 9-headed snake body and is so huge that it can eat food on 9 hills at the same time. It constantly vomits venom, forming a stinking swamp with bitter water. The stench can even kill passing birds and animals. It accompanied Gonggang in causing floods and harming the people. Halfway through, it encountered you, who was determined to control the flood. Gonggong could not defeat you and was exiled and imprisoned. Shangliu inherited Gonggong's will and continued to do evil, so you killed Shangliu. However, Shangliu's blood was stinking, and the land where it flowed was barren. The saliva he shed during his death formed a huge poisonous swamp. You filled the swamp 3 times, but it collapsed 3 times. He had to open it up and clean it up into a large pool and built palaces and pavilions for the emperors of heaven by the pool, which was called the Terrace of the Emperors. The words and are similar, and the deeds of Shangliu and Xiangyao in the classic of mountains and seas are basically the same. Therefore, we can agree with Guopu's statement that Shangliu is Xiangyao. Xiangyao has a coiled snake body and 9 heads. He likes to eat dirt and can eat 9 small mountains at a time. What he spits out forms a swamp with a disgusting and bitter smell, so bad that even wild animals cannot stay nearby. Xiangyao ate the soil on the river embankments everywhere, causing the floods in the river to overflow continuously, spreading everywhere and submerging piece of land. Seeing that the previous work was destroyed beyond recognition and about to be wasted, you decided to use force to deal with Gonggong and Xiangyao. With the help of Yinglong and other dragons, you summoned up his divine power. Defeated Gonggong, the god of water, and drove him back to heaven. He also killed Xiangyao, who was guilty of crimes that were unforgivable. After Xiangyao was killed, a lot of blood flowed, and the stench was so bad that no crops could be grown. The place where he stayed was a swamp with a lot of water. And people could not live there. You sent people to fill the ground with soil 3 times, but it sank every time. There was no other way, so you had to dig a big pond here, and built several high platforms beside the pond with silt as a place to worship the gods. Xiao Yi, what is Grandpa's martial soul? This martial soul has never appeared in history. I once saw this thing called Shangliu in an ancient book. It likes to eat people or soil. It is said that it can eat 9 mountains in one meal. Xiao Yi didn't know how to answer, so he could only attribute it to the ancient book. While Xiao Yi and the other were talking, Douluo had also finished refining his inner elixir. Douluo opened his eyes at this time and felt the changes in himself. His soul power level also increased from the early level 96 to the peak level 96, and level 97 was just around the corner. At the same time, Douluo's martial soul also evolved and his spirit ring was upgraded, adding to his joy. Ha 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 ha, this time I can be considered to have defied the will of heaven and changed my fate. I didn't expect that all 9 spirit rings would be black, huh? Why is the 9th spirit ring red? Douluo was extremely happy. He didn't expect that this inner elixir would bring him so many benefits. He also felt that his 9 soul skills had all changed. Douluo is possessed by the spirit of Shangliu, the ancestor of all snakes in the world, who has the attribute of water poison. Black, 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 black and red. This configuration is extremely explosive in this era. Didn't you see that DALU only had 8 black and 1 red after going through the divine test? The same is true for Poseidon overseas. 9 most outrageous title DOLOU spirit rings. First soul skill, Ice Wall. As long as Douluo thought about it, the surrounding water vapor would condense into ice in an instant, forming indestructible ice walls or ice cones. Second soul skill, Poisonous Mist. This soul skill can control the trace amount of toxins in the water flow, forming a seemingly harmless but murderous poisonous fog. In this poisonous fog, the enemy's perception will be weakened, and their vitality will gradually be lost until they completely collapse. Third soul skill, Water Flow Entanglement. This soul skill can control the water flow to form countless tiny water threads, which will wrap around the enemy like a spirit snake. These water threads not only have a strong binding force, but can also shrink or expand according to Douluo's will, giving the enemy a fatal blow. And it does not affect Douluo's release of toxins. Fourth soul skill, Giant Wave Corrosion. With this soul skill, he could mobilize all the water elements around him to form a huge wave that swept towards the enemy. This huge wave contained a devastating force that was enough to destroy all obstacles and enemies, and at the same time released toxins that corroded the human body. Fifth soul skill, Water Spirit Shield. Douluo manipulated the water-attributed soul power in the air to form an indestructible protective shield. With Douluo's current soul power, he could withstand the attack of a level 98 title DOLOU for 5 minutes. Sixth soul skill, Water Dragon Song. Shangliu controls the water-attributed soul power in the air mixed with poison to form a dragon to attack the opponent. After attacking the opponent, he seals the opponent's soul power and releases poison, leaving the opponent with no chance of resistance. Seventh soul skill, Shangliu's True Body. In the spirit's true form state, the 9 snake heads become even bigger and more ferocious, with strength and speed reaching their peak. All attributes are increased by 200, and the consumption of controlling water attributes is reduced by 50. 8th soul skill, time and space freeze. The original time solidification that slowed down the flow of time turned into a forced freezing of the opponent for 5 seconds. While releasing a destructive light wave, the destructive light wave mixed with toxins could instantly turn the opponent into ashes. With Douluo Bow's current strength, anyone below level 97 would be killed in seconds. 9th soul skill, 9 Nether Snake King Soul Devouring. The 9th soul skill of Shangyu Wuhuan. 9 Nether Snake Kings Devouring Souls. Is the most powerful attack and control skill of Shangyu Wuhuan. When using it, Shangyu Wuhuan will summon 9 huge netherworld snake kings, which are surrounded by dark nether fire and poison. And they will attack the target at the same time. The attack of each snake king contains powerful soul power, which can directly erode the soul of the target and cause great mental damage. At the same time, the poison of these snake kings will also penetrate into the target's body with the attack, continuously weakening its vitality and soul power. Chapter 66. Moreover, Douluo Bow's 9th soul ring is almost a 100,000-year soul ring. A 100,000-year soul ring can have a huge impact on a person's body. Physical strength will increase. And the difficulty of reaching level 98 will be greatly reduced. As long as you practice to level 97, you can break through to level 98 without any bottleneck. However, level 99 is a hurdle that has stumped countless strong men. Douluo Bow is still unsure at the moment. As his soul power level increases, he realizes how difficult it is to advance. Sword Douluo, Bone Douluo, Thunder Douluo, Chrysanthemum Douluo, and Ghost Douluo have been stuck at the bottleneck for many years. It is so difficult for them to take a step forward. But judging from Douluo Bow's current situation, he can definitely reach level 97, but level 98 still depends on luck and the like. No one knew about Douluo Bow's transformation, and no one would believe that an inner elixir could greatly improve all the spirit rings of a title Douluo. This thing is simply comparable to the divine test and the magic grass. The inner elixir improves one's own foundation. Strengthens the first few soul skills, and changes all the soul skills. The magic grass can improve the foundation and strengthen the essence. Douluo Bow has now taken immortal herbs and obtained an inner elixir that increases the age of his spirit rings, similar to the rewards of the divine examination. It can be said that he is now the most powerful person on the continent. There are only a handful of people who can beat him. Xian DALU, Bibi Dong. Golden Crocodile. Poseidon is at sea, Tang Chen is parasitized, and Tang Hao is killed instantly if he loses his head. Congratulations, Grandpa, for your great improvement in strength. Xiao Yi said at the right time. Ha, I have to thank you. If it weren't for you, my martial soul would not have evolved into Shengliu, and my soul power would not have increased so fast, Douluo Bow said to Xiao Yi. After Douluo Bow's martial soul evolved, information about the martial soul came to his mind. Although he didn't know what Shengliu was, he sensed that it had the attributes of water and poison and looked very strong. No way, I'm just looking at the world by standing on the shoulders of my predecessors. Grandpa, don't praise me too much, Xiao Yi said, touching his nose. By the way, you came to me not just to give me this inner elixir, right? When you left more than a year ago, you were level 58, and now you have been at level 60 for a while, right? What kind of spirit ring do you want? I wonder if Grandpa has heard of the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger. Xiao Yi said. The Dark Demon Evil God Tiger? I'm not sure about that. It's okay if I don't know, just help me hunt for spirit rings when the time comes. Xiao Yi made the decision directly. By the way, Yan Yan seems to be about to reach level 60, why don't we wait for Yan Yan to hunt soul rings together? Douluo Bow said to Douluo Yan. When Xiao Yi left a year and a half ago, Douluo Yan took the Narcissus Jade Muscle Bone, the head soul bone. And the whale glue, which allowed her to absorb the soul rings and reach level 54. Now, a year and a half has passed, it is normal for her to almost reach level 60. Well, it will probably take me another week, by then, I will reach level 60 and get the spirit ring with Xiao Yi, Douluo Yan said to Douluo Bow while holding Xiao Yi's arm. It's not impossible, I've been stuck for a year anyway, so a week won't make a difference, besides, I still have to go to the prince's mansion, Xiao Yi said. Well, let's talk about it in a week, Douluo Bow said. Then Grandpa, I'll go to the prince's mansion first. After Xiao Yi said that, he took off into the air and flew towards the prince's mansion. Because of the no-fly zone in Tiando City, Xiao Yi landed from the air as soon as he arrived at the city gate. The guards at the gate did not stop him, so Xiao Yi simply entered the city gate directly. After entering the city, he walked towards the prince's palace, and soon he arrived at the gate of the prince's palace. When Xiao Yi arrived at the gate of the prince's mansion, he took out the prince's token and went straight into the mansion. Qian Renxue knew that Xiao Yi was coming to find her before he arrived at the prince's mansion, so she simply let a substitute take care of the fake princess consort. Speaking of which, the stand-in and the fake crown princess are both from the spirit hall. The stand-in likes those who are older than him. And the fake crown princess also likes the stand-in. It can be said that the man is in love with the woman. What's more, it is the arrangement of the spirit hall that makes him even happier. He doesn't have to do anything every day, as someone will handle the official business. He just needs to show up or take a tour and there will be nothing to do. At this moment, Qian Renxue was the only one in the study room waiting for Xiao Yi's arrival. While waiting, she was still muttering in her heart. How should I face him? My only talent has been caught up by him, do I really have to use the beauty trap? Qian Renshue's face turned slightly red when she thought of this. Xiao Yi, Qian Renxue is born evil, I will kill her myself right now, he. Click. When Qian Renxue was thinking about some messy things, the door opened. Qian Renxue looked up and saw that it was Xiao Yi. She immediately calmed down and pretended that nothing had happened. Unfortunately, it was too late. When Xiao Yi came in, he saw Qian Renshue's red face and couldn't help but mutter in his heart, could this girl be thinking about some weird things in her mind? Qian Renxue looked at Xiao Yi's strange expression and didn't give him a chance to speak. She spoke first, why are you looking for me at this time? Well, I came here to thank you. I met His Holiness the Pope when I came out of the road to hell, if I'm not mistaken, you must have written a letter. And this is not the first time she has come to the city of slaughter to see me. How about we go have a meal together during this time? Xiao Yi said. It was already evening and time for dinner. Xiao Yi originally wanted to come back after dinner, but then he thought about how much Qian Renxue had helped him, so he just went straight to find Qian Renxue. No need to thank me, you can consider this as my investment in you, of course, you can't give up halfway, after all, it's not easy to find talented people like you, Qian Renxue spoke nonsense in a serious manner. Xiao Yi, I don't trust you, woman. Xiao Yi rolled his eyes and then said, let's go and have dinner. After saying that, Xiao Yi turned around and walked out of the prince's mansion. You. Qian Renxue watched Xiao Yi leave without hesitation, then changed into Xue Qinghe and followed Xiao Yi. Don't let me catch you, kid, or you'll be in big trouble, Qian Renxue thought to herself as she walked. Soon the two arrived at Tiando Hotel, asked for a private room, ordered a few dishes and started eating. During the conversation, the two chatted about some things about the Tiando Empire, with Xiao Yi telling Qian Renxue all the stories. Qian Renxue memorized Xiao Yi's words one by one and digested them slowly in her mind. An hour later, the two finished their meal and paid the bill. Xiao Yi sent Qian Renxue back to the prince's mansion and then returned to the Yinyang Eyes of Ice and Fire. A week later. Bang! A slight sound broke the silence of the Yinyang Eyes of Ice and Fire. Grandpa, Xiao Yi, I'm level 60 now and can hunt for spirit rings. Dugu Yan hurriedly stabilized the spirit power that escaped after his breakthrough, and then said to Xiao Yi and the others. I have to say that Dugu Yan's feeling is really accurate. If he says a week, it is a week, not even a day more. Yan Yan in our family is the most powerful, Grandpa will take you to hunt spirit rings, Dugu Bo said as he looked at Dugu Yan's happy expression. By the way, Xiao Yi, what should you do with your dark demon evil god tiger? Dugu Bo asked Xiao Yi. Don't worry about mine, it can't run away in the Star Do Great Forest, help Yan Yan get it first. The soul beast I want is very intelligent and difficult to deal with, we have plenty of time to find it, Xiao Yi replied. Okay, Yan Yan and Xiao Yi, you two go out first, I'll strengthen the poisonous miasma here, Dugu Bo instructed Dugu Yan and Xiao Yi. Okay, Grandpa, the two listened to Dugu Bo's words and then flew up. Dugu Bo looked at the Yinyang Eyes of Ice and Fire, which was his greatest opportunity. When he came to the poisonous miasma, Dugu Bo released his martial spirit to strengthen the poisonous miasma. The more he understood the Yinyang Eyes of Ice and Fire, the more he knew about the terrifying wealth here. It is better to keep wealth private, so Dugu Bo decided to protect this place to prevent it from being snooped by people with ulterior motives and trying to steal the herbs. The poisonous miasma laid down by Dugu Bushin was a fusion of his own sevenfold mixed poison. Unless the ultimate ice reached the level of the Ice Blue Emperor Scorpion, everyone would be poisoned to death. Moreover, the corrosive poison could corrode all organic matter that could isolate the poison. Chapter 67. Let's go. After walking out of the Yinyang Eyes of Ice and Fire, Dugu Bo saw the two people waiting for him and spoke. After saying that, Dugu Bo flew towards the Star Do Great Forest. When Xiao Yi and the other man saw Dugu Bo flying away, they also flew up immediately. Yan Yan, hold on tight, let's go, Xiao Yi gave Dugu Yan a princess hug and then followed Dugu Bo. At the same time, Xiao Yi used his soul power to create a protective shield for Duguyen. 5 days later, the three arrived at the Star Do Great Forest. They did not stay outside but went directly to the mixing circle. Yen, how many years of soul beast do you think you can absorb this time? Dugubo asked. About 45,000 years. It would be best if it were a subdragon soul beast with golden blood, Duguyen said after thinking for a while. Then let's look for it. It's not easy to find a subdragon soul beast with golden blood, Dugubo said. The three of them searched for several days before they found a soul beast suitable for Duguyen. They found it in a body of water. The soul beast was over 20 meters long and 7 to 8 meters tall. Its body was covered with golden scales. These scales shone brightly in the sun, as if they were coated with a layer of pure gold. The scales are tightly packed and hard, providing it with excellent defense. Its limbs are strong and powerful, and it can burst out with great speed whether in water or on land. The head is broad and flat, similar to that of a crocodile, but more majestic and domineering. His eyes were bright and sharp, revealing a cunning and ferocious look. The mouth is full of sharp teeth, which are sharp and neatly arranged, and can easily tear prey apart. This soul beast has a protrusion on its head that looks like a dragon horn, and it seems to have dragon blood. The tail is long and powerful and can be used as a weapon to attack or maintain body balance. The belly may appear pale yellow, contrasting with the golden color of the back. This is exactly a golden dragon crocodile. Dugubo and the other two were currently observing the golden dragon crocodile in secret. Yen, this is a 46,000-year-old golden dragon crocodile. It has golden blood and is a dragon species. What do you think? Dugubo asked. Duguyen liked the golden scales of the golden dragon crocodile very much, and answered without even thinking, Grandpa, this is what I want, let's do it quickly. Dugubo, who was obsessed with his granddaughter, didn't waste any words when he heard Duguyen say that she wanted this soul beast and just walked out. At this time, the golden dragon crocodile was lazily basking in the sun on the shore, when suddenly it felt a powerful breath. Roar! After being disturbed by Dugubo's soul power, the golden dragon crocodile immediately prepared for battle. How can this two-legged beast, who looks so young, have such a strong aura? Because the golden dragon crocodile is a subspecies of dragon with golden blood, its intelligence is slightly higher than other soul beasts, equivalent to about 10 years old as a human. Dugubo looked to be in his 30s or 40s at this time, which was indeed young for a soul beast. Doesn't this biped already have full spirit rings? Why is it looking for me? Is it the cub of the two bipeds over there? The golden dragon crocodile looked around and found Xiao Yi and Duguyen. Yen, let's go out, he has discovered us, Xiao Yi said to Duguyen when he saw the golden dragon crocodile discovered him. Then Xiao Yi and the other person walked out from the darkness. Huh? Why did you come out? This soul beast is quite intelligent, it has discovered the two of us. When the fight starts, protect yourselves, I'll play with it. The golden dragon crocodile felt very angry when it saw Xiao Yi and the other man coming out. Moreover, Xiao Yi and the other man didn't even look at it, and were chatting with Dugubo as if no one was around. Which made it feel that it was looked down upon. It wanted to rush up and bite Xiao Yi and the other man to death, but with a title DOLOU in front of it, it had no chance at all. Okay, you guys move aside first and come over after I deal with it, Dugubo said to the two of them. When the two heard Dugubo's words, they immediately moved away from him. Since Dugubo said they didn't need to intervene, they could just watch from the side. Dugubo started to attack after seeing Xiao Yi and the other man were a little further away from him. He was prepared to end the battle quickly and could not kill the soul beast directly. Third soul skill. Water entanglement. Dugubo released Shengyu's third soul skill, and the water flow wrapped around and bound the golden dragon crocodile. The water flow was mixed with toxins, but the golden dragon crocodile was a subdragon species after all. And it also had golden blood, so it had a high resistance to toxins. After struggling for a while, it was freed from the restraints. Then the golden dragon crocodile suddenly accelerated and rushed towards Dugubo to bite him. Fifth soul skill. Water spirit shield. When Dugubo saw the golden dragon crocodile biting towards him, he activated his fifth soul skill, water spirit shield, controlling the water element in the air to form a protective shield that surrounded Dugubo from head to toe. The golden dragon crocodile saw a protective shield rising around Dugubo and wanted to slow down, but it was too late. Boom! The golden dragon crocodile hit the water spirit shield with a loud thud, causing the golden dragon crocodile to see stars. Because Dugubo's later soul skills became too powerful, he was afraid that he would use the later soul skills to kill the soul beast instantly. Douluo Bo saw that the golden dragon crocodile did not give him a chance to react after hitting the water spirit shield, then Douluo Bo released his sixth soul skill, Water Dragon Roar, to attack the golden dragon crocodile. Because Douluo Bo's sixth soul skill conceals soul power, and the toxin mixed in it can make the opponent's whole body powerless and unable to resist, the golden dragon crocodile fell to the ground on the spot. Douluo Bo felt unsafe after seeing the golden dragon crocodile lying down, so he released his second soul skill, Poisonous Mist, to control the water elements in the air to form a water flow, which was mixed with toxins that corrode vitality, leaving the golden dragon crocodile no chance to fight back. After Douluo Bo felt it was safe, he turned around and looked at Douluo Yen, motioning for Douluo Yen to come over. Douluo Yen saw the signal in Douluo Bo's eyes and stepped forward, then released the dark gold claws to kill the golden dragon crocodile. At this time, the golden dragon crocodile looked at Douluo Yen with resentment. It was all the fault of this two-legged beast. Otherwise I wouldn't have been beaten like this. Unfortunately, it was useless. Douluo Yen's dark gold claws had already fallen on it. The dark gold claws landed on its head and easily broke its defense. The golden dragon crocodile could only die completely with an unwilling look. After the golden dragon crocodile died, a dark soul ring emerged. Douluo Yen put away the external soul bone, sat cross-legged on the ground and began to absorb the soul ring. The soul ring was pulled to Douluo Yen's body, and the huge soul power impacted Douluo Yen's body. However, because he had head soul bones and arm bones and his 8 extraordinary meridians were opened, Douluo Yen did not feel uncomfortable. The only thing to note is that the soul shock of this golden dragon crocodile might be a little stronger. Chapter 68. In Douluo Yen's spiritual world. After the soul ring entered her body, Douluo Yen arrived at her spiritual sea. Since the golden dragon crocodile was killed by Douluo Yen after being tortured by Douluo Bo, it has a lot of resentment and its residual soul is also very solid. Roar. When enemies meet, they are extremely jealous of each other. The golden dragon crocodile pounced directly at Douluo Yen's soul body. Douluo Yen was not willing to be outdone. She was possessed by her martial spirit from the spiritual world and started fighting with the golden dragon crocodile. The golden dragon crocodile came up and did a death roll, but Douluo Yen reacted in time to dodge it. Then she began to fight against the golden dragon crocodile. The way beast spirits absorb spirit rings is different from that of weapon spirits. Beast spirits can only spend time resisting, while weapon spirits can use their spirits to attack the resentment of soul beasts. The beast martial soul absorbs soul rings that are more than 10,000 years old by relying on mental strength. Whoever has stronger mental strength can survive. If the soul master who absorbs the soul ring cannot withstand the soul shock, at best he will become a fool, at worst he will die. However, Douluo Yen had a head soul bone, and his mental power had reached the soul DOLOU level. No matter how strong the golden dragon crocodile's resentment was, it was like a rootless duckweed. After a period of stalemate, the golden dragon crocodile's mental power dissipated, and the golden dragon crocodile's mental power turned into nourishment for Douluo Yen's spiritual improvement. When Douluo Yen was absorbing the soul ring, somewhere in the Star Do Great Forest. The location is a barren wasteland with only one creature existing in the entire area. Looking closer, this creature was a giant tiger with a pure black body without a trace of other colors. Its red eyes were filled with a sinister aura. It was over 8 meters long, with bulging muscles all over its body. The word King on its forehead was a gloomy black. Its tail was long and stood upright, composed of countless joints, with a huge barb at the tip that shone with a creepy light. At this time, the tiger was lying on the ground. Suddenly, it seemed to feel a breath that attracted it. Then, after sensing for a while, its gaze stopped in the direction of Douluo Yen and the others. This tiger is the dark demon evil god tiger. Some time ago, he went to the core area of the Star Do Great Forest to compete with the Titan giant ape and the Azure bull python for territory, but he lost and was injured all over. He could only find a place to heal his wounds in shame. Because his growth was not carried out by his own cultivation, but by devouring the soul power of other soul beasts or human soul masters to quickly improve his strength. To heal his wounds, he naturally devoured soul beasts. So almost all the soul beasts around were devoured by it. Then the dark demon evil god tiger stood up and walked towards Douluo Yen. After one day, Douluo Yen woke up from absorbing the soul ring and talked to Douluo Bo about her improvement. My soul power is now at the peak of level 62. After practicing for a while, it can reach level 63, my soul skill is the Golden Dragon's world-destroying roar. This soul skill is a dual attack of sonic and physical attacks. It roars out super strong sound waves, causing great mental attacks on the enemy. And may even crush the enemy. Dual attack of spirit and physical. It is indeed a good soul skill. Dugu Yan is now 19 years old, with a soul power of level 62. It can be said that she is second only to Xiao Yi and Qianren Xue on the continent. Just as the three were discussing Dugu Yan's soul skills, the dark demon evil god tiger arrived quietly. What's that sound? Dugu Bo was disturbed by the sudden roar. Then he looked back and saw that it was a tiger covered in black. Xiao Yi and Dugu Yan also heard the roar of the soul beast and then looked up. It was a giant tiger with a pure black body without a trace of other colors. Its red eyes were filled with a sinister aura. It was over 8 meters long, with bulging muscles all over its body. The word King on its forehead was a gloomy black. Its tail was long and stood upright, composed of countless joints, with a huge barb at the top that shone with a sinister light. Grandpa, this is the target of my 6th soul ring, the dark demon evil god tiger, Xiao Yi said. The origin of the dark demon evil god tiger is that according to legend. The evil god descended upon a white tiger and caused it to mutate, changing the original light attribute of the white tiger into a dark attribute, giving birth to black wings that represent corruption, and the evil god hook that is like a scorpion tail. The number of dark demon evil god tigers is very small, even smaller than that of the human-faced demon spider. It is almost an extinct soul beast. It has 6 attributes in total: evil, space, time, thunder and lightning, power, and wind. It is also extremely intelligent and powerful. A 60,000-year-old soul beast is comparable to a 100,000-year-old soul beast. It is hated by everyone in the soul beast world, just like a fallen soul master. Its cultivation method relies on devouring soul beasts or soul masters. At present, it has cultivated for more than 60,000 years. And the long tail behind the dark demon evil god tiger drags a black hook called the evil god hook. When the hook shape changes, it can become a long thorn called the evil god thorn, which can break the opponent's attack with the tip of the thorn. In addition, the evil god hook can also create a huge black hole, sucking the opponent into it, turning the opponent into a juvenile state alone, while the dark demon evil god tiger itself can be immune to the effect of this skill due to its self-defense. Xiao Yi introduced to Dugu Bo. This kind of soul beast can be compared with the Titan giant ape and the dark gold terraclaw bear. They are all top-level soul beasts, but I am not the same as before. Dugu Bo was also surprised when he heard Xiao Yi's introduction. In the past, Dugu Bo was called the shame of title Douluo, and he was definitely no match for this dark demon evil god tiger. Even a soul beast with a high bloodline of 70,000 to 80,000 years would have been difficult for him to defeat. Now that he is level 96, his martial soul has also undergone a great evolution, so of course he has no pressure. Then Dugu Bo opened his martial soul, roar. The dark demon evil god tiger felt pressure from Dugu Bo. Its reason told it that Dugu Bo in front of it was very strong, but it also felt that if it swallowed Dugu Bo, it would not only recover from its injuries but also greatly increase its strength. The more it thought about it, the more it wanted to act, so it simply took action. As the saying goes, clouds follow dragons and wind follows tigers. The dark demon evil god tiger was very fast and arrived in front of Dugu Bo almost instantly. Why is this thing so fast? Dugu Bo wondered as he looked at the speed of the dark demon evil god tiger. However, Dugu Bo did not take it lightly, but activated the 5th soul skill of defense. 5th soul skill, Water Spirit Shield. Soon a protective shield rose up around Dugu Bo, causing the dark demon evil god tiger to hit it head-on. Xiao Yi and Dugu Yan flew into the sky when Dugu Bo took action. Afterwards, Dugu Bo released his 4th soul skill to test the dark demon evil god tiger, but was blocked by the dark demon evil god tiger's evil god guardian. This beast is really hard to deal with, Dugu Bo thought to himself. The dark demon evil god tiger can be said to be a hexagonal soul beast. It has no shortcomings in defense, attack, speed and strength. Otherwise, it would not be possible to challenge the Titan giant ape and the Azure bull python in 60,000 years. Dugu Bo didn't want to fight anymore, and then released his 9th soul skill, 9 Nether Serpent Kings soul devouring. Xiang Lu summoned 9 huge Netherworld Snake Kings to attack. These Snake Kings were surrounded by dark Netherworld fire and poison. They attacked the dark demon evil god tiger at the same time. Each Snake King's attack contained a powerful soul force, eroding the soul and vitality of the dark demon evil god tiger. Soon the dark demon evil god tiger was dying. It was already injured, and now it was hit by Dugu Bo's 9th soul skill, which was like adding insult to injury. Xiao Yi, this soul beast is dying, come down, Dugu Bo said to Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi did not come down immediately, because he felt that the dark demon evil god tiger was definitely not as dying as it looked on the surface. Maybe it was accumulating energy to create a life and death arena waiting for him to go down. Facts have proved that Xiao Yi's idea was not wrong. The dark demon evil god tiger was indeed waiting for him to come down to give him a life and death arena. However, it seemed that Xiao Yi had no intention of coming down. And its condition was getting worse and worse, until it had no strength left in its body, it gave up this idea. After waiting for a while, Xiao Yi saw that the dark demon evil god tiger seemed to be dying, so he fell from the air, and then swung a sword to kill the dark demon evil god tiger. Chapter 69. He had been waiting for the dark demon evil tiger's natal pill, which was the essence. This natal pill created a strong man from another world, making him first a first-level god and then a god king. Without further ado, a little tiger was about to escape to the plain crack with its natal bead in its mouth, but was grabbed by Xiao Yi. Looking at the black bead in his hand, Xiao Yi immediately came to the body of the dark demon evil god tiger. Since the soul ring will dissipate within an hour, there is plenty of time. Xiao Yi is seeing that the bloodline of the dark demon evil god tiger is so strong and the soul beast level is also quite high, so it is possible that the soul bone will explode. Moreover, his death looked so miserable, with injuries on his body and tortured by Douluo. When Xiao Yi was about to launch the life and death arena, he didn't fall for it and was finally hacked to death by Xiao Yi's sword energy. I'm lucky, it's a left arm bone. Xiao Yi took out a left arm bone from the left front leg of the dark demon evil god tiger. Want to try something big? Xiao Yi looked at the arm bone, inner elixir and soul ring in his hand. Xiao Yi, what are you thinking about? Why don't you absorb the soul ring? I'm wondering whether I should absorb this inner elixir, spirit ring, and spirit bone together, Xiao Yi replied. Forget it, it's obvious that this inner elixir is not a good thing, why absorb it? Douluo said without thinking. That's right, I have a god-given soul ring in my hand, I'm now favored by the Shura God, I will take part in the god's test in the future, there's no need for me to take such a big risk just to increase my years, Xiao Yi thought to himself. Then Xiao Yi sat cross-legged on the ground and began to absorb the soul ring and soul bone. Since the dark demon evil god tiger's soul was in the evil god pearl, and a part of it was eroded by Douluo, there was no soul shock when absorbing the soul ring. Although there is no soul shock, the evil power of the dark demon evil tiger is not so easy to resist. The cold soul power from the soul ring entered Xiao Yi's body, forcing him to use the killing god domain and sword intent to suppress the evil soul power. 3 days later. It took Xiao Yi 3 days to absorb this soul ring, during which time the huge evil soul power almost made him unable to hold on. Finally, he used the god of killing's domain and the intent of the sword to transform the evil soul power into his own soul power and the mission was accomplished. On the morning of the 3rd day, Xiao Yi woke up from his meditation. Xiao Yi, why does it take you so long to absorb the spirit ring this time? Douluo asked. The soul power of the dark demon evil god tiger is too evil, so I spent time transforming the evil attributes into soul power that suits me, Xiao Yi replied. So what level did you reach after absorbing the spirit rings and spirit bones? Because I was already level 60 a year ago. And the soul power I accumulated this year is 3 levels, plus the 90,000-year whale glue is 1 level, plus this soul ring is 2 levels, plus a piece of left arm bone is 2 levels. Now I am now level 68. It can be said that the soul emperor is almost done, and the remaining soul saint only needs to be polished. My soul skill uses my mental power to sense spatial anchor points, I can flash over to any place within my mental power's reach at any time, if I flash behind the enemy and hit him, it will leave a permanent mark on the enemy, I named it Wuju. As for the soul bone skill, it is the evil god's protection, a defensive soul skill. Xiao Yi introduced Douluo and the other two. In fact, Xiao Yi felt that it was a bit too outrageous. This soul skill was similar to a ninjutsu called Flying Thunder God that he saw in a movie in his previous life. It was a time-space skill. Hiss, this is a spatial skill of yours, it's so terrifying, Douluo was shocked when he heard Xiao Yi's explanation. You should know that the Bone Douluo spirit of the 7 treasures glazed sect is a bone dragon, which has spatial attributes and is known as the weirdest in the world. Actually, I think it's a bit outrageous, now I have the combat power and defense, and the only problem of speed has also been solved, Xiao Yi said. Since you two have finished hunting for spirit rings, get ready to go back, Douluo said. The 3 of them then spent a week returning to Tiando City. Oh, I've been away for half a month, sleeping in the open air all day long, I must have a good rest, Dugu Yen said as soon as she got home. Then Yen, you take a good rest, I have something to talk to Xiao Yi about. Dugu Bo saw that Xiao Yi seemed to have something to say to him, so he let Dugu Yen go and rest first. Okay, Grandpa, you guys go, Dugu Yen didn't care about these. She only cared about the safety of Xiao Yi and Douluo. At Douluo Bo's eye signal, Xiao Yi followed Douluo Bo out the door. What's wrong? Douluo Bo asked. Now Yan Yan and I are both Soul Emperors, and I will soon be level 70. The new Soul Master competition will be held in 2 years. I feel that Yan Yan and I are not suitable to participate. After all, if we go up to this level, people will accuse us of bullying children. Xiao Yi said. Hiss, that's true, what do you think now? The Soul Master competition is basically dominated by soul sects. We won unfairly. When I have time, I will go find that prince to help me deal with the Academy's affairs. Well, that's fine too. What about the remaining members? There are only 5 of us now. Let them find 2 similar ones. Anyway, the whole team has been trained very well by Mu Yun. I believe they can cooperate well. As for Yan Yan and I will practice my own soul skills in the Yin Yang eyes of ice and fire. Yan Yan can practice at home. When she misses me, let her come to me. Just do as you say, kid, go find the prince. Tiando City, Prince's Mansion. After Xiao Yi and Douluo Bo finished their conversation, Xiao Yi rushed to the prince's mansion. When he arrived at the door of the prince's mansion, he took out the token and showed it to the guard before going in. The person in the study at the moment was not Qianren Xue, but someone Xiao Yi did not know. Xiao Yi pushed open the door and looked at the person in front of him and asked, "Who are you?" "Oh, I am the young master's substitute. The young master is now practicing in the secret room." This person is Qianren Xue's substitute. He is needed to show up when Qianren Xue is not around. Qianren Xue usually practices in the secret room, and Xiao Yi happens to meet Qianren Xue every time he comes. "Okay, I got it, you go ahead and do your work, I'll go in by myself." When Xiao Yi heard that Qianren Xue was in the secret room, he let the substitute do what he was supposed to do. Then Xiao Yi opened the mechanism of the secret room with ease, and then the bookshelf slowly pushed open to both sides. Xiao Yi felt very strange when he walked into the corridor. Why do people like the secret room? Could it be that the secret room has more atmosphere? Suddenly he thought of a certain secret room Douluo who did not want to reveal his name. They soon arrived inside the secret room. At this time, Qianren Xue was sitting cross-legged on the bed, cultivating her soul power. Qianren Xue seemed to wake up from meditation after she sensed someone coming in. "Why are you here?" Qianren Xue asked puzzledly. "I have just returned from hunting for spirit rings. My spirit power has reached level 68, there is no point in me staying in school. If I participate in the Spirit Master competition, it would be bullying a child, there is no need for that." "What? It's already level 68? Well, I was stuck at level 60 for a year, with the accumulated soul power and soul ring energy, plus the explosion of a soul bone and the intake of a piece of whale glue, I reached level 68. Also, I plan to go into seclusion, I don't know how long it will take, and I also want to help Douluo Yan graduate at the same time," Xiao Yi said. "Okay, I got it, I'll ask someone outside to do it tomorrow." Chapter 70. After the two finished their conversation, Xiao Yi left. Looking at Xiao Yi's back, Qianren Xue felt a sense of unreality. "I still remember that when I first met him, he was only at the soul sec level, but in just 3 or 4 years he has reached the same level as me." Qianren Xue sighed in her heart. Qianren Xue was very proud of her innate level 20 soul power. Before she met Xiao Yi, she thought that no one on the continent was worthy of her. Unfortunately, her perception was broken after she met Xiao Yi. During the time since Xiao Yi came back, she had been practicing hard but had only reached level 68. Ever since Qianren Xue listened to Xiao Yi's words, she started to practice without distraction. In just 2 years, she has risen by more than 10 levels. Her 6th soul ring is more than 30,000 years old. Because she will have to undergo a divine test in the future, she chose a soul ring from a light-attributed soul beast of similar age, and the next best is a fire-attributed soul beast. She felt a little regretful when she talked about this. With her talent, if she didn't have to spend a lot of time dealing with official business every day, she might have become a soul sage by now. 1 year later. Shu. In the yin-yang eye of ice and fire, Xiao Yi used the Xuanzhong ruler to swing the fire spring, and then used his own soul power to quickly pass through the waves without being touched at all. At this time, Xiao Yi was practicing Liuhe Yushenqi. The Liuhe Yushen ruler is divided into 3 realms, namely, Fiery Fire, Wandering Fire, and Liuhe Fire. To reach the realm of Fiery Fire, practitioners need to initially master the basic application of Liuhe Yushen Qi, including the basic movements of the Qi method, force generation techniques, and preliminary attack and defense conversion. Since Liuhe Yushen Qi is closely related to the element of fire, practitioners need to enhance their perception of fire and learn to use the power of fire in battle to enhance attack and defense. When practicing the fiery fire realm, the practitioner's body also needs to be strengthened accordingly in order to withstand higher intensity combat and more complex use of ruler techniques. After entering the wandering fire realm, the practitioner's body movements will be significantly improved. They need to learn to move freely in battle, using the flexibility of their body movements to dodge enemy attacks and look for opportunities to counterattack. At this level, practitioners need to master the power of flames more deeply and integrate it with their own soul power to form a unique fire attribute soul power. This fire attribute soul power is not only powerful, but also extremely flexible. The Yushinhuo realm emphasizes the integration of offense and defense. Practitioners need to remain vigilant at all times in battle, be ready to respond to enemy attacks and launch effective counterattacks at any time. After reaching the 6 combination fire, the 6 combination wandering ruler will be cultivated to perfection. Their ruler skills will become extremely sophisticated and powerful, and can exert amazing power in battle. At this level, the cultivator's control over fire will reach an unprecedented level. Not only can they use fire to attack and defend freely, but they can also integrate the power of fire into their own soul power to form a more powerful fire attribute soul power. The highest realm of the Lyoha fire realm is the unity of heaven and man. At this stage, the practitioner's body and mind will be integrated with the fire element between heaven and earth, reaching a state of transcendence. Their attack and defense will become impeccable and almost invincible. Lyoha Yushin Chi focuses on swimming and combining. It should be noted that the practice of Lyoha Yushin Chi is extremely difficult and long, requiring practitioners to have extremely high willpower and endurance. At the same time, the practice of each realm needs to be honed and improved in constant actual combat. Only after a long period of hard practice and countless actual combat experience can practitioners truly master the essence of Lyoha Yushin Chi and exert its greatest power. Lyoha Yushin Chi is a self-created soul skill that combines body movement, defense, and attack. The body movement has been improved from the initial instantaneous burst of explosive steps into a technique that can move at high speed for a long time. The attack and defense techniques are formed by removing the dross and retaining the essence of the combat experience with soul beasts and the city of slaughter. Xiao Yi is now in a bottleneck between the wandering fire and the 6 combination fire. Xiao Yi's original soul power had no attributes. After practicing the 6 combination wandering fire ruler, he often went deep into the sunset forest and in the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire, and the environment of the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire allowed him to transform into a fire attribute. Ah, it seems that it is useless to work in isolation, Xiao Yi murmured. Xiao Yi is currently at level 75, because he was already at level 68 after absorbing the spirit ring before. After practicing Lyoha Yushin Chi for several months, he reached the bottleneck of level 70. However, the last time he came out of the slaughter city, he got a god-given spirit ring and simply absorbed it. Xiao Yi's 7th soul ring is 100,000 years old. Even if the 7th soul ring is 100,000 years old, it is only the martial soul true body. The only difference is the strength of the martial soul true body. The amplification effect of Xiao Yi's 7th soul ring is to increase all attributes by 500 and reduce soul power consumption by 60. It took him a week to absorb this soul ring, but after absorbing it, his soul power reached level 74. Time goes back to when Xiao Yi absorbed the 7th soul ring. Boom! A wave of soul power of breakthrough emanated. Has he made a breakthrough? This kid has been in seclusion since half a month ago. Is this bottleneck so easy to solve? He passed it in just half a month. Grandpa, please help me protect the law, I want to absorb the spirit ring, Xiao Yi said in the room. Where did the soul ring come from? Dugu Bo asked puzzledly. The last time I came out of the slaughter city, someone gave me a God-given soul ring. God-granted soul ring? Does that mean you have been favored by God? Yes. As a titled DOLOU, he naturally knew the existence of gods, but there had not been any gods on the Douluo continent for tens of thousands of years. The only organization on the continent that might have news about gods was the Spirit Hall. Grandpa, please shield the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire, the noise this time might be a bit loud, Xiao Yi said. When Dugu Bo heard Xiao Yi's words, he used his soul power to block the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire. Xiao Yi crushed the God-given soul ring directly in the house, and then a white soul ring appeared on his body, and at the same time the Xuanzhong ruler also appeared. However, soon, the white soul ring on the Xuanzhong Qi turned yellow, then purple, and finally light black. In just a few seconds, the 10-year soul ring transformed into a 10,000-year soul ring. After all, Xiao Yi's mental strength and physical body were extremely strong now, so the God-given soul ring would naturally change quickly. The black soul ring on the Xuanzhong ruler became darker and darker. After a few minutes, a hint of red appeared on the dark soul ring, indicating that the soul ring was very close to the 100,000-year level. Xiao Yi felt no pressure at all, and he said he could come harder. Then Xiao Yi forgot the concept of time. Chapter 71. When Xiao Yi absorbed the soul ring, in the divine realm, Shura Temple. At this time in the Shura Temple, the Shura God was observing various dimensions. Suddenly, he felt the fluctuation of his divine power coming from Douluo Continent. Huh? What's going on? Then the Shura God switched to the plane of Douluo Continent. Huh? This kid has become a soul saint so quickly. It's too fast. There are geniuses in Douluo Continent, such as the sea god who ascended to the god realm 10,000 years ago, but the 17-year-old soul sage is the most talented person he has ever seen. How about allocating some of the divine power to arrange a divine test for him? Murmured the Shura God. Then Shura God looked outside, and, well, no one was there. Then Shura God pointed his finger, and a trace of red divine power floated down from the divine realm and landed on Xiao Yi. In Xiao Yi's spiritual world, a red force entered his spiritual sea. Xiao Yi was confused at first, but then he felt that this power was very familiar. This power gave him the same feeling as his killing god domain. After a while, the red power condensed into a human shape. The man's body was wrapped in dark red magic patterns, with dark red light surrounding his body. He had a pair of blood-red eyes and exuded a cold breath condensed from substantial murderous aura. His overall image was very domineering. The man was wearing a suit of armor covered with dark red magic patterns. Who is this? The Shura God? Excuse me, what business has brought you to my spiritual sea? Although Xiao Yi had guessed the identity, he still pretended not to know. I am the Shura God of the God Realm, a member of the God Realm Committee of the Douluo God Realm. I hold the power of the God Realm together with the God of Goodness, the God of Evil, the God of Destruction, and the Goddess of Life. The gods in the divine world are divided into third-level gods, second-level gods, first-level gods, 5 great god kings and 3 law enforcers. Among them, there are 18 first-level gods, and several second-level and third-level gods. And I, Shura God, am one of the 5 great god kings, and I am also the law enforcement god. I gave you a God-given soul ring after I noticed you before, thinking that I would give you a divine test when you become a soul saint. I didn't expect that you would reach level 70 in just 1 year in the lower realm. I am here to open a divine test for you this time. I hope you won't let me down. Then, this bit of divine power of God Shura turned into 9 cards. The first of the 9 tests of Shura, passing the Hell Road and obtaining the Killing God domain has been completed. Reward, 2 levels of soul power, soul ring age increased by 500 years, and Shura God affinity of 5. A cold voice sounded in Xiao Yi's mind, and then he woke up. After waking up, Xiao Yi discovered that his first soul ring had turned purple, and his 7th soul ring was 100,000 years old. And his soul power has also reached level 74. The most important thing is that there is a dark red sword mark between Xiao Yi's eyebrows. Before leaving, Shura God told him how to hide the mark of inheritance, so Xiao Yi simply hid it. After all, wealth should not be revealed. Moreover, after this absorption of the soul ring, the weight of the Xuanzhong ruler reached 15 jin, which is about tons. Just when Xiao Yi was overjoyed, another voice came from his mind. The second test of the 9 Shura tests, promote to soul Douluo within 3 years, reward soul power increase by 2 levels, soul ring age increase by 1,000 years, Shura God affinity by 5. After hearing the content of the second test, Xiao Yi felt that it was a bit simple. At his current speed, he would be able to reach Contra in about 2 years. Unfortunately, he didn't know that it would become more and more torturous as time went on, especially the 5th and 6th tests. Then he left the house and said to Dugubo, "Grandpa, I'm fine now, we can leave now. It's been half a month since you absorbed the spirit ring, I was worried that something might happen to you," Dugubo said unhappily. "Well, mainly because of a small accident that happened along the way, and my 7th soul ring is 100,000 years old," Xiao Yi said as he showed his soul ring. 7 soul rings of purple, black and red were circling around Xiao Yi's body. Huh? Why has your first soul ring changed? I remember it wasn't 100 years old. Well, this is an accident, the change in the soul ring is because I accepted the Shura God test, Xiao Yi explained the reason to Dugubo. The Shura God is one of the 5 great gods in the God realm. It can be said that if I continue to practice step by step, I will become a god sooner or later. A test from God. I heard that if you accept the test from God and become a god, you will have eternal life. I don't know whether it is true or not. Don't leave Yen Yen behind when you become a god in the future. When Dugubo heard that Xiao Yi accepted the test from God, the first thing he thought of was not himself, but his granddaughter. It's okay, Grandpa. Before he left, God Shura told me that there are other God throne inheritances on the continent. I will take Yanzi with me when the time comes, and I will take you with me too, Xiao Yi assured Douluo. Haha, I'm old now, the only thing I want now is for you and Yan Yan to give me a great-grandson, then I will be satisfied, Douluo sighed. Then Douluo's heart began to ripple. Thinking back, Yan Yan's parents passed away early, when she was only 2 or 3 years old. They raised their adorable little granddaughter with great difficulty. Now, it's almost time for Yan Yan to get married. Time flies so fast, Douluo sighed in his heart. If I had not been interested in Xiao Yi when he first came to Qindo City, the toxin would not have been expelled, and his soul power would not have reached such a high level, and his martial soul would not have evolved. Until now, I am still glad for the decision I made. Grandpa, what are you talking about? Douluo Yan's voice was heard at this time. Douluo Yan came to see Xiao Yi almost every once in a while, and every time Douluo Yan came, Xiao Yi would always patiently accompany her. Nothing, I just feel the changes we have experienced in the past few years, Douluo said, touching Douluo Yan's head. The 19-year-old Douluo Yan had long lost her youthful face and became more and more charming. Her curvy figure was pleasing to the eye, her slender waist could be hugged with one hand. Her long legs were round yet elastic, especially her chest, which was so evil that it was impossible to grasp it with one hand. Back to the present, Xiao Yi is thinking about how to break through to the third realm. Is it because the situation is too tense and he needs to go outside to have a look? From the time he awakened his martial soul until now, he has either been practicing or on the way to practicing. Now that he has the divine test, it is still the same, so he decided to relax for a while. Xiao Yi, what are you thinking about? At this time Douluo Yan came to the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire. I feel like I've been too nervous from practicing all these years, I want to relax for a while, Xiao Yi said. You finally figured it out, I really don't understand why you do nothing but practice every day and have no time to accompany me, Douluo Yan complained while hugging Xiao Yi's bed. Xiao Yi reacted after hearing Douluo Yan's words. Yes, he had been with her for 4 years, but he had spent very few times with her, and they had been apart for more than a year. Let's go, what are you thinking about? Come shopping with me. Okay, I'll go shopping with you, Xiao Yi smiled gently and followed Douluo Yan. Chapter 72. When they arrived at the commercial street, they entered a clothing store. The clothing store is very large, decorated in a magnificent yet stylish way, and it sells both custom-made clothes and uncut fabrics. There were groups of people in the clothing store selecting ready-made clothes, and the waiters were warmly entertaining every customer. Sir, are you buying clothes for this lady? As soon as Xiao Yi and Douluo Yan entered the clothing store, a waiter came forward to greet them warmly. Because Xiao Yi is very handsome and Douluo Yan is very beautiful, they are a perfect match. Xiao Yi looked at the waitress. She was probably about 25 or 26 years old, about 1.7 meters tall. With fair skin, a good figure, and a smile on her face. She looked very friendly. Although not as beautiful as Douluo Yan, she was still a beauty. Xiao Yi just took a look and stopped looking, after all, he had a girlfriend. Do you have any recommendations? Xiao Yi looked around and asked the waiter. Of course, look at this, it's our newest item this season, it's made of ice silk from the north, it will maintain the most comfortable temperature when you put it on, and its color is very suitable for the beautiful lady next to you. The waiter enthusiastically brought a white dress and showed it to Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi took a look at the skirt and then looked at Douluo Yan. He handed the skirt to Douluo Yan and said, do you have a fitting room here? Yes, miss, please follow me, the waiter led Douluo Yan to the fitting room. While waiting for Douluo Yan to come out, Xiao Yi looked at other clothes in the store. There were a few pieces that were particularly suitable for Douluo Yan, but the specific effect would only be known after trying them. Snapped. When Xiao Yi heard the door of the fitting room being pushed open and looked back, he was stunned for a moment. Douluo Yan is already very beautiful, and she becomes even more elegant in the white dress. The white dress fits Douluo Yan very well. And she looks like a fairy walking out slowly from a classical painting. Every step she takes is accompanied by a light melody, and she is so elegant that it is breathtaking. The style of the skirt further highlights Douluo Yan's figure. The fabric at the neckline perfectly covers the eagle on Douluo Yan's chest, and the gauze at the hem allows Xiao Yi to see Douluo Yan's faintly visible legs. At this moment, the sun shone through the sparse clouds into the clothing store and sprinkled on her body, coating the pure white dress with a layer of light golden light. Making her look more gentle and moving, like an elf embraced by warm light. The hem of the skirt swayed gently with her steps, like white foam surging in the waves, both smart and poetic. Xiao Yi was so stunned by Douluo Yan's outfit that he almost forgot what to say. Normally, Douluo Yan almost always wears trousers and other clothes, but this outfit makes her beauty reach a new level. It seems that this dress really suits you, young lady. Look, this gentleman is stunned by your beauty. The waiter spoke at the right time. Xiao Yi was distracted after hearing this. He looked at Duguyan, but Duguyan's face had turned red without him noticing. There is a saying that women dress up to please themselves. Duguyan felt a sense of accomplishment when she saw Xiao Yi staring at her in a daze. Ahem, does Yen Yen like this dress? Xiao Yi coughed twice and said seriously. I like it, but I'm a little uncomfortable with this type of thing because I've never worn it before, Duguyan said shyly. As long as you like them, please pack these for me. Xiao Yi pointed at some clothes he had just liked and said to the waiter. Okay, sir, the total is 20,000 gold soul coins, would you like to buy a few sets of clothes for yourself? The waiter calculated the price and said to Xiao Yi. When Xiao Yi heard this, he remembered that he hadn't bought clothes for a long time. So he picked out a white robe embroidered with gold edges and a green robe and paid the bill. He had to say that although the prices in this clothing store were a bit expensive, the quality was still quite good. After paying the bill, Xiao Yi put the clothes into his soul guide and left the clothing store. After leaving the clothing store, they started trying some street snacks, such as candied haws, cotton candy, osmanthus cake, and sugar men. They bought a lot, but Duguyan only ate a few bites of each and then handed them over to Xiao Yi. It was noon soon, and the two of them found a roadside stall to eat lunch and continued to stroll. Xiao Yi was very puzzled. Duguyan had eaten so many snacks but was still able to eat. Could it be that the legendary girl had multiple stomachs? Facts have proven that girls' fighting power when shopping is still quite terrifying, especially those who have cultivated themselves. Xiao Yi felt like life was hopeless after spending a whole day shopping with Duguyan. He couldn't understand why Duguyan, whose cultivation level was lower than his, was more ferocious than a boy like him when shopping. Under normal circumstances, Xiao Yi wouldn't feel tired, but a whole day of shopping made him physically and mentally exhausted. But after all, she is my girlfriend, so just pamper her. The two of them went shopping for a whole day, and Duguyan bought many strange and quirky gadgets. Every time she saw something she liked, she would take it away and ask Xiao Yi if it looked good. Xiao Yi would always smile and say that it looked good, and then buy it. After all, Xiao Yi was not short of money and those gadgets were not expensive. It was also thanks to the soul guide that he had. If not for the soul guide, Xiao Yi would be carrying all these bags on his body now. It is already evening, and there are more people and vendors on the street. The vendors on the street are all hawking their wares, adding a bit of liveliness to the already bustling Tiando city. At this time, it is also time for dinner. The lights in each household and the street vendors create a unique beauty. The hustle and bustle of the world is what soothes the hearts of ordinary people the most, Xiao Yi sighed in his heart. Although Xiao Yi is now a soul master and a cultivator, he is still a human being in essence. Looking at all kinds of people, he has some enlightenment in his heart. Suddenly he found himself in a very strange situation. He felt that the flow of time around him slowed down, and things that he could not understand before suddenly became clear to him. Idiot, what are you thinking about? Duguyan looked at Xiao Yi in a daze and called out to him. Huh? What's wrong, Yen Yen? You idiot, what are you thinking about? I've called you several times, and you're just responding to me now. It's nothing, the problem that I couldn't figure out before suddenly has an answer, Xiao Yi scratched his head and said. I heard there's a fireworks display tonight, it's just in front, let's go and take a look. Duguyan grabbed Xiao Yi's arm and walked towards the place where the fireworks were being set off. Hey, slow down, Yanzi. Xiao Yi was caught off guard by Duguyan. Just now Xiao Yi understood the highest mystery of Liuhe Yushenchi. Alone yin cannot produce life, alone yang cannot grow, alone yang cannot grow, only when yin and yang complement each other can things last long. It is useless to keep yourself in seclusion all the time. You should go out more often. After all, how can you talk about leaving the world without talking about entering it? Soon the two arrived at the place where the fireworks were set off. They found a place with a great view and stood there, leaning against each other, sharing the tranquility and beauty. Other spectators who were also looking forward to the fireworks gradually gathered around them, but they only had eyes for each other, as if the whole world had stopped. With the first crisp popping sound, the first firework bloomed in the sky, colorful and dazzling. Then, more fireworks followed, interweaving and colliding in the night sky, blooming patterns of various shapes and colors, decorating the night sky like a dreamlike painting. The two looked up at the gorgeous sky, their eyes flashing the same light. Their hearts beat as the fireworks bloomed. And the feelings between them were sublimated to a deeper level at this moment. They smiled at each other, without saying anything, they could feel the warmth and happiness in each other's hearts. Even many years later, when they recalled the fireworks of that day, they still could not forget their young selves at that time. The light of fireworks is fleeting, just like time slips away quietly. Soon the fireworks display was over and the people who came to watch the fireworks dispersed. Yen, let's go, it's time to go back, Xiao Yi said gently to Yen. It is good. Then the two of them returned to Dugu Mansion holding hands. Chapter 73. Really? I don't know where Grandpa is. Maybe Grandpa is in the medicine garden. He said last time that he seemed to have seen the road to level 97, we need to comprehend it carefully, but I don't know how long it will take, Xiao Yi said to Yen. Well, let's go to the academy tomorrow, I haven't seen Brother Yun for a long time, let's also go to see Shur Mo and the others, Xiao Yi spoke again. You said you were going to study at Tiando Academy, but you didn't stay there for long before you ran off to hang out. Yen became furious when she heard Xiao Yi mention the academy. Well, when I first came to Tiando City, I planned to use the resources of Tiando Royal Academy to practice. Although Tiando Royal Academy only accepts nobles, it is impossible for Tiando Royal Academy to reject me with my talent. As a result, I went to the auction house and was noticed by my grandfather. Then my grandfather followed me home and took me to the medicine garden. After that, I detoxified Grandpa and you took the herbs in the medicine garden, which caused your soul power level to increase a lot. At first, we planned to participate in the Soul Master competition, but then Grandpa brought back 2 head soul bones and reached level 58. I felt that it didn't matter whether we stayed in the academy or not. In addition, you became a soul emperor when you came out of the slaughter city. And you came back at level 68 after absorbing the soul ring. It would be a bit like bullying a child to participate in the Soul Master competition again. Xiao Yi explained stiffly. That means Grandpa and I have saved you a lot of trouble. Yen looked at Xiao Yi with a dangerous look. Well, actually, Her Royal Highness the Crown Prince also helped me a lot. Her Royal Highness the Crown Princess is a woman, and she seems to be interested in me. Xiao Yi looked at Yan's dangerous eyes, swallowed his saliva, and told a bigger secret. I was wondering why you always smell good every time you see the prince, turns out you're a woman, is she very pretty? Yan's eyes became more and more dangerous. Is it because I'm not pretty enough or I'm not as charming as her? What kind of magic potion did I feed you that makes you always go to her? What are you going to do? I really have something to do with her, I tell you Yen, I don't have any feelings for her. I'm not doing anything, I just want to punish you. Tonight, there are only 2 of us and no one will know what we do. Yen looked at Xiao Yi playfully. Don't come over here. Xiao Yi retreated into the house in panic. Go ahead and yell, no one will notice even if you scream at the top of your lungs. Yen pressed on. Xiao Yi continued to retreat until he had no way to go. He looked back and saw Yan's bed behind him. His face immediately turned pale. My life is over. Xiao Yi wailed in his heart. Then Yen threw Xiao Yi onto the bed and began to take off her and Xiao Yi's clothes one by one. We've been together for so many years and you haven't touched me yet, and you've even been seeing other women behind my back. I'm going to teach you a lesson today, Yen said viciously. Yen quickly took off her clothes. At this moment, both of them were naked. Yan's figure was perfectly displayed, and the evil on her chest was exposed to the air. The most important thing was that Yen was still a divine beast. Xiao Yi's 8-pack abs look pleasing to the eye. His muscles are not exaggerated, and his streamlined muscles contain explosive power. No matter how weak Xiao Yi was, he was still a hot-blooded young man. When he saw this scene, he raised his spear immediately. Isn't this old lady still quite attractive? But will it break down at this size? After seeing Xiao Yi's spear, Yen felt a little regretful. It was a bit too big, but she had to finish the task even if she had to kneel down. Yen then closed the curtains, and Xiao Yi stood up while Yen was closing the curtains. After Yen pulled the curtains, she found that Xiao Yi had already gotten up. She was about to speak but Xiao Yi didn't give her a chance. He pounced on Yen like a tiger descending from the mountain. Born evil, Yen, I will kill you right now, Xiao Yi thought as he caught the evil in Yen's heart. After Xiao Yi pounced on him, he took the initiative. Since you want to knock me down, let's see who is more powerful, Xiao Yi said. Let's compete, who's afraid of who? Yen said stiffly as he looked at Xiao Yi's huge weapon. Xianren Xue, so I am also a part of your play? Afterwards, there were only 3 sounds left in the room, the creaking sound of the rocking bed and someone's blushing groaning, which was becoming more and more intense and louder. It was early morning when the 2 stopped. Everything will happen countless times once it happens for the first time. Taking advantage of the first touch, Xiao Yi did everything to Yen. They started at 10 o'clock in the evening, and Dugu Yen played with her whole body. At this time, Xiao Yi was half lying on the bed, holding Dugu Yen in one hand, feeling refreshed. Dugu Yen fell asleep at this time. After a night of fierce fighting, Xiao Yi was also tired. Although Dugu Yen had a good figure and good physical fitness, he was really tired and refreshed. Even though his soul power level was higher than Dugu Yan's, he almost lost to Dugu Yen. Xiao Yi felt very comfortable after tasting the forbidden fruit. He swore that from today on, he would never reconcile with Dudu. P.S. You didn't mention the yellow word at all. Then he covered Dugu Yen with a quilt and went out to another room. After the door closed, Dugu Yen opened her eyes and smiled like a nympho. He, your mouth says no but your body is so honest. Oh my old waist, is he a beast soul master or am I a beast soul master? Isn't it said that the body of a weapon soul master is not as good as that of a beast soul master? Which bastard said that? It's complete nonsense. However, the horny E was too fierce, and his weapon was so big. Seeing that he had not done anything for a long time, I thought he didn't want to do it, but I didn't expect him to be so powerful. I deliberately asked my grandfather not to be at home today. Before he left, he told me a few potions to use. But I became so powerful even without using the potions. Wouldn't it be even more terrifying after using the potions? I won't get pregnant this way. Right? No, I'm only 19 years old and it's just the beginning. I can't play around like this. Then Dugu Yen expelled the thick milk to prevent it from entering the key areas, and after that she got out of bed. As soon as he stepped onto the ground, his legs staggered and he almost fell down. His legs were shaking. Dugu Yen urged his soul power to recover quickly. After her legs recovered, Dugu Yen changed the bed sheets. After all, the sheets were a bit rough. This can't be all mine. No way, this is all done by me. Am I so sensitive? Dugu Yen stopped thinking about it and directly took out a new bed sheet from the cupboard, changed it, and then covered herself with a new quilt and went to sleep. After all, she needed a good rest after working so hard for so long. Soon, the sound of even breathing could be heard, and Dugu Yen fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 74. It was already noon when Xiao Yi woke up. After getting up, Xiao Yi went to Dugu Yan's room and called her to get up. Yanzi, get up and eat, we still have to go to the academy after dinner. Xiao Yi gently called Dugu Yen to get up. Well, let me sleep a little longer, Dugu Yen said coquettishly in a soft voice. It's noon already and the sun is shining on our butts, come back in the afternoon and sleep again. Xiao Yi kissed Dugu Yan's forehead and said. Dugu Yen opened her eyes, hugged Xiao Yi tightly like a koala, gave him a kiss, and then started to put on her clothes. After a while, they got dressed and went out to eat. After the two left, Dugu Bo returned home. Huh. There's no one at home, it looks like they just left not long ago, it seems Yen succeeded. On the other side, after finishing their lunch, the two went to Tiando Royal Academy. Yanzi, look, is that Lingling? Xiao Yi said to Dugu Yen. It seems so, how come this avalanche has entangled Lingling again? Dugu Yen said with a frown. Lingling, I really like you, if you follow me, I will definitely treat you well. On the playground of Tiando Royal Academy, an avalanche was harassing Yi Lingling. Avalanche, I've told you many times that I don't like you, can you please stop pestering me? Yi Lingling said impatiently. Yi Lingling's voice is very ethereal and very pleasant to listen to. I'm the fourth prince of the Tiando Empire, there are only a handful of people here who have higher status than me, besides, you don't want to be harassed by those nobles all day long, do you? Xuanzhong saw that it was useless to talk nicely, so he began to use his power to pressure others. Yi Lingling has already told you very clearly not to continue pestering her, but you still want to use your power to pressure her, you really bring shame to the royal family, Xiao Yi couldn't help but speak. Xiao Yi now understood why Xuanzhong was not trying to please people. He relied on disguising himself as a playboy to unleash his nature. And he had done many things like robbing women. He had heard many times about Xuanzhong getting into trouble in Tiando City over the years. It could be said that he had inherited Xuexing's true teachings. Ever since Qian Renshue's substitute found a crown princess and she became pregnant, Emperor Shui Yi gave up on Xuanzhong. Xiao Yi and Qian Renshue were also preparing to find an opportunity to kill Xuanzhong. But Xuanzhong was just robbing women or going to brothels, and the Tiando royal family did not treat civilians as human beings. Every time they dealt with Xuanzhong, it was always a lot of noise but little action. This also resulted in Xiao Yi and Qian Renshue being unable to deal with the avalanche directly, and they had to put the matter of dealing with the avalanche on hold. I am the fourth prince of the Tiando Empire, do I need a lowly person like you to tell me what to do? Xuanzhong was not afraid when he heard Xiao Yi's words. Instead, he became even more aggressive. Xuebeng's words made Xiao Yi laugh. He thought that after so many years of training, the grass on the grave of anyone who dared to talk to him like that would be 2 meters high. He didn't really think that just because he was the fourth prince. Xiao Yi, he couldn't do anything to him. He must teach him a lesson, but he can't go too far. After all, there is Shui Yi above him. He doesn't want to get rid of Shui Yi, the old man, right now as he still has a lot of authority to obtain. But after teaching him a lesson, you can have someone drug him and make him stay in a brothel. If you like visiting brothels, then you can go there to your heart's content. Afterwards, Xiao Yi walked towards the avalanche without activating his martial spirit. What are you going to do? Let me tell you, I am the fourth prince of the Tiando Empire, although you are my eldest brother's man, you will suffer the consequences if you hit me. Xiao Yi didn't take the threat of avalanche seriously and just beat him first. Crackle. Xiao Yi went up and started beating him, his fists as big as sandbags landing on Xuebeng's body. Ah! No! Please stop hitting me, I won't dare to do it again. Not long after, Xuebeng was beaten by Xiao Yi and fell to the ground like a dead dog, and Xiao Yi also stopped. Bah, I thought you were so powerful, but you're really weak, Yanzi, let's go. After Xiao Yi complained, he said to Dugu Yan and Yi Lingling. Thank you, Yi Lingling said behind the two of them. What are you thanking me for? You are Yanzi's best friend, so it's my duty to help you, besides, I've been annoyed with this guy for a long time. Hiss. Xiao Yi felt a pain in his waist. He turned around and saw that it was Dugu Yan who was pinching his waist with her hand. What's wrong, Yanzi? Xiao Yi transmitted the message. How does it feel to be a hero saving a beauty? You took action before I even started. I've been annoyed with him for a long time, and I couldn't help it, Xiao Yi said in a voice transmission while enduring the pain. Humph, you're smart, but if you like Lingling, that's not a problem. Yi Lingling, who was standing behind, was very envious of Xiao Yi and the other boy flirting with each other. She also wanted to have a boy like him to accompany her, but when she thought of her own martial spirit, she gave up the idea. After lying on the ground for a while, Xuebeng slowly stood up. He looked at the backs of Xiao Yi and the other two with a resentful look in his eyes and thought to himself. You stinky bitch, you two bastards, Xuebeng, will remember this beating, I will settle this account later. Poor Xuebeng didn't know that he wouldn't live long. The moment Xiao Yi took action, his life was already counting down. When we arrived at the training ground of the Royal Fighting Team, the other team members were training there. Alas, Xiao Yi and Sister Yanzi graduated just like that. What will we do about the Soul Master competition in 2 years? Yu Feng complained. That's right, when Xiao Yi first came here, he was focused on training. Later, after Xiao Yi left and came back, he had graduated. Now Sister Yanzi has disappeared without a trace, Oslo echoed. Well, after Xiao Yi brought Brother Yun here, our soul power and combat quality have improved rapidly. Speaking of which, we should thank Brother Yun and Xiao Yi, Shiremo said. Hey, look, isn't that Sister Yan, Lingling and Xiao Yi? Shimo said. Oh, that's true, I haven't seen Xiao Yi and Sister Yan for a long time, I don't know what they are here for, Yu Feng said. Now the average soul power of the Royal Fighting Team is around level 45, and the Graphite Brothers are one level 46 and one level 45. Yu Feng and Osro usually laugh and joke and don't practice much, their soul power is at level 44. Yi Lingling just absorbed a soul ring last year and is only level 43 now. As for the Soul Master competition 2 years later, the overall strength will be able to reach level 46 or 47. Mu Yun's teaching method was simple and crude. He just fought with soul beasts directly. Anyway, he had Yi Lingling. And as long as the soul beasts were still alive and not missing any limbs, they could be cured. This also led to a significant increase in the soul power of all team members. In 2 or 3 years, each person increased by more than 10 levels. Chapter 75. You are all here, where is Brother Yun? Teacher Yun went to the education committee and will probably be back late, Shimo said in a silly voice. Is that so? Then let's wait a moment. By the way, it's been a while since we last met, let me see if you have improved. Let's say goodbye, we can't beat you. Yu Feng looked bitter when he heard that Xiao Yi wanted to compete with them. It's okay, the 4 of you can attack together, I won't be too harsh, Xiao Yi said. When Yu Feng and the others heard what Xiao Yi said, they knew that they had to fight, and then they prepared for the battle. The 4 of them activated their martial spirits, and 4 spirit rings, 2 yellow and 2 purple, lit up. However, Xiao Yi displayed his martial spirit but did not release his spirit ring. Xiao Yi, why don't you reveal your soul ring? Oslo asked in confusion when he saw that Xiao Yi only revealed his martial soul but did not release his soul ring. Ah, about this, I think using spirit rings would be a bit of bullying to you. After all, you know my strength, Xiao Yi laughed and said. Because Xiao Yi has already reached the soul saint level, his physical fitness is much stronger than Yu Feng and the others. And his combat experience is also much stronger than theirs. What's more, this time the competition is for the purpose of giving instructions, so using soul skills would be too bullying. Ah hey, we are no longer who we used to be, so don't fall. Don't worry, you're still 20,000 years too early to defeat me, Xiao Yi said. Then everyone started fighting. The fourth soul skill, Xian Ming Substitution. Shura Graphite took the lead, releasing his fourth soul skill and switching positions with Xiao Yi, allowing Xiao Yi to enter the encirclement. Graphite's fourth soul skill comes from the Xianming turtle, which is more than 4,000 years old. This soul beast has the blood of Xuanwu, and Graphite's martial soul also has the blood of Xuanwu. After absorbing the soul ring, it produced the Xianming replacement of Su Sancher 10,000 years later. Xiao Yi was transferred to the center of the crowd and reacted almost instantly, escaping from the encirclement in a flash. Fourth soul skill, Heavy Water Swamp. Shimo released his fourth soul skill. Heavy Water Swamp. This soul skill was produced by a 5,000-year-old weak water black turtle. The effect of the soul skill was to release a swamp. The movement speed and reaction of the enemy in the swamp were reduced by 40%. However, this soul skill had almost no effect on Xiao Yi. Oslo took advantage of this gap to release his fourth soul skill, Ghost Leopard Shadow Clone. This soul ring came from a 4,800-year-old ghost tiger. Shadow Clone is the ghost tiger's innate skill. After Oslo possessed this soul skill, he could create 4 clones with 60 of his combat power, allowing him to fight with multiple people. Yu Feng, on the other hand, flew directly into the sky and harassed the enemies in the air. Xiao Yi was sparring with them leisurely throughout the whole process, and every time someone tried to hit Xiao Yi, he was always dodged at the right time. After fighting for a while, everyone lost interest in continuing. Oslo said, "No more fighting, you're as slippery as a loach, every time I try to hit you, you dodge, it's really boring." It seems like you've made a lot of progress after not seeing you for so long, although you can't touch the edge of my clothes, you're much stronger than when I first got here. Don't say that, before you came, we just lived one day at a time, after you came, things started to get out of hand, then you brought Teacher Yun here and then left, during the 2 years you were away, Teacher Yun was really cruel to us. By the way, what's your soul power level now? Are you a soul king? Well, about the same, Xiao Yi replied ambiguously for fear of damaging their self-confidence. Yu Feng, are you itching for more practice? Just then Mu Yun's voice came. No, Teacher Yun, I didn't say anything. Yu Feng turned around and saw that it was Mu Yun who came, and thought of those unsightly days in his heart. I remember that when we first entered the Soul Beast Forest, although Mu Yun was following us, we had to take care of our daily life by ourselves, and we also had to prevent sudden attacks from Soul Beasts, which made the whole team dare not rest at ease at the beginning. As for the Soul Masters who wanted to rob, they were beaten by Mu Yun until they had no power to resist and then they were asked to kill. I still remember that when we killed someone for the first time, the whole team vomited all over, their faces turned pale, and they couldn't even stand steadily, but they got used to it later. Now thinking back to the days in the Soul Beast Forest, they grew up very quickly. Why are you here? Mu Yun was also surprised when he saw Xiao Yi. After all, Xiao Yi basically never showed up, so it was very difficult to see him. I came here to see you and these team members, how are you doing here? Are you and your sister-in-law doing well? Well, Jindo Royal Academy has given me pretty good resources, I'm now at level 78, as for your sister-in-law, she's pregnant now, Mu Yun replied, but there was doubting in his eyes when he mentioned Luo. Are you pregnant? How long have you been? It's 4 months old, it should be a boy. Then congratulations, brother Yun, don't let your sister-in-law work too hard after you have a child, Xiao Yi congratulated. Now I do most of the housework to prevent her from overworking, she just needs to focus on her pregnancy, Mu Yun said with a smile on his face. After that, the two chatted for a while and then Xiao Yi took Duguyan away. Yanzi, let's go back. At this time, Duguyan and Yi Lingling were chattering about Xiao Yi. After hearing what Xiao Yi said, Duguyan reluctantly said to Yi Lingling, Lingling, I'm leaving, remember to come find me when you have time. Yeah, Yi Lingling hummed and stopped talking. But looking at the backs of the two holding hands, I felt a little bitter, and thought to myself, it would be great if I could be with him too. Yi Lingling naturally likes a boy as handsome and talented as Xiao Yi, but her experiences from childhood to adulthood have made her unsure of how to get along with others. She can only hide her love in her heart and dare not say it out loud. On the other side, the Qibao glazed sect. At this moment, the old fox Ning Fengji felt a headache looking at the letter left by Ning Rongrong. It turned out that Ning Rongrong had left the sect and left only a letter. Ning Fengji knew it when Ning Rongrong left the sect. The fact that he had talked to someone and deliberately led them out of Shrek Academy aroused Ning Rongrong's curiosity. But after all, she was his most beloved daughter. After Ning Rongrong left, he sent several people to secretly protect Ning Rongrong's safety to prevent any accidents. Just when Ning Fengji was having a headache, an old man came in from outside the door. "Fengji, where is Rongrong? I went to look for her but she's not here." The person who came was Douluo. "Uncle Jian, take a look at this letter," Ning Fengji said as he handed the letter to Douluo. "Shrek Academy? What is that? Are you sure they can teach better there than we can? Why don't you let him go to Qindo Royal Academy?" Ning Fengji looked helpless. "Uncle Jian, for you and Uncle Gu, I can't let this girl stay in the sect, you really dote on her too much, and this girl can't be disciplined at home, letting her get educated outside may change her." Douluo said dissatisfiedly, "Who said we spoiled Rongrong? You only saw Rongrong's playful side, but didn't see her well-behaved side." Ning Fengji said decisively, "Uncle Jian, no matter what, I will not go to find her this time, and you and Uncle Gu can't go either. You don't need to worry about Rongrong's safety." The dean of that Shrek Academy was the flying horn of the Golden Iron Triangle. It is impossible for him not to recognize the martial spirit of our Seven Treasures glazed tile sect. With his protection, Rongrong will be fine. As for why he didn't go to Qindo Royal Academy, it's because Xiao Yi is too scheming. What's more, he is now from Qinghe, and there is Dugu Bo behind him. If Rongrong's personality provokes him and causes a conflict, it will be very difficult to deal with. Xiao Yi, yes, I am scheming, and you are a good person. Humph, I'm not afraid of that old poisonous creature, Douluo said disdainfully. Oh, Ning Fengji sighed. Fengji, why are you sighing? This continent is becoming more and more peaceful, which is not a good thing, Ning Fengji said. Chapter 76. Humph, the sect is too boring, no one dares to play with me and they nicknamed me a little witch. My dad always says I play pranks, I always hear him mention a guy named Xiao Yi and how good he is, my ears are calloused from hearing him. I heard my dad talking to someone before. He said there is a school called Shrek in the city of Soto in the Baroque Kingdom, it specializes in training monsters. It must be very interesting there. If I bring back a few geniuses to the sect, my dad will definitely look at me with new eyes. On the official road of the Baroque Kingdom, a young girl said with a pout. The girl's simple white dress gave people a very clean feeling. She had neat short hair, tender skin like lychee. Delicate face, and was about 165 meters tall. She had a very well-proportioned figure and a noble temperament. She looked like a highly educated aristocratic girl and looked very friendly. This girl is Ning Rongrong. After she secretly left the Seven Treasures glazed tile sect the night before yesterday and heard the news about Shrek Academy on the way, she rushed directly to Soto City. Little did she know that this was all arranged by Ning Fengji, and that she had several Soul Emperor bodyguards behind her to protect her and prevent her from encountering any accidents on the road. Boss, I don't know why the sect master wants Miss to come to Soto City, it's obvious that the Qindo Royal Academy is pretty good. We, the subordinates, don't care about so many things, since the leader asked us to protect the young lady, we just need to follow his orders. The person who spoke was the bodyguard responsible for protecting Ning Rongrong's safety. Otherwise, with Ning Rongrong's lively personality and beautiful appearance, she might have been knocked unconscious and taken away long ago. Xiao San, you are already level 29, you have twin martial spirits and are the most talented spirit master I have ever seen in all these years. After graduation, do not accept invitations from other academies, I will recommend an academy for you. What college? That academy is located in a village outside of Soto City. It's called Shrek Academy, it's an academy that only accepts monsters, the dean is my friend. There are 2 soul saints and 3 soul emperors as teachers in that academy. The teaching staff is very strong. You and Xiao Wu will go to that academy first after you graduate, I still have some things to deal with here. After that, I will also go to that school to teach. In Nodding College, Master Yu Xiaogang talked to Tang San about Shrek College and asked Tang San to go directly to Shrek College after graduation. After listening to Yu Xiaogang's introduction, Tang San also became excited. Soul Saint, that is the 8th title. It is said that a soul saint can move in and out of a huge army freely. I didn't expect that the teacher has such a friend. Later, Tang San began to dislike her. When he obtained his first spirit ring. Yu Xiaogang took him to the soul-hunting forest. As a result, Yu Xiaogang was bitten by a mandragora snake and almost died of poisoning. It was only by his own ability that he successfully killed the mandragora snake and absorbed its spirit ring. Once a teacher, always a father, how could I think like that? He is my prison master. Tang San realized something was wrong and began to feel guilty. Yu Xiaogang was his teacher. So how could he blame his teacher in his heart? Tang San suppressed his dissatisfaction and went back to the dormitory to pack up his things to go to Shrek Academy. Star Luo Empire, Netherworld Duke's Mansion. The Duke of the Netherworld's mansion is located in Xinglua City of the Xinglua Empire and is the symbol of the Zhu family's power here. The Duke of the Netherworld's mansion covers a large area, with magnificent architecture, pavilions, towers, rockery and pools, demonstrating the prominent status of his family. At this time, the moon was dark and the wind was strong. In the silent Duke's mansion, a figure jumped out of the window. The figure was a woman with long black hair that fell on her shoulders, fair skin, and a very plump and hot body that did not match her age. The expression on her face was very cold. A coldness that came from the heart, pure coldness. There was not even a trace of life in her black eyes, which was somewhat inconsistent with her originally very beautiful face. Her limbs were well proportioned and slender, and she exuded a kind of deadly coldness that was difficult for people to adapt to. The woman is Zhu Zhuqing. Dai Mubai, you're a coward, you left me alone to bear the pressure, Zhu Zhuqing thought to herself. Zhu Zhuqing was born in the Netherworld Duke's mansion. Because the Netherworld Zhu family's martial spirit, the Netherworld Spirit Cat, can form a martial spirit fusion skill. The Netherworld White Tiger, with the evil-eyed White Tiger of the Xingluo royal family, the two families have been intermarried for generations. The Xingluo Empire values martial arts, and the competition for the throne within the Xingluo royal family is extremely cruel. In order to ensure that each generation of heirs to the empire can grow into an independent emperor, the Xingluo royal family trains their brothers as enemies, letting them fight each other. The successful one becomes emperor, while the loser will be wiped out or sentenced to life imprisonment. Zhu Zhuqing is Dai Mubai's fiancé. Dai Mubai is the third prince of the Xinglua Empire. He has an older brother, Davis, who is 6 years older than him. Dai Mubai's innate soul power is level 9 and he is very talented, while his older brother Davis's innate soul power is only level 8. Although his talent is slightly worse than Dai Mubai's, the 6-year age difference makes Davis's cultivation much higher than Dai Mubai's. Dai Mubai was suppressed by Davis and saw no hope of winning, so he gave up the idea of fighting for the throne and ran away, leaving Zhu Zhuqing behind. After escaping, Dai Mubai went to Shrek Academy and lived a dissolute life, completely forgetting about the competition for the throne and his fiancée. This made Zhu Zhuqing suffer. Zhu Zhuqing had an elder sister named Zhu Zhuyun, who was the eldest prince's fiancée. She had the same talent as Zhu Zhuqing and was 6 years older than Zhu Zhuqing. After Dai Mubai ran away, Zhu Zhuqing had to withstand the suppression from both her sister and the eldest prince at the same time, and she encountered assassinations from time to time, which made her never dare to let her guard down. In the past few years since Dai Mubai ran away, she has been inquiring about Dai Mubai's news. Yesterday, she received news that Dai Mubai was training in Shrek Academy in Soto City, Barak Kingdom. It was said that Dai Mubai checked into a room with a different woman every day. She decided to go and see if he was really as self-destructive as the news said. She didn't want to be a crown princess or anything, she just wanted to survive, and Dai Mubai was her only hope. If Dai Mubai really gave up on himself, she would work hard to break this shackle herself. Zhu Zhuqing looked back at the duke's mansion, then ran towards the Barak Kingdom without looking back. Reporting to the eldest lady, the third lady has escaped and is heading towards the Barak Kingdom. The sound of assassins was heard outside Zhu Zhuyun's residence. The Kingdom of Barak. It seems that you are going to find that coward Dai Mubai. That kind of coward is not worth going to. Why do you want to find him when he has given up on you? Zhu Zhuqing and Zhu Zhuyun are 70 similar and have equally hot bodies. It's better to leave, at least I don't have to suffer this kind of pain anymore, Zhu Zhuyun thought to himself. Call a few people and bring her back. Zhu Zhuyun then called on his assassins to go and kill Zhu Zhuqing. Yes. The assassins outside the door heard Zhu Zhuyun's order and went to call for help. After a while, Zhu Zhuyun took a few assassins to hunt down Zhu Zhuqing. It was said to be a chase, but in fact it was protection. Zhu Zhuyun and his men did not chase too closely. Instead, they kept a distance from Zhu Zhuqing so that Zhu Zhuqing felt dangerous. Chapter 77. At this time, Xiao Yi was thinking about the issue of soul bones. Now Xiao Yi has an external soul bone, a left arm bone of the dark demon evil god tiger, and a 90,000-year-old head soul bone. Among them, the external soul bone has reached the level of 80,000 years after absorbing the 6th and 7th soul rings. Well, if we count the time, the little punk should have graduated. I am 5.5 years older than him. I remember that the Blue Silver Emperor left behind a 100,000-year-old right leg bone. Its soul skills are flying in recovery. It seems that it has the ability to regenerate severed limbs. Xiao Yi thought silently in his heart. If the little punk wants to go to Shrek Academy, Tang Dachui will definitely follow him, which means that the 100,000-year soul bone is within easy reach. If he took that right leg bone, I'm sure Tang Dachui would be furious. Now Xiao Yi only lacks the right arm bone, torso bone and leg bones. For the right leg bone, he has decided to get the one from Blue Silver Emperor. As Xiao Yi thought about it, he started to smile. What are you thinking about? Dugu Yen hugged Xiao Yi's arm and said coquettishly. I thought of something very interesting. What? Can you let me know? How can I put it? This thing hasn't been done yet. If it is done, someone will definitely be very angry. Puchi, why is your idea so bad? Dugu Yen was amused by Xiao Yi's words. No way, it's just to take a soul bone. Besides, he and I are destined to be enemies in the future, Xiao Yi explained. Ah. Who is it? Clear Sky DOLOU Tang Hao. That soul bone belongs to his wife, and my martial soul can rival his Clear Sky hammer, or even be stronger than it. Even if I don't get the soul bone, he won't let me go if I meet him in the future. Since we'll be enemies sooner or later, I might as well just take it. Besides, that soul bone is a 100,000-year soul bone, which means Tang Hao's wife is a 100,000-year soul beast, and Tang Hao's 9th soul ring is also a 100,000-year soul ring. And his wife is a 100,000-year-old blue silver grass, and they have a son. Does Tang Hao play so many games? He even had a baby with a soul beast. His taste is really strong. How do you know so much? Because my family is from Nodding City. Before I came to Tiendo City, there was a child named Tang San who was born with blue silver grass and full soul power. His father was Tang Hao. At that time, I was wondering why blue silver grass had innate full soul power. Later, I asked about Tang Hao and compared the child's age with the time when Tang Hao disappeared. I was sure that the person was Haotian Douluo. Xiao Yi explained to Dugu Yen. Xiao Yi also couldn't understand why Tang Hao could like a piece of grass. It seemed that Douluo had no reproductive isolation. Tang San inherited his father's preference for soul beasts, and a rabbit at that. Xiao Yi said that although the soul beast's transformation would be very beautiful, he was not the kind of person who liked everything. Will you be in danger this time? Dugu Yen asked worriedly. No, Tang Dachui is probably busy looking after his son right now and has no time to take care of the soul bones. Puchi, Tang Dachui, you are really something. Dugu Yan's eyes curved like a crescent moon due to her laughter. What's wrong? His brain is all about muscles, and his mind is full of the idea that the Clear Sky Hammer is the best in the world. It's not wrong to call him Tang Dachui. Besides, he killed the Pope and Haotian sect expelled him from the sect. After that, Haotian sect closed down. The 4 major families didn't care. Moreover, many of them died. Among them, the Min family even married into their family. The current clan leader Bai He is the uncle of Haotian sect leader Tang Shao. But they still didn't care. That's right, he disappeared after killing the previous pope. After that, the Haotian sect closed its doors and abandoned the 4 major families, and the news spread like wildfire. Almost all the prominent soul masters in the world knew about what happened in the Haotian sect back then. Dugu Yen, as the granddaughter of Dugu Bo, naturally knew about it as well. Then come back as soon as possible and be careful, Dugu Yen reminded. I will, don't worry Yenzi, Xiao Yi comforted. Then Xiao Yi left Dugu Mansion in Tiendo City, opened the golden feather sword wings and flew to Nodding City. Since Xiao Yi's soul bone had reached the level of 80,000 years and was extremely fast, it still took 5 days to reach Nodding City. After arriving in Nodding City, Xiao Yi did not go directly to the Holy Soul Village, because he was not sure whether Tang San and Tang Dachui had left. If they did not leave, he would be in trouble if they faced each other head-on. After all, he was not sure of defeating Tang Dachui. Even if Tang Dachui was seriously injured now, he was still a titled Douluo, not to mention that Tang Dachui also had the explosive ring. So he went back home first to pay homage to his parents, and then inquired about Tang San's news. The information we received was that Xiao Bizan left 3 days ago, and now it is basically certain that Tang Dachui is gone. So Xiao Yi flew towards the Holy Soul Village. The original book states that the Blue Silver Emperor's soul bone is stored in the waterfall in the back mountain of Holy Soul Village, Xiao Yi thought to himself. After arriving at the Holy Soul Village, Xiao Yi went straight to the back mountain and found the waterfall. When he saw the waterfall, Xiao Yi took out a black robe and a human skin mask from his soul guide, just in case. Then he released his mental power to check whether Tang Hao was nearby. Although he already knew that Tang San had left, no one knew whether Tang Dachui had followed him. After exploring for a while, Xiao Yi did not find anyone around. With his current mental strength, almost no one could escape his detection, so Xiao Yi rushed directly into the waterfall. There is a secret door behind the waterfall. Xiao Yi discovered the mechanism of the secret door after detecting it with his mental power. This mechanism is so crude, it seems that he is indeed a reckless man with only muscles in his brain, Xiao Yi complained in his heart. Boom! Xiao Yi pressed the mechanism and the stone door opened. Then a cave appeared and Xiao Yi walked in. The cave is very humid. It is about 3 meters high and 2 meters wide. It extends inward and is very dark inside. When we walked to the innermost part, everything around us lit up. Looking up, we saw a stone hole appearing at the top of the cave wall, and here was a stone chamber of only about 10 square meters. The stone room was empty without any furnishings, but just below the stone hole above, there was a small earth bag. On the earth bag, a slender blue-silver grass fluttered in the wind. The blue-silver grass looks longer than ordinary grass blades, and the most peculiar thing is the golden fine lines on the grass blades. Blue-silver emperor. It's a pity that it's a brainless grass, it smells pretty good though. I don't know how to survive here. Xiao Yi was very confused. Tang Dachui clearly knew that the blue-silver grass was a plant and needed light, but he built such a dark stone chamber for it, where it could only be illuminated by light for a short period of time every day. Did he want to let the blue-silver emperor fend for itself? But this has nothing to do with him. He came here to get the soul bones, not to see the grass. Then Xiao Yi began to look for soul bones. Xiao Yi used his mental power to explore and found something unusual. There was a secret compartment on the wall, or more precisely, something like a button. Xiao Yi slapped it hard. And a black lead box fell down. The box was long, about 1.5 meters long and 1 foot wide. It was very heavy in the hand, weighing more than 200 kilograms. After opening it, a piece of crystal clear blue-gold color was revealed, with stars twinkling inside. A soul bone with abundant life attributes lay in the lead box. This is not a good place to absorb soul bones, let's find another place to absorb them, Xiao Yi thought to himself after he succeeded. Before leaving, Xiao Yi took a look at the blue-silver emperor and thought it would be better to take it away. After all, Tang Dachui liked it very much and maybe he could use it as a bargaining chip. The blue-silver emperor seemed to sense something and immediately began to sway continuously, meaning that you shouldn't touch it. Xiao Yi didn't care about that and simply pulled it up by the roots and put it into the soul guide. However, he didn't expect there was a restriction. After he saw it, it was too late, so he simply activated the soul bone and ran away. Chapter 78. As for Tang Hao, after feeling the passive ban, he returned directly to the Holy Soul Village and didn't even care about Tang San. The restriction has been activated. Ah-in. Tang Dachui immediately became anxious and rushed back to the waterfall behind the Holy Soul Village. When he saw the messy cave, he immediately panicked. Ayin. My Ayin. Who? Who is it? Spirit Hall. It must be the Spirit Hall. I will never let you go. Tang Hao didn't think it was done by the people in the Holy Soul Village, because he dug the cave behind the waterfall. What's more, the waterfall was almost 90 degrees to the ground, and to get in, one could only rely on powerful soul power and flying to enter the cave. The villagers didn't have this ability. Boom! Loud noises echoed throughout the back mountain. After hearing the noise, the people in the Holy Soul Village came out immediately and found that the back mountain was being destroyed. Tang Hao, what are you doing crazy again? Old Jack cursed at this time. When Tang Hao was in Holy Soul Village, he often went to the back mountain, but the villagers would not ask him what he was doing when they saw him. It was unknown how long Tang Hao had been smashing the wall before he stopped. He was then drenched by the waterfall and regained his sanity. Ayan, I'm sorry, I will definitely find you, Xiao San, yes. Xiao San is still waiting for me to protect him, I can't leave him for too long. After returning to Xiao Yi, he flew at almost full speed and took 2 days to return to the Yinyang Eye of Ice and Fire, for fear that Tang Dachui would catch up. Fortunately, Tang Dachui did not seem to sense his soul power. That's right, I used the mask to change the aura of my soul power and only took it off after I was far away. Xiao Yi arrived at the Sunset Forest and went straight to the poisonous miasma as quickly as possible and walked straight in. Xiao Yi absorbed the ice and fire magic grass and became immune to all poisons. Unless Douluo personally used his own innate poison along with his powerful soul power, he generally would not be poisoned. At this time, Douluo, who was next to the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire, felt a familiar breath coming in and his eyes opened. "Hey, Grandpa, long time no see, have you been in seclusion in the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire recently?" Xiao Yi came to Douluo's side in an instant. "How come you have time to visit an old man like me? I went back to Notting City a few days ago, and got 100,000-year soul bone, and brought back a blue silver grass," Xiao Yi said as he took out the soul bone and the blue silver emperor. "Oh. Yan Yan told me about this a few days ago. Is this the wife of Tang Hao's 100,000-year soul beast?" "Well, this is the wife of Tang Hao's 100,000-year-old soul beast. After being sacrificed to Tang Hao, it did not die, but turned into a seed. However, it was thrown into the cave by Tang Hao, and no one knows what he was thinking," Xiao Yi explained. "Then why did you come back in such a hurry just now?" Douluo asked puzzledly. "Oh, don't mention it. I thought that after getting the blue silver emperor, maybe I could use it as a bargaining chip, or at least make things annoying. I didn't expect Tang Hao to put down a restriction. As soon as I put the blue silver emperor away, the restriction was triggered. I was afraid that Tang Hao would catch up, so I came back at full speed," Xiao Yi explained. "But Grandpa, your soul power seems to have improved again." "That's right, I just broke through these 2 days. Isn't this to consolidate my soul power?" Douluo said proudly. "There is one more thing, Tang Hao and this blue silver grass have a son named Tang San. He has just graduated from the Junior Spirit Master Academy, his spirit power is at level 29 and he is suspected to have twin spirits." "Oh. This Tang Hao actually had a son with a soul beast. And they have twin martial souls. If I remember correctly, the condition for twin martial souls is that the martial souls of the parents are of the same level. Tang Hao's martial soul is the clear sky hammer, and this one is the blue silver emperor. Although it was originally a blue silver grass. It is not easy to become a blue silver grass of a 100,000-year soul beast in this case. It is also very likely to have twin martial souls. But his twin martial souls are still not as good as yours. I remember that when I first met you, you were already level 38, and now you have inherited the divine position. Even his twin martial souls can't make much waves. Besides, you are also a weapon spirit, and those people from the HIATUS sect are not good people. I don't know how many top weapon spirit families were wiped out by them. The world's #1 weapon spirit. The world's #1 sect. It's just because of Tang Chen that they are so arrogant. Boy, you are still young and have never seen the people of HIATUS sect acting so tyrannically. As for that idiot Tang Lai, he always looks down on others. Xiao Yi, you have to work hard. I hope you can knock them down from being the best in the world. The world's #1 weapon spirit is Tang Chen, not the clear sky hammer. That lunatic Tang Hao could have inherited Tang Chen's legacy, but he was actually expelled from the sect. Corruption. As far as I know, the Min family seems to have formed an alliance with the HIATUS sect. Tang Yuehua from Yuexian in Tiando City is the third daughter of the HIATUS sect. I heard that the Min family is living in poverty, and Tang Yuehua, as their niece, doesn't even bother to take care of them. I don't know where she has been for so many years. Douluo sighed. After all, he was quite old. He achieved title DOLOU at the age of 65. When he was young, he ventured into the world of soul masters. Tang Chen and DALU were already the two great leaders in the world of soul masters. Douluo can be considered a genius. His innate soul power is at level 9, making him the most talented person in the green phosphorus snake family. Unfortunately, the defect of his martial soul caused his cultivation to be hindered by poison. He achieved title DOLOU at the age of 65, but when he met Xiao Yi, he was still at level 91. He had been stuck at level 91 for many years, and his life was counting down. Since meeting Xiao Yi, his luck has changed. His martial soul defect has disappeared, his granddaughter has been cured, and he has also found her lover. Although the green phosphorus snake martial soul is broken, it is not a big problem. Oh, by the way, Grandpa. Don't you like to make medicine? You can go to the Poi clan and use that Yoxiang Chilua to exchange for the prescription or just win them over. The HIATUS sect doesn't care about them anyway, so it won't be a problem if we win them over. Xiao Yi gave Douluo an idea. Also, I heard that the Min clan has a crystal blood dragon ginseng. We can get that thing to help Yanzi evolve his martial soul. Xiao Yi suddenly remembered that the crystal blood dragon ginseng was in the hands of the Min clan and then told Douluo. Okay, I get it, you absorbed the soul bone. After you finish absorbing the soul bone, I will go to the Pei clan and the Min clan. After listening to Xiao Yi's words, Douluo also remembered that there was such a thing in the soul guide. He used it once to detoxify a few years ago, and the rest was just gathering dust. It would be better to take it out and exchange it with the Poi clan. Perhaps he could get more prescriptions. Besides, the Poi clan is not only good at refining medicine, but also has first-class combat power. If he wants to create a power in the future, he will be a good helper. Afterwards, Xiao Yi went to the center of the yin-yang eye of ice and fire and began to absorb the soul bone. Xiao Yi took out the soul bone and placed it close to his right leg. With a buzz sound, a cool breath continued to come from the legs, and the leg bones in the hands quietly dissipated. After the leg bones dissipated, strands of soul power entered Xiao Yi's body, wrapped around his meridians and instantly spread throughout his body. Soon, strands of soul power were transmitted to all the meridians, and then the soul power of the soul bone began to rapidly expand his meridians. It was unknown how long it took before the soul power was completely consumed, and Xiao Yi's meridians became stronger. Well, it feels so comfortable, it is worthy of being the 100,000-year soul bone with the strongest vitality. My soul power has increased by 2 levels, Xiao Yi said after he woke up. It was already the next day when Xiao Yi woke up again. The 100,000-year soul bone had doubled the width of his meridians and raised them by 2 levels, now to level 77. As for the soul bone skills, they are flying and recovery. Although Xiao Yi feels that the flying is a bit useless, the recovery can make him not afraid of getting injured in the future. Chapter 79. What skills does your soul bone have? Dugu Bo asked curiously. The soul bone skills are flying and endless life. Flying is a bit useless, but endless life can regenerate severed limbs, Xiao Yi replied. The soul bone of the blue-silver grass can actually produce the ability to regenerate severed limbs. Dugu Bo was very surprised. Of course, although the blue-silver grass is very weak, it has great vitality, its traces can be found everywhere. And after absorbing this soul bone, my soul power increased by 2 levels, now it is already level 77. Hiss, if I remember correctly, you are only 17 years old this year, not even 18, you are really so terrifying. Dugu Bo said. It was when I came to Qiando City and met you, Grandpa. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to take the magic grass, I wouldn't have made such rapid progress, and I wouldn't have been with Yanzi, Xiao Yi said. Dugu Bo was also moved when he heard what Xiao Yi said. Who could have thought that the soul master who trembled when standing in front of him would reach the soul sage level so quickly? Those magical herbs not only helped Xiao Yi to make rapid progress, but also had a great effect on him. Dugu Bo, and his granddaughter. It can only be said that the sudden inspiration at the beginning completely turned the lives of him and his granddaughter around. And now Xiao Yi has passed the divine test and won the favor of the gods, which makes Xiao Yi's future smooth. Grandpa, I have something to do here, let's go and destroy the Posey clan after a while, Xiao Yi said. Okay, go ahead, Dugu Bo said. Then Xiao Yi took out the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire. After obtaining the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire, Xiao Yi went straight back to Dugu Mansion. At this time, Yi Lingling and Dugu Yen were chatting in Dugu Mansion. Lingling, do you like Xiao Yi? Dugu Yen joked with Yi Lingling. Yanzi. What are you talking about? I will ignore you if you say that again. You're still saying no, but the look in his eyes is not right, it's almost threaty, Dugu Yen teased after seeing Yi Lingling's ears turn red. Yanzi, before Yi Lingling could finish her words, Xiao Yi's voice came from outside. Yanzi. I'm back. Hey. Lingling is here too, I just happened to want to talk to you about something. By the way, what were you talking about just now? Why are Lingling's ears so red? Xiao Yi noticed something was wrong with Yi Lingling as soon as he entered the room. Just now we were, Dugu Yen just opened her mouth when Yi Lingling covered her mouth. It's nothing, it's just that the room is too hot, Yi Lingling explained after covering Dugu Yen's mouth, and at the same time she looked at Dugu Yen guiltily. Okay, Lingling, let Yanzi go, Xiao Yi said in confusion. Huh, what's wrong, Yi? Is there something wrong? Ah, that's right. Didn't I put all the magic herbs with you before? There was a Qi Luo tulip in it. That thing was made by absorbing the essence of the sun and the moon. I heard that Ling Ling's martial soul has defects, and I was thinking about whether I could use that to solve Ling Ling's martial soul problem. Xiao Yi explained. Is this what you are talking about? Dugu Yen took out a jade box from the soul guide and opened it. I saw a very strange fairy grass lying inside. Its roots and leaves below were all covered with vines, finely combed, but on the top was a golden tulip. Yes, that's it. This thing is called Chiloa tulip, and it is elegant and luxurious. Taking it can absorb the essence of heaven and earth, and the light of the sun and the moon. It is effective for treasure-type martial spirits, but I don't know if it will work on your 9-hearted begonia. This flower cannot be swallowed, you need to gently inhale the stamens. Slowly absorb the essence into the body, and then cultivate your soul power slowly, so that the medicinal effect can spread throughout your limbs and bones. Xiao Yi said after seeing the Qilua tulip. Lingling, this is for you, take it. Dugu Yan handed the Qilua tulip to Yi Lingling, indicating that Yi Lingling should take it. This is so embarrassing, Yi Lingling looked at the Qilua tulip and said hesitantly. It's okay, Lingling, we have all taken the magic herb, otherwise our soul power would not increase so quickly. What's more, this thing is used to be absorbed, you are my best friend, just take it. Dugu Yan directly stuffed the Qilua tulip into Yi Lingling's hand. Okay, then I'll absorb it. Seeing Dugu Yan put it directly into her hand, Yi Lingling felt bad to refuse. So she sat cross-legged on the ground and took it according to Xiao Yi's instructions. Time passed by minute, and soon 3 hours passed, and Yi Lingling changed. After Yi Lingling absorbed the energy according to Xiao Yi's method, her martial soul emerged, and a faint golden light was set off under the pink crabapple flowers. This golden light was released from Yi Lingling's body, carrying the rich scent of tulips, like a fairy descending to earth. Every time the golden light strengthened, Yi Lingling's nine-hearted begonia looked more dazzling and brilliant. The biggest change was Yi Lingling's martial soul. As the medicinal effect evaporated, it slowly changed from a pink crabapple flower to a holy white crabapple flower. 3 hours later Yi Lingling woke up. Yi Lingling slowly stretched her body. How is it, Lingling? Is there any change? I feel like some restrictions in my body seem to have been broken, and my martial soul has also changed. My original soul skills could only heal injuries, but now they can recover 40 of my soul power and enhance my attack, defense, speed and the like by 50. In addition, my soul power has increased by 5 levels, and is now at level 48. Yi Lingling felt the martial soul and soul power and spoke. Ah! Your current martial soul can be said to be equal to the 7 treasures glazed pagoda. It's even much stronger than the 7 treasures glazed pagoda. After all, the 7 treasures glazed pagoda can only upgrade to soul saint. While you can reach title DOLOU, and your martial soul can even recover from injuries. Dugu Yan said in surprise. Also, I think my current martial soul should no longer be called Nine-Hearted Begonia, but Nine-Hearted Holy Begonia, Yi Lingling said while casually glancing at Xiao Yi. Yi Lingling knew in her heart that the change in her martial soul was all thanks to her being Dugu Yan's best friend. Otherwise Xiao Yi would not have given her the Qilua tulip. Xiao Yi said, you think too much, I just simply don't like the Qibao Liuli sect. Don't let others know that your martial soul has developed these abilities, especially those from the 7 treasures glazed tile sect. You are not like Yan Zi and I, we may not always be here, so you have to be careful, Xiao Yi warned. Don't worry, I won't reveal any information, Yi Lingling said. Yi Lingling couldn't help but look at Xiao Yi. If it weren't for Dugu Yan, she would even have the urge to marry him. Only she knows the difficulty of the 9-hearted begonia. Only 2 9-hearted begonias can appear in one lineage. Her grandmother died because she wanted her to awaken the 9-hearted begonia, so she wants to break this limitation. Now that the problem was solved she was very grateful to Xiao Yi. Plus she had always had a good impression of Xiao Yi, so she rushed to Xiao Yi and kissed him. Bah! What is this little girl trying to do? Dugu Yan also smiled when she saw Yi Lingling being so brave. Dugu Yan noticed that Yi Lingling liked Xiao Yi a long time ago, and she didn't think that Yi Lingling did anything wrong. After all, it was impossible for her not to like Xiao Yi, who was so talented. However, Yi Lingling's martial soul and the changes in her family caused her to become closed-minded. Now that the problem of martial soul has been solved, she feels relieved that Yi Lingling is so bold. After all, she also agrees that her boyfriend is liked by her bestie. There are not many women around that strong man. After the kiss, Yi Lingling seemed to have thought of something and immediately let go. Then Yi Lingling's face turned red. I don't mean anything else, I just want to thank you, Yi Lingling said stutteringly. Because my martial soul had limitations before, now that the limitations have been resolved I am very excited, I don't know how to thank you, so I kissed you in excitement. Yi Lingling's voice became smaller and smaller as she spoke. It's okay, you are Yin Yan's best friend, there's no need to say so much. Xiao Yi saw Yi Lingling's embarrassment and spoke. What's wrong with this girl? Is she interested in me? No way, I hardly talk to her normally. Because Yi Lingling was usually too silent, Xiao Yi had no idea what Yi Lingling was thinking. He simply didn't think that Yi Lingling liked him, and just thought that Yi Lingling was thanking him. Chapter 80. This idiot, he couldn't even see Yi Lingling's performance was so obvious, Dugu Yan complained in his heart. It seems like we need to find an opportunity to bring them together. Dugu Yan couldn't help but feel a headache when Xiao Yi showed a wooden attitude towards Yi Lingling's initiative. okay. Just when Dugu Yan was thinking about how to bring Yi Lingling together, Xiao Yi's mental power sensed someone coming to Dugu Mansion. Because when Yi Lingling was absorbing the magic grass just now, Xiao Yi had been releasing his mental power in order to avoid external interference. Yan Zi, someone is coming, I'll go out and see what's going on, Xiao Yi said. Then Xiao Yi walked out of the room. How did you come? After Xiao Yi went out, he found that it was Qian Renxue and was puzzled. Xiao Yi was confused by Qian Renshue's sudden visit. Normally, Qian Renxue would not come to see him. Would you like to invite me in and sit down? Qian Renxue said. Your Highness, please come in, Xiao Yi said as he brought Qian Renxue into the Dugu mansion. Since Qian Renxue was using Xue Qinghe's appearance at this time, Xiao Yi could only address her as, Your Highness the Crown Princess. Greetings to His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, X2 Yi Lingling and Dugu Yan, who were in the room, also greeted Qian Renxue when they saw her coming. Xiao Yi, you are such a fool, you didn't even tell me that the Crown Prince was coming. But then Dugu Yan looked at Xiao Yi. What is she doing here? Dugu Yan sent a message to Xiao Yi with a dangerous look. Xiao Yi felt his scalp tingle when he saw Dugu Yan's eyes, and then he said in a voice transmission, I don't know why she is here. Yi Lingling saw Dugu Yan and the other person exchanging eye contact and knew that this was not an appropriate time to ask, so she just watched silently from the side. Your Highness, please take a seat, I'll go make you some tea. After Dugu Yan and Xiao Yi had a conversation, Xiao Yi spoke. After Xiao Yi left, Dugu Yan and Qian Renxue began an invisible confrontation. It seems that Miss Dugu and Xiao Yi have a very good relationship, Qian Renxue spoke first. No way, it's just that Xiao Yi pampers me usually, Dugu Yan fought back when he heard the sarcasm in Qian Renshue's words. Xiao Yi told Dugu Yan earlier that Dugu Yan knew the true identity of the current prince, and that she was a girl. As a woman with a natural sixth sense. Dugu Yan was sure that Qian Renxue was interested in her man when she saw her for the first time, so she directly regarded Qian Renxue as a love rival. Although Yi Lingling didn't know what was going on, she could feel a tense atmosphere between the two people. That's not right. Could it be that His Royal Highness the Crown Prince has a misunderstanding with Yan Zi? They don't seem to have much in common. And why does His Royal Highness the Crown Prince smell like a woman? Is he gay? Didn't His Royal Highness the Crown Prince say that he had a son some time ago? Could it be that the Crown Prince found someone to replace him? In just a short moment, Yi Lingling started a brainstorming session. Your Highness, the tea is ready, please enjoy, Xiao Yi's timely appearance broke the deadlock. Then Xiao Yi poured the tea into the teacup and put down the teapot. Qian Renxue picked up the teacup and took a sip. I didn't realize you're such a good tea brewer, Qian Renxue said after taking a sip. Not bad, I usually make some when I'm free, anyway, why did you come to me? There's no outsider here, so change back to your original appearance for the conversation. I'm used to seeing you in your original appearance, so it's a bit off-putting to see you like this all of a sudden. Xiao Yi replied. That's because I'm afraid that your girlfriend will be jealous, Qian Renxue glanced at Xiao Yi indifferently and then changed back to her original appearance. She is so beautiful, no wonder Xiao Yi always goes to find her, Dugu Yan thought to herself. Then Dugu Yan's hand reached out to Xiao Yi's waist. Hiss. Xiao Yi felt a pain in his waist and turned around to find Dugu Yan's hand twisting his waist. What are you doing? Xiao Yi asked in a voice transmission. No wonder you always go looking for her, she's so pretty, what's more, she's interested in you, Dugu Yan sent a vicious look to Xiao Yi. Qian Renxue watched the two lovers playing with great interest. But Yi Lingling was no longer calm at this moment. Oh my god, the Crown Prince is actually a woman. I was wondering if there had ever been any scandals about the Crown Prince before. So it turns out that she is a woman, and she is so pretty. But who is she? It looks like she'd be interested in playing chess with me. Doesn't that mean I'll have another opponent? When Yi Lingling saw Qian Renshue's true appearance, she felt as if she had grown a brain. She didn't expect that the current Crown Prince was actually a woman, and no one knew who she was. Okay, introduce yourself to them, Xiao Yi said. I am Qian Renxue, the young master of the Spirit Hall, and a six-winged angel of the Spirit Hall. Xue Qinghe has been dead for more than 10 years, the Crown Prince you have known for more than 10 years was me in disguise. Since they were in Dugu Mansion, and the snake spear Douluo behind Qian Renxue had already blocked the entire Dugu Mansion when she arrived, they didn't have to worry about others knowing their conversation. Sure enough, after Qian Renxue said this, Dugu Yan and Yi Lingling immediately couldn't sit still. Good fellow, you only told me that she was from the Spirit Hall, but you didn't tell me that she was the young master of the Spirit Hall, Qian Renxue. Hiss. Yanzi, be gentle. Who told you to have affairs outside? This is a lesson for you. Xiao Yi felt bitter. Who knew why Qian Renxue suddenly attacked him? But he couldn't call her out directly. After all, there were 3 girls there, and he had to save his face as a man. Wan la. I hope they won't be silenced if I hear such confidential information. However, they seem to know each other very well, so I don't have to worry about being silenced. I used to hear Xiao Yi mention Miss Qian often, and he described Miss Qian's appearance as very beautiful. Now that I see Miss Qian's appearance is indeed as Xiao Yi said, I really have to admit defeat. Dugu Yan declared his sovereignty with a hint of gunpowder as soon as he opened his mouth. Miss Dugu Yan, you're joking, I just have good genes. If I didn't have this important status, how could I compare to you? Qian Renxue said on the track. Wan La, this is a Shura field, who can save me? Xiao Yi thought to himself. Let's talk about why you came to see me today, Xiao Yi said bitterly. I have broken through to the Soul Saint level, Qian Renxue said lightly. What? Soul Saint? That's not right, why did it take you so long to become a Soul Saint? I remember you were already level 68 when I came back a year ago, why is it so slow? Besides, I have been a Soul Saint for half a year and I am already level 77, isn't that unscientific? What the hell? Xiao Yi is already level 77. Chapter 81. Dugu Yan felt that Qian Renxue was a bit outrageous. She, Dugu Yan, had clearly eaten the magic grass. But now she was only level 68. Qian Renxue did not look like she had eaten magic grass or anything like that. In other words, at the same age, Qian Renxue relied on her own talent to cultivate faster than her at a similar age. What's more, she has been disguising herself as Xue Qinghe for more than 10 years, and judging by her current appearance. Qian Renxue was Xue Qinghe when she was about 10 years old. She had to deal with official duties every day, and to prevent herself from being discovered, she had very little time for practice every day, but she managed to make up for it with her talent. Or it could be said that Qian Renshue's cultivation speed was very slow before she met Xiao Yi. After she met Xiao Yi gave her several ideas so that Qian Renxue had time to practice. And then her soul power increased significantly in the past few years. From this point of view, it is very possible. Okay, don't make things like this, why should girls be so awkward? Xiao Yi tried to smooth things over. This is a matter between us girls, you have no right to speak, X2. Puchi. Yi Lingling next to him laughed and couldn't help but look at Xiao Yi with sympathy. See if you dare to flirt with other girls. No, it seems like I like Xiao Yi too. Yi Lingling's pretty face turned red when she thought of this. At this time, Xiao Yi also noticed Yi Lingling's blushing face. No, sister, what do you think of me when these two say that? Could it be that you really like me? It's already difficult to handle 2 of them, what should I do with these 3? Ahem, why are you looking for me now that you have broken through to Soul Saint? To obtain soul rings? Don't you have 2 titled DOLOU behind you? One of Uncle Shi and the other has to stay in the prince's mansion to handle affairs, so we have to ask for help from you and Dugubo, Qian Renxue said. Aren't there seniors in the worship hall? Why don't you ask them to take you there? What? Will it be unfair for you to go with me? It's just a word, go or not. Go, but you have to give me some kickbacks, Xiao Yi teased in a mean way. However, Xiao Yi was thinking, sooner or later, I will execute you right here on the spot. Don't worry, I will definitely not treat you unfairly. Qian Renxue seemed to be able to see what Xiao Yi was thinking and looked at Xiao Yi straight. Oh no, this girl won't see anything. Xiao Yi felt a little uneasy when seeing Qian Renshue's gaze, so he turned his gaze away. To be honest, it is impossible for Xiao Yi not to like Qian Renxue. After all, everyone loves beauty. What's more, this little angel is at Sundra and she doesn't even say she is interested in him. As for what Dugu Yan thinks, just kidding. I have known Dugu Yan longer than Qian Renxue, and I know him well. Although Dugu Yan is jealous, he still understands what Qian Renshue's identity represents. Now they are weak and powerless. Although Dugu Bo is currently level 97 and is a strong man, he still poses no threat to the sect and the empire. If Xiao Yi and Qian Renxue really succeed, they also represent the spirit hall behind them. At worst, they can use the power of the spirit hall to prosper. As for why I only got promoted twice in a year, it's because old man Shui Yi handed the army over to me, taking turns with my stand-in to lead the army every day almost drove me to death, Qian Renxue complained. As one of the 2 major empires on the continent, the Tiando Empire has a very large territory and a large army. However, because the royal martial spirit of the Tiando Empire is the swan, the Tiando Empire can only rely on fiefdoms and titles to maintain its operations. In other words, the Tiando Empire is a country that is almost entirely maintained by the nobility. The nobles generally ignored state affairs and only cared about eating, drinking and having fun every day, exploiting the common people, burning, killing, looting, and doing all kinds of evil. This also led to the situation that over time the nobles of the major duchies and provinces would only listen to orders and not announcements, causing the morale of the people in the Tiando Empire to be demoralized. Therefore, Shui Laozi kept the military power in his hands and didn't care about anything else. He would occasionally check the treasury to see the income such as taxes. So when Qian Renxue took over, it was almost a mess, with a lot of trivial matters that needed her to deal with. How big is the mess left by Emperor Shui to keep you so busy? Well, it's mainly because of the major duchies. Didn't the Tiando Empire give fiefs to the nobles in the early years? Now those nobles basically don't care about Emperor Shui's face and are ready to establish themselves as kings. Some of them are showing signs of wanting to surrender to the Spirit Hall, but they are also trying to please Xing Luo. You can say they are fence-sitters. Some nobles in Tiando City make profits from the army. I am afraid of affecting their interests, so I always oppose me. There is a general in Tiando City named Golong, known as the Nine-Life Dragon, who is the loyal dog of the old man Shui. If I touch him directly, the development of the situation will be detrimental to my plan. Qian Renxue explained. Isn't this easy to solve? If any nobles disagree with you, just kill them. As an emperor, you must be decisive in killing them. These nobles are equivalent to a small group, and they are originally fence-sitters. They only stand together because of their interests. If you kill a chicken to scare the monkeys, they dare not disagree with you. You are too gentle to them, making them think you are easy to bully. Xiao Yi said. After listening to what Xiao Yi said, Qian Renxue felt that it was normal. Her polite demeanor before made those nobles think that he was a soft persimmon, so naturally they did not take her seriously. Okay, let's not talk about this anymore. Have you found your soul beast? Xiao Yi asked. I found it. It's in the mixed circle of the Star Do Great Forest. It's a fire crow that's more than 70,000 years old, Qian Renxue said. Are your physical fitness and mental strength up to it? Xiao Yi asked doubtfully. The six-winged angel is a god-level martial soul, not to mention the angel's soul bones. Now that I have absorbed 2 pieces, I can naturally meet the requirements. Qian Renxue rolled her eyes and transmitted the message. When Du Guyan saw the 2 people exchanging eye contact, he knew that this was a secret and could not be said directly, so he understood and did not ask. Xiao Yi agreed when he heard it. The six-winged angel is a god-level martial soul, and its physical fitness is stronger than that of ordinary soul masters. The angel's soul bone is a divine outfit, composed of 699,999-year-old light and fire soul bones. If you wear a full set on your body, all of them will transform into 100,000-year soul bones. Tisk, it's better to have a background, otherwise it will take a long time for a casual cultivator to find a spirit ring, Xiao Yi joked. Then if you join the spirit hall or work for me, I will use my power to help you obtain spirit rings, Qian Renxue said lightly. No, don't, I'm used to being idle, it's good for me to be a free and easy wanderer, besides, we are so familiar with each other, do you think it's embarrassing? Xiao Yi said. Then I'll wait for you outside Tiando City tomorrow morning, don't forget to bring Senior Dugu with you, I'll be leaving first. Qian Renxue made an appointment with Xiao Yi and left. And Xiao Yi also went out to see Qian Renxue off. After Qian Renxue went out, she turned into Xue Qinghe. Okay, I'll send you here, if you don't go back, your girlfriend will be angry, Qian Renxue said. Then I'll go back first. After hearing Qian Renxue's words, Xiao Yi just said hello and went back. As soon as she entered the room, Du Guyan's hand reached out for Xiao Yi's waist. Chapter 82. The next day. After getting up, Xiao Yi and Dugu Bo came to the outside of Tiando City. At this time, Qian Renxue and Snake Spear Douluo seemed to be waiting outside the city early. I didn't expect the granddaughter of the great priest is so pretty, are you interested in her? If so, I have a few potions here. After the two arrived, Dugu Bo saw Qian Renxue's appearance and sent a message to Xiao Yi. Ahem, Grandpa, what are you talking about? I don't understand. Oh, I don't know you, kid, she's so pretty and has such a high status, I don't believe you don't have feelings for her. Have you been waiting for a long time? Xiao Yi asked. No, I just arrived too, Qian Renxue said lightly. But Dugu Bo and Snake Spear Douluo are different. Tisk, old poisonous creature, I thought you didn't dare to come, Snake Spear Douluo said sarcastically. It's not up to you to decide whether I come or not, you should worry about your young master and make sure he doesn't get abducted by my grandson-in-law, Dugu Bo retorted. You should say that your grandson-in-law should not be taken advantage of by our young master, after all, our chief priest supports them both. Snake Spear, I remember that you have good talent too, you were level 92 a few years ago, how come you are still at level 92 now? Douluo teased. When it comes to cultivating the Snake Spear, Hongwen becomes familiar. Do you think it's that easy? It takes more than 10 years for a titled Douluo to reach the next level, as for you, I don't know what kind of luck you had. You reached 5 or 6 levels in just a few years. Your martial soul has also changed. If you didn't have an angel martial soul, I would have thought you were a fallen soul master. Snake Spear Douluo said. Hey, it's all thanks to a good grandson-in-law who helped me, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to reach level 5 or 6 so quickly, Douluo said on the track. When Xiao Yi and Qian Renxue heard Douluo and the other man competing with each other like naughty old men, they couldn't help but look at each other, feeling helpless. How to do? What do you mean? Of course it's these two old naughty boys, if they keep bickering, how long will it take? The sooner they leave, the sooner they can come back. Grandpa, Senior Snake Spear, you two should stop making trouble, we need to go early and come back early, Xiao Yi said. Okay, since Ear has spoken, I won't say much. When Douluo heard Xiao Yi speak to stop him, he also stopped arguing with Snake Spear Douluo. Humph, I'll just give you a face, not that I'm afraid of the old poisonous creature. Snake Spear Douluo was so angry at Douluo that he couldn't say anything back, and he took the opportunity given by Xiao Yi to shut up. Xiao Yi rolled his eyes helplessly when he saw the two old naughty boys being so arrogant and unwilling to give in to each other. Then let's go, Qian Renxue said. Then the group of 4 flew towards the star forest. Because 2 of them were titled Douluo, Xiao Yi had an external soul bone, and Qian Renxue had an angel spirit, so they traveled quickly and arrived at the Star Do Great Forest in about 2 days. The Xingdou Great Forest is perhaps the place that left the deepest impression on Xiao Yi, without a doubt. No matter how many times he comes here, Xiao Yi always feels very peaceful. When they arrived at the Star Do Great Forest, they did not rest because they had intelligence in advance, they planned to fight quickly and decisively. In a valley in the mixed circle of the Star Forest, a fire crow was taking a nap on a tree. This fire crow has dark red feathers all over its body. One of its wings looks 10 meters long, and if its wings are spread, it would be at least 25 meters. Its sharp claws and dark red beak look like they can easily break stones. Is this the purpose of your trip? Should we take action directly? Let's get started right away, there's not much time over there, Qian Renxue replied. Grandpa, take action and kill it instantly, Xiao Yi said to Douluo. Douluo nodded and stepped forward. 7th Soul Skill, Shengliu's True Form. Douluo went up with a true form of his martial soul. It must be said that Douluo was really handsome after his martial soul evolved into Shengliu. Every time you see Douluo releasing his true form of martial soul, it is a visual feast. TSK, I really envy that old poisonous creature's martial spirit becoming like this, Snake Spear Douluo said sourly when he saw Douluo's martial spirit. Wow! The Sunset Fire Crow immediately became unhappy when it felt that someone had intruded into its territory and disturbed its rest, and it spread its wings and swooped over. When it spread its wings, its huge body blocked out the sky and directly blocked out the sunlight. Douluo's martial spirit's true form was even larger, hundreds of meters long, with 9 ferocious snake heads staring coldly at the Sunset Fire Crow. The Sunset Fire Crow opened its mouth and spewed out a flame to attack Shengliu Zhen. But the damage to Shengliu was minimal. Are you kidding? Who is Shengliu? He is a famous monster in mythology and legends. How could a mere Sunset Fire Crow hurt him? Douluo said, little brother, even if I give you the chance, you are useless. In order to prevent the Sunset Fire Crow from being killed directly, Douluo directly reduced the soul power consumed by the 8th soul skill, leaving the Sunset Fire Crow dying. 8th soul skill, Time Freeze. The space where the Sunset Fire Crow was located was directly frozen, and then a ray of divine light of destruction hit the Sunset Fire Crow, and soon the Sunset Fire Crow was dying. Hurry up, girl, or it will die, Douluo urged when he saw the Sunset Fire Crow dying. After hearing what Douluo said, Qian Renxue stepped forward and directly released her 5th soul skill, the Angel Sword. She inserted the Angel Sword into the eyes of the Sunset Fire Crow, and then stirred it to pieces. After the Sunset Fire Crow died, a black soul ring slowly rose up, and Qian Renxue sat cross-legged on the ground and began to absorb the soul ring. Time goes back to half an hour ago. At this time, Xiao Yi and other 3 had just arrived at the mixed circle. Where is your soul beast approximately? Xiao Yi looked at Qian Renxue and asked. It's almost there, the place mentioned in the intelligence is a valley, it will take about a quarter of an hour to get there, we can just take it down when we get there, Qian Renxue replied. Then Grandpa will deal with it directly when he arrives. It's just a soul beast that is more than 70,000 years old, so it should be easy to deal with, Xiao Yi said. Time returns to the present. While Qian Renxue was refining the soul ring, Xiao Yi was not idle either. He was looking for the soul beast to see if it had any soul bones. After searching for a while, he searched the entire soul beast but couldn't find any. What is Yi doing? Dugu Bo asked in a voice transmission. I saw if this sunset fire crow would drop any soul bones. Unfortunately, it didn't, Xiao Yi replied. Tisk, soul bones are not so easy to get. The previous soul bones were obtained by brutal kills or high-level bloodlines. This one was killed by me in seconds before it could figure out the situation. It's normal that soul bones don't appear. Dugu Bo said in a voice transmission. Xiao Yi thought about it and it seemed to be true. To put it simply, soul bones were the crystallization of the soul beast's bloodline and talent. The explosion rate would be high only if the bloodline level was high or the beast was killed badly. Generally, the chance of them appearing naturally would be low if the quality was low or the beast was killed instantly. Day 3. Qian Renxue woke up from absorbing the spirit ring. Not bad, your soul power has reached level 72 directly, and it seems that you have awakened your domain. Xiao Yi said after feeling the fluctuation of Qian Renxue's soul power. But at this moment he felt jealous. He was really envious of the six-winged angel. Not only was he at the innate level 20, but his domain was automatically awakened at level 70. And he also had his own inheritance of godhood. He almost went crazy thinking about how he had run to that damn place, the city of slaughter, just for a domain. But to put it another way, he not only gained the domain by passing the Hell Road, but also passed the divine test, which seems to be a good deal. Humph, you're the same too. When I first met you, you were just a soul sect leader and I was a soul king at that time. I didn't expect that in just a few years you would progress faster than me. I don't even know who has the god-level martial soul. Qian Renxue said. Hehe, don't compare yourself with me. I was just lucky to meet my grandfather and have some opportunities. If I had continued to develop on my own, I might not even know where I am now, I might not even be a soul king. If I hadn't known you, I would not have been able to walk out of the city of slaughter safely. Xiao Yi said, touching his nose embarrassedly. Okay, let's go after absorbing the soul ring. After all, you have a girlfriend waiting for you at home, Qian Renxue teased. Tisk, that's my business, it's none of your business, Xiao Yi rolled his eyes. Chapter 83. What's going on? Do they do this often? Anyway. This guy quarrels with the young lady as soon as he goes to the prince's mansion, and the chief priest mentions Xiao Yi every now and then. It seems that he doesn't care how the two of them develop. Snake Spear Douluo transmitted the message. It seems that Yan Yan will have a new sister, Dugu Bo thought to himself. The two of them argued for a while, then they remembered that there were other people around and became serious. Ahem, let's go without further ado. Then the four of them flew out of the Star Forest. When they arrived at the outskirts of the Star Do Great Forest, Xiao Yi felt that something seemed to have happened to the side. Grandpa, I'll go over and take a look, Xiao Yi said to Dugu Bo. Go ahead and be safe. Then Xiao Yi flew over there. When Xiao Yi arrived near the noise, he hid directly. He decided to play it safe. If it was a rookie, it would be much easier. But if it was an expert, he would have to think carefully. Xiao Yi was not sure if it was an expert, so he could only make this arrangement for now. If he couldn't beat him, he could always fly. Not long after, Xiao Yi saw a woman wearing a black leather jacket, with long black hair draped over her shoulders. Fair skin, and an extremely plump and hot figure that was inconsistent with her age, suddenly rushed out and bumped into Xiao Yi's arms. The expression on this woman's face was very cold, a coldness that came from the heart. Pure coldness. There was not even a trace of life in her pair of black eyes, which was somewhat inconsistent with her originally very beautiful face. Her limbs were well proportioned and slender, and she exuded a kind of deadly coldness that was difficult for people to adapt to. The most important thing is that this girl has wounds all over her body. There are different scars on her legs, body and arms because of the scars. Her clothes are slightly torn, revealing her delicate skin. However, Xiao Yi did not care so much. He was just curious about why someone was being hunted in the Xingdou Great Forest. Was she being hunted because she had soul bones? Xiao Yi could sense that the girl's cultivation was only that of a great soul master. How could she have soul bones? I'm sorry, I bumped into you, run quickly, someone is chasing me, I don't want to drag you down, don't let me get involved in our family's troubles. When Xiao Yi heard the word family, he was stunned. Family? What the hell? What kind of family would hunt down a girl of 11 or 12 years old? Looking at the girl's figure, a baby face with a big body, he seemed to remember that this couldn't be Zhu Zhuqing. Are you from the Xingluo Zhu family? Xiao Yi asked. Before the girl could speak, another woman's voice was heard. The boy in front, let go of my sister, or you will suffer the consequences. Xiao Yi looked back and soon another woman with a hot body came out. If you look closely, you can see that the woman and the girl are 70 alike, and you can tell at first glance that they are sisters. Behind the woman were several masked men in black, who looked like death squads. After Xiao Yi put the girl down, he asked, "What's going on? You two look like sisters, why are you chasing after someone for no reason?" The woman in black ignored Xiao Yi and turned to the girl next to him and said, "Zhu Qing, you are really good at running, are you going to look for your cowardly fiancé? According to intelligence, he is partying every night in Soto City in the Barak Kingdom. Is this kind of man worth looking for? You'd better go home with your sister." "Humph. Zhu Zhuyun, stop being so hypocritical, you want me to go home? I'm afraid I'll be living a life worse than death in your clutches, I'm not like that bastard, I can just die." Zhu Zhuqing said angrily that she was touched in a sore spot. Her fiancé and she had originally shared a common destiny. But he couldn't stand the pressure and ran away. Then she heard that he was a playboy in a certain city. How could she not be angry? How could such a man, who had no sense of responsibility and no courage, be worthy of her? That man was not even level 25 when he was 11 years old. Although Zhu Zhuqing's innate soul power was only level 7, her soul power had reached level 27 at the age of 11. She also has her own pride, and she also wants to find a husband of her dreams. But she is the daughter of the Zhu family. The daughters of the Zhu family have been the designated wives of royal family members from generation to generation, and this is an unchangeable fact. When Xiao Yi heard this, he understood. Wow, it was indeed the Xingluo Zhu family. What a coincidence that he would encounter such a thing just when helping Qian Rinxue to obtain a spirit ring. But it was also true that this period of time happened to be the start of school for Shrek. A few days ago, he heard that the little princess Ning Rongrong of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tiles sect had left the sect, and the beggar had also graduated from nodding. He was almost in Soto City at this time, and now he encountered Zhu Zhuqing being hunted down. It doesn't matter if he meets Zhu Zhuqing, but the question is whether to save her or not. Now he has the ability to save Zhu Zhuqing, but what can he do after saving her? Disgusted Dai Mubai? Or split up the Shrek 7 devils? As of now, the immortal grass is in Xiao Yi's hands. The Shrek 7 devils in the original timeline won the championship of the Soul Master competition with the immortal grass. Now without the immortal grass, they naturally can't make any waves. As for disgusting Dai Mubai, it was totally unnecessary. After all, in Xiao Yi's eyes, he could kill Dai Mubai now with ease. But it was a pity for this big-tipped cat. Besides, he didn't have the hobby of sending girls away. Even if he saved Zhu Zhuqing, he would not let her go to a garbage academy like Shrek Academy to ruin her future. After saving her, he sent her to Qindo Royal Academy and let her beat Dai Mubai in the future. This is acceptable. After all, he had coveted Dugu Yan in the past. And it was fun to train Zhu Zhuqing and let her beat Dai Mubai. After all, the tiger would not be able to tolerate being beaten by his own fiancé. This way, he could justifiably beat him up. But we still have to observe it. After all, the original plot has too little description of Zhu Zhuqing and there is nothing special about it. "I will not go back with you, stop dreaming," Zhu Zhuqing said angrily. "Oh, this is not up to you, come on," Zhu Zhuyun ordered. Then the assassins behind Zhu Zhuyun rushed forward. The first soul skill, Netherworld Thrust. Zhu Zhuqing was directly possessed by the martial spirit. A cat tail grew on her back, 2 cat ears grew on her head, and her eyes turned into one green and one blue. But she is a great soul master after all, and the assassins brought by Zhu Zhuyun are soul masters and soul lords. What's more, 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. In addition, Zhu Zhuqing obviously looked like she had been hunted for a long time. How could she possibly win when she was exhausted? As Xiao Yi expected, Zhu Zhuqing soon lost the ability to resist. "My dear sister, why won't you listen to me? Wouldn't it be better to go back peacefully? Even if you are imprisoned for life, it is better than being wiped out together with that waste." Chapter 84. Because Zhu Zhuqing was restrained at this time and could not move, she could only stare at Zhu Zhuyun with resentful eyes. Xiao Yi watched the whole conversation between the 2 sisters. Until now, he has a different perception of Zhu Zhuqing. She was just a nobody in the original period of time, but she could do this for an irrelevant passerby. In the original novel, Zhu Zhuqing's only use was to form the netherworld white tiger with the Yin tiger. She was just a pendant. In the end, she chose to forgive Dai Mubai's romantic affairs, which might just be a compromise for her future. She couldn't afford to resist the Xing Luo Empire and could only endure it passively. Even though she looked down on Dai Mubai, she could only endure it silently. Due to the martial soul fusion technique, the servants would become closer and closer to the controller, which was also the reason why Zhu Zhuqing couldn't be cruel to Dai Mubai later. Now that he had seen the real person, Xiao Yi sighed. This girl was really kind. She had told him to run away from the very beginning when they met, and she had practiced very hard, with an amazing willpower. She just wanted to survive. What could she do wrong? After thinking for a while, Xiao Yi decided to save Zhu Zhuqing. Have you forgotten me? Xiao Yi said. I'm sorry, I only remembered to deal with my disobedient sister, but forgot about you, so are you ready to surrender or fight to the end? Zhu Zhuyun said with interest. When Xiao Yi heard this, he was like, wow. It turns out that he is being treated as a soft persimmon. Shouldn't he be taught a lesson? Since Xiao Yi can control his own soul power very well, he looks like an ordinary handsome soul master in front of outsiders. You run quickly, I will go back with them. Zhu Zhuqing said quickly. When Xiao Yi heard Zhu Zhuqing's words, he did not run away, but released his martial spirit. What level should I use? Let's use Soul Emperor. Afterwards, 6 soul rings of yellow, purple and black appeared on Xiao Yi's body. Sorry, I choose to kill you, Xiao Yi said lightly. What? How is that possible? Zhu Zhuyun felt something was wrong when Xiao Yi released his martial soul, but she couldn't tell what was wrong. It wasn't until Xiao Yi released his spirit ring that she realized she had hit a wall this time. Senior, we are from the Xinglua Zhu family, you must think twice before taking any action, Zhu Zhuyun threatened with the power behind him. Zhu Zhuyun could never have imagined that Xiao Yi, who looked about the same age as her, was the Soul Emperor. However, what Zhu Zhuyun could not have imagined was that Xiao Yi's true strength was a soul saint. Zhu Zhuyun, right? I've saved your sister, do you have any objections? Xiao Yi said. In fact, Xiao Yi would naturally be unwilling to take action if he could avoid it. After all, there is an empire behind her and Zhu Zhuyun is the crown princess. It would be very troublesome to kill her, so he would rather not kill her than kill her. No objection, since you want to protect her, I'll leave her to you, let's go. After Zhu Zhuyun said this, he ordered the assassins to leave in disgrace. There was no way. Xiao Yi was the sole emperor, and none of them together could defeat him. It's good this way, my sister follows such a young sole emperor, at least I can protect her well, Zhu Zhuyun thought to himself. Okay, they're gone, can you get up now? Xiao Yi squinted at Zhu Zhuqing, glanced at her round breasts, and thought to himself, is this 11 years old? After hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing immediately stood up, bowed and thanked him, thank you for saving me. Oh my god, why is your ball still shaking? Sister, we can't play like this, or we'll be put in the dark room. What's wrong, ear? Just then Douluo Bo's voice was heard, followed by Qianren Xue and Snake Spear Douluo. It turned out that Douluo Bo and the other two saw that Xiao Yi had not returned for a long time and were worried that something had happened to him. After Douluo Bo landed, he saw Zhu Zhuqing. Ear, what's this? Douluo Bo sent a voice message to Xiao Yi. She is from the Xinglua Zhu family, she was being hunted by her sister and I happened to rescue her, I am considering whether to bring her back to Tiando City, Xiao Yi transmitted the message. However, Snake Spear Douluo and Qianren Xue were secretly complaining in their hearts. Humph, you bastard, he can meet women everywhere, and they are always good-looking and have good figures, hiss, this weapon is at least twice as big as mine, Qianren Xue thought to herself. This guy is so popular with women. Is it just because he's young, handsome and talented? I'm really jealous. Zhu Zhuqing's first reaction when she saw Qianren Xue was that this sister was so beautiful. Then he saw Douluo Bo and Snake Spear Douluo and thought to himself, title Douluo. Although Douluo Bo and Snake Spear Douluo did not reveal their spirit rings, the fact that they could fly meant that they were powerful title Douluo. As for Qianren Xue, Zhu Zhuqing believed that she had a flying-type martial spirit. Greetings to all the seniors, my name is Zhu Zhuqing, fortunately, you have saved me. From the Xinglua Zhu family? Snake Spear Douluo asked. Well, I came to the Tiando Empire this time to find my fiancé, I was discovered by my sister and was chased, fortunately, you helped me, Zhu Zhuqing replied. If I remember correctly, the Dai and Zhu families have been intermarrying in the Xinglua Empire for generations. But why did you come alone to find your fiancé? Could it be that she really abandoned you and ran away as your sister said? Xiao Yi's goal is very clear, that is to poach people. As the saying goes, as long as you use the hoe well, there is no corner that cannot be dug down. It's just as my sister said, my fiancé left me for Soto City 4 years ago and now he's having fun all day, I want to see if it's true. Is your fiancé's name Daimubai? How does Senior know? 3 years ago, a man came to Soto City. He was about 11 or 12 years old, he spent his whole day looking for pleasure and had 3 parties a day. Sometimes he would fight for a prostitute or a hotel room. In the past 3 years, he has tried everyone from noble ladies to twin sisters. His name is Dai Mubai, and now it seems that he is the 3rd prince of the Xinglua Empire. Wow, he has such a noble status, but he can play so wildly. Xiao Yi began to describe. Since they want to poach people, of course they have to throw as dirty water as possible. If you don't believe it, you can ask for verification. What? Zhu Zhuqing suffered a severe blow at this moment. Zhu Zhuqing has always believed that Dai Mubai was practicing seriously, even though the intelligence she received said that he was a philanderer. But she didn't believe it. She wanted to verify whether it was true, so she escaped on a dark and windy night. She thought that finding Dai Mubai and persuading him would help Dai Mubai regain his confidence. She didn't expect that Dai Mubai was so notorious and completely forgot their mission. She didn't know what to do. She just wanted to live a peaceful life. Chapter 85. Because Zhu Zhuqing was restrained at this time and could not move, she could only stare at Zhu Zhuyun with resentful eyes. Xiao Yi watched the whole conversation between the 2 sisters. Until now, he has a different perception of Zhu Zhuqing. She was just a nobody in the original period of time, but she could do this for an irrelevant passerby. In the original novel, Zhu Zhuqing's only use was to form the netherworld white tiger with the Yin tiger. She was just a pendant. In the end, she chose to forgive Dai Mubai's romantic affairs, which might just be a compromise for her future. She couldn't afford to resist the Xing Luo Empire and could only endure it passively. Even though she looked down on Dai Mubai, she could only endure it silently. Due to the martial soul fusion technique, the servants would become closer and closer to the controller, which was also the reason why Zhu Zhuqing couldn't be cruel to Dai Mubai later. Now that he had seen the real person, Xiao Yi sighed. This girl was really kind, she had told him to run away from the very beginning when they met, and she had practiced very hard, with an amazing willpower. She just wanted to survive, what could she do wrong? After thinking for a while, Xiao Yi decided to save Zhu Zhuqing. Have you forgotten me? Xiao Yi said. I'm sorry, I only remembered to deal with my disobedient sister, but forgot about you, so are you ready to surrender or fight to the end? Zhu Zhuyun said with interest. When Xiao Yi heard this, he was like, wow. It turns out that he is being treated as a soft persimmon, shouldn't he be taught a lesson? Since Xiao Yi can control his own soul power very well, he looks like an ordinary handsome soul master in front of outsiders. You run quickly, I will go back with them. Zhu Zhuqing said quickly. When Xiao Yi heard Zhu Zhuqing's words, he did not run away, but released his martial spirit. What level should I use? Let's use Soul Emperor. Afterwards, 6 soul rings of yellow, purple and black appeared on Xiao Yi's body. Sorry, I choose to kill you, Xiao Yi said lightly. What? How is that possible? Zhu Zhuyun felt something was wrong when Xiao Yi released his martial soul, but she couldn't tell what was wrong. It wasn't until Xiao Yi released his spirit ring that she realized she had hit a wall this time. Senior, we are from the Xinglua Zhu family, you must think twice before taking any action, Zhu Zhuyun threatened with the power behind him. Zhu Zhuyun could never have imagined that Xiao Yi, who looked about the same age as her, was the Soul Emperor. However, what Zhu Zhuyun could not have imagined was that Xiao Yi's true strength was a soul saint. Zhu Zhuyun, right? I've saved your sister, do you have any objections? Xiao Yi said. In fact, Xiao Yi would naturally be unwilling to take action if he could avoid it. After all, there is an empire behind her and Zhu Zhuyun is the crown princess. It would be very troublesome to kill her, so he would rather not kill her than kill her. No objection, since you want to protect her, I'll leave her to you, let's go. After Zhu Zhuyun said this, he ordered the assassins to leave in disgrace. There was no way. Xiao Yi was the sole emperor, and none of them together could defeat him. It's good this way, my sister follows such a young sole emperor, at least I can protect her well, Zhu Zhuyun thought to himself. Okay, they're gone, can you get up now? Xiao Yi squinted at Zhu Zhuqing, glanced at her round breasts, and thought to himself, is this 11 years old? After hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing immediately stood up, bowed and thanked him, thank you for saving me. Oh my god, why is your ball still shaking? Sister, we can't play like this, or we'll be put in the dark room. What's wrong, ear? Just then Dugubo's voice was heard, followed by Qianrenxue and Snake Spear Douluo. It turned out that Dugubo and the other two saw that Xiao Yi had not returned for a long time and were worried that something had happened to him. After Dugubo landed, he saw Zhu Zhuqing. Ear, what's this? Dugubo sent a voice message to Xiao Yi. She is from the Xinglua Zhu family, she was being hunted by her sister and I happened to rescue her, I am considering whether to bring her back to Tiando City, Xiao Yi transmitted the message. However, Snake Spear Douluo and Qianrenxue were secretly complaining in their hearts. Humph, you bastard, he can meet women everywhere, and they are always good-looking and have good figures, hiss, this weapon is at least twice as big as mine, Qianrenxue thought to herself. This guy is so popular with women. Is it just because he's young, handsome and talented? I'm really jealous. Zhu Zhuqing's first reaction when she saw Qianrenxue was that this sister was so beautiful. Then he saw Dugubo and Snake Spear Douluo and thought to himself, title Douluo. Although Dugubo and Snake Spear Douluo did not reveal their spirit rings, the fact that they could fly meant that they were powerful title Douluo. As for Qianrenxue, Zhu Zhuqing believed that she had a flying-type martial spirit. Greetings to all the seniors, my name is Zhu Zhuqing, fortunately, you have saved me. From the Xinglua Zhu family? Snake Spear Douluo asked. Well, I came to the Tiando Empire this time to find my fiancé, I was discovered by my sister and was chased, fortunately, you helped me, Zhu Zhuqing replied. If I remember correctly. The Dai and Zhu families have been intermarrying in the Xinglua Empire for generations, but why did you come alone to find your fiancé? Could it be that she really abandoned you and ran away as your sister said? Xiao Yi's goal is very clear, that is to poach people. As the saying goes, as long as you use the hoe well, there is no corner that cannot be dug down. It's just as my sister said, my fiancé left me for Soto City 4 years ago and now he's having fun all day, I want to see if it's true. Is your fiancé's name Daimubai? How does Senior know? 3 years ago, a man came to Soto City. He was about 11 or 12 years old, he spent his whole day looking for pleasure and had 3 parties a day. Sometimes he would fight for a prostitute or a hotel room. In the past 3 years, he has tried everyone from noble ladies to twin sisters. His name is Dai Mubai, and now it seems that he is the 3rd prince of the Xinglua Empire. Wow, he has such a noble status, but he can play so wildly. Xiao Yi began to describe. Since they want to poach people, of course they have to throw as dirty water as possible. If you don't believe it, you can ask for verification. What? Zhu Zhuqing suffered a severe blow at this moment. Zhu Zhuqing has always believed that Dai Mubai was practicing seriously, even though the intelligence she received said that he was a philanderer. But she didn't believe it. She wanted to verify whether it was true, so she escaped on a dark and windy night. She thought that finding Dai Mubai and persuading him would help Dai Mubai regain his confidence. She didn't expect that Dai Mubai was so notorious and completely forgot their mission. She didn't know what to do. She just wanted to live a peaceful life. Chapter 86. Dear seniors, I still want to confirm whether it is really as you said, if it is, I will go with you, Zhu Zhuqing thought for a while and then said. Hearing this, the 4 of them stared at each other, and then exchanged glances. What do you think? Should we let her go? It's up to you, she looks like the kind of person who won't turn back until she hits the wall, if you want her to go, just go with her, we just need to hide in the dark, Qianrenxue rolled her eyes. The same is true for Xilan and Dugubo who came later. TSK, the Xinglua Empire has done a lot of harm to people, a prince actually abandoned his fiancée and ran away, moreover, this fiancée traveled thousands of miles to find him, and was hunted down by her own family along the way. Who says it's not true? A good little girl was forced into this state in that cruel country, TSK, it's really hard for her to have such a fiancé. Seeing that the 4 people were silent, Zhu Zhuqing subconsciously thought that they disagreed, so she said, if the seniors don't want me to go, then I won't go. As the daughter of the Xinglua Zhu family, she would naturally observe people's words and expressions. The spirit power of the 4 people in front of her was much higher than hers. After all, she was only a great spirit master. If the 4 people wanted to do something, she would not be able to resist. As soon as Xiao Yi heard it, he knew what Zhu Zhuqing was thinking. She was afraid that the 4 of them had high spirit powers and would take her away by force, so Xiao Yi coughed twice to clear his throat. Then he said, ahem, you don't have to worry about us not letting you go, we are worried that if you go, you should be mentally prepared. It's okay, senior, I will go and take a look no matter what, if it is really as the rumors say, I will go with you, Zhu Zhuqing understood what Xiao Yi meant and said with a gloomy expression. Oh, okay, let's go to Soto City first. Xiao Yi pretended to be regretful and said to Zhu Zhuqing. Then they rushed to Soto City. Since Zhu Zhuqing was a girl, Qian Renxue took her with her. Soto City. It took the group of 5 half a day to reach Soto City from the outskirts of the Star Do Great Forest. When they arrived in Soto City, they found a hotel, booked a room and prepared to rest. After all, they were very tired from flying all the way. Just when everyone was about to go upstairs, Xiao Yi discovered that Zhu Zhuqing had disappeared without a trace. Xiao Yi hurried out to look for Zhu Zhuqing. After all, he wanted to poach her, so he had to be careful. Zhu Zhuqing. Xiao Yi found Zhu Zhuqing at the hotel entrance after leaving the hotel. However, Zhu Zhuqing did not respond to him at this moment, but looked in another direction. Seeing that Zhu Zhuqing did not respond to him, Xiao Yi looked in the direction Zhu Zhuqing was looking. He was a blond man, holding 2 scantily clad beauties in his left and right hands. The 2 beauties looked 90 like twins. Master Dai, please be gentle, my sister and I are not soul masters, we cannot withstand your power. A woman said charmingly. Zhu Zhuqing saw all of this, and Xiao Yi also noticed it. Dai Mubai felt his martial soul throbbing, but the distance was a bit far, so he turned around to look. When Zhu Zhuqing noticed that Dai Mubai was looking in her direction, she retreated directly behind Xiao Yi. Dai Mubai looked back but didn't see anything. He scratched his head and thought that he had sensed it wrongly. He also didn't recognize Xiao Yi, so he hugged the twins again. What's wrong with Mr. Dai? What are you looking back at? It's okay, my head just feels a little itchy, let's go. Fight with me for 300 rounds tonight. Mr. Dai is so bad, the twins said with a smile. So do you like it? Dai Mubai said, hooking one of them's chin. Of course I like him, everyone knows that Dai Xiao is a very powerful man, said the girl whose chin was hooked by Dai Mubai. Soon Dai Mubai and the sisters disappeared around the corner, and Xiao Yi looked back at Zhu Zhuqing. Okay, now you see it, do you still think he might remember your fiancé? Xiao Yi said lightly. Zhu Zhuqing was furious at this point. Just as her elder sister said, this bastard was a piece of shit. Not only did he abandon her, but he also let her bear the tremendous pressure alone. She thought he would work hard to become stronger, but she didn't expect him to be so depraved. Zhu Zhuqing felt that this kind of man was a disgrace and was not worthy of being with her, so she wanted to kill him with her own hands. Senior, I am willing to follow you, please let me become stronger, I can bear any price, I want to defeat him with my own hands and let him know that he is not worthy of me. Zhu Zhuqing said coldly, exuding a strong fighting spirit. Okay, but I ask you to kill him, it's a waste to keep this kind of useless thing, as for the consequences of killing him, I will bear them for you, you just need to kill him, tell me if I can do it. Xiao Yi crossed his arms across his chest, staring at Zhu Zhuqing with eyes as sharp as an eagle, wanting to confirm whether Zhu Zhuqing could be trained. Zhu Zhuqing was kind-hearted by nature. She hesitated. She didn't want to kill anyone. She only wanted to teach the person a lesson and destroy his soul power, but she couldn't kill someone with her own hands. But thinking of her future fate, she gritted her teeth and nodded in agreement. I will do it, I will never let you down, Zhu Zhuqing said. In that case, after you have rested well tomorrow, come with us to Tiando City, I will send you to Tiando Royal Academy, here is the room card, find your room according to the card number. Xiao Yi handed the room card to Zhu Zhuqing and made arrangements for her. Senior, I am from the Xingluo Zhu family, are you sure you can arrange me to the Tiando Royal Academy? Zhu Zhuqing asked puzzledly when he heard Xiao Yi's words. According to her thinking, Zhu Zhuqing is a member of the royal family of the Xingluo Empire. And there is a high possibility that she will be suspected of being a traitor if she goes to study at the Royal Academy of the Tiando Empire. However, Xiao Yi said that he could allow her to study at the Tiando Royal Academy. She couldn't help but doubt whether this was true. You don't have to worry about this, since I can tell you, I can help you do it, now you just need to practice with peace of mind, if there is nothing else, I'll go upstairs first, Xiao Yi said. Then Xiao Yi went upstairs and returned to his room. At this moment, Zhu Zhuqing was digesting what had happened recently. First, she was hunted by her sister for half a month, then she was rescued by Xiao Yi, and then she went to Soto City to see the true situation of Dai Mubai. This series of events made her exhausted. Then why did the senior want to save me? Is there anything in me that the senior can gain? It shouldn't be like this, I am just a congenital level 7, and there is nothing to save me. Could it be my body? Zhu Zhuqing looked at her own figure. Well, she couldn't see her toes when she lowered her head. That's even more impossible, the blonde girl next to him is prettier than me, and the way he looks at me isn't that obscene, forget it, since senior wants to save me, it means I'm useful, I'll just listen to senior's arrangements. Then Zhu Zhuqing shook her head and put the matter behind her, then went upstairs with the room card. After entering the room, Zhu Zhuqing took off her damaged leather jacket and changed into a refreshing sportswear. She still needed to treat her own injuries. She had to get better as soon as possible, become stronger quickly, and crush that bastard under her feet. Zhu Zhuqing swore that she would never compromise with that kind of man, she would resist. However, it was difficult for her to resist with her soul power at level 27 at this time. Her sister also told her that Dai Mubai was now level 37. He was 10 levels higher than her, so it was difficult for her to catch up, but this was not a reason for her to give up. Afterwards, after Zhu Zhuqing had treated her wounds, she sat on the bed and meditated. She wanted to become stronger quickly, and rest was a luxury that she was not currently qualified to have. And at this time Xiao Yi sighed. Tuck tuck. Grandpa, after Xiao Yi went upstairs, he knocked on Douluo's door. What's wrong? Douluo opened the door and asked Xiao Yi puzzledly. Zhu Zhuqing saw Dai Mubai taking the twins to the hotel to get a room, and she decided to go with us, Xiao Yi explained to Douluo. When I met Dai Mubai back then, I knew he wasn't a good person. It's ridiculous that he has a fiancée who cares about him so much, but he gives up on himself and spends his days drinking and partying outside, Douluo said. Since she wants to come with us, let's take her with us tomorrow. At the age of 11 and level 27, she is already a little genius. Do you want to train her? Douluo asked. After all, he is a member of the Xingluo Zhu family, maybe there will be surprises after he is trained, Xiao Yi said. Come on, you are such a sly kid, if she is useless, would you be so kind as to save her? Grandpa still understands me, Xiao Yi said embarrassedly, touching his chin. Qian Renxue sighed. Young master, that girl is going to go with us tomorrow, what do you think? Snake Spear Douluo said. The Xingluo Zhu family? Since you're going with us, just take her with you, maybe she can be a breakthrough point and we can easily take down the Xingluo Empire in the future, or we can bring her to our side. Then young master, I will go back, Snake Spear Douluo said and went back to his room. After Snake Spear Douluo left, Qian Renxue began to think. Xiao Yi, what on earth do you want to do, you dog man? Qian Renxue didn't understand Xiao Yi's thoughts, nor did she know what Xiao Yi wanted to do. But she knew that Xiao Yi would not do business at a loss. Although Xiao Yi gave her the impression that he was not that serious every time she met him, he was very serious when talking about serious matters. He had considered the consequences every time he wanted to do something, so she could not find any fault with him. However, she was very arrogant and was always unwilling to admit that Xiao Yi was better than her. So she always quarreled with Xiao Yi, and as they quarreled she no longer cared about what happened. She always thought in her heart that she must teach Xiao Yi a lesson next time, but she was always defeated in the argument. Forget it, I don't want to think about it anymore, let's practice. Qian Renxue put the matter out of her mind, sat on the bed and started practicing. If she didn't practice, she would not be able to catch up with Xiao Yi. Silent all night. Chapter 87. Due to Zhu Zhuqing's low level of soul power, Douluo had to carry her on the flight, using his soul power to protect her. 3 days later, outside Tiando City. After the group of 5 arrived at Tiando City, Douluo put Zhu Zhuqing down. Thank you very much for your help this time, Your Majesty Douluo and Xiao Yi. As for Zhu Zhuqing, let her go directly to Tiando Royal Academy tomorrow, Qian Renxue said. Okay, I'll leave her admission to you, I'll ask Yanzi to take her there tomorrow, Xiao Yi replied. Then let's go back first. Afterwards, Snake Spear Douluo and Qian Renxue went straight back to the prince's mansion, leaving only Douluo and the other 2 outside the city. You go home first, I need to go to the medicine garden, Douluo said. After Douluo finished speaking, he flew towards the Yin-Yang Eye of Ice and Fire, and Xiao Yi and the other man were left staring at each other. Ahem, then just come with me, Xiao Yi said after coughing twice. What could Zhu Zhuqing say? She could only follow Xiao Yi's steps. Then the 2 of them rushed to Douluo Mansion. On the way to Douluo Mansion, Zhu Zhuqing also raised the questions in her heart. Why did you save me, and why did you take me to see Dai Mubai? After hearing what Zhu Zhuqing said, Xiao Yi thought for a while and said, I know the rules of your Xingluo Empire. It is nothing more than 2 pairs of princes and their fiancés dueling before the age of 25. This generation is the battle between the eldest Prince Davis and your sister Zhu Zhuyun against you and your fiancé Dai Mubai, and your fiancé Dai Mubai is a coward who left you and ran away, leaving you to bear the oppression of your sister and Davis. But you were unwilling to be wiped out or imprisoned without doing anything, so you escaped from the Netherworld Duke's mansion to find Dai Mubai, hoping to win the Soul Master competition with him 2 years later and survive, right? Zhu Zhuqing was interrupted just as she was about to speak after listening to Xiao Yi's words. But you didn't expect that your sister would find out about you not long after you left the Duke's mansion, and then she brought several people to hunt you down. From my point of view, your sister seems to be chasing you, but in fact she is protecting you. Think about it, a soul sect leader and 4 or 5 soul lords are chasing you, but you don't have any fatal injuries. Isn't this strange? After hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing's mind flashed with the scene of Zhu Zhuyun chasing her. Indeed, Zhu Zhuyun always kept a distance from her when he was chasing her, and occasionally caught up with her and released his spirit skills to give her a sense of urgency and make her move faster. Besides, why did I save you? In my opinion, Dai Mubai is a playboy who only knows how to eat, drink and have fun. He seeks pleasure every day and is obviously a person who only thinks with his lower body. You have also seen Dai Mubai. When he was holding 2 twin sisters. Why didn't you think that he had a fiancée? Moreover, he has slept with so many women, who knows if he is sick or not. Besides, the academy he is currently attending is a fake one, without any certification, and is located in a small village outside Soto City. That academy is called Shrek Academy. The admission standard is to reach level 12 in spirit power at the age of 20, and the graduation requirement is to break through level 20 before the age of 40. The teaching resources there are quite strong, with 3 soul saints and 4 soul emperors. 12 years old and 20 levels, that is to say, only soul power above the innate level 7 can meet the standard. That is, the same talent as you. And the soul rings must be optimally configured. Shrek Academy has been in operation for 20 years and has enrolled 62 students, of which only 14 students graduated. The school motto is that those who dare not cause trouble are mediocre. Other students who did not graduate either died while hunting soul rings or ran away when they found that the situation was not right. What's more, Shrek Academy has no resources and no simulated environment. It can be said that it relies purely on talent. Moreover, the students are left alone. When they graduate, they will publicize it as their credit. If you can't graduate, it means you didn't work hard enough. A person with the innate 7th level soul power is a good seedling no matter where he is. I don't know how many students have been harmed by their training like this. As for saving you, it's because you're kind-hearted and unwilling to give up, which suits my taste. Plus, I have a little bit of strength, so I helped you. I brought you back because I don't want you to be led astray by Shrek Academy. After listening to Xiao Yi's explanation, Zhu Zhuqing couldn't help but feel fortunate. Admittedly, she felt bad when she saw Dai Mubai's dissolute life after she found him, but she would still forgive him later. After all, they were engaged. Under the guidance of the martial soul fusion technique, her mentality would slowly turn to Dai Mubai, because the martial soul fusion technique was dominated by the white tiger, and her nether spirit cat was just a bonus for the fusion into the nether white tiger. Besides, she had no emotional foundation for Dai Mubai. All she had was a marriage contract. From childhood to adulthood. They had only met when the marriage contract was made. Moreover, Dai Mubai ran away when she was 9 years old. Now that she has recognized Dai Mubai's true face, she only feels disgust towards him. Okay, we're here, Xiao Yi said. Yanzi, we are back. Xiao Yi shouted into the house as he arrived outside Douluo mansion. Douluo Yan, who was in the house, had just brought out the dishes from the kitchen. Yi Lingling was also in the house at this time. Lingling, come and help me. He's back. Okay. Is he not at home? Xiao Yi thought to himself. Then Xiao Yi brought Zhu Zhuqing into Douluo mansion. After entering the house, Xiao Yi found Douluo Yan and the other person were bringing dishes from the kitchen. Yi, you're back, who is this? Douluo Yan asked puzzledly. Douluo Yan had just brought the last dish to the table when she saw Zhu Zhuqing. Hiss, where did he kidnap this girl from? The weapon he used is so big. Oh, this is the one we rescued on the way back, her name is Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao Yi introduced. Zhu Zhuqing was also surprised to see Douluo Yan. This sister is also very beautiful, comparable to the blonde sister before. Hee, since you're here, we're friends, please sit down first, Douluo Yan said. However, Douluo Yan said as she sat down, but she was panicking in her heart, Wan La, why did you bring someone back at this time? What should I do? An hour ago, Douluo Yan knew through the acacia heartbreak red that Xiao Yi was coming back. So she secretly added some ingredients while cooking in the kitchen, and it was the colorless and odorless kind. It was said that it could knock down a cow after using it. Douluo Yan didn't tell Yi Lingling about the plan to bring Yi Lingling and Xiao Yi together, as it would be difficult to handle the matter if she was prepared. As a result, she didn't know that Xiao Yi would bring someone back, resulting in the dish being served without enough time to recook it. Yanzi has cooked so many dishes for me, don't be so reserved, just sit down and eat. Oh, okay, after hearing Xiao Yi's words, Zhu Zhuqing also sat down and picked up the chopsticks. After Xiao Yi sat down, he first picked up a bite of food for Duguyen, then picked up a bite of food for himself and prepared to eat. Yi Lingling and Zhu Zhuqing also picked up their dishes and prepared to eat. Don't. Duguyen finally reacted at this time. Huh? What happened to Yanzi? At this time, Xiao Yi and the other two had already put the food into their mouths. After seeing this, Duguyen thought to herself, it's over, it's too late. Well. Not bad, Yanzi, you have great cooking skills. Yi Lingling and Zhu Zhuqing's eyes lit up and they quickened their eating speed. Yanzi, why don't you eat? Your cooking skills are so good. When Duguyen saw the three people enjoying their meal, she thought, it's over, it's all over. Well, now that we've already eaten, it's too late to say anything. Duguyen thought about it and started to eat. The meal was soon finished, and Duguyen felt uneasy after taking away the dishes and chopsticks. Xiao Yi saw that something was wrong with Duguyen's expression since he sat down. Yanzi, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell? I'm fine, but the four of us will be in trouble soon, Duguyen said uneasily. What do you mean? Xiao Yi asked puzzledly. That's it. Before Duguyen finished speaking, Xiao Yi heard a strange sound. He turned around and saw that Zhu Zhuqing and Yi Lingling's faces were red. And then Duguyen's face also turned red. Even he himself felt hot all over, as if something was about to be released. Yanzi Yu, even if Xiao Yi was slow-witted, he knew what was going on. It turned out that he had been drugged. It's okay for him to be drugged, but what about Yi Lingling and Zhu Zhuqing? Yi Lingling is Yanzi's best friend. And Zhu Zhuqing was brought back by her. Now this happened just after she brought Zhu Zhuqing back. If this gets out, how will people look at him? Don't talk, Yi, I have liked you for a long time, please take me, Yi Lingling came up to him. At this time, Yi Lingling's whole body was red, her eyes were blurred, and the breath that came out of her mouth hit Xiao Yi's ears. Zhu Zhuqing endured the discomfort and sat next to him, but she was not in good condition either. Xiao Yi felt the breath exhaled by Yi Lingling and suppressed his body's reaction and said, You are Yanzi's best friend, we can't do this. Yanzi knows that I like you, she doesn't mind, Yi Lingling said in a coma with her breath as sweet as orchid. Xiao Yi saw that Yi Lingling was not in good condition, then he looked at Duguyen and Zhu Zhuqing. And found that their conditions were also not optimistic. He knew that Duguyen had already made a plan. Duguyen knew that the ice and fire immortal grass and other medicines would be useless to her, so she used a special colorless and odorless aphrodisiac and added strong ingredients to make it work on him. If they continue like this, they will damage their foundation, we must solve this problem for them, Xiao Yi thought to himself. I'm just sorry Zhu Zhuqing, I got involved right after I came back, Xiao Yi apologized in his heart. At this moment, Yi Lingling was groping around Xiao Yi, trying to untie his clothes. But Xiao Yi was not Lu Xiaohui. This situation, coupled with the special medicine he had taken, caused his brain to lose its ability to think, so he brought the three women into the room and pounced on them. A night of fun. Chapter 88. At this moment, the moon was bright and the stars were sparse. After the effect of the medicine wore off, Xiao Yi entered the sage time. Xiao Yi looked at the bloodshot on the bed and the sleeping girl and fell into deep thought. Zhu Zhuqing was the first to faint because of her low soul power, and Duguyen was the second to faint because of her high soul power level and physical fitness. Yi Lingling was a healing soul master and was in a stalemate with Xiao Yi. Tisk, Yanzi, you're making it very difficult for me, Xiao Yi thought speechlessly. Xiao Yi would never have thought that Duguyen had given him so many drugs in order to bring him and Yi Lingling together, and even dragged Zhu Zhuqing into it. You know. Zhu Zhuqing was just brought here by him to be trained, and it was really hard for Xiao Yi to hold back as he took advantage of her in such an unclear way. But it's too late to say anything now. What we should consider now is how to treat Zhu Zhuqing. Besides, Xiao Yi is not the kind of man who would turn his back on people after he gets his pants pulled up. Since he has taken advantage of her, he should treat her well. However, it is worth mentioning that Zhu Zhuqing is really beautiful. Should we say that she is worthy of being from the Xingluo Zhu family? Due to generations of intermarriage. They not only have the skill of martial soul fusion, but also have ridiculously good figures. Meanwhile, in Soto City, at the Rose Hotel. At this time, Dai Mubai and the twins were playing poker on the bed in the hotel. Chu. Suddenly Dai Mubai scratched his head and sneezed. What's wrong, Mr. Dai? Are you feeling unwell? It's okay, I just feel a little itchy on my head, maybe I'm feeling it wrong. Come on, let's continue fighting for another 300 rounds. Well, things have already happened, so just treat her well, I just don't know if she will agree, Xiao Yi thought to himself. Afterwards, Xiao Yi rubbed his sore waist, got up from the bed, and used the blue silver emperor soul bone to recover. Hiss, Tang San, your mother's soul bone is so smooth. After using the blue silver emperor soul bone, Xiao Yi also felt the power of this soul bone. Humph. A muffled groan disrupted Xiao Yi's thoughts. Xiao Yi turned around and saw that Zhu Zhu had woken up. He was about to speak but was stopped by Zhu Zhu's condition. When Zhu Zhu woke up, her eyes were confused at first, then she saw her bloodshot on the bed and her eyes turned red. Zhu Qing, Xiao Yi opened his mouth to explain. Don't talk to me, let me be alone. Zhu Zhuqing's eyes were misty. She couldn't understand why she was from the Zhu family, why she was suppressed by her sister, why she was abandoned by Dai Mubai, and why she was brought back and involved in this ridiculous entanglement. Then her tears began to fall from her eyes one by one, and she slowly began to cry silently. She didn't know what she was thinking about, but she suddenly burst into tears. Woo! At this moment, Du Guyan and Yi Lingling were also woken up by Zhu Zhuqing. What's wrong? Du Guyan said sleepily. Zhu Qing is crying, Xiao Yi explained. Ah. Du Guyan immediately got up after hearing Zhu Zhuqing crying. Later, Yi Lingling was also awakened by Zhu Zhuqing's crying. After the two girls got up, they saw Zhu Zhuqing crying so sadly and didn't know what to do for a moment, but they also knew that Zhu Zhuqing was involved because of their own selfish desires. Du Guyan and Yi Lingling looked at each other for a moment and decided to comfort Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Qing, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it, the accident happened because Ling Ling liked Xiao Yi but didn't dare to express it, so she drugged you. I didn't expect Xiao Yi would bring you back this time when he went out, Du Guyan said softly. Du Guyan regretted so much at this moment. Why didn't she put the dishes on the table without seeing who had returned? As a result, Xiao Yi had already eaten the dishes before she could speak to stop him. Besides, this little girl was rescued by Xiao Yi. What's going on? Du Guyan sent a message to Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi then explained Zhu Zhuqing's origins to Du Guyan. She is from the Zhu family of the Xinglua Empire. She is engaged to the golden retriever who teased you last time. When I met her, she was being hunted by her sister. Isn't it the rule of the Xinglua Empire that the prince and the princess fight to determine the inheritance of the next generation? And her fiancé, the golden retriever, is named Dai Mubai. He ran away when she was 9 years old, leaving her alone in the Xinglua Empire. Even though she was isolated and helpless, she didn't give up and kept trying to find out about her fiancé. Some time ago, we received intelligence that her fiancé was studying at Shrek Academy in Soto City and was spending his days drinking and having sex. But she didn't believe it. So she ran away from the Netherworld Duke's mansion to find her fiancé to confirm whether the information was true. Then her sister found out and chased her to the outskirts of the Star Do Great Forest. I happened to meet her and saved her. We met Shrek Academy last time, and you know what kind of people they are. After rescuing her, she told me that she wanted to go check on Dai Mubai to see if he was really like what the intelligence said. As a result, when she arrived in Soto City, she happened to run into Dai Mubai with the twins. After seeing that Dai Mubai had indeed forgotten their engagement and given up on himself as the intelligence said, she also gave up hope on Dai Mubai and decided to come back with me. If I hadn't saved her, she might have forgiven Dai Mubai, and because of her martial soul fusion skills, her mentality would slowly turn to Dai Mubai. And when I met her, her first reaction was to tell me to run away. Plus, Shrek Academy was misleading its students and Dai Mubai's character made me decide to bring her back to train her, and then I got dragged into this. Xiao Yi transmitted the message. After hearing this, Du Guyan felt that she had really made a mess of things this time, and she regretted her previous decision. What should we do now? Du Guyan said in a voice transmission. The current situation is that I have dealt with her but she refuses to pay attention to me. Let's see what you and Lingling have to say, Xiao Yi replied. After Xiao Yi finished speaking, he left the room, leaving the space for the three girls to talk. After Xiao Yi walked out of the room, Du Guyan and Yi Lingling tried to approach Zhu Zhuqing. Fortunately, Zhu Zhuqing did not avoid them. Zhu Qing, I'm sorry, I didn't know things would come to this. Yi has already told me about you, and I understand how you feel now. But what has happened cannot be changed. What I can tell you is that Yi is not the kind of person who will turn his back on you once he's done with you. Since you've already had a relationship, Yi will definitely treat you well. Although Yi is not good at speaking, he is very good at taking care of people. He will definitely not be a scumbag like your fiancé, and I, Du Guyan, can guarantee that. Du Guyan said softly in a comforting voice. Yan Zi is serious. From the time I met Xiao Yi until now, he has never done anything to let Yan Zi down, Yi Lingling echoed. Zhu Zhuqing slowly stopped crying after hearing this, but her red eyes showed that she was not in a very good mood. Then can you tell me about him? Zhu Zhuqing choked. Chapter 89. Then he told Zhu Zhuqing about Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi, where should I start? Du Guyan pondered for a while. He was born in Notting City, which is located on the border between the Xinglua Empire and the Tiando Empire. Since both his parents are soul masters, he has had a very comfortable life since childhood. Du Guyan's eyes twinkled when Xiao Yi was mentioned. Because my father traveled the continent when he was young. He met Xiao Yi's mother in Notting City and settled there. After settling down, Xiao Yi's father started a soul hunting group. However, when he was 2 years old, Xiao Yi's father helped his employer to hunt soul rings and his soul bones exploded, causing the soul hunting group to fall into internal strife. In the end, except for Xiao Yi's father's friend, the rest of the people, including the employer, died. Xiao Yi's father's body was taken back by his friend. And the soul bones were sold by his friend and the money was divided among their families. After Xiao Yi's mother learned that Xiao Yi's father had died, she became depressed and started living with Xiao Yi from then on. However, when Xiao Yi was 5 years old, his mother fell seriously ill and died, and his hair turned white as a result. When I first met him, I thought his hair was natural, but I didn't expect it was acquired. When she said this, a trace of heartache flashed in Du Guyan's eyes. After his mother's death, Xiao Yi became aloof and began to live alone, only his father's friends often visited him. Then he awakened his martial spirit. He awakened his martial spirit when he was 6 years old. He had a very good talent, with innate full spirit power, which is the ruler he often carries behind him. At that time, he was accompanied by his father's friend, he called that person Uncle Zhang. After awakening his spirit, the spirit hall tried to recruit him, but the spirit hall's pope had just passed away and a new pope took over. The spirit hall was in chaos, so he refused the offer. After that, Uncle Zhang took Xiao Yi to obtain the spirit ring, and then went to Notting College to study. I met the infamous Jade Little Anal, also known as Dashi, at Notting College. That Yu Xiaogang was impressed by Xiao Yi's talent and wanted to take him as his apprentice, but he only had theories but no achievements. In addition, his strength was low and Xiao Yi felt that this so-called master was unreliable and rejected him. After Xiao Yi heard about the reputation of the master in the academy, he completely understood the master's character. After that, he just went to class 8 and practiced in the academy. During that time, that big shot always harassed him and forced him to move out of the academy. After moving out of the academy, his training speed became even faster. He obtained his second spirit ring in just 1.5 years. Uncle Zhang also left after helping him obtain his second spirit ring, and then he returned to his normal life. When he was 10 years old, he reached level 30 and applied for graduation from the academy. Due to his outstanding talent, the dean did not make things difficult for him and directly issued him a graduation certificate. After issuing the graduation certificate, the master also happened to recommend Shrek Academy to him. At first, he did not care, but then he inquired about the reputation of the academy. The registration fee is 10 gold soul coins, and you have to reach level 20 before the age of 12, and you have to reach level 40 before you graduate at the age of 20. Moreover, the academy is located in a small village outside the city. What's more, the registration fee cannot be refunded if you do not pass the exam. So after Xiao Yi graduated, he went directly to the Xingdou Great Forest and obtained a spirit ring on his own, and then started a soul hunting group. Most of the soul hunting groups in the Xingdou Great Forest are temporary, and backstabbing is common. Fortunately, Xiao Yi met a very good soul hunting team and joined them. During the 2 years in the Xingdou Great Forest, he experienced intrigue and greed, and even lost a life. After training in the Xingdou Great Forest for 2 years, he felt that the Xingdou Great Forest was of little use to him. He could go anywhere on the periphery, but he couldn't get inside alone. Even if he got in, he couldn't defeat the powerful soul beasts inside. So he quit the soul hunting group and entered Tiando City. After arriving in Tiando City, he met my grandfather. They met at the auction because he bought a piece of whale glue. At that time, he was 13 years old and his spirit power was level 38. My grandfather was interested in seeing him buy whale glue. What would such a young man do with whale glue? So after the auction, he followed Xiao Yi all the way home. When Xiao Yi arrived at his home and saw my grandfather, he was very confused at first, until my grandfather introduced himself and started to tremble all over. My grandfather asked him why he bought whale glue. He told my grandfather about the effects of whale glue and then he saw that my grandfather was poisoned. Then my grandfather brought him to my home and asked him how he saw that he was poisoned. After he told my grandfather about my grandfather's symptoms, my grandfather was ready to attack him, but he said that only he could save my grandfather. Then my grandfather brought me here, and that's when I got to know Xiao Yi. At the beginning, my grandfather said he would introduce me to a genius. I didn't pay much attention to it at the time. I thought to myself, no one can be as talented as me, but after meeting Xiao Yi, I didn't expect that I was too abrupt. At that time, I was 14 years old and my soul power was level 32, while Xiao Yi was 13 years old and his soul power was level 38. That's when I realized that there are always people who are better than you, and genius is just the threshold to meet Xiao Yi. After that, Xiao Yi spent half a year detoxifying me and my grandfather. In the beginning, we quarreled every day, but then I slowly became interested in him. After he detoxified us, we spent some time together and then got together. Du Guyan said to Zhu Zhuqing. Du Guyan told Zhu Zhuqing most of the information about Xiao Yi. She did not tell her about the city of slaughter and the magic herb garden. She knew the seriousness of the matter, and would not tell Zhu Zhuqing until she truly accepted Xiao Yi. After listening to Du Guyan's story, Zhu Zhuqing also had a specific summary of Xiao Yi in her mind. In a word, he has relied on himself every step of the way since he awakened his martial soul. Before Zhu Zhuqing awakened her martial soul, her parents and relatives were very kind to her. After she awakened her martial soul, the whole family's attitude towards her changed. At first she didn't understand why her relatives' attitude towards her changed so drastically overnight. After learning about the family rules, she realized that this tradition was not something she could change alone. Although her sister often suppresses her, all the resources that belong to her are provided to her without any reduction. In contrast, Xiao Yi was a commoner in the early stage and had no resources until now, and he has fought his way up to the Soul Emperor bit by bit.